What's up guys, I'm PawsBuild and welcome back to a brand new franchise series on the channel. Now we're going to be building an ethical zoo in this series, and as you can see we're going to be building it in the grasslands. So this is our little entrance here that we've already got, and what I mean by an ethical zoo is essentially we're going to focus 100% on making this zoo all about the animals and what the animals' needs are. We're going to make the habitats massive. We're going to run into problems probably with needing enough guest facilities and viewing areas and stuff for guests so that everyone will donate enough money to keep the zoo running. But that's the challenge we're going for. We're going to try and make it all about the animals, and as you can see we're using a sculpted map, so that's going to present some different terrain challenges, but I think it's going to make the zoo look really cool and on different levels. So I'm really excited to dive in. Now we have an entrance to our zoo already, but I'm going to delete this entrance, at least the scenery for it, and get a little bit of extra money. And what I'm going to do is just make a path that leads away from this area so we can do a bit more of like an entrance area within the building area of our zoo. And the path I'm going to use is going to be this rustic path, which I just really like it, and it's already there, but I just think it really goes with the grassland. And I'm also going to change the path length to 10 meters to just have the maximum area we can. Now I'm going to mark out where we want the entrance to be with one of these black tile, and I've just marked it out with some asphalt so we know not to build to the left of that. This is going to be the actual entrance, everything on this side. I'm going to add a couple more bits of path there, and we want to have our first habitat here. But before we do that, we need to actually hire some staff because staff do actually make the zoo go round. So let's get ourselves a keeper, a caretaker, a mechanic, and a vet. These are the 4 members of staff you really need just to get started. Everyone else we will get, but we don't need them quite yet. I'm just going to pause the game because the first thing I want to do as well is design their staff uniforms, which is a really cool thing. It's a fairly new feature and I'm so excited about it. I loved it in our last zoo, having like the eco outfits for everyone. And I think we're going to go with this uniform for our keepers, this outfit for our caretakers, this outfit for our vets, and this color for our mechanic. Now, if you're wondering how I chose these colors, all I did was have a look at the colors that were already there. So I took the shoe color from the shirt color that was on the keeper. I just copy this key code for the color. If you come to Adobe Color, you can then either click complementary, split complementary, or double split complementary. But essentially you just paste the color into the left-hand side, the key, and it comes up with a nice color palette for you. And we haven't used all the colors in ours. I think we've just used these. I think we haven't used the darkest blue, but essentially that's how I got these colors. And they work nicely together, or at least I think they look nice together, because they're all complementary colors. And I don't know enough about color theory to come up with it on my own. Now we've got some staff. We're gonna need some staff facilities. And because we are just starting out, we need to keep an eye on our finances. So I'm gonna make sure that we put as few in as we actually need, and for now that means just doing the blueprints, turning the blueprints off and just doing the standard buildings. So we want staff facilities, and for this zoo I'd like to have a bit more of like a central staff area where the staff can easily access a bunch of different habitats around them. So I'm going to kind of centrally locate one in a bit of a plaza. I'm going to do that by clicking align to grid and then selecting the grid we've just made with our path. And then you can easily place out pieces to make a bit of a plaza. Now we've got a really nice 7x7 plaza, and we can easily put our staff room over here. Now, for now, I think I'm going to move our guest spawner and guest gates further forward so the guests don't have too long to move. I'm going to delete this section we had right at the start. Now we can tidy this up another time and kind of move the vegetation where there is a blueprint of where a building was. For now, I think that this is going to be much better for our needs. And we can just have it be like this. And we still know that that black area is all going to change around here. And this isn't the setup we're going to have. I just want to reduce the walking distance a little bit for our guests right now. If we make some of this long grass as well, we can kind of hide some of the changes we've made too. Now we're going to need to place our staff buildings. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 buildings. One that's for like vets and animal welfare. And then another one that's for kind of the everyday maintenance of the zoo. Now I'm just going to leave the buildings as these shells for now. And we're going to make really nice buildings for both of them a bit later, but for now, to save money, this is what we're going to do in the meantime. I'm going to place the animal trade center, the small quarantine, the small research center, the small staff room, the veterinary surgery, and a small keeper hut. We will get the others soon, just not right now. I'm going to connect it all up with some really ugly staff pathing. There we go, we've got our staff area. I'm going to put them all into one work zone for now, so that our keepers and everyone know where they're assigned, and just call it the central hub. Now we just assign all of our staff to the central hub who are currently unassigned. Now our first animal is going to be the capybara. And they're so cute. Look at them. We need to look at the species data to see how many of them we can have in a habitat. And you can see that we've got 4 to 20. So you can have a group of 20 of them. And it's very mixed, like up to 9 males, up to 19 females. It is insane. So you can basically, as long as we don't have a group of loads of males, we'll be fine. Males have a dominance hierarchy. So there could be a little bit of fighting, I guess, if you have too many males. The guests can enter the habitat, which is interesting. And they're confident around humans, which is really good. We're not going to have to worry about putting loads of spaces for them to hide or all of that. They're also really easy to reproduce in captivity, which is something that's very important, as is the age of sexual maturity. So we need to make sure if we want to breed them, they're 1.5 years old and they only live to 10. So we don't want to buy any 9-year-old capybaras. Now, one thing that's worth pointing out is we've got the animal settings to reduce the animal aging by 3 times. So they're going to age a lot slower and they're going to reproduce a lot slower, because in our last zoo it just got manic by the end of the zoo with so many animals. The penguins were just reproducing out of control. The gharials were as well. It was literally insane. So this is going to it's going to slow the pace a little bit, which I think is going to be good for the series. Now the capybaras need grade 2 fencing that's more than 1.25 meters tall, but we're not actually going to use the Planet Zoo barriers in this episode. We're going to make our own using the null barriers and then using the construction pieces to kind of make something a bit like custom. So you can absolutely use these barriers. They work just fine. I just wanted to make something a little bit different in this one. And we can see that let's say we've got 12 adults and 8 babies, that's 1,000 square meters we need for these guys. Now, if it were 20 adults, how much would that be? Only 1,200 meters squared. So that's not too bad. We can definitely accommodate that. One thing I do want to put into consideration is I want this to be a mixed habitat. Now for this episode, we're just going to put the capybaras in, but I do want to put the giant anteaters in here as well, and the maned wolves, because all 3 of them can live in a habitat and it actually helps each other. Like, it gives them bonuses from sharing the habitat with species that would naturally be found in their environment. But we need to look at how much area they need as well to make sure it suits the needs of all of the animals. Now the maned wolves only have a group size of up to 1 to 2, so we can massively reduce how much they need on this. Let's say there's 2 of them and then they've got 2 babies. Okay, we're looking at like 1,500 meters squared. Anteaters are also 1 to 2, and they're only 780 meters squared. They've got even lower land requirements. So I think if we take the 1,500 figure and we use that as the basis for all 3 habitats, we're probably going to be good. However, my plan to keep this ethical is to blow those requirements out of the water, because I always like having much bigger habitats than the game suggests. And that's what I'm going to do. Now, I'm going to put a habitat gate in on this side so our staff can quite easily access it. And it's going to go in here. And then I'm going to use null barriers to build the rest of the habitat and kind of define the area. Okay, we've got just over 8,000 square meters, which is kind of insane. It's obviously massive for what they need. But we've put some paths in just to support like guest visibility for now. But the plan is when we get the plants, and I want to put a building in here as well, that area is going to come down and what the animals can actually traverse is like their traversable area. So I think we should try and hit about 5 times what the animal needs with this, which is the point of the zoo. It's the theme for this zoo is that it's all ethical. We've got loads of space. So I think 5 times as much space as they need is what we should do. That's the plan. And we've got to make it work with the finances. That's the challenge. Now, I think it's time that we buy our capybara. So let's type in capybara and see what we've got. Frontier Zoo, they're not going to be related, as we've learned from others. We just have to be careful when we get them from similar zoos. I don't really want any like albino ones, so I'm just going to go for like standard ones, and actually buying them for money would be good. We've got quite a lot of credits, so I think I'm going to grab this female from Frontier Zoo and just get the other ones that are from Frontier. There's another female here, decent age, another female, and another one, and a 5th female. Okay. So let's just look for males, and we filter by the highest appeal. I don't want an albino one, so I don't really want any with 0 either. So I may have to go for, oh, there's some more females. Okay, let's get another couple of females. And then maybe this would be a good male. Seems quite good. Let's grab this one. Now, we've grabbed quite a lot of capybara here. So we've got 1 male and the rest are females. Let's send them to quarantine, and then we can check if they've got any diseases or anything, and if they're injured or anything, and then we can sort that out. I'm going to hit play as well, so our staff are going to start to do this. We can actually pick them up as well, and then just move them over manually, just to save them a bit of a trip. And look, now they're so much further ahead than the other ones. But we'll let them go. It's just the caretaker and the vet who do that. The keepers, for some reason, don't actually move animals between buildings, it seems, which is very strange. But they do look after your animals other than that, so that's fine. And it keeps warning us that we need to set our staff work zone to include this new habitat now. Now our keepers and vets and everyone can access the habitat. And before then they couldn't. And for now, I'm just going to call it capybara because that's all we have. And I found they just run around aimlessly if the building isn't powered, because these buildings unfortunately aren't powered because we've moved away from our starting power source. Oh, interestingly, this habitat just makes it, so that's good. These 2 habitats will be powered, but not this section. So we do need to put a power source in, and luckily we have already researched the solar panel in a different series. So I'm just going to whack one of these in, and they don't have any ongoing running costs, so that's kind of ideal. I'm going to whack it here. They also don't have like any negative guest impact, which is pretty good. If we look at negative impact on guests, we can see it's just these buildings, and oh, they do cross the path there, but we are going to move them soon, so I'm not really too worried about that. They're not going to be there anyway, and their radius is going to be massively reduced because we're going to decorate them all nicely, which brings down their radius. So now everything should work. These should all be powered, and they'll run them in from the Animal Trade Center into quarantine. And there they shall wait. Now, we need to look at the entrance to our little habitat. And I want to build a bit of a building here. I want to make sure that this is all null barrier, and same with these posts. And now we just have a door into nothing. So I'm going to go into construction, and I think I'm going to get some... where are they from again? Let's have a look. They're from South America, and I believe the others are as well if they all share habitats together. Yes, South America and Central America. So I think if we have kind of a South American theme for this habitat, that would be quite cool. So let's build a building with that in mind. So I started building this building with the stone temple blocks from the South America pack. And what I'm doing is just laying out kind of a foundation so I can see where the building's going to go. And then I'm putting in doorways for the animals, and I use the arch pieces for this because I think they're quite cute. And I was toying between where I put them and how many I put in, but I wanted to have this little section off to the side, and I'll show you a bit later what that's actually for. Then I started using the thatched roof pieces to get a little bit of a roof going. And I'm never as confident with roofs. It's probably my weakest point in building, but I put it in so it has a bit of an overhang on both sides, which you can see. So I had to adjust the grid to 2 meters to do that. And then I think it just has a nice overhang, and you'll see what I do with it later as well. I kind of use that as a design feature. And then it was just about filling in the stone walls so that it completes and looks like a completed roof, which I had a bit of trouble with. It was a bit finicky getting it all to align. And I don't know whether it's because I played around with the grid size. I'm not sure. I then put in a door and I put it on both sides so you can see it from the inside and the outside. And I started putting these leaf decorations on the outside of the building. And I couldn't decide which one, so I just put all of them on. And I thought it looked quite cool as like a little design with all of them. I also added these statues around the side, and you'll see I put a bit of an awning above the door. I was really just looking through the pack and seeing what was really cool, and I loved all these pieces. Now, here's why I put the separated area. I put in a habitat gate here, and this obviously isn't an official gate, but essentially this is a section that could be gated off, and I've put a second one there. You can see a second gate that sticks out a bit more than the other one to show that that's a sliding gate. But this area could be used if the two animals were fighting, or if like the main wolves needed to be in there because they needed to clean the habitat. And you could probably clean a habitat with Capybara around, but not with main wolves, I'd imagine. So they could lead them in there and then close the gate and safely clean the habitat. Then I just added some bamboo floors, which I thought were pretty cool and in keeping with the theme. If you have the trouble with having like them flickering like that, if you just move the pieces slightly, like raise them or left and right, then it seems to go away, which is a top tip. Then I just added some bedding in both of the areas because I thought this covered shelter that they could use for sleeping, and I moved on to the outside. So I built this kind of like, for me, it was like music wave structure out of bamboo. And I was really happy with it in the end. I just wanted to make it align at both ends of the building, but it just added a bit of a unique design feature. And then I put a stone doorway that kind of frames the door and hides the posts you can kind of see. Now for the fence, I did toy with the idea of using the bamboo structures, but they were too small. So I was like, I'm going to go away. I started putting these bamboo features in that I knew I wanted to do, and I thought inspiration would come to me. And it actually did, because I used the pieces I used for the waveform art on the other side, and decided that would be a great use for the fences. So I decided to build the fence out of this material, and it worked really well. I just grabbed the tallest ones, as you can see, like doubled them up, and then started placing them along the sides. And when it's all there, it looks like it's got a bit of a different theme to it, rather than just having like straight barriers. And they should be the height that we need for the main walls. That's why the other ones weren't going to work, is the main walls need, I think, like 3 meters, which is crazy. So they must jump. And then I put some glass panels in so the guests can see in. And I did that kind of at convenient viewing locations, I thought. So I thought I'd space them out a bit in the habitat. I think there's 4 scattered around the habitat. And then on the other side, which is kind of the non-viewing side, I used a rock formation just to block it off. And when we get the different animals in, we'll have to check that all of these things still work, because we need to check that the barriers are tall enough, and we need to check that they can't jump over the rocks, because they're obviously all different animals. But for the capybara, this was all fine, which is good. And of course, I was placing rocks, so I had to build a waterfall, because if there's ever water and rocks together, it turns into a waterfall on this channel. Okay, we've just added a little water area as well, which I think is really cute. I should have probably put it a little bit closer to somewhere where we could have had like a central water pump. But I think if we put it like a water pump in somewhere here, we'll have some other habitats. It'll be fine. I'm going to whack the water pump here for now, because it will still catch that area there. And I don't think any of them actually need swimming area. I need to check though, because if they do, then... oh, they do. Oh, okay. Capybara do. Oh, not a lot though. Okay, so if there were 20 adults again, 300 meters squared. Okay, that's not a lot. None. And the giant anteater, none as well. Okay, well, let's make this water area slightly bigger, because I don't think this is a substantial area right now. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it's 200 meters squared. I mean, it's actually sufficient right now, but I think if we make it a little bit bigger, or perhaps we should have another small area where we've got 2 areas of water, that might actually be better. I'm going to do that. Have just a little drinking pool somewhere as well around here. Okay, it looks like our animals have all passed quarantine pretty much. So if we select them, is that all of them passed? Yes. Okay, let's grab all of them and let's move them in. Wow, okay, big moment, big moment. We'll add a few more rocks to this water area to make it look a bit more kind of a defined area. And then we should probably look at our ticket price as well. Maybe make that like 4. I don't know if that's going to be too much for guests or not, but then no one's in yet because we haven't got an animal. So let's see if they're happy with four zoo dollars. Here we go. Our first animal. Look at them. Oh my goodness, they're so cool. Oh, they look so funny, don't they? The capybara is actually the largest living rodent in the world, which is so cool. And their name evolves from the old Tupi word, Capybara, meaning grass eater, with Spanish and Portuguese influences in the early 17th century. Capybaras can hold their breath underwater for 5 minutes and can run at speeds of up to 35 kilometers an hour. Those little things can go. Capybaras also have a scent gland called marillo on their nose, which is especially pronounced on the male. The capybara live in savannas, forests, and wetlands in South America, and they typically measure 50 to 62 centimeters in height and 106 to 134 centimeters in length. Although they're similar in size, the female capybaras tend to be heavier than the males, with an average weight of 61 kilos for females and 50 kilos for males. And whilst the capybara are listed as a least concerned species, unfortunately they're still hunted for their fur, skin, and meat. And in some regions, they're actually commercially farmed for their meat. Okay, so we've actually got some guests here now. Now we need to make sure we cash in on the fact that we have guests and get some donation bins in. So I'm going to make a donation box. I think I'll probably make it like a bamboo color. And then I'll whack a couple of them at each of the viewing points we set out. Actually, I should have, before I place the first one, I'm going to change the color now, and then I'll just copy the color over. In fact, that one is in the way. Let's start a new one. Okay, what color are we going to have? Okay, I think I'm going to go with this color scheme for the donation bins, and then just place them at every 2 spots like that, and along here as well. But I just want to also check that the animals can't escape, because that's quite important too. So let's look at habitat and click on one of our capybara. Ah, see, they can escape at 1 point. Okay, so I've realized what the problem was. It's because we haven't got glass here. So funnily enough, they could just walk out of these 3 panes. So we just need to add some glass in, which we could very easily do by sliding these across. There we go. That should have resolved things. If we click play, it should reload it. And they can't escape. That's great news. Okay, brilliant. Now, they're actually quite easy about what terrain they have. They quite like the long grass, but they do need more soil. If we maybe have a bit of like a soil play area over here, I think this would probably meet their needs pretty well. Let's have that on heavy soil, and then we'll just add some light soil in on like 20%. There we go. They're hitting all the requirements now. Now they do need, oh, they've got a tree already in here. They do need some nature that meets their needs. And I think other than that, they're going to need some enrichment. So one of the first things we should do actually is get our vet to start researching the capybara. So we've got German boil. Now, one thing we can do with our staff is rename them, which I find hilarious because I just like I almost did it then to boils. Just imagine you went for your interview and then you're like signing your contract or something for work and they're like, it says here that you can change my name. And they're like, yeah, of course we can. It's just so ridiculous. So we're not going to change their name because as funny as that is, I think we'll leave them with their own names. We can rename the capybara though. So if you have name suggestions, please leave them in the comments. I'd love to get a bit of a name list together and start renaming them with your suggestions. This is our male, currently called Diego. He needs more enrichment. Let's see if they've got any enrichment right now. Oh, we've got quite a lot actually, because we've already unlocked some stuff, but that is how you generally unlock it, is through that research panel, the vet research. And then you'll see here, if we do the first stage, we'll get 2 toys and food level 2. So for now, we've only got food level 1, but we do have these enrichment items. So I'm going to add some food enrichment near the viewing areas because we kind of want them to go over there. Starting to get a little bit dark as well, I can see. I'm going to put an ice ball, a small barrel feeder, and a melon feeder over there. And then we're going to have a bit of like we can have water jet rock near the waterfall. That makes sense. I don't think we've got any water deep enough for the submarine boy. And let's also whack a sprinkler over here too. And then we can just throw in some balls for them to play with as well. And maybe a rubber duck. Let's put a rubber duck in this little pond here. Now we have the zoo open till quite late. So I think if we turn our opening hours back to maybe till like 9. That feels quite late, like 5 a.m. till 9 p.m. That's quite a long day, but I think that'll work. And what do the guests think about our ticket prices as well? Ticket price is good. Okay, well, maybe we should put it up a little bit. Let's have it be 5 and see how they feel about that. Because we do need to start making a profit. And at the minute, we are very close. We just need to carry on. See, the capybara are quite a good animal. But like, a lot of these small herbivores are quite good when you start out because they're very cheap to feed. So if you look at our food costs, oh, they're not as cheap as some other ones, but I suppose we've got 8 of them. But it's still very cheap, and for the level of appeal that they'll bring, they're pretty good. So that's the plan. We're gonna try and optimize these things as much as we can. When we've got massive habitats like this, look at them all. Look at them all in here. Oh, they're so cute, having the time of their lives. Look at them playing with the duck and everything. How do they feel about it now? Okay, they're really good for everything. They just need some more, and this tree needs to be moved because it shouldn't be in their habitat. So really, we should have some trees that are from South Central America and Grassland. Now, I think I'm going to add them in now. Actually, before we start putting the nature in, there's one really important thing I've forgotten to put in, which is education for the guests. So I'm going to go down to media devices and education and put something in, probably just some habitat education boards and some speakers. And this is important because it will influence how much our guests will actually donate to the zoo. And we need more money. So, and I'm also going to grab some of these South American frames for the education board. Because I think that they're just really cool, and it frames it nicely and makes it a bit of like an art feature instead of just a screen. And now we need to put this on the capybara. They also need to be within power, so we have to consider that with where we place all our education. We're not going to be able to put boards right up this end, but we can put them on these stretches here, which should be good enough, really. We can even add our own images or videos, and the board will display those as well. But for now, I think we'll just get the capybara in, and then maybe in the future we'll add some that are like, you know, the actual capybara inside or something like that. And we're also going to add in the education speakers. And I think we're going to do this on the top of the boards there and just blend the color into the bamboo color. And we're going to set these to be capybara and put the radius on them. We need to check they're definitely in the electrical coverage. We need to put the radius up probably for this one to 20, but then we'll reduce the other ones because we don't want them to cross over. That's the only thing we don't want to do. Okay, now if we look at our guest education coverage, we can see that these two are vying for control a little bit. So I'm just going to reduce these down. But everything else is covered, and the power doesn't extend beyond here, so we can't put any in right now beyond that point. But I think this is definitely enough to get some good education started for our animals. And obviously we can change these so they're not all going to be capybara, which is why we've got so many of them. And we could also move them around here if we needed. We could add some along these plain edges, and in this area here where there's not a lot of stuff. We could definitely add some more in. But for now, we're just staying within the power limit and the fact that we only have one species in this habitat, the capybara. So I think this is good to get started on education. The other thing we want to do is probably start getting some guest facilities. So again, I'm going to turn the blueprints off because we don't need them just yet. But it would be a good idea to just start meeting our guest needs, because I imagine our guests are complaining. There we go. They're starting to complain about being thirsty. So that's one of the things we can actually meet with this. And seeing as we're going to have multiple animals in this habitat, I'm just going to put some guest facilities like on this section here, knowing that we're going to move them into the plaza later when we've got a bit more money and we can build them up a bit more and make a nice building to house them all in. So for now, I'm just going to put a chief beef and a gulpy soda in on this side. So if we just get a couple of these guest facilities going, that should really help. Now we are going to have to add these into our work zone. So I'm still just going to add these into the central hub. I'm actually just going to add everything into the central hub. We need to add the guest gates in as well, because the caretakers will use the distance between all the stuff to work out where they need to actually go for cleaning. So if we put the entrance gates in there, then they'll walk right up to the entrance gates and clean there as well. Now you can see we've already got a lot of customers, which is a great sign. So hopefully they've already made profit. This is going to earn some money for us, as well as all of the donations that should go up with a boosted education. And you can see our zoo is finally starting to make money, which is great. That's exactly what we want. Hopefully this will keep ticking up, and we can start putting some nature in as our finances increase. And now as the sun is setting, I think it's probably a good idea to add some plants in to meet their plant coverage needs. So I'm going to add a few rocks in first, and then I'm going to add some trees and some plants. Okay, the zoo is still getting quite dark, so I'm just going to roll this back so that we close at 8. And then this isn't too bad. This is going to be the start of the new day. We could maybe close at 8 and open at 6. This seems like more reasonable working hours. Look at them just enjoying the sunset. Look how beautiful the game is at sunset as well. Like the red skies over the hills is so cool. Their little faces. They're so cute. Okay, refocus. Let's place some rocks. Okay, we've got some rocks in there now. Now we're going to need some trees and some plants. And one thing I actually realized we also need is in habitat, we need to get like just a feeder. Like we haven't actually got that. We've got the food enrichment, but in case there's any spillover, we should probably have like a food trough. I might just get one large food trough and put it here where the main entrance bit is, and maybe just move this melon feeder over. And then I started working on the nature of the habitat. So as I said, I use nature from the grasslands of South and Central America, and I started by putting some reeds around the water areas. Then I added some low-level planting and then put some trees in. And I did it in this order because I didn't want to put the trees in first and then not be able to see the low-level stuff. So I'd recommend you do that as well. Put in your flower-level stuff like the tick seed I'm using here, and then move on to the trees after. Okay, so, oh my goodness, look at them feeding. Oh, they're so cute. Look at them eating there. That's so adorable. Oh, I've just finished the nature. And what I've done is done a bit more of like a sparse area over here, kind of trying to plan forward for the Anteater and the main dwarf, because I don't really know what their requirements are yet. And I think we'll do that when we put them in. But then I've done like more like thick vegetation around this side, so they've got a lot more going on around here. In fact, I might just put a couple of extra palms and things in here just to really improve the coverage of everything, because I know that they live in thicker denser vegetation, so the capybaras prefer that anyway. And we've got quite a lot of reeds and stuff around here, but they tend to live around the water areas in like thicker vegetation. So that's kind of what we've done here, like especially around here. This is very dense. We've got these thickets scattered around everywhere as well. We can always add a few more of these in. Yeah, we've just added in a lot more of like the thickets as well, which I think has improved the vegetation quite a lot. So hopefully this will be good for their needs. We've kind of run out of money as well, but we are earning more money, so don't worry. It's just a short-term thing because we bought a lot of plants. So that will tick up. There you go, it's already going up. But I think this is pretty cool. It gives them a nice open area. It also means that guests can see really easily into this section and along this edge. and on the other side as well. Like they can still get good views through the habitat, but it also gives them the privacy that they may want. And you can see that some of them have come for a nap in the little hut. How cute is that? Now, a lot of you did say that perhaps this water area we have over here, like whilst they're enjoying it, it could be bigger. And we have got to think about the other animals that are going in this habitat, because today we're going to put in the maned wolf and the giant anteater. But I think there's definitely room to expand the water areas and make some like really shallow pools for them to splash around in. So I think we may do that. We've got to watch our cache, but it is going up quite a lot. So we just need to give it a bit of time and it'll be absolutely fine. I used the terrain tools to add a bit more of a shallow area that we could add the water into, and then I just replaced the water area and moved the plants out of the way that were now in the water. Okay, I think that's a much bigger water area for them now. And we've still got this little kind of drinking pool over here. I may move the duck actually, because it doesn't really make sense to have it here when this isn't like the playing area. Like this is the playing one, and then the other one is more of like a drinking one. So there we go, we've got the duck in there, we've got the sprinkler here as well, and we've just moved the vegetation out. And it's starting to rain anyway, so there's going to be water everywhere. But I feel like this gives them a lot more. And when we look at their areas now, they've got way more than they actually need. So we're definitely hitting that requirement. And there's still 7,000 meters squared of space, which is loads. So I think they're pretty good now. And thanks everyone for your comments. It's a really good idea to put some more water in. We wanted to make it as ethical as possible for these guys, which basically in this case just means making it exactly what they need, or well beyond what they actually need, and like more what they want. So that's the aim anyway. Oh look, are they going to play with the little water spout? They're thinking about it. They're so cute. I think we've hit, yeah, they could have more nature actually as well. But they're happy. We need to look at when we put the other animals in what they want. And the only reason I was hesitant with the water before is because the other ones don't need water other than to drink. Like they don't play in water or swim or anything. But these little guys, they love it. This is fairly shallow, though it is higher than their body level. So what I might do as well is just pause the game, remove the water, and just make kind of like an area over here that's a little bit more shallow again. There we go. I think that's better. Now we've got like this quite a large area here where you can see it's really shallow, and then it's slightly deeper there for the actual like waterfall area. Because you guys were saying that if they could kind of be half submerged in the water, that would be ideal for them. So hopefully that is good. We need to find our capybara now. Let's have a look again at the requirements. Okay, so they've got a bit less, but it's hopefully more suited to what they actually need, and it's still more than double what they actually, what they require. So, seeing as it's just for them, I feel like this is probably good enough. Look at them drinking. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, and another thing, which is completely irrelevant, so I have no idea how I just thought of it now, is that we have our guest facilities and no bins. So this is going to be a problem. We need to have a look at our bins, benches, and security, and put in some benches so our guests can like revitalize their energy, and also put some bins in. Now, the benches aren't as much a concern at this point because they've not really got that far to go. There's just one animal here, and then they're going to go home. So they're not going to run out of energy as easily. But we do need to put some bins in because they're already starting to litter everywhere. And we have got a caretaker. I say that and I can't see any litter. But these guys are going to start throwing whatever they have on the floor pretty much immediately. So we need to just make sure we're ready for it when they do start. When they do finish their meals and want to get rid of everything. I think it'd be cool as well to have the bins themed around the area as well. So we've got these South America bins and like the benches as well, which I think would be cool to use. So, especially because this has a giant anteater on it. Oh my goodness, this is perfect. Okay, well, we'll put some benches in and we'll put some bins in the South America theme around this habitat here. Okay, I think that is probably enough benches and bins. We've got lots of them around the place now. And we should have a look at our vet research. Oh, and we've done it. There we go. You say it and it'll happen. So we've already got 4 toys. I think we already had these, but we've unlocked food level 2 and we've got an education bonus, which is perfect. So let's look at our food. If we look at our animals, we can click on food and give them the grade 2 quality food, which is so much better, which is perfect. We're really doing a good job. Now, we need to look at the next animals we're going to get for this habitat, the maned wolf and the giant anteater. Now, when we look at the Zoopedia for the maned wolf, we can see they're near threatened species, 17,000 in the wild, and they live in groups of 1 to 2. So there's up to 1 male and 1 female. We'll have 1 of each. We can see if we look at the natural habitat that if there's 2 of them and they've got like 2 babies, then they need about 1,500 meters squared of area. They don't need any water or climbing, and they're happy with grade 2, taller than 3 meters. So the 3 meters, I'm hoping this is sufficient because this should be 4 meters, but obviously like the design dips down. So we'll have to see how like the game handles that and whether that's okay or not. But I think it should be. So let's grab a couple of these. Now, how long do they live? That's a key point. They live to be 14 and they can breed from 2 years. Okay, this seems fine. And they can breed until death. That's what you want to know. So these 5-year-olds are actually okay. We could probably get one of these. So let's just have a look at their appeal and see who is the most interesting. Right, these 2. The most expensive ones, shockingly. Let's grab this one from Frontier Zoo, this female, and this male from Frontier. So if we're getting them from Frontier, it means that they won't be related, which is perfect because we can use them for breeding. And let's send both of these to our quarantine building. Now, this is just going to check if they're injured or sick before we actually put them into the habitat and risk infecting the capybara that are in there. Look at the sunset that we've got. It's so pretty. Wow. I love it. I love it. Also, if you're wondering how I've got these, like, all the terrains all sculpted, for lack of a better word, I've clicked on the sculpted terrain when I started the franchise zoo. So it's one of the terrain options. You can either have it flat or you can have it be sculpted. But I just thought it presents some unique terrain challenges to us. Oh, and it's nighttime and it's dawn. Everyone can start their grueling, insanely long shifts. Everyone can enjoy that. I'm sure our employees absolutely love us. Now, our wolves have just passed quarantine, so I am going to put them both into the habitat with the capybara, and then we're going to have to change the habitat to suit their needs. Our money is kind of up and down, but we are earning a lot of profit overall, so it will be going up. We just need to give it some time. And look at them. They've got the level 2 food. So I didn't actually check the level 1 food for comparison, but I'm assuming it's got more like fruits and like more nutritious stuff in it as well. Look at them running over. They're so hungry. I just think that's so adorable, the capybara. Look at them. These are all the females. Where's our male gone? Oh, the wolves are in. Wow. Look at you. Wow, is this our female? It's our male. Look at this guy right here in the sunlight. Look at him go. He's beautiful. Now, he's probably not super happy with the environment. Oh, he's okay. Let's just check. No, he needs a bit more long grass, so that's fine. We can definitely play around with that. Let's get our painting and add in some long grass. I'm going to put this over this side of the habitat a little bit more. Now, he is happy. Let's just check how our capybara feel about it still. They're still happy. This is good. So we've met his terrain needs. He's got enough hard shelter. We could look at adding another hard shelter option because there are going to be multiple animals in here. I'm not sure if they'd want to sleep in the same enclosure, but they may also just sleep outside. So we can see. Let me know in the comments what you guys think if we need another hard shelter option, because it is just going to eat into their land space is the only problem. But they need a bit more enrichment. They're happy with, so it's a good thing we didn't add more plants because they're kind of at the top end of what they like. So that's good. But they do need some enrichment. So let's have a look in our habitat. Enrichment items. Maned wolf. Now we've got some things here. Some things are a little bit different. So we've already got a sprinkler, which is perfect. Let's add a dog ball. A blood scent marker by this tree over here. A bamboo feeder. Now let's put the feeders near the fence, near the viewing areas. A block of ice can go here as well. And then we've got a prey-scented sack, which we can put by this tree. And then we've got a large ball. And I always hate adding in cardboard boxes, but I know that animals love them. And I do kind of love that it says Gulpy on it as well. So they've got an endless supply. We've got Gulpy right here. They've got an endless supply of cardboard boxes that their drinks come in. So it's a way of recycling, I guess. And the animals love them. Look, that's the first thing they've gone over to is the cardboard box. Let's see how they feel now. So they're at 100% enrichment. They've probably got loads more than they need to. And crucially, they've got an interspecies bonus, which is perfect. So they are sharing with another animal. Ooh, we've taken out the water here and not replaced it. So I'm going to put the water back in there. That's better. Oh, it's got a lot of long grass here. I'm just going to take away the long grass from this section. It doesn't need to be this big because that looks a little bit strange. And then I'm just going to amend just to make sure that we've still got enough long grass. That's fine. We could always add a little bit more kind of around the water area. There we go. The capybara still okay? They are. That's perfect. Where's our male? I want to find our male capybara now. If we go on animals, he's at the bottom. Diego, currently. Oh, there he is. It was him. I was literally looking at him like, where's our male? So we've got both of them in here now. And they're having a good time. I hope our guests love them as well. Now, we need to change our education to not just show off the capybara, but also show off the maned wolves. So let's put the maned wolf on. I'm going to leave the capybara on the sides, the maned wolf and the giant anteater in the middle. I think that's how I'm going to do it. So let's have a recurring theme going across. And then it's slightly more education for the capybara, but hey, we love them. We can always add more of these along the side as well. Just move these down here. So there's one of each. And yeah, there they are. They look quite cool. They're very like red orange, aren't they? Like a very vibrant color, which is cool. Now you have to let me know in the comments what you'd like our maned wolves to be called. So currently it's Jonas and the other one's over here. Jonas and Andressa, but we're going to give them new names for the new zoo. And we actually need to rename our capybara, so I'm going to do that now. Now our male is going to be the highly requested Quandale and female Gort, and they're named after the Urban Rescue Ranch capybaras. Then we're going to have Brownie, who's in a massive slumber right now. And we've got another one in here who's going to be Julia. Julia's pregnant as well. That's amazing. Over here, we're going to have Pipoca, which is popcorn in Portuguese. Then we're going to have Caroline, Clementine, who's on a run. And finally, Callie, who's saying hi to our guests. Okay, so the next animals we need to get in here are the giant anteaters, which are actually vulnerable because there's only 5,000 in the wild, which is crazy. They again live in groups of 1 to 2, so it's going to be 1 male, 1 female to breed them. And they need, if they have 2 babies, like 800 meters squared. So it's really easy. Oh, one thing we didn't check. Now I was about to talk about barriers. Is can our animals leave? Like, can the maned wolves escape? No. Perfect. Okay, that's really good. We don't want them to, so that is perfect. And they have more than enough space as well. So that's really, really good. Now, our anteaters need the grade 2 fencing and more than 1.25 meters. So what we have is very far beyond what they actually need. They're sexually mature at 4 years old and they're sterile at death. So again, really easy to breed. We just need to make sure that they're They're not too old because they only live to 16. So let's have a look at them on the animal trading. Okay, we've got giant anteaters here. We've got a couple. Let's sort them by appeal, because again, we're only having 2. There's a younger female here that's 900 credits, which I might actually get because she's pretty good. And we have a lot of credits right now. So I'm going to get this female. And for the male, they're very similar in appeal. I'm tempted to get the younger male because they're already 7 and they only live to 16. So let's get that male as well. And then we've got both our anteaters. Let's send them to quarantine. Let the vet check them over. There they go. The vet's going. Let's have a look at what our guests think as well. The zoo's pretty small. The ticket price is fair, which is good. And, you know, they've got decent views. It depends on where you are in the habitat, but the focus isn't to provide insane views of the animals. Obviously, it's about the ethics of having the animals and making sure that they've got what they need rather than having guests able to see them at every angle and giving them no privacy whatsoever. So I think there's a good amount of viewing around here. You can definitely see some animals. It's just if the AI of the guest wants to come and see capybara and then they get an amazing view of the main wolves, they may just like look past them and try and find the capybara on the other side of the habitat. It's not quite going to work, but I think it's pretty good. For real life zoo, this would be very much reasonable. Like, you can walk the whole way around and a view like that is insane of the main wolves, so I'm happy with it. Now, another thing we should get while we've got a little bit of cash now is an information center, because this is going to sell donations again for our animals through sponsorships. It's like animal sponsorships. But it's also going to sell audio guides which improve our guests' education of our animals, which you can see they're already running up and buying them, which is perfect. But yeah, they have these adoption packs. They also sell umbrellas, but I don't really think people are going to need them as much in Africa. I don't know, maybe that's just me being wrong, but it did rain earlier actually, didn't it? It did rain, so there is going to be a bit of rain. So on the off chance, they've got umbrellas too. But look at them, they're just loving their hamburgers at the minute. Look absolutely disgusting. They're so yellow. Oh, our male's past their quarantine, just waiting on the female now. It's unfortunate that the quarantine is just like a black void if you go inside. Like there's nothing here. Whereas if you go inside any of the other buildings, they've got like this beautiful interior. You could, you know, like, it's a shame, but hey, it is what it is. We get the animals from the void. Now we've got both of our anteaters. Let's move them into our habitat. We have to change the name of this habitat as well now to be capybara, maned wolf, and giant anteater, which is quite a mouthful. I think they probably need to train up all of our staff as well, because they are at the lowest level. So let's just train up everyone. You can actually do it by clicking everyone and then train them up here. I don't know why I select them all individually, but you have the option. And I'm going to put everyone to work on the central hub too, and then just make sure that all of the central hub captures all of these shops as well, because then it means that they're not restricted to only work in one shop and they can kind of float between. Oh, our anteaters have arrived. Here they are. This is our male. Wow, look at him. Running straight for the cover of the trees. They're so funny, like their hands are so interesting. Now they are actually okay with everything in their habitat, including plant coverage. They do probably need a little bit more enrichment. Let's just see. Do we have anything else? Yes, we've got a few things. So we can put a forage box in. Let's put that over here, because we've not got a lot over here, and a slow feeder too. And then none of these trees really go with what we have. So I'm going to put, instead of like a scratching tree that's one of these two, I'm going to put a bark one in just near this tree that they can use, and a herb scent marker over here. And they've already got a dog ball and a large ball. Let's just put a large snowball in as well, because why not? The main wolves will use them as well, and then everyone's happy. Now this should be at 100%. Yeah, they're very happy with everything, which just means we've created a habitat that really works with the animals, I guess. Like they all have similar needs. What's great is to see as well that they're gonna, on the enrichment, they've got a 40% interspecies bonus now, because they're living with a diverse range of suitable habitat mates, which is cool. And like, this is the female as well. She's awesome. She's gonna be great for breeding. Giant anteaters visit 200 ants nests and eat up to 30,000 insects in a day, which is ridiculous. They also have no teeth and very limited jaw movement, and they can only open their mouth enough to stick their tongue out and collect ants. But don't feel too sorry for them because the giant anteater's tongue is 45 centimeters longer than the length of their skull. The giant anteaters also have no stomach acid, and they use the formic acid made by the ants they eat to digest their food. In order to get water, giant anteaters dig large holes, which are then used as water holes by many other animals. But I feel like we've kind of done their job for them in this zoo. Unfortunately, the giant anteater is a vulnerable species, and its population decreased by 30% between the year 2000 and 2010. Their habitat is currently under threat through deforestation and the expansion of agriculture, and they're also really badly impacted by wildfires, hunting, car collisions, and dog attacks. The good news is that the giant anteaters are protected when their home range falls within the nature reserves, and there are captive breeding programs in zoos which reintroduce them into the areas where they've gone locally extinct to prevent population fragmentation. But there's currently only 5,000 left in the wild. Now we can see from adding in the additional animals and from putting in the information center, I imagine, we've boosted our profits massively. So we are earning a good amount of money from this zoo. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is already earning money for us. All of our shops should be doing quite well. So they are a great way to get money. It's also very dark. Like the dawns are beautiful, but very red. Like it's quite cool though. Let me know if you guys want me to move the opening hours a little bit later, or to kind of enjoy the red aesthetic of the morning here. Got our main wolf just staring us down, motionless. Oh, they're staring at the other one. Okay, they're locked in a staring contest. Or the capybaras move around them. That's so funny. I wonder if that's part of their like mating process, is just to stare each other down. Look at the hordes of people we have now. This is getting insane. I love it. This is doing really well. We've got so many guests entering now. We've got almost 400 guests in the zoo, and they've all come for one habitat. So let's have a look at what they think again. They're probably thinking, yeah, wow, that like they love seeing all of them together. That's great. And they think that the ticket price is great. So we could probably boost the ticket price a little bit and put a toilet in too. Let's just say it's 7 for an adult and 5 for a child now to get in. We are going to pay a good amount of land tax for this zoo because we're having a lot of space. So we have to keep that in mind when we're doing this. And another thing I think we should do is go into facilities. Under media devices and education, there is a habitat web camera. Now we're going to put this in all of our habitats, and basically this is like a, you can use it as a sleeping cam, I guess, but we can broadcast this on our website of our zoo, supposedly, and improve our marketing score. And I think you get 0.5 for every camera. So let's just put one here and we can enter the camera view. This is what we'd see. So you can see them sleeping in here, obviously, if they're in here. I'm just going to keep the camera in this room because this is like the main sleeping area, and the other one is more of like a secondary sleeping area. But we can see our marketing has gone to 1/2 a star now, or at least somewhat of a star. So it's giving a bit of a boost. And if we add these in all the habitats, that should hopefully be enough marketing generally for our zoo. So that's the plan anyway. And we won't have to do any like paid marketing campaigns. But if we need to, we will. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing like a cereal box advert. I think that's really cute. Oh, someone's knocked the ball in the water. Who was that? Oh, both of them have gone in the water. Is that you? Clementine's being naughty. Look at them swimming. But yeah, I think I'm happy with them having this like shallow area here too, where they can just play a bit, and then they can also go deeper into the water if they want to. Seems like they like to swim though, because they're always trying to go in the deeper parts of the pool. We should maybe increase the maintenance of this habitat, because there are quite a lot in here. Oh, they're already coming every month. I'm going to put the vet every 3 months just to check up, because we've got a lot more animals in here than like a normal habitat. So if we double how often the vet comes and checks up on everyone, I think that's good. And it's probably time that we did some beautification to our zoo. So I am going to build a nicer staff area for some of these staff buildings. Now I've just moved the staff room and the keeper hut over to this side because I'm going to put the research building over here. And I am going to delete the small research center and place the large research center in its place, because we're going to be doing a lot of research here. So at least that's the plan. I always start my buildings by laying out the shape of the buildings. I feel like it's quite a good framework to work from. So I'm just using the New World wood pieces to do this now. And now I'm just using some other wooden pieces to make a wooden flooring, which kind of covers the staff paths we've got in there. I also relayed the paths with the set exchange so that they don't have the curbs on them, because then the curbs stick over the floor otherwise. Oh, one of our capybara is about to have a baby. Their offspring's imminent. Oh yes, our first baby. Which is perfectly timed because we've just run a little bit low on cash. So we need to take a pause in our building of the staff building. They're going to find a nice comfy spot and then they're going to have the first baby in the zoo. How cute is that? Our first baby. Look at them. Oh, there's two of them. Look at their little faces. Oh, there's three. There's three. We've got 3 babies. How cute are they? Oh, see, everyone's come to see now. Everyone's come to see the babies. Oh, they're adorable. This one is going to be called Adam. This one is going to be called Anna. And then the final one is going to be called Carrie. Look at all of them. We just improved our, is it herd? Our herd size? I don't know what it is. Also, it rains a lot here for what I was expecting. Like the grasslands of Africa, I didn't think was a very rainy place. I obviously know nothing about the climate. I'm just going to finish off this staff building we were started to make. Okay, we've got a slight issue with the staff room because there's not enough with space, which is odd because we don't, you know, we have enough staff rooms. Oh, we are going to have to reselect all these buildings as well because in moving them, I think we must have messed up with the system or something. I don't know. Oh, there's no power. That's why. Okay, that's fine. We just need to put another power source. In fact, let's just move these buildings to the edge of where we're building. And for now, they can just sit here. And that way we don't need a new power source for them and everyone can use the staff facilities now and the keeper hut. So that's good. So now I'm just moving the solar panel to a place that I think fits a little bit better and then covering it with some of the decorations so it kind of incorporates it into the building. And then I'm also changing the paths out the front so it kind of ties in better with the building. And we need to build something around the ugly water treatment tank at the back. So we're kind of building a little housing unit for it. And then I wanted to add a small enclosed garden to the front of the building to just add a little bit of brightness to the staff's day. You know, when they start their 14-hour shift here. And I noticed we have a couple of challenges that we've got now. So we've placed 2 different habitat species. We've actually placed 3 out of 2. Well done us. And we've got at least 300 guests in the zoo. We've got 500. So we basically just earned ourselves a couple of grand quite quickly. And we could carry on designing the staff building. Now I'm starting on the roof of the building. The plan is to do an initial wooden layer and then put a wooden border around the edge of the building and turn it into a green roof on top. And now that's done, it's mulch time. We're going to lay a layer of mulch across the roof of the building, which is going to serve as the base layer of the green roof. And we also add it to the front garden too. Mulchy. Now we're going to start adding the plants to the roof. And for this, I'm going to use plants that are found in the African grasslands because that's where the zoo actually is. And I feel like it makes the most sense to grow those here. Oh, our main wolves are mating. Oh my goodness. Look at them. Are they pregnant? That's the question. Yes, they're due December year 4. So we're in year 4 now. So that's this December. They must have a gestation period of like 6 months because we're in June. Is that 6, 7? I don't know. It's about that. It's about half a year. We're in summer right now, as you can tell, because the rain has stopped and it's sunny skies. That's what we like. I keep getting the notification for like the community challenges, which I'm not doing. So that's why the community like award keeps coming up for the challenges, but it's not actually something that we've got. It's not a zoo challenge for our own zoo. It's just like a community thing. Oh, capybaras. Oh, Caroline's about to mate as well. We just missed the mating, but she's about to have offspring too. Year 5. Oh, we go. September year 5. She's got a bit more of a weight. Look at Quandale. You dog. And I'm just going to carry on building up the nature. And we've got our first inspection report. Okay, we've got good for cleanliness, but very bad for education. So we do need to have a look at that and see if we can improve it. Right now, I'm just going to pause the game and finish up decorating this section here. Now, I've just fast forwarded the game a little bit, so we've got a bit more money. And I've seen as well, we're about to have our maned wolf offspring, like our first ones. So that's very exciting. I also realized that I don't know if the maned wolves can actually use the feeders that we've got. It doesn't look like, yeah, so they have the food bowls instead of the troughs we've got. So I'm going to put a nice food bowl in for them as well. And I'm going to whack that. Maybe we should put this over here on this side where the anteaters are. We'll put the food bowl in the middle there. And then that gives them an opportunity to feed from that if they don't want to feed from the... Oh my goodness! They've had a baby! Louisa! Oh, they're so cute! Look at them! Oh, they're adorable! They're taking their first steps outside. The maned wolf has particularly long legs, maybe not this little one, which is an adaptation for hunting in long grass. And they have particularly strong smelling urine that's used for marking their territory. Despite its name, the maned wolf isn't actually a true wolf. It's the only member of the genus Chrysochaeon, which translates to golden dog from Greek. The maned wolf cubs are black at birth and their fur gradually changes to red as they age. And maned wolves are omnivores, which means in the wild up to 90% of their diet is made up of the wolf apples, which is the fruit of a tree native to the Cerrado. Unfortunately, the maned wolf is near threatened due to habitat destruction, persecution from farmers, sport hunting, and live capture. And it's thought to have gone extinct in most, if not all, of its historic ranges in Uruguay. A lot of their suitable environments in their native range are turned into agricultural land, and increasing urbanization means they're often killed on roads or catch diseases from domestic dogs. And whilst they are a protected species across much of their range, the enforcement of the protection is lacking. Conservation efforts for the maned wolves revolve around raising awareness about vaccination rates in domestic dogs and road safety, as well as conducting research into the maned wolf endocrinology in the hopes of improving their reproductive success. So hopefully we'll have a little bit of luck in this zoo and we can do a little bit for them. There's currently 17,000 left in the wild. Now, I think we have enough money to finish off this staff building, so I'm going to start doing it now, and I'm going to leave it on play, but if any other events come up, I'm going to pause it and finish it before they happen. Now that I'm finished with the plants, I just wanted to add a little bit of detail to the entranceway, and then start detailing the walls and adding windows and doors where I thought we needed them. And then the mulch was creeping in, so I had to put another layer of a wooden roof on. Now we've finished our staff building, and I think it looks really cute. We've got like a nice green roof using the plants from the African grasslands, which is where we are with the zoo. And we've got a little outside area as well for our staff to look on a little bit of the plants themselves, because they're not going to see the ones on the roof. Even though it is really good for the environment to have them, they're not going to see them. So we're giving them a little bit of that there, so they have a taste of it. And then if we look around the back, we've got outside access to the water pump, which our engineers can get to. And it's nice and hidden away as well. And we also have around the front a nice solar panel, which has a little maintenance, what would you call that? Maintenance panel on it. Which they can access and fix the solar panel too. I would like to have the solar panels on the roofs, but it's just a little bit unrealistic in this game because the engineers actually have to go up to them and maintain them quite a lot. So I don't really think that's going to happen. And on the inside, we've got our animal trade center, our quarantine. We've put in a staff toilet. Now, I did want this to be gender neutral, but they've kind of only got signs that have male and female on it. So I've just put them both under the same door, and we know what that is. It's a gender neutral toilet, because why would you not? Because it's gender neutral at home. Then we've got a large research area for our vets to do some research on our animals. And we've got a nice veterinary surgery, which is really cool. We put the roof in, as you saw, so it's nice wooden roofs everywhere. But these areas are so cool. Like, look at all the equipment and everything. Even the folders are cool. Surprised at how excited I am by folders, honestly. But hey, and they've got these, like, look, is that gloves? It's so cool. Oh, I love it. I love it. Now, this is definitely a welcome addition to our zoo, and I'm sure our staff are going to love it. We do need to build the other building, but I think we may do that in the next episode. Oh, look at Louisa joining her mom and dad eating. That's so cute. Oh, I wonder what they're eating. You guys can probably tell me in the comments what Maine Wolves normally eat. And also, please do give name suggestions for them. We've got a little baby now as well, so we need a name for Louisa because she can't stay Louisa forever. She has to change. Everyone in this zoo must be renamed, except the staffs in this series, which you are letting keep their own name. Look at the guests. They're loving this as well. That's great view, though. Can you imagine seeing that many animals like coming up to the doors? Now, we haven't changed education to feature the giant anteaters, so I'm going to put them in as well on all of the middle panes. And I'm tempted to just leave the education speakers on the capybara. I mean, what's the most important animal? Apparently, the giant anteater is, but the capybara are our first animal, so to me, they're kind of the most important. We'll leave it as it is for now with the education on, because I feel like it'd be weird to have multiple talks going at the same time for like the anteaters, the main wolves and the capybara. Like you hear one and then you walk 2 feet and hear the next. Maybe that's actually just normal, but I like to think that that's kind of the setup we have, is that the automation is on the capybara, and then we'll have educational talks in all of them anyway, and they can buy audio guides. So really, if they want to learn about the animals, we have quite a lot of facilities for it. And guests think the ticket price is good, which maybe suggests it should be 8 and 5. We'll see how that goes. There's lots of damage things, like we can resolve that, and we need a toilet. We do need a toilet for our guests. That's a really good point. Plus, they want more drinks facilities, and that's probably because it's really hot as well. Like it is 33 degrees C right now, which is very warm, so I'm sure they'll be wanting a nice big guest area in the center here, which we'll definitely be adding. For now, they've only got 1 drink shop and 1 food shop, so we do need to improve our provision there. And in fact, let's build ourselves a little guest facility section over here. Now that we've got more guests coming through, I think we can probably have some more guest facilities. So let's add in another drink section, and then I'm gonna move the others over here and see if the guests are still happy with it. Because I wanna have a few different shops and a nice central eating area, I think, here. So I'm gonna start to set out the benches we want. Now, I'm tempted to do it by theme, so I'm gonna keep, like, for the continents we're going for, I'm gonna keep this side to be kind of South American animals as you come in. So this at least this half of the seating area is gonna be South American. And for the South Americans, we have these really cool tables, so I'm gonna be using these. Let's dot some of these around. I'm going to delete a path section and start to add in our shops around this. I'm going to add in some water as well to this section. Okay, now we've got 2 drinks and 1 chief beef right here, which should be good. I'm going to edit our work zone and add in the new pip shot water, and then also add the vendor into the central hub that we just got. Now, I'm also just going to train up all our staff, which I'm going to do periodically anyway, because I want everyone to be as trained up as possible, because they just get more efficient, basically. And now we've got more guest drink facilities, so it's looking good. We just need to decorate our little section here. Now, again, I started to build the framework of the building to see how it's going to look, and I wanted to use materials from South America, so I used the bamboo pieces from the South America DLC. And in my head, all of these shops are in one building, so I've just put 1 staff door at the back. And then I added a thatched roof because it was still in the South America DLC items, and I thought it looked cute. And I like the look of the bamboo holding up the roof in our habitat we've built, so I kind of carried that on into this as well. And then I just added a bunch of South America decorations and kind of got crazy with it. And I wanted the staff to have a nice little bamboo walkway to get in and out, and then also put a little garden in for them. Because again, just to bring a little bit of brightness to their day. Okay, so we've just built our new little guest area, which I think looks really cute. And you can see we've got the seating to the side. We've got the chief beef, then we've got 2 drinks. We've got Pip Shot water and Gold Piece soda in there, so that should be good. We've kind of kept it in the South American theme, using the pieces from the South American pack. And if we look around the back as well, we've also designed like a little garden area, which I think is cute. Just going to do this all over using like the Africa Grasslands pieces, because it just works with the the current biome we're in without doing too much terraforming to the land. If we whack a couple of bins in as well, that's going to help with the litter. So I'm just going to put a few bins just sprinkled around this area because we are going to need some. And we'll move them around as we develop this area a bit more. I'd like to have maybe like 4 structures like this, kind of in a square. I think that would look really cute. And nice big areas to walk around still for our guests. Our little capybara is still doing good in here, just eating their little food. Oh, that's one point actually. Let's have a look at our vet research. Ah, we've done some. Oh, we've done all of it. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, start on the main wolves then. The vet research, we've literally done everything. So we get breeding research, we get food enrichment. We've got education boosts again. Oh, we've got probably lots of toys and food level 3. So let's go to our food first. Animals, food. And set their food to food level 3. That's perfect. It's slightly more expensive, but it's better for them again. And they're actually happy with all their enrichment. But, ooh, the inspector's report's here. Still 1 for education, but cleanliness, 5 stars. So we'll improve our education over time. Have we got anything new? We've got plant screen. Ooh, that's interesting. Let's have that over here and have like a little private area for them around there. Then we've got submarine boy. Okay, sure. Let's whack that in our little water play area. It's not really deep enough, actually. I might leave that one out. We've got underwater plant feeder. Oh, interesting. Again, they're going to need probably that to be deeper in order to use it. Let's have a look at what kind of depth we need that to be. I think they're normally like 4 meters deep, which we really don't have. So we may leave it for this habitat. Maybe we'll put it in later. We'll have to see. And oh, they've got water taps. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, so they've got hot water taps, large and small. I think if we add them around like the waterfall area, that'll look quite natural coming out of the rocks. There we go. We've got some hot water taps in there. I think that looks quite cute. There's a jetty bedding platform as well, which I am going to add because sure, let's give them some space to sleep. If they want to sleep, there's a little jetty for them here. Oh, we're about to have baby capybara again. Oh my goodness, what an exciting time. Just as we're adding in more enrichment for them. It's like she could sense it. Oh, she's sitting down now. This is it. There they are. Little Manuel. Oh, that's an adorable name as well. And Sylvia. Okay, well, before we go any further, let's rename them. So Sylvia is going to be called Pancake. And Manuel is going to be called Mango. And he is running like anything. Where are you going? Why are you in such a rush? Oh, is he following his mum to the water? Oh, there you go. He's a good boy. He's doing what he's told. Listen to your mother. Oh, wow. The lights look really cool. We do need to add some lighting to this zoo. I do want to put in lights. It seems like everyone's settling into the habitat nicely. And you guys gave loads of name suggestions for the maned wolves and the giant anteaters. Look at all the babies. They're just so cute. And I noticed we've got a reduced crime. We've just not had any crime. We've got a reward though, so we might as well claim that. Gets us a bit of cash. And then if we release a giant anteater into the wild, we'll get one. Or if we earn a souvenir profit of $500. But we don't actually have any souvenirs yet, so we could think about a souvenir shop soon as well. We do kind of have enough guests to start warranting one. But for now, I think we're going to rename our maned wolves. Now they're all together. So our male is going to be called Stilts. Our female is going to be called Ginger. And the little Bubba is going to be called Loki. Then our giant anteaters are going to be called Squidward and Heather. So my plan is to build a reptile house over on this side of the zoo, and that will pull our guests through our like commercial area with all the guest facilities and hopefully earn the zoo some money, because basically guests get pulled through by animal appeal, and every animal has an appeal rating. Like our most appealing habitat species at the minute is our giant anteater, but we don't have any exhibit animals to pull them through either. And exhibit animals are really cheap, because whilst habitat animals cost this amount to feed generally, exhibit animals only cost, I think it's like 50 a month. It's super cheap compared to this. So it's definitely worth getting them in, and they bring a lot of appeal. Depending on which animals you have, they can bring a lot of appeal to your zoo. Now we should look at our vet research as well. See, we've done some. So the main wolf has got some stuff. Have they got food level 2 yet? They've got food level 2, cool. And they've got some more food enrichment and toy enrichments. Let's just have a look, because we may have already unlocked it. Let's have a look at maned wolf. I don't think there's anything new here. I think we had all of this before, but that's fine. I didn't realize that they could use the aquatic jetties as well. I assumed that was for the capybara, but apparently not. Well, cool. They've got one anyway. So I'm going to go into zoo animals and select their food and change that to food quality 2. So they're going to be a bit more expensive to feed, but it is better for the animals. And that's the focus of this zoo. It's got to be ethical in every way that we can. Now, another thing you guys said was you should probably have like a feature tree in the middle here, because it will provide some shade for the seating. And I think we will definitely do that. We should probably also put some shade on these seats so people can actually sit down comfortably. Because at the minute, it's like 33 degrees. Let's have a look at like the heat, the temperature. That looks quite warm. That's quite a warm zoo. So I think we do need to start thinking about the temperature. And I imagine our guests are probably complaining about it a little bit. It's pretty small. Ticket price is good. They need a toilet as well. We do need to give them a toilet. And it's, okay, it's scorching. They're starting to notice that it's a bit scorching. Also, crime. What's been done? Oh, there's one bench has been vandalized. That's not a lot of vandalized stuff. That's one thing. Very complaining guest. Right, let's delete a path section in the middle. I think that's the center, yep. And now we can put a tree in here. So let's move this bench over here. And then we can add a tree in the middle. Now we need to filter this as well to be Grassland, Africa, because we're trying to use the trees that are from this region. And I have the perfect tree in mind to have a nice baobab tree. Is that how you say it? Baobab? Baobab. But I'm not sure which one. That is a strong contender. I think maybe we'll go for this nice thick one there. And now we can have maybe some planters around the outside. Okay, we've added some grass and some planters around there, and that's a nice thick tree right in the center. So I think that's good. That provides a lot more shade to our areas generally. And we can put in some shading as well from the umbrellas. There must be umbrellas for these. Yes, there are. There we go. We'll put some of these in as well. There we go. Has that impacted temperature? It doesn't look like it. Yes, no, it has. It means that these areas are much cooler now, which is good. That's what we want. We've also got the inspector in our zoo. They're having a look at our habitat. Oh, they're leaving now. Well, hopefully they enjoyed reading about them, and they did learn about them. Now, another thing you guys said, actually, was that we should probably have sections where we talk about each animal as far as the educational speakers, rather than having education for each animal, like, spread out across the habitat. Seeing as we've got 3 animals, and we've got 3 or 4, depending on how you look at this section, ways to look at them, it might be a good idea to separate them out into their sections. And what I'm going to do is move the Anteater, seeing as they're the most popular animal, the most appealing animal, I'm going to move their forage box over to this side over here, as well as their small feeder. And this will mean that the Anteaters get fed over this side of the zoo. And then we can move the other food enrichments, like, because they're for different animals. Like the small barrel feeder is for the capybara. We can move that to this side and just make sure that the right feeders are there for the right animals. Like this is the bamboo feeder. We'll move that to this side for the main wolves. And then when they get more food enrichment as well, we'll put that over here for the main wolves too. But now we kind of have sections. So this section can be about the main wolves, and we can make sure we have enough education on just them, including the speaker. So this is going to change to be the main wolf. I'm going to do this for each section, just change it so that each area just teaches you about one of the species in the habitat. Okay, so I've just added a bit more education. I've moved things around so that the education boards aren't on the glass viewing panes anymore. They're just here. Oh, this one's sticking out a bit funny. I think it needs to be turned a little bit and brought forward. But essentially, this is the giant anteater side now. So all of the education is relating to them because they're the most appealing species based on what our zoo says, our overview. And then we've got the capybara section here on like the main thoroughfare of the zoo. And then we've got a little bit on all of them around the bedding. And then we've got the main wolf section over here. I think these look cute with the little umbrellas, don't they? I like it. They're very colorful. Right, let's start building our reptile house now. I'm using the New World wooden pieces to lay out a boundary to the building because they look nice and they tie in well with the existing staff building that we have. And I've added in some of the exhibit spaces so I know where they're going to be to make sure that they all fit in the building that I'm making. One of our capybara are about to have offspring. Pipoca is about to have one. Oh, she's lying down. That means it's time. Here they are. Little Francisca. And Elena. Or Elena. Not sure which one. But very cute nonetheless. Look at their little faces. Oh, they're so adorable. I love them so much. They're so cute. Look at all the people watching them. What a great view. They literally just watch them give birth. How cool is that? Now we need to give these little ones names. A great idea I saw for one of them was Cappuccino, which I thought was very funny. And then another one we had was Maple. Thank you guys for giving your name suggestions. If you have any more name suggestions, please do leave them in the comments below. I do read them and I will add them to the name list. So a future animal may be named after your name suggestion. Okay, I've laid out kind of a foundation for how I want our reptile house to be. We've got 5 exhibits in here, then we've got a walkthrough exhibit, and then another one in here. Now, I did have plans for 9, so I might see if I can add another 2 more exhibits to it, and it may just be that I might just extend this space over here to cover a little bit more area, and then we can add them in. But essentially what I'm doing is just laying out the area I want them to be in. And don't worry about the path. I'm going to put a floor over the whole thing so you won't see it. But this is just where the guests can actually walk. And I don't want them to go to all sides of the exhibits because I want to kind of integrate the exhibits to make it look a bit more like an actual habitat rather than just a screen. So I'm going to try and do that across all of the exhibits if I can. And then obviously we've got a nice walkthrough in the middle as well. Now, in order to design the exhibits, we need to actually get our animals and see what their environment looks like when we put them in there. So for this zoo, we're going to be having boa constrictors. So I'm going to grab both of these because they are currently available and we need both to breed. So I'm going to grab them for cash. We also need a common death adder. So we're going to grab the most appealing of these. And in fact, I think what we may do is rather than buying all of the animals up front, we'll just buy the animals that we actually need for each section of the reptile house and build it as we go. So let's do the South American section first. Now we've got our boa constrictor already from South America. We're choosing animals that live in the grassland biome, but just because it seems a little bit more ethical to keep them in the habitat that they're from, and it's a good way of filtering down the species that we're going to have in this zoo. So we've got boa constrictors, we've got 2 of them, and they live in a size of 1 to 2. The males are 2 meters long, and the females are 2.5. That's insane. And they can live for 30 years, which is crazy. So definitely going to be a good addition to the zoo. Then we've also got our green iguana. Now we need to make sure we get 1 to 2 of them as well. They live to 14 years, and they're huge as well. They're 1.9 meters long, the males. Wow. They're also going to be a very cool addition. So let's grab some of them now. If we go into exhibit trading, we can search for green iguana, and we're going to grab 2 of them now, sorted by appeal. So it's going to be this female and this male. And now let's put them into our zoo. So you don't have to quarantine exhibit animals in the same way that you do habitat animals. So they don't need to see the void. All you have to do is select both of them and then send to zoo and then click where you want to put them. And we want to put our boa constrictors in this habitat here. And we want to put our green iguanas in this habitat here. Now our work isn't done. We need to click on the habitat and they all going to need power. So that's something we have to consider. We're going to need power. So what I'm going to do is just select all of our animals and put them in the trade center again. And they'll be looked after there absolutely fine until we have enough to get a solar panel, which I think are $3,000. And then we'll place a solar panel in and they'll have power and we can carry on. Oh my goodness, I've just got a notification that Heather has had a baby giant anteater, which is a really strange phrase. Look at them. Look at their little faces. They're so cute. Wow. These are adorable. Oh, look at all of them just getting on so well. They just love it, don't they? All of them together. Now, this little anteater is going to be called Susie. Look at them run. They're so cute. I love it. I love it. They're just coming up to the guests. There's not even food out here. Like, they're just interested in seeing the guests, I guess. I'm glad they're all living their best lives. I realize it's only 2,000 for a solar panel, not 3,000. So we have enough money now. I'm going to grab one of these and I'm going to put it out the front of the building again and do a similar thing that I did with the staff room, where I basically incorporated it into the wooden facade of the front of the building. I would put them on the roof, but then the mechanics need to get to them. So in the game, we've got to go with the game mechanics. I just feel like the easiest way is to put them like this. And then we'll just put a wooden flooring there. And we need to make sure that our walls are on the right layer, which I don't think they are. I think they need to be one back because they're not lining up quite right. There we go. Now we should have power. We can put our animals back in. So let's put our green iguanas in here and our boa constrictors in here. Now I'm going to pause the game because they're not going to be in the right conditions. So their welfare has severe issues because basically it's not the right temperature, but it is actually the right humidity. So that's lucky, I guess. If we go to climate, we can change the temperature and the humidity of the exhibit. So what do they want? They want 23 to 31 degrees and they want 60 to 80%. So the humidity is actually perfect for them, but the temperature needs changing. The middle between 23 and 31 is 27. So we're going to just put it to the middle temperature, which should be perfect for them. And that will decrease down to 27 and give them the right temperature. I'm going to do the same thing for the climate of the iguanas, except they're not happy with their humidity. They need 50 to 60. So we're going to pull this down to 55. And 26 to 31, we can't do an exact midpoint, but we'll put it to 28 degrees because that is definitely good for them. So both of these will decrease on both habitats, and you can see the welfare is going up as we speak as the temperature comes down. Now we're getting a bunch of alerts here because we need to add them into our work zone. So I'm going to click on staff work zone. I am going to put them in the central hub as well. I'm just going to add all of these into the central hub. We will probably need new keepers at some point just to help with the workload, but we'll see how we get on for now. Now we can improve the layout. This is basically enrichment for our exhibit species. We can improve this by doing research on the animals. And actually, we earn enough profit in this zoo that we can probably afford to get a second vet to start doing some more research. Because I imagine they are plowing through. Oh, they finished the main wolf research. Wow, that's amazing. Well, let's get them started on the giant anteater, and then we'll get a new vet that can come and do the exhibit research. And the reason we've got the large research center in our staff building, which is this building here, is we can have multiple researchers doing research at the same time. So if we go to our zoo tab and click vet research, we can grab our new vet and drag them onto boa constrictor research, and they will start doing that as well for us. Now we know what their internal environment looks like though, we can start adding in some decorations so it kind of looks like it fits within a wider tank. Because I always think that these are quite small. So in our ethical zoo, we're building larger tanks, even if the game won't technically let us do it. Now, my approach to making all of these large exhibits is essentially trying to find construction pieces, nature pieces, pretty much anything I can that will match the ground, the plants, and the lighting of the existing exhibit, so we can essentially make it much bigger. If you forget the glass panels on either side of the exhibit, you would think the whole thing was one unit. And that's essentially what we're going for, because in order to try and make them as ethical as we can, we're going to increase the size of the exhibits to give the animals more space. So you'll see I do quite a lot of just looking at the different plants against the ones that are in there and just finding what works, like what looks like it works. And I was surprised by some of the plants I actually chose, but I feel like they do blend in quite well and just give the illusion that it's one habitat. Now we've built our first 2 exhibits, let's rename them in the animal panel. So if we go to exhibits now, you can see, the running cost. Yeah, I mean, we've got the walkthroughs 100 and then the rest of them are 50. So it's so like minimal for the benefit we're going to have from the animals. Let's call this green iguana and this one boa constrictor. Okay, we're almost done with our habitats now. Now we need to go to our media education and put on the exhibit education boards. Now I'm going to turn off align to surface and we can just add these in all along the walls. And essentially this is going to be like the habitat boards, but for the exhibits. And we also need donation boxes. Now I think I'm going to put these more in like the middle of the room than against the glass. Because again, I don't really want to obscure the view, especially with the exhibits. Like there's such a small area to look through. And I think I'm going to change this flooring to use the roof pieces because the floor is quite thick and people's feet are disappearing, I've noticed. While changing the floors, I accidentally deleted the building, which has kicked our animals into the trade center, but I'll put them back in a second. I'm just going to finish up adding in some educational speakers so that each section can have a little talk on the animal. I'm just going to add a couple of TVs as well, because I think they're cute. Just showing the animals that are in the habitat. And I've done that just by clicking on the image and then finding, if you scroll down, they've got every image from within the game. So you can find the boa constrictor on this list. There it is. And that's their kind of habitat education, but it's just on a smaller screen than like a habitat education board. I think these 2 exhibits are done. Green iguanas are great climbers and they can fall up to 18 meters without sustaining an injury, which I definitely can't do. They're also great swimmers and they use their strong tails to propel them through the water. Green iguanas have a flap of skin hanging from their chin called a dewlap, and the movement of it is a method of communication between iguanas. Green iguana hatchlings have a special tooth called a caruncle that is used for breaking through the shell of their egg, and it falls off shortly after hatching. Green iguanas also have a rudimentary third eye on the top of their head, known as a pineal eye, which is sensitive to changes in light levels and movement. The green iguana live throughout Central America, Northern South America, and the Caribbean, and although they're named green iguanas, they occur in many colors, commonly green, blue, brown, and orange. And the color of them often depends on their location of origin. Boa constrictors and pythons have a rudimentary pelvis and vestigial hind legs inside their body, and the scale and pattern of the boa constrictors depends on where they're from. There are a huge range of colors in the wild, and even more in captivity due to selective breeding. Boa constrictors give birth to live young, and they continue to shed their skin every 2 to 4 months as they grow throughout their life. Contrary to popular belief, boa constrictors do not kill their prey by suffocation, but by cutting off the blood supply to vital organs. Boa constrictors are native to Central and South America, and they're actually a ubiquitous species split into 9 subspecies, all of which are capable of thriving in most environments, but they're mostly found in rainforests, coastal areas, and semi-deserts. We can see as well now that the most appealing exhibit species we have is the green iguana, which is cool. And what do our guests think now? They still think it's small, but I think the ticket price is good, so we could probably put the ticket price up a bit. They do need a toilet. They still need a toilet. Now, I think we're ready to do these 2 exhibits over here, and for that, we're not doing the common death adder yet. That is going to go into our middle exhibit. Now we're going to do the giant tiger land snail, which sounds awesome. And this is the most appealing one. So we're going to get this one and that one. I wonder what group sizes they live in, actually. Let's have a look. They live in groups of 1 to 6. So I think we will just get 2 of them and then we'll let them breed and let the rest of them populate. Promiscuous self-fertilization. That's interesting. We're going to put them in with 2 of them so they don't have to self-fertilize if they don't want to. And we're going to put them in this habitat here. And then the other animal we're going to get is the puff adder. And we're going to have this sorted for the best appeal one. We're going to get these two, and we're going to put them in the other exhibit we have here, exhibit 2. Now, these animals are both found in the African grasslands, and the puff adder is actually found in Asia as well. But we're going to keep this side of the building to be more Africa themed. This side of the building, we're going to add some South America decorations to, and then the middle is kind of Central America, where we've got our common death adder. I'm going to just cycle through the dawn because it's quite hard to see what we're actually doing. Oh, and before I get too far, we need to make sure that the climate's okay for these guys, which it isn't. So yeah, we've just got an alert for it as well. Okay, so they need to be between 23 and 36 degrees and between 40 and 50 humidity. So we definitely need 50 degrees humidity because it needs to be between 40 and 60. And for 23 and 36, again, we're not going to have a center here, but I think 29 is good enough for a sweet spot here. And we're going to name this exhibit Giant Tiger Land Snail. And this exhibit is already in the ideal humidity range, but again, it's 23 to 31, so it's going to be a 27 degree habitat. And we're going to call the exhibit Puff Adder. There you go, that's getting a bit lighter now. Right, let's get some mulch in here. Oh, our inspector's report is ready. Education, yeah, okay. They're not happy with that, but they're happy with the cleanliness. We can live with that. The education will get better, it's fine. Oh no, we've got animal welfare problems. What's wrong with them? They're social, they're stressed and trying to hide. Oh, the babies maybe a bit less comfortable around people. I thought that they were quite comfortable. Let's have a look. Oh, they're neutral. Oh, okay, but guests can enter the habitats, so you'd think that they'd be kind of okay. There's plenty of places to hide. They just need to go into the wooded area. Let's see if we just move them, whether they'll calm down like that. We can use our god powers to fling a cardboard box across the habitat. Then they should calm down. Social, yeah, their stress is going back up. They're good. They're okay, which is a good thing in this case. Stress going up is normally a bad thing, but they just needed a bit of quiet time. Well, if that keeps happening, we can we'll have a look at it. It could just be that there's more people in the zoo than normal. We can also tell guests to be quiet with like the be quiet signs. That may help. We don't need protesters here though. She's okay. She's all right. We just didn't realize. We didn't realize, guys. It's fine. It's still an ethical zoo, I think. Okay, apart from the education, I think this habitat is pretty much done, which is cool. So we've got our giant tiger snails in there, and we'll just now do the puff adder habitat. And this is going to be a bit different because it's all sandy. Okay, we finally finished both of our habitats. We've got a nice large enclosure here for our giant tiger land snails, and we have a nice large enclosure for our puff adders. The giant tiger land snail is the largest species of land snail in the world, with the largest individuals reaching a length and diameter of 30 centimeters by 15 centimeters. They're huge. The snails have mouthparts called radulae that are covered in many tiny teeth, used to feed by rasping them against vegetation. The giant tiger land snail has been accidentally introduced to the USA and the Caribbean, where it's actually considered a pest now. Unfortunately, the giant tiger land snails are threatened by habitat loss and overhunting by humans, and in Ghana, they're considered a delicacy and often hunted for food. The giant tiger land snail lives in the woodland areas of West Africa. They have a grey body and a conical shell that's yellow, orange, or tan with black stripes. The distinctive pattern of their shell is what gave them their name. The species is hermaphroditic, which means it possesses both the male and the female reproductive parts, so there aren't any distinct males or females. The puff adder is a species of venomous snake that is widespread throughout sub-Saharan Africa and the southern Middle East. It's distinguishable by its squat body, broad head, and dull scales. It's a slow-moving snake, but it can reach great speeds when it's disturbed. The puff adders can give birth to a great number of live young, with one female recorded as giving birth to 156 young. Puff adders are responsible for most snakebite deaths in Africa, and the venom of a puff adder can cause extreme pain, low blood pressure, and necrosis of tissue. The puff adder is extremely greedy and has been known to eat itself to death in captivity if offered unlimited food, so we won't be doing that here. It's an aggressive and bad-tempered snake, often remaining ready to attack and never settling when in captivity, but we're going to do our best with these adders. And we've just got a challenge reward for adopting and placing 2 different exhibit species, which is great. So I'm going to claim that for a bit of extra cash. And now let's put in our common death adder, which is the last exhibit in this room. And we've got another deserty biome, so it's going to be similar to the puff adder, but I'm going to do that now. Okay, we've just put the common death adders in here, and we're going to change the name of Exhibit 7 to Common Death Adder. And we need to set the climate for them, so they're happy with their humidity. It's at 70%, which is halfway between 60 and 80, but 23 to 31 is going to be another 27-degree habitat. So that should be good for them. If we hit play, that should go back down. There you go. They're happy, which is great. We do need to work on the research for all of these exhibits because then we'll start to unlock things for them. Oh, and we need to sort this out because we don't want them doing that in any of the habitats. So if we set up some barriers, that it will stop guests from walking through where we don't want them to go. And we need to add in our education and donation bins. And we've got reduced crime because we haven't had crime in 3 months, but I don't think we've reduced it. We've just not had crime because we haven't hired a security guard. Now, it looks like our habitat's doing quite well, our exhibits, but we do need a bit of decoration in here, and we're going to need some bins because people have already started to drop their coffees and slices of pizza or whatever that is on the floor. So let's start decorating and maybe put some benching in as well so our guests can sit down, relax, and throw away their rubbish. Okay, so I feel like we've done as much decorating as I want to here. Some of it's a bit silly, some of it's a bit more fun, but I feel like it captures the theme, and we've got the different areas in there, like the South America and the Africa themes. Now we should probably dive in and look at our common death adders, because we've not looked at them yet. The common death adder has the longest fangs of any Australian venomous snake, and although highly venomous, the common death adder isn't actually aggressive and is rarely a danger to humans. The snake hides under leaf litters for long periods of time, twitching its grub-like tail to lure prey in, and then strikes when any unsuspecting animals move across its hiding place. The common death adder has the fastest strike of all venomous snakes in Australia. And it's thought that the name death adder was originally death adder because common death adders, like all snakes, can't hear airborne sounds and instead feel vibrations on the ground. The common death adder lives in the grasslands, forests and brushlands of eastern and southern Australia. And although this species isn't endangered, it is threatened by the presence of cane toads, which is an invasive species in Australia. Cane toads often eat young snakes, and then when the adult snakes prey upon them, they're poisoned by the toxins in the toad's skin, so they die as a result. Okay, so somehow I managed to confuse the common death adder and the western diamondback rattlesnake, which sounds so similar, so I can completely understand how I've done that. Because the western diamondback rattlesnakes are from the Central America, which is what this area is supposed to be. So we need to put the common death adder on the other area because they're from Oceania, which you can kind of see here on the little display board, which is cool, and put the western diamondback rattlesnakes in here. And I bet they're going to have completely different environments, so we're going to have to move them over and everything. This is a very young one, but from a breeding program. Cool, that's kind of what we like. So let's get this western diamondback rattlesnake and this one as well, which is a rescue, and have a look at them in the Zoopedia. How long do they live? They live for 17 years. Wow. Oh, and they can get really long as well. 1.4 meters. That's crazy. Sexual maturity is 3 years. So our little one for the breeding program isn't going to be able to breed yet, but that's fine. They can have some time just growing up, seeing the sights before they start breeding. That's absolutely fine. Apparently, our guests think that tickets are underpriced as well, which is great. That's not many. It said many guests think that they're underpriced. We'll maybe put it up to 10 and 5. We'll leave it there and see how that goes. Half price for kids. And in the meantime, I think we should take our animals and put both of our common death adders into the trade center, which will take them out of this habitat. The habitat's going to stay the same, but let's see what the western diamondback rattlesnake's like. Please be very similar. Please, fingers crossed, everyone. Oh my goodness, it is. It's very similar. Oh, okay. That's actually not that bad. We can change that. We just need to raise up the ground a little bit, or we could just copy it over and put something in very similar. But this is very, very, very similar to what we already have. It just needs a couple of cacti and some slightly higher ground, and maybe some different colored ground because this is a bit darker. But I'm going to do that. I'm going to move the common death adder into the other side of the habitat first, and then we'll make the habitat for these guys in here. Okay, I feel like that's close enough. I'm not sure the color match is quite right, but I feel like it's good enough right now. And we finally have our Western Diamondback rattlesnakes in there with their little cacti. Oh, there's a rock out here. Need to get rid of that. And then we've got our common death adders have been moved over to the Oceania. Oceania? Don't know how to say it. That section of the habitat, which over here, we need a glass panel on this side here. Otherwise, they can just climb out, which isn't good. But yeah, they've moved successfully over here. They should have been over here before because they're part of the same region. And we're going to have 2 more animals in here that are going to be in Oceania as well. So they're all going to be in like the same area, which is why I've changed the color of the donation bins as well, because I thought it matched a bit better. And we can have some guest facilities in here, like maybe a shop that sells souvenirs or something like that, and maybe some food or drink. Something, anyway, maybe a toilet, but I don't know. That's kind of a sin in this zoo. Oh, this panel is out of place. Right, let's move that there. And this one as well. There we go, that's better. Now everything's in line. Now our Western Diamondback rattlesnake is in. I'm gonna pause the game and go to their climate because we need to set their climate. So they're gonna need 50% humidity, which is halfway between 40 and 60. Quick maths. And then 24 to 30, 27 is about right, actually. Yeah, we'll leave it there. So hopefully this'll work now. This will go down. They'll be happy. They're all green. All their welfare is good. Now, there's no animals in there. Ah, okay. No, there are. Okay, that was confusing. One thing we do need to look at is our vet research, because I bet we've done loads. Yeah, we have. Oh, we've almost completed on the giant anteater and the boa constrictor. Right, well, the boa constrictor, now that we've done them, we'll have unlocked. So you can see it says exhibit enrichment. We've unlocked like new layouts. So let's go to the boa constrictors, which are on the left-hand side. Yeah, over here. Now, if we go here, we can see that the layout, we now have options. So we can add in tropical plants and wooden logs. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to add in probably just all of them to make it a bit more, enriched. And then the logs as well. Now this does make it look slightly different to the others, but we could always go back and add in more log enrichment or just like take out the really, really different ones like that. They don't technically need all of them. They get the bonus anyway, so we'll leave it like this for now. They got 80% enrichment now, so we're looking really good. We've got one more research enrichment to get, but I'm sure they'll whip through that and get that done really quickly. It's the level 5 we need, so we'll leave our vets doing that, and then when they've done them, we'll move on to the different exhibit animals and research them all up as well, because we need enrichment all over the place. And then we can, when we've done all the enrichment, maybe we'll come back and just add in all the extra features where we can to the other bits as well, so they still match up. For now though, let's have a little look at our Western Diamondback rattlesnakes enjoying their new habitat. The Western Diamondback rattlesnake is responsible for the most snakebite fatalities in Mexico and the USA. The rattle at the end of its tail is used to create warning signals when it's threatened. The snake has a heat-sensing pit behind each nostril that allows it to perceive very slight differences in temperature in the environment, which makes it a formidable hunter. Western Diamondback rattlesnakes eat only every 2 to 3 weeks in the wild, so they're happy to skip a meal. Despite the snake bites, the presence of the Western Diamondback rattlesnake is actually beneficial to humans because they keep our rodent levels low. The snake is native to the deserts, grasslands and scrubland of the USA and Mexico, and it's named for the pattern of grey and brown scales on its back. So I realised we completely forgot about our poor common death adders habitat, so they need to be in probably 27 degrees as well, 23 to 31, yeah, about there. And then 60, 80, they're in 70, so it's fine. The humidity was fine, it's just the temperature. So now they should be good. Oh, goodness. It's really sad to see them looking so unhealthy. Bless. I'm so sorry, common death adders. Oh, and we've got a protester. Okay, look at them though. They're fine. You good? Can you go? I think you can. I think your job here is done. She looks so angry. Oh, the finger. Goodness, she's pointing that finger at us. Okay, the rest of our Oceania section is a bit boring at the minute, so we're going to need to get some more exhibit animals. And we are going to get the Eastern Blue-tongued Lizard and the Eastern Brown Snake. So let's have a look at appeal, sort by that. How old do they live? That's a good question. Right, let's Eastern Blue-tongued Lizard. It's a really long name. They're a least concerned species, which is great. They live for sexual maturity at 2 years. They live for 12 years, so 7's not so bad. We can live with 7.5 for a good appeal one. What's the difference between them? Oh, not a lot though. Okay. We'll go for this one because they're a lot younger. And then same here, actually. We'll go for this one because they're exactly the same, but they're a lot younger. And with the snakes, we're going to get, there's a top female there. We'll get this one. And a top male there. They're both at breeding age as well, which is good. The lizards have a group size of 1 to 2. But the snakes, interestingly, have a group size of 1 to 5. So they could have more. But what I'm going to do is leave them to let them breed. And then we'll let their babies live there. And then we'll do it that way. And we still only have to buy 2. Because they can live in groups of 1 if they want. So they're not particularly worried about it. Now we need to get an animal exhibit. Let's place 2 more of these exhibits. We're going to need to delete a section of path to be able to place the exhibits. Okay, we've got 2 exhibits in here now. Now we can put our animals in here. Let's do the lizards first. I'm going to put the lizards on the back and the snakes on the sides. Let's put the lizards in here. We're going to set their climate to be the right temperature. So it's going to be 27 to 35. We're looking at 31, I think, around there. And then 50 to 60, 55. So that should be good for them. That'll, as we play, that will go down. Perfect. Their welfare's just gone up. And now we can make our exhibit for them. So we started by casing in the exhibit with the New World wooden pieces, and then I used plaster, which I colored to look like sand, and basically just added in any plants or rocks that I thought kind of looked similar to what was already in the exhibit. So it looks like we've extended the exhibit across the whole section. And I'm copying across the education boards, the screens, and the speakers that we've got on the other exhibit next door. And then I'm changing all the information to be about the eastern blue-tongued lizard so that we can educate our guests about them. Okay, we need to add this into the central hub as well. We've got both of these exhibits and the solar panel aren't included in our work zone. So hopefully we've got everything in the central hub right now. That's what we want. Okay, and then our keepers and vets and stuff should be able to access these areas. Ooh, I didn't put barriers on. I need to fix that. You're not allowed to stand in the cacti to look at the lizards. I'm sorry. Okay, that should stop them. I've just sunk them under the ground, the barriers, but they still work even when they're under the ground. And now we need to get these people out of here as well because they're going to get stuck. Okay, I can move them now. I'm going to get them out of there. I think when they're looking, you can't move them, like, because they're interacting with the game. But if they just walk out and they're like, oh, I'm stuck now, then they're... Do you need a toilet, my friend? Yeah, we don't actually have any of those. Right, so let's put in the eastern snake, eastern brown snake in here, and we have a very similar environment, which looks very cool. Ooh, we can see them as well. Hello. Hello. No, I'm getting nothing back. I got a little tongue flick out, but that was it. I think we've got, yeah, we have. Adopt and place 2 different exhibit species. We've got a challenge reward as well. Boom, that's a bit of money. I mean, we don't really need it as much at this point. Look at the dances everyone's doing around. I think they love the toilet. They would love a toilet. They haven't got one. I've just realized we didn't put any rocks in this habitat, which is like a cardinal sin on this channel. So I'm gonna rectify that right now because I've got loads of rocks. I'm gonna add in more rocks and keep the plants here as well, and then do the same for the other one. Now, one thing I forgot to put in, I've just realized, is lights in all of them. I'm just going to go and add in the New World path lights into all of the habitats. So we've got some more lights in there. Okay, now we've just put them on the end because I feel like it's going to create a bit of difference. Like it's going to have lighter areas and darker areas, and I'm okay with that in the habitat. Like these areas will be a bit darker, but that's, you know, a bit more realistic in that there's going to be trees in real life and things like that, which are going to obscure the sunlight in different areas. And plants, I mean, they're very close to the ground. So I feel like that's probably a good enough area for these guys. I'm going to seal the roof in, make it official by putting the roof on this building here. And then I'm going to add some decorations. And now we've kind of sealed it in. I'm going to do some decorations on the inside and add in some shops here. So we have something that guests can come to here. So let's have a look at what our guests actually want as far as facilities. It looks like they're looking for food and drink and mostly toilets. So food and drink. Let's put in a pizza pen here and a drink. What we're going to go for drink. Maybe we should, do we have coffee yet? No. Is Gulpy Slush, is that a drink? It's kind of a drink, isn't it? So as far as our facilities now, we've got slushies, sodas, water, burgers, and pizza. A nice balanced meal. Let's add that to the work zones. We're going to need them both to be in the central hub. And then they can use the same staff building and everything that's over here. And we're going to build a nice new building for our keepers and our staff room. But for now, this is doing the trick. And if we hit play, they're open for business. Now we do need to give them a door. So let's do that now. And then let's add some general decorations into this area to make it more like Oceania themed. Okay, I feel like that's pretty decorated. We've got to do some stuff here, but we're going to edit this anyway. So I've left that kind of as it is. But I feel like this is getting there. Oh, we need some benches as well. Let's put some benches in. That's going to be here, and we can use the Australian benches. Okay, we've added some benching in now as well, so that should be good. They've got somewhere to sit if they need to. And, oh, maybe we should have put some places to eat instead, because we have got the food here, but we don't really, this isn't really like a food and drinks place. It's like, you can get some food, but then get out. Don't stay in here and eat your pizza in here. Maybe it's not the best place for pizza. Maybe we should have got something else, like baked goods or something. But, hey, it's done now. They're going to grab a slice of pizza, and they're going to leave, and it's absolutely fine. Oh, there's a rock sticking out there that is not absolutely fine. We've got a few bits that are just coming out the back, but we can neaten that up anyway. That's not a big deal. We just need to move this slightly in. There we go. That's good enough. We may just need to put an outer layer on this building anyway and sort it out here, because there's a few bits that are going kind of here and there and everywhere. I'm not going to worry too much about stuff sticking out the top because we're going to put a green roof on at the end. But for now, let's have a look at the eastern blue lizard and the eastern brown snake that we've just added to our zoo. Eastern blue-tongued lizards give birth to live young. And if threatened, the eastern blue-tongued lizard will pull itself up, hiss, and stick out its blue tongue to intimidate predators. It can also detach its tail when it's attacked to act as a distraction. Their tails grow back after they detach them. The eastern blue-tongued lizards have a strong and painful bite and often won't let go of the bitten object. And the adult lizards shed their skin approximately every 6 weeks. That's a lot of cleanup. Okay, we're getting welfare protesters because of the cleanliness of the exhibits over here with the green iguana, and that's probably because we just don't have enough keepers. We've still got one keeper who's doing everything now. We've got quite a lot of animals now. So I'm going to put a new keeper in and assign them to the same central hub. And then hopefully they will get to work on this. We can get our green iguanas, and they've already called the vets. So hopefully, yep, they're going to go right there and clean them straight away. And then if we've at least got 2 keepers. We'll probably need 3, just given the amount of animals we have. I'm going to train up everyone in our staff. But I feel like we're probably going to need a few more. I'm just going to pause and just check that everyone's working on the central hub. See, we've got a few people that need to be assigned, because some of them are just working on their stands or whatever. They need to be working generally. They can float between whichever shop they're working in. It's absolutely fine. And also, we're about to have offspring. Gort's about to give birth. Oh my goodness. I love this part. Here we go. All right, as the sun sets. Who's in favor of calling one of the babies Sunset? Look at you little tot. Oh. Please do keep suggesting names for these little ones. We've got to have some very cute names. Although Felipe is really cute. We've got 2 new babies, a boy and a girl. Well done, Gort. Oh, look at our anteaters running together. I love these guys. They're so cute. All living together in one habitat. Look, what are you guys doing? You just chatting, having a good time. Got the keeper sucking up your poop. That's the life. Look at the little ones walking through the flowers. Oh, they're so cute. Look at them. Hello. Look at them. They're adorable. Eastern brown snakes are the 2nd most venomous snake in the world. And the Latin name for the snake is Sudonia, which translates to false cobra. Eastern brown snakes hibernate in underground burrows during the winter, and the male brown snakes fight over the females, twisting themselves together tightly and attempting to force the other's head to the ground. The genus of brown snakes is unfortunately the most common cause of snake bite deaths in Australia. I did realize we didn't have any bins in here, so I've just put an Australian bin at the end of each end of the seating, and I'm going to add one in the middle here between the shops. So that people have like a place to throw away their rubbish. And I've just put one at the entrance/exit too. Also, the guests think the ticket price is cheap, so I'm just going to keep upping it by a couple of dollars every time, or a couple of zoo credits. I don't even know what finance this is. Is it dollars? Kind of looks like dollars. And then 6 for kids as well to get them in half price. Ooh, the inspectors arrived. Oh yeah, our entrance is still just kind of a barren wasteland. We'll sort this out. Maybe in the next episode we can get a nicer entrance going. Now we've got some money and it's coming in really well. Like we're getting loads of profit. So it's the zoo is taking off. And now I think we need to do the giant black box in the room, which is our final walkthrough habitat. And that is going to be the Egyptian fruit bats. Now let's have a look at these in the Zoopedia to see the group size that we have. So the group size of 5 to 35, so we need to have at least 5 when we get them. I think there were 6 where we just looked, so maybe we'll just get all 6 of them. Ah, there's only 5. Okay, we'll get all 5 of these before they disappear. And now we have 5 bats. They're going to reproduce as well, so we could just breed more of them. Let's put them in here, and look how it's already transformed. I love these walkthrough habitats. They're so cool. Now I am going to pause the game and do a bit of editing to this because I don't want it to be in this style, like the wireframe. If we go to, I think it's on customize. Yeah, you can change the walls, the floors and everything. So let's sync the wall and ceiling material because we're going to want it the same the whole way around. And we're going to go for glass. And this is going to make kind of like, I guess, a bit of a greenhouse effect, but it's not going to be too warm. We're going to say that there's cooling inside, but it's just going to fit in quite well with the rest of what we're going to do to this building. And we're going to use PV strip curtains for the doors because I think that's kind of the vibe we were going for anyway. Now the climate isn't right for them. They need 21 to 32 degrees. So we're going to put that down to 26. I think that's about halfway. And then if we hit play, we should see that come down and their stats should go green. There we go. And you can see them flying around. Look at them. How cool is that? Let's get the camera on one of them. Look at them. It's so cool. I just think this is awesome, this feature. And when we do more research on them, we can add more things to this area too. So the layout's going to get much cooler. But for now, I think this is just really awesome. And we could probably put some flooring throughout here because I think it could just match what we have elsewhere. I don't know what flooring they'd kind of need, but I feel like it wouldn't be weird to have this flooring throughout. Now we're almost done with this building, but we do need to add something to the roof to make it look a little bit nicer. And as we did over here with our staff building, we're going to do a nice green roof with some local plants and really make this building pop. So we're going to do that now. I've also just noticed that they're trying to look through the back, which is really funny. To solve this, if we just come to the habitats and close window 4, which is the back one, then they won't be able to see through them and they'll stop trying. I don't think any of the others are experiencing that, but that's quite funny. We could always add another layer of wood as well to the outside, because I think there's some areas where it's lined up on the grid. You've got some bits poking through. I may just neaten that up with another layer. Oh my goodness, let's pause. They're about to inbreed. No, stop it. This can't be time to get rid of one of our capybara. No, it's because Carrie is getting older. Well, let's put Carrie on contraceptives for now, because I'm assuming Quandel is, yeah, he's the alpha male, so he's probably her dad? Oh, herd members. Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, let's look at Carrie. We can go into stud book and see who the parents are. Yeah, he's the dad. So definitely don't want to be doing that. That's not good. I don't think she's pregnant though, so I don't think it happened. I think it was going to, and we stopped it. Good zookeepers. Look at the little tot just asleep. Like, how cute is that? Just in the shade, having a bit of a chill out with the sun on them. Like, oh, it's a bit exhausting, so they've just gone for a little nap in the shade. Adorable, adorable. Oh, they're going in the sun now. Where are the parents? They're in the sun. Go pick them up. Okay, we've added a lip of wood around the whole rim of the building, and now we're going to put some plants in. So I'm going to start with a layer of dirt like I did before. Okay, so we've added the mulch. Now we're going to put the flowers in, and we're just going to use the grassland flowers as well from Africa because that's where we are in this zoo. Okay, I feel like we've added quite a lot of flowers now. My only regret is that I didn't put random rotation on when I placed all these flowers, so I am going to go and manually rotate some of them just to put some randomness in there for the daisies. Always make sure when you're placing flowers particularly to leave this random rotation button ticked, because basically if you duplicate it, it'll flip the flowers around to a different orientation so they don't look the same. If you have it left off, and you duplicate it, you'll have exactly the same flowers next to each other. And when you've got loads of them together, you'll never know that these aren't, that these are the same game object, but you can kind of tell with these. So I'm gonna go and rotate some of these randomly just to put a bit more randomness in it and make it look a bit less kind of synthetic. Okay, that's better. They look a bit less uniform now, which is good. Yeah, it's good. Some of these little ones could maybe do it a tiny bit more just when they're kind of grouped together. But I feel like that's generally okay. There's no way you'd know, is there? So we've added a green roof to that. And now I feel like this kind of looks a bit like a greenhouse. That was kind of the vibe I was going for with the plants on either side. I thought was quite cute. So the building hopefully has that general appeal. There are some flowers sticking out of it. I'm going to leave those mostly though. I might push some of them in, but you can't really notice them. I am going to add some decorations onto the outside of the building, particularly around these areas, just to make it look a lot nicer. Okay, the building is finally complete. We've got our critter's house, as you guys suggested in the comments. I love the suggestion for a critter house instead of a reptile house, because they're not all reptiles in there, so it's definitely a good idea. And critter was the cutest suggestion, so that's what we've gone with. Now, we still haven't looked at our bats, so I think it's time that we go and find out a little bit about our Egyptian fruit bats. And before we forget, we do need to add in some education into this habitat. So I'm going to put some education stands in the habitat, as well as some education speakers. Okay, now we've got some education in here. The guests can learn about the bats too, which is awesome. And I've seen we've got some more bats as well. I may just get a couple of extras just so we can boost the numbers, because at the minute I think we've got 3 males and 1 female, so I might get a couple. This one's a good bat. I might get a couple more females and then another male. And send the 3 of them in here as well. And then we've got 8 bats, which is a good group size. The Egyptian fruit bat will eat 50 to 150% of its body weight in fruit every night. And they've been known to live in colonies of up to 9,000 bats. The Egyptian fruit bats have an exclusively frugivorous diet and are ecologically important as seed dispersers. They're also a highly vocal species and have been found to have the rudiments of language, communicating about specific topics such as food sources with one another. The Egyptian fruit bats have been heavily researched due to their excellent navigation and echolocation, so hopefully our researchers will just add to the existing research. And I almost completely forgot that we need to add PVC strips to the entrances so that it has like a dual layered entrance, because we've got the one for the bats like in the actual exhibit, but I feel like we need another one just to be safe on both of the external doors as well. And it lets people know, you know, we're keeping the animals safe. It's kind of an ethical zoo. We've got to make sure that we're keeping the animals like well housed, like well contained. So there's no risk of them, you know, even if they did manage to get out, they'd only get into this room and then they'd be stuck here, and the keeper could come and safely put them back in, and calm them down before they actually escaped and were like out of the zoo. And, you know, that would be a bigger problem, especially if they're not in a climate that they're used to. That could be a bigger issue. And I think this area in here would be great for a toilet. I know you guys keep saying about how we need guest toilets, and we absolutely do. And this section here could be a good like guest toilet here. We could have a couple of toilets and then maybe a seating area on the other side. So that is probably a very good addition to the zoo right now. And look at that beautiful sunrise over our zoo. Oh, the graphics of this game are so cool sometimes. Speaking of sun, our bat enclosure, loads of you pointed out, and I hadn't even thought about it, which is crazy. I can't believe I missed it. But obviously, if we're building an ethical habitat for these guys, they're nocturnal, as you can see in this photo. So they should really be in the dark, and bless them, they're hiding in their little boxes. But what we need to do is, when we've researched them a bit more, we can get a nice, we can re-edit this habitat, put in all of the layout stuff that we don't have yet, and then design it to probably be more like a cave environment. But for now, I think what we'll do, just to make sure that they're a bit like more hidden, is we could just, I tell you what, we'll put none and we'll cover it over in wood so that it matches everything else. And that way it's not as crazy as it is now, because, I mean, at the minute they could escape, so let's pause. But yeah, we just need to have it so that it's covered and it's dark for them, because they're gonna have some light coming through here, but that's probably fine because it's very dim light coming through the sides. But we want that kind of cave-like darkness. So it's a little bit of a dark walkway, but it'll be absolutely fine for our guests, and the bats will be housed more ethically. So I'm just gonna add some wood to it now. Okay, we've just expanded this section basically, and made it wood on the outside, so it kind of fits in. And now inside we've still got the wire mesh here. Oh, we've got animal welfare issues. Let's go to these guys. What's wrong with you? Nutrition. Oh, I think you need the keeper. There's not enough keepers on helping you guys out. Okay, let's see how many keepers we have. We've not got many staff here. I'm just going to train up everyone as well to their next level. And then we've only got 2 keepers. Let's grab another keeper and assign them to the central hub as well. And we should probably also get another vet. Let's just check our finances. Oh yeah, I think we're good. We're good. And that's with loads of purchases as well. So I think we're steadily ongoing expenses, and our income is quite steadily higher than that, so that's good. Let's get another vet because we need to keep improving our vet research as well. And look, on our vet research, we've already got some, so we can reassign the vets we do have to some of our other animals. Now, one of the things I mentioned about the Egyptian fruit bat was we get the layouts when we research them. That's true on all of the exhibit species. So I've just assigned all of our vets to research the species we have that are in exhibits, and as they unlock things, certain levels of it are exhibit enrichment, and that's where it's going to change the look of the habitat. And when that's all done for the fruit bats, I think we'll redesign the inside of this a bit, because at the minute it's just wood, and we may end up with like different flooring and everything. Like, I'm fine with that. But you can see our careful blend of guests being people eating pizza and people struggling to not wet themselves, which I love. I kind of love. And I think it's finally time to add some toilets into our zoo. I mean, what episode are we now? Just getting our first toilets. But let's do it. Let's give them a toilet in here, as I said in the last episode. Now, I've just made the toilets, and I was going to put this plank here just to have like an entrance that matches the floor, but it's not really very wheelchair friendly, so I might just delete it, because otherwise there's no real need for a step. It just changes floor texture, and they're really annoying because you can't really, there's no wood pieces that align in a straight line with this building, but it's okay. It's just a dark void where people go to the toilet. So you have a gender neutral toilet, they go in there, they come out here. I think that works. And obviously this would be where the toilet is inside the building. We could put a little bit of decoration on here. Maybe like, what have we got in here? There we go. We've got a few leaves on there. That kind of spices it up. And then I think here we'll put some, oh my goodness, is everyone, how are you doing that? I don't like that. Where are you going? How are they? Oh, they're just coming through there. Okay, well that's not good. Let's put a guest barrier. Where is that? Bins, benches, and security. Let's put one in here, right at the edge. We'll just sink this down here, and then guests won't be able to come through. So that should stop them. And the same here on the doorway. We don't really want them coming through here. There we go. So they've just disappeared there because they can't go through there anymore. So, oh, at least I think they can't. Let's see what happens. Okay. That's what you want. Right, let's put this one here. There must be a little gap I've missed. I think this has worked. This has stopped them now. He's very confused. What we're going to do now is put in some guest benches down here. And seeing as this one doesn't really have much of a theme in this area, I'm just going to put some New World benching. And that's just going to let them sit while they wait for people to go to the toilet more than anything else. And provide people with an opportunity to rest if they do need to sit down. Oh dear, animal welfare has attracted protesters. Why is that? What's going on with you? Oh, okay, you're really hungry. Right, well, let's move you over to where the food is, which is over here. And we'll make sure we call the keeper right now. Okay, this is really not good for an ethical zoo. Where's the keeper? Oh, they're here. You're feeding. Okay. Well, just do it quicker. The anteaters and the main wolves are coming over for food. So hopefully they will feed them soon. And they'll feed them in here. Look at the little baby capybara. They'll feed them in here and they'll get their food very shortly. We do just need to keep an eye on all our staff. Oh, cool. We're plowing through research. We need to keep an eye on all of our staff and make sure they're as trained up as they can be. So I'm just going to keep doing this training periodically. I think this is enough keepers for how many animals we have. It's just that none of them are very trained up. So it's only one of them a high workload at the minute. Oh, I'm going to pause because we're about to inbreed as well. Do not do that, please. This must be Caroline has become older. Oh, no, it's Mango. It's not Caroline. Let's take her off. Mango has become an older boy. I'm going to leave him in and just put him on contraceptives. I don't want to sell him or trade him out of the zoo, sorry, or release him into the wild. But we could just keep him in the family for now. He's just another male. I don't think they fight. I'm pretty sure Capybara, let's look them up. Capybara, yeah, up to 9 males and 19 females. So they're okay. They have a dominance hierarchy. So, but it says all male offspring are tolerated in the group. So that's good. The dad won't attack the son as long as they're not competing, I guess. But so if we put them on contraceptives, it should all be fine. They're not going to inbreed and they're not going to fight, which is kind of what you want. We've got a little toilet area in here now, so guests can finally go to the toilet. Let's add this into our work zones so our cleaners can clean the toilets as well. Kind of a key role for their job. And we do need to get in a new habitat, so we're going to put something over here. Wow, our information center is popping right now. Let's have another one right next to it and have you there, and we'll put the new vendor in the central hub. Did we get a new vendor? Doesn't look like we did. Just looks like they're empty. Okay, it didn't come with a vendor. That's interesting. They normally do. Let's hire out a vendor and add them into the central hub. And hopefully they'll go jump into the... There you go. They're in the information stand already. So now you can migrate over and be welcome to the zoo. It's just good because they'll sell them audio tours and animal donations as well, which is really good. We've got a decent number of vendors. I think our zoo's doing okay from a facility standpoint. Yeah, they're in high demand, which is good. Most of them are making money. I am assuming this is... We've hit like a new... Oh, okay. They must have not been here. We've not got enough vendors, it seems. Because they're not all very well staffed. Maybe we should hire another vendor and just throw them into rotation, put them in the central hub, and they can join the rotation, and we should have enough. Now we need to make the large multi-species habitat that's going to be the focal point of this episode, and for that we need to look in the Zoopedia and check out what we're going to have. So the first species we're going to have is the red kangaroo. Now, these guys live in groups of up to 10. So it's 1 male and up to 9 females. So if we put in 10 adults, that's 870 meters squared. That is going to be the starting point we need to work out. Right, what barriers do we need? We need at least 870 meters squared of land. And we need grade 3 barriers that are taller than 3 meters. So like with the habitat we made over here, the South American one, we use the construction pieces because these effectively have an unlimited barrier grade. Whereas if you use the barriers here, you have to pick, like brick has grade 5, wood is grade 3, glass is grade 3, one-way glass is grade 2. Like you go through all of them and you can see what you need. But I think we're going to use the construction pieces again here. And it needs to be at least 3 meters tall, which the 4-meter construction pieces are. Now the next species is the emu, which looks so derpy, and I love them. They live in groups of up to 6, so it's up to 5 males and 5 females. So you need to have, I guess, one of each, either 5 males and 1 female, or 5 females, 1 male. Or just groups of 5. You just can't have 6 of one. Okay, good to know. So let's say we've got 6 adults. That's 800 meters squared as well. So that's similar. That's good. Grade 2 and taller than 1.25 meters. Easy. The red-necked wallabies, which are adorable, live in groups of 1 to 30. Oh my goodness. Okay, 1 to 30. And they are going to... So let's put in... Oh goodness, how many do you need here? Let's say we've got 22? About 1,200. Maximum 1,500 square meters. Okay, that's good to know. And it's grade 2 and same as the kangaroos with a taller than 3. That's good to know. And finally, we've got quokka. Is that how you say it? I'm not really sure, but they are one of the cutest things I think I've ever seen. Look at their little faces. So they've groups of 1 to 24, which is 23 males and 23 females. Quite like the emus earlier, where it's just you need to have one of each, I think. And if we put in 24 adults, that's 1,000 meters squared. Okay. Or you can block them off with water, so they obviously can't swim very well. So it's 3 meters wide water and 1 meter deep. But again, we're going to be using fencing, and their grade requirements and height requirements are tiny. So they're not going to be an issue. Really, I think the kangaroo are probably the most, as you would assume from these barrier destroyers, they're the most demanding, having the grade 3 and taller than 3 meters. We just need to make sure we have enough space for everyone. And I think the longest we had for that was 1500. So pause fail number 1 of this series. I managed to stop recording just after talking about the animals and started building away at the habitat. And I wasn't recording. So I'm going to show you what I did, because basically we're going to be using null barriers, which are these invisible barriers, and then putting in our own construction pieces. What I did was I went for the Australian pieces from the content pack, because we've got the Australia and the Oceania that they aren't actually any pieces. We've just got this kiwi. So ignoring that, we used the Australia pack pieces and put together a fence that I liked. And to do that, I basically used Australia wood. I found the large window, placed that down, and then made a 2-piece. Then found some logs and started decorating this basically. So we've got like one there, one in the middle, and one at the end. And then I put in some shade, because shade is becoming kind of an issue in our zoo. Like, guests are complaining about being too hot. And one of the things you can do to sort that out is make sure they have shade. And I'm just remembering what I did was actually, I did this exact thing. I put one in the middle, and then I was like, oh no, I'll have the shade in the middle. So we have a little canopy. So I made something like this. I put glass in as well, just in the middle, which you can do by searching for glass. And I normally use this modern wall panel, the thin glass, because I quite like that. I don't want it to be really thick. And just basically put this centrally so it doesn't overlap too much, and did it for both of them. So you've got something like this. And then what you can do is you can just hold down Control and select everything, and then Control D and place another one and build a fence up like this. And then I just went through and deleted these posts where they overlap, so we just have one on each of them. But you can see you can get quite a nice post. And then if you go into your null barriers, you just make sure the barrier is on the outside, and you can quite easily paint in an area. And the only tricky part is the door, because when you put a habitat gate in, you then have to like build around it. So I did have to go into these small Australia pieces, which are very annoying to have to do. But where are they? Like these 1.2 meter panels. And if you kind of line them up, you can make a bit of a door frame around it that fits in between the logs. So I just did that on either side and kind of merged it into the scenery that we've got. I'm just going to delete all of this now because I can show you the finished article. Ta-da! This is what we've done. So I've just done this the whole way around, made a nice barrier. And if I click on the door, which is over here, you can see it's 10,000 meters. So it's quite large, but I'd rather be too big. It's an ethical zoo series. I also made sure to put the window panels in here wherever there were windows from the building. Otherwise, their light is going to be terrible if we don't let light come through here. I mean, it's not to look out and view everything, but just for some realism, you wouldn't make a window and then put just a wooden plank against it, basically. It's not really the minimum light levels you need. And on the entrance here, I just there's the door where I used some wooden logs quite frivolously. For the door here, I put a little entrance area, and I just used a wire mesh piece, and then just some conservation cladding beams around the outside. So we've got a bit of an entrance gate, and I put this in because basically if animals are having issues or there's some kind of stress going on, we can put them in here to stop them fighting and close the door and tend to them, or if any of them are injured, or we've got pregnant animals that we're worried about being around the rest of them, we could take them in here, lure them in with some food probably, and then close the gate and the others can't get in here. So that's the plan. It's just a small area over here. It's not their shelter. We will be putting in a shelter, although it does need a roof. Now I think about it, we're going to need to put a roof on it in case it's raining while that happens. But I think if this would be a good location for one of the shelters, and then we might put another shelter in over here. I'm just conscious we've got quite a lot of animals going in here with it being 4 species. So we need to make sure that they're not kept together. And we can also delete these trees, which nets us some money back for some reason, which doesn't happen in the real world. Oh no, it's minus 80. Okay, I thought it was plus 80. I was going to say you definitely don't get paid to remove trees in the real world. Now that we've got our kind of habitat here, and this grassy patch here. This is short grass, just where I built a path, and then I was like, no, I want it to be bigger. Because we got a path going the whole way along the outside. I just had to move over our information center a little. And I got 2 more vendors as well, because these keep being out of order, and the same with the chief beef. So I hired a couple of vendors. So now our roster is this many vendors, a decent amount. We just need to make sure they're all being trained up. And the other person I bought is a security guard. So this is our action man over here. Look at him walking, walking like he owns the place. This is Elwood, our security guard. Oh goodness, we've got lots of diseased animals. What's going on here? Okay, well, right. Let's definitely. The vet's being called for all these guys. That's really not good. It must be that one of them got sick. Why are they sick? Let's check the water. Is it you? Yes. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so the water treatment needs urgently replacing, and let's put this on every 3 months to fix that. How's our mechanic doing? Basically, what's happened is the water pump hasn't been maintaining the water, and they've gotten sick because of it. Are both our water areas captured in here? Yeah, they are. Okay, that's fine. As long as it crosses any portion of it, the water goes blue, and you know it's captured. But I think it may not be clean. So that's maybe why they've gotten sick. Okay, we've got a lot of vets working, so that should be okay. Let's go on our vet research. Maybe I'll just take them off. Okay, they're all doing well. Let's just stop you researching. You can all... I'll tell you what, why doesn't one of you research the active disease, and the other 2 start grabbing animals and quarantining them if they're sick? You can kind of go in manually and help out with this by selecting these guys and then saying request quarantine. So I think I'll do that for all of them that are sick at the minute. It's just the Capybara at the minute, but I've just noticed as well that Loki has now finally matured. So they are going to start fighting with the other main wars, which is not what we want at all. So I'm going to send them to the trade center now, which means they'll get boxed up and they'll go to a trade center. And then we can decide what we want to do with them from there. So let's go to the animal storage. Now we can release them to the wild for 70 conservation credits, or we could quick trade them, or trade them for 134. I think we'll just release them to the wild, because I'd rather do that generally. That's kind of the point of conservation zoos. And I know we haven't explicitly said we are, but we're an ethical zoo. And what better reason is there to have animals than to breed them, increase their numbers, and prepare them for being released back into the wild? So let's release them for 71 credits. Our first animal is gone from the zoo. Oh, it's quite sad. Well, at least they didn't die in the zoo. That's definitely not what you want. So this is a much better alternative. Now we are getting more diseased animals. Oh, okay. Let's quarantine you as well. Just every time they come up, I'm just going to click quarantine and make sure that they're all getting quarantined. The alerts go if you click quarantine, so I think that means they're on it. There we go. They're being boxed up. Our quarantine's going to be full. Get some nice treatment in the void. But they'll put them in quarantine, and then they'll move them into the vet surgery, which I think is this building here. There you go. Oh, please look after them. Who's this here? This is Callie, and being looked after by Dion. Come on, Dion, do your best work. Okay, I think they may be okay. They're probably taking them back now, which is good. That's a good sign. And the next one's coming in. See, our ethical zoo, we've got a whole team of vets. We've got 2 of them in here, and then we should have another vet in here. Oh, they're slacking. We should have another vet in here that's actively researching the disease that's going on, so that if we get it in future, it'll be much quicker to treat. Or if they can research it now, it'll be quicker to treat already. But yeah, Valentine must be in the staff room or something. Probably in here, chilling out. No? Are you just doing the rounds? Maybe they're transporting. That's Dion. Who's this? That's Valentine. Okay, they're taking it in turns. All right, that's fine. Well, I'll leave them to do that for a bit. They can go through, treat all the animals, and then I can see they're getting released back in, which is what we want. Quarantining any of them that get sick. Oh, okay, the inspectors arrived. This is not a good time for us. Please be friendly, Zoo Inspector. They're coming to look at the capybara, main wolf, and giant anteaters, so please be nice. Let's get ourselves some emus to kick this off. Okay, we've got a few males here. Do we have any females? No, we just have males at the minute. What group sizes do males need? Okay, it's 1 to 6. So we can just get one boy. Let's do that for now. Let's get a male. Oh, how long do they live? That's the other question. They live to 15 years old. Okay, so 5 isn't too bad. They're probably a good breeding age. It could be a lot worse. I'm going to opt... Oh, there's a female here as well. Let's grab her. She's not huge in size, but that's fine. And then let's get a nice, good male. Let's order them by appeal. And then find them that are going for cash, because I'd rather use cash to buy them. And if they're from Frontier Zoo, we know they're not related. So that's a good thing to consider. Let's get this male here. Okay, so we've got one of each. That's quite good. Let's grab our emus and send them to the void, known as quarantine. Now let's go. What should we do next? The red-necked wallabies. Let's do those. Red-necked wallaby. Oh, we've got a few here. Okay, let's sort by appeal. Let's grab this male. Oh, how many males was it? Wasn't this... You could have multiple. Red-necked wallabies. Yes. All mature offspring are tolerated in the group. Oh, because they're nice. That's what we learned. Because wallabies are friendly. Okay, let's sort by appeal. We've got a male here from Frontier. Oh, that's not a very good male, though. This female's good. Let's get her. Okay, and then I think we'll get this male as well. And maybe a third male. This one's okay. Let's grab this one. And maybe a fourth. We'll have 4 of them. What group sizes do they need? Yeah, I don't really want to get this one. He's not very good genetically. So let's grab these 4 and move them into quarantine. Now, it's not just our vets or our keepers that are doing this. Like, our caretakers muck in as well. So there's a lot of, like, animal movement around. But it's okay. We've got enough staff to cover it. Let's look at our quokka now. Please let me know in the comments how to actually pronounce this, because I really have no idea. This is quite a good one. Oh no, she's got immunity 0. We definitely don't want that. Let's get... This is quite a good male. Have a look at them on the Zoopedia again. They can have a mix. All mature offspring are tolerated. Large males are dominant. I don't really want them to fight. I think this means that they won't. So let's go for it and see. Let's grab this female while she's available. Oh, she's got 0% immunity, but I think we're just going to need to grab her because otherwise we don't have any females at all. And then we can grab a few males. Let's grab this one. Let's grab this one. These are quite expensive. What size do they need? It's 1 to 20. Okay, so it's just 1 is fine. So I think we may need to just get a few of each, and then we'll boost their numbers as we go. As more come onto the market. Let's go to quarantine. And finally, our red kangaroo. Now, there's a female there. Let's grab her. She seems really good. These are all from Frontier as well. So, oh, there's another female. Another female, not as good. I'm tempted just to get all of them, though. Let's grab them. And all the males are for credits, which I don't really want. Let's refresh. No, they're all for credits. This one isn't very many, but... I think we'll leave it for now. We'll get a male in a bit. We're going to send these 4 females to quarantine. That's a lot of animals in quarantine. I'm not sure they'll all fit, but if they don't, they'll just give us a warning. And then once they've passed quarantine, which if we click on quarantine 1, when they've passed quarantine, we can release them into the habitat. And basically, it just checks if they've got any issues. Like if they've got illnesses or wounds or anything, the vets will pick it up in quarantine, and then they'll take them into the vet surgery and treat them like they are the capybara. Oh, they're really rattling through the capybara. Bless them. I don't like that they're sick. Oh, there you go. One that's already passed and is ready to leave. Who's first? It's our male emu, Birani. We're going to need some new names for these animals. So I'm going to move him to habitat 6. Let's move him through. We need to change the name of this as well, because we're not having that as the name. What are we going to call this? Okay. I'm going to call this kangaroo, emu, wallaby, and quokka, because otherwise, how are we going to know what it is? And I'm going to put the and to be the sign instead of 3 letters, because it makes it slightly shorter to read. Okay, our female emu as well is ready, and so is our first wallaby. I think we'll just move the emu over for now, and we'll move the wallabies together. Now we can test. Oh, they're in! They're in! This is amazing! Look at you! Oh, they're so weird. I love them. Wow, I think the females are slightly bigger than the males as well with the emu. Looky you go. They've got great view as well. Like, everyone's got a great view of them from here. Now, we do need to crucially check whether they can escape or not. I've just paused the game. We've got loads of issues come up, and basically that's just because we've not included this habitat in the work zone. So everyone's saying that they can't get to it. They can't, there you go, it's all gone. They can't treat the animals, etc., etc. So we've just added that in there by adding it into the central hub. We've got a few quarantines that have passed. I'm just going to delete these alerts. And high amounts of litter. Okay, that is a problem. We've not put any bins or many bins throughout this area. Okay, that's good to know. Let's just whack some bins in quickly. And let's check up on our poor caretaker who has to handle everything. Oh, let's say they're happy and they've got an efficient workload, so maybe they are okay. Let's just train everyone up again. And let them carry on. Look at our emu! Back to the emu cam. Oh yes, we need to check. Let's go on our heat map, click on habitat, and if we click on our emu, we can see everywhere that they can traverse. So they can access the whole of this habitat, which is perfect, but they can't escape. Because if they could escape, they'd be a walkable escape point. Like, you'd see them very clearly flash up in red, climbable or jumpable escape points. So we need to check that for every species that we have in here that they can't get out, because that would be very bad. And let's move our wallabies into the habitat now, because they are causing a bit of a bottleneck on our quarantine now. We've got 4 wallabies going in. I mean, it's a bit boring for them, isn't it, out here? It's just a massive open plain. Now, one thing I do want to put in, which we can put in now, is if we go on barriers, there's a viewing dome entrance, which I do want to put in for this habitat. Now, I need to think about where we put this. Maybe it's a good idea to whack this over here. And then we can easily link it to the path with a 4-meter path. Okay, now if we go on our guest facilities, I think if we turn blueprints off, we should have a dome here somewhere. A viewing dome. There we go. So we can put these little viewing domes in and then link them to the entrance there. And people could go in, and I guess it's like an underground tunnel that they can get to these viewing domes, but they could see our animals way better. So it's going to massively increase the viewing range. I wonder if we can see it on any kind of heat map. That would be cool if we could. Security and crime as one. I don't think we can, but that would be cool. You can see that you can click Dome Network and you can see Viewing Dome 1 is linked to this, and we can click the little location icon and here it is. Now I'm going to change these colors as well because I want them to blend in a little bit more with the environment, but I'm going to wait to do that until after we've actually terrain painted this whole area. But for now, this is so cool that you can see there's a little stairs leading up and then they can see out. We're going to put a couple more of these in just to improve the viewing radius and allow people to get, a bit of a sneak peek, I guess, into what it's like. And it's all, I'm assuming, one-way glass, so completely ethical for our zoo. They're just having a better look. In fact, let's have 2 there for now, and then we'll build a shelter over here for the animals. So it's increased the viewing area, and it's not too ridiculous. It's just a little underground path here. Oh no, our poor iguanas are still having trouble. They're not like outside of the work zone or something crazy, are they? No, this is though. Okay, I thought they were then because it moved. That's so annoying. Why is it always them who have issues? Like, I swear all our other exhibit animals are absolutely fine. And then our green iguanas have serious issues. Oh, it's the social health. I've been trying to cure it with this. Because I crucially... Oh, yeah, there's loads of them in there. Look, there's 4. You can see them in there. I forgot one of the main things we used to do is management of our green iguana. So when you look at them on the Zoopedia, which we can bring up, you can see it's 1 to 2, and we've got loads of them. So what we need to do is click management, max males 1, max females 1, and then instead of store and trade center, we're just going to sell them for cash. And then the same store and trade center, we're just going to sell for cash. And that's how we're going to, and we can turn on this manage population. And then you can see how much we earn a year. There's a limit to it, which I don't think has always been there. Maybe it has, but this is the limit of the money we can make from selling and breeding them. But essentially, this will manage it for us, so we don't have to come in and do it manually. Alternatively, we could send them to the trade center, but then the exhibit trading, they just start to block up our animals in here. And I think it's easier to just have them, constantly selling and coming in. As soon as if they exceed their population limit, it will sell one of them, and you can choose the priority. So probably, yeah, we could sell the oldest in here. You can also order them by the one that's going to get you the most cash or conservation credits or appeal. Maybe we'll do appeal, and we'll be breeding the highest appeal animals by keeping them. I'm just going to do this for all of our animals now, exactly the same as I just did, with the same settings. So you don't need to see all of that. Now, this also applies to our Egyptian fruit bats, which you can see right here. But they have a much larger group size. If we look on the Zoopedia, they can have 5 to 35. And some of the snakes could have 5. I think the snails were 6. So where that's happened, I've just put in manage them, but we've just put much higher limits on them. So if it's 35, let's say 30, we can have 15 males, 15 females. I think that's what they have on the Zoopedia. It just says 5 to 35, and it's a mix of them. So in actual fact, we could have, let's say 17 of each. We can have 34 or, go on, well, the max. I just keep convincing myself to put more of them in. Okay, let's sell them for cash for appeal anyway. Sell for cash, appeal. I think this means that they're going to sell they'll keep the ones with the highest appeal, but let me know. Maybe they'll sell them maybe we want to sell the lowest appeal. Let me know which one it is in the comments, and I'll adjust it if we need to. This is our dome camera view. Oh, this is so interesting. Oh, look, they're here, the wallabies. We can look with much better camera called our eyes. Now, look at them. Oh, they're so cool. I love their tails, look at them. Oh, there's another one jumping in. Oh, they're adorable. I want to see the jumper. Go on. Oh, don't stop just because I'm looking at you. It's better than pooping, I guess. Oh, he's jumping again. Or she's jumping again. I think they're all female, aren't they? Oh. How many was it? Oh, there's a male. It's a male. Was it 3 males and 1 female we got in the end? Yeah, there's a female over here. Oh, she's even cuter, actually, than the males. Let's look at our emus as well. They're not going to be super happy with They're actually not okay, to be honest. They're okay with their habitat generally. It's just enrichment that he will seem to be lacking, but that's quite surprising. They're happy with the terrain and everything, pretty much. This is our female emu, though, who's a bit taller and a bit scarier, I think, than our male. Oh, look, there's people in here. She's going to go eat them. I would be terrified if I were these guys right now. Look at that coming towards you. This is just on a camera. Imagine that in real life. That'd be terrifying. Seeing them walk up so close, though, is very cool. That's a very cool view. So I'm glad we've got the viewing dome in there. It's going to create quite a queue, I think, probably here. But hey, it's okay. We can sort it out if it becomes a problem. And we've got lots of them are past quarantine. So let's go one species at a time. Let's put in our quokka. In fact, did we only get 3 of these? I think we did. Let's just put in the kangaroo as well. Tell you what, I'll dismiss all of it. We'll let them put the quokka in, and then we'll get some more kangaroo in there. We can also see if they've got any more like kangaroo and quokka, because I don't think we got a male, did we, for the kangaroo? Another female here. Some more females. Oh, these are quite good. Okay, we'll get a couple more female kangaroo. But then we do need to get a male. Let's just send these to quarantine as well. And the same with the quokka. We need some more variety, I think, but generally, these little populations are okay. I'm just going to keep adding them where we can. So we've only got 1 male and 1 female emu. So we need some more. I think we'll get some more females. Oh, this is in our trade center. This is what we have already. She's okay. Yeah, let's get her. And let's get this one at the bottom as well. and put those two in quarantine as well. And I think our quokka have just arrived in the habitat, so let's go check them out too. Oh, let's pause, because before we do that, this is going to be losing us loads in donations because we're not doing anything. So let's go to our bins, benches, and security and find our Australian ones. Where are they? Australia. Oh, that's our actual bin. No, we want guest facilities. We want our donation bins, which we've already just got on the ground somewhere. We must have one. There you go. There's one here. We're going to grab this one, duplicate, and then we're just going to change the color. And I'm going to whack this wherever we've got loads of viewing areas together. Like probably every 3 panels we'll put them in. Let's change the color. Maybe this isn't an ideal spot for it. Let's move you over here for this one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So it's going to be here. And what color is this going to be? Maybe we'll just change out the yellow for more of like an orange. I'm trying to find a good color. Let's reset that. Oh no, not to blue. Okay, no, let's not do that. Let's go here. This is kind of like an Australian-y vibe. We're going to go orange and white. That's good enough for me. Let's put another one here. And we're just going to keep placing these around. And then we need to do some education boards next. Okay, we've got those in. I kind of put them every panel, like every other or every 2 panels. Oh my goodness, they're here. Look at them. Oh, their little faces. Okay, let's look at them and then we'll do our education. Now we've got the donation bins in. We're not losing money. Look at them. They're so weird. I love them. I mean, you're going to have to look very closely to get a good look at them. Or when they're up against the viewing dome, I guess. They're so small. They're really cute though. Oh, here's a female one as well. They look quite similar, I have to say. Look at them running around, little hops. They're quite happy with the environment too. I mean, this is I don't think this has ever happened really. I mean, they're going to be getting interspecies bonus. And they don't have any food or anything though. That is a problem. I'm going to pause because I don't want them to not have any food. Let's see what everyone's thinking so far. Okay, it's just views. No one's saying that they're not healthy or anything like that. That's good. That's good. Okay. Let's check out what these guys need. Okay, so our emus, as far as enrichment and everything, let's put a large food bowl for them. Again, I think we'll focus our area. So this is going to be the kangaroo area because it's like the main, probably the most appealing area for guests. And it's the first thing they see when they come in. Then we can have maybe emus, wallabies, and quokka over here. So our emus are going to be down here. Let's put their food right here. In fact, let's set it back a little bit. Let's have it about there. Then they use a bunch of other stuff. So they can have a forage box. They can have a frozen block of fruit. Going to have lots of their food just kind of in this area around here. Let's have a herb scent marker over here. A slow feeder around here. And then we can throw in, goodness, there's lots. So we can have a fixed roller feeder over here. And then put in some colourful balls, a small ball. And we are going to need some water, so maybe we'll put some ducks in a bit as well. They've also got a fruit spike tree. Can they definitely use all of these things? Let's find the emu on here. No, they can't. Okay, I've been misplacing these. It must be because lots of animals have emu in the name. So normally that works if you type in emu, but they can use most of them. Okay, so it was mostly correct. The forage box is going to go here. I just thought that was a lot of food options. The slow feeder can go here. I'll tell you what, let's have the slow feeder over here, and then it's kind of like a feeding section, isn't it? Let's have a curio ball. The small colorful ball can be around here. Small ball over here, an ice ball. And a sprinkler. We're going to need that around a water source. Maybe we'll put a little drinking area here because we want our animals to be able to reach it. And I don't think this is going to be near any kind of water treatment. No. So we're going to need to put some water treatment in. I think what we're going to do is just put the water over here. But we need to move it far enough out that it doesn't have a negative impact on guests. There we go. We've got it contained in this little box here. Okay, it's not offending anyone. And now we can look at that. Should hopefully 2% of 50. Okay, well let's put some slats on. Only 4. Okay, I'll take it. That's good enough for me. Where are we at now with it? Let's negative impact on guests. Okay, that's a good enough away. That's fine. Let's put a staff path in here and connect it back up. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put a staff path with the curbs down. Like this. Also, if you see whenever I do that and I put the path in and it's like it wants to connect weirdly, I hold down control and then you can put the path wherever you want, and then sometimes it just finds a better solution. Like placing one here is sometimes easier to connect than if you already have one like over here and it's only letting you at curve connect. It's really annoying, but it works. That solution kind of works. Let's put some Australia wood panels on the floor here. There you go, it's a little decking for them to get there. We could put a little rail on actually as well. See, here's where I just get so carried away. We're gonna make, this is how you make a fence in Planet Zoo tutorial. And if you build a little fence section like this and hit Control X, you can just move them along like that. And there you go. You've got a little fence going along. And there you go. A rough little fence that kind of works here. I'm not super happy with it all. I might just move the whole thing in, and that gets rid of the need for the little post at the end. But it's a quick and dirty method of making a fence there. That's a very quick tutorial on how to do it. And there you go. We've got a little fence, so that kind of works. That's a bit better, isn't it? And that's the water treatment plant. Now our water will get us to here. So we need to put in a little watering hole for everyone. And I think maybe we'll just do a nice central watering hole that everyone uses rather than doing separate ones. I don't think any of them actually need water area, do they? Let's have a look at the animals. Okay, so kangaroos don't have water requirement. Neither do the redneck wallabies, or the quokkas, or the emus. Cool. So none of them need water. They only need it to drink. So we don't need to put in a massive area because none of them are really going to use it. So I think it's probably better to put it where you absolutely wouldn't put it with these viewing domes. And stick it right in the middle of this section. This is too steep as well. We don't need it that deep. Okay, and I think what we do is we just put a water area here because we've got the viewing domes there. Let's whack the water area in this section. That's something I've placed. Okay, let's move that out of the way first. That's the curio ball. Let's put that over here. Now we can use the terrain editor to just push, and I think we want just a fairly large, quite shallow watering hole that everyone can use. Something like that's probably good. It goes quite close to the edge, so I might just raise the terrain at the edge here. So it doesn't go quite so close. Yeah, something like that's quite good. I'm quite happy with that. We just need to smooth out, if I take the water out, we just need to smooth this out a little. It's not quite so steep going into the barrier. And then that's probably pretty good. Because no one wants to swim, they just want to use it for drinking. And we've got a little sprinkler there too. This is quite a large area actually. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it slightly smaller. Because I don't want to reduce their land area too much. I just want to give them a way to easily drink without being like uncomfortable about being too close to another animal, you know? There we go. That's better. That's a good size. This can be flattened slightly here. There you go. That's a good sized water area. Now everyone can come around from different areas, but it doesn't take up all of their habitats. So when we look at the habitat size, it's still, okay, we're still 10,000 square meters land and 500 square meters water. That's perfect. Okay. Many guests think that tickets are underpriced. Well, that is music to our ears. Let's make it 16 and 8 to get in. And there are overflowing bins. Yeah, there are overflowing bins. We do need to sort that out. But our caretaker's on the job, and I think they're going to do a good job. We could always get a second caretaker, but I just want to keep an eye on our finances because we've bought a lot of staff lately, and we've got a lot more animals, and that is going to increase our donations and everything, but it takes a little bit of time to get into the swing of it. So while we've got quite a lot of expenses, let's not do that quite yet. Now, the last animals to go in here are our kangaroos. I'm just going to select all of them. We've got 7. Oh, and we've got 2 emus. Oh, these aren't quite ready, these guys. So let's put all the ones that are ready into quarantine, into the habitat, and take them out of quarantine. And in the meantime, let's put up some education for all our animals on the outside. Oh no, they've still not got the food. Okay, the emus have food. Everyone else doesn't. So we need to be careful with this habitat. Emus are happy. Let's select our... Oh, didn't put herb scent marker in. Let's whack one of those over here. Right, now our next animals are the red-necked wallabies. These guys are going down this corner. They're going to have a hanging graze feeder. They're going to have a... Let's give them a large... maybe a medium food trough. They're not that big. So I don't think they will need... Oh, no, they're going to be in a big group. Let's give them a large food trough. And then they can have a graze ball feeder. They've already got herb scent markers, so they'll use the same ones. This is the benefit of having quite similar animals. And the colourful balls and everything are already in here. So I think they're quite good with that, as long as they have these elements. In preparation for the kangaroo, let's give them a large food trough up here. A graze ball feeder as well. And they get a hanging barrel feeder. That's cool. And another hanging graze feeder there. And maybe, seeing as everyone wants so many balls, let's put another couple of balls in the habitat. And the quokka want a small barrel feeder. They got a water jet rock. Oh, okay, let's put this by the water for them. And then, is that all we've unlocked for them so far? Okay, oh, they have arboreal feeding platform. Okay, well, that's okay. Let's just put a large section in there. It doesn't actually need to be at elevation, so it's okay. We can put a tree around it if we need. Maybe we'll put a tree through the middle of this, just at the corner of the habitat. Now, education is next. Let's go media, devices, and education. And let's grab some education boards. And we need to find places to put them. So as this habitat is all glass, I'm probably just going to replace some sections with solid wood and have a little dedicated education section. And then the rest of it will be viewable. So for the emus, I'm going to put that around here, I think. We're going to have these 3 panels are going to become the education section. Okay, I quite like how over the top this is. I'm imagining that this isn't a TV and it's more like a poster or something, so I just feel like this is ridiculous. But we don't really have that kind of feature built into the game. I could move, the problem is if I move it back, it shrinks, so like it doesn't get all the words in. So I think we'll have this in, but just imagining that that's more of a poster than a TV screen. And then we've got some conservation boards in as well to just boost general guest education and an educational speaker here, just as well as the normal habitat boards that you get. So all of these are going to contribute to the education of our guests. I'm going to do exactly the same thing for the other animals in different sections around here now. Okay, it's been quite a hit to the finances, but that's okay. I think this is our staff room. We need to get a bigger staff room in the next episode as well. We can't do the kangaroos the same way we can the wallabies on the habitat education boards until we actually get them into the habitat. So they are on their way. There's probably them right now. Yeah, coming in now as I speak. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now they're in, let's quickly change them and then we'll have a look at our kangaroo. Red kangaroo, red kangaroo, and red kangaroo. And let's put our ticket prices up again because the game is actually yelling at us. Guests think it's way too cheap. Let's do 20 and 10 and see what we can do. Quarantine's passed on these guys. Let's just move them in as well. Some more emus, some more kangaroos. We're gonna need loads of names, guys. Please do send, put some names in the comments. Oh my goodness, look at them. They're all in. Wow, look at these guys. That's amazing. Wow. So yeah, as I said, if you have any names that you want our animals to be called, please put them in the comments. I will go through and make sure I add them to our name list so that your own very name or your chosen name can be put on one of our animals and be in the zoo. Look at the little quokka walking around. They're so cute. There's no ATMs. That's a good sign though. Let's actually put an ATM in here right now. Just have 2 here. And the bin can move over slightly. Now people have a place to get some money out. And the same over here. We could probably get an ATM in here. We can change the colors for them as well. That's maybe something we should do. But they're going to be more inclined to get their money out now. Oh, and our final kangaroo is ready to be put in. There we go. We could probably check up on the numbers we've got in the next episode and just make sure that everyone's okay. Look at that. How beautiful is that? They're all in here. They're all just cohabiting so nicely. They're so cute, aren't they? I didn't actually explain why they're all together either. If we look at them in the Zoopedia, which is, there's a shortcut here, or you can go up here to the Zoopedia, you can see that their interspecies enrichment, the emus benefit from being with all 3 of these species, and that doesn't mean that they're the only animals that they can cohabit with. Like the quokka can only get a benefit from being with the emus, but they don't with the other 2. But they can still cohabit peacefully. It's just they don't like benefit from it. They don't necessarily, get that extra added joy of their emu friends. Look at them. They just love having the emus next to them. But I think it's probably to do with how they are. They probably, the quokka, I don't know, but for example, they may be less vulnerable to predators if they've got emus around that are like scaring them off or something. And the emus, the quokka might eat something that the emus don't like or something that makes them benefit from being around each other. Whereas the kangaroo and the quokka can live happily together. I don't think the kangaroo benefits from them. No, but the kangaroo benefits from the other 2. So it's one of those where these all cohabit quite well in the same habitat. But, oh, we're getting offspring. My goodness. You definitely one of our breeding ones, weren't you? Yes, unknown father, unknown mother. That's what we like. All the inspectors here. Please be nice. And we have a reward for adopting habitat species, so we might as well claim that. 1,000 zoo credits. What we need to do now is edit the terrain so that's exactly what these guys all want. We need to add a shelter or shelters, and we need to put some nature in to make this look a bit better. And we also need to get to know our animals. So I think we're going to do them one at a time. We'll get to know, oh, look at them. We'll get to know each animal and we'll do a bit of the habitat improvement. and that way we can learn about them as we go. The quokka's bone structure with small jaws and protruding teeth make them appear as if they're smiling, which is so cute. And they don't fear humans and treat them with curiosity. As they don't have any natural predators, they lack instinctive fearfulness, which has resulted in a fad of quokka selfies, popularizing the animal in online culture. Most of the quokka's predators are introduced species and include dingoes, foxes, and domestic dogs and cats. Quokka females may remove and abandon a joey from their pouch when being pursued by a predator to create a distraction and increase their chances of escape, which is the most savage fact I think we've done so far in this series. The quokka's main habitat, Rotnest Island, was named by a Dutch explorer. It translates to Rat's Nest Island because he thought they were giant rats. Unfortunately, quokkas are considered a vulnerable species, and their numbers have declined due to the introduction of predators such as pets, habitat loss caused by human development, and improper interaction with wildlife, such as the feeding of unsuitable items. Thanks to the popularity and internet hype of the species, there has been a recent increase in the amount of money spent on their conservation projects, because they're so cute. In their native habitat, protection laws have been put in place ruling that they shouldn't be touched, fed, or taken as pets, and there are ongoing efforts to restore their natural environment in some areas of mainland Australia. Let's have a look at the terrain that these guys need. So the emus, yes, they need more hard shelter, but they need more sand than we have currently. So let's put a bit more sand, especially around the emu area. I'm going to put it on this side over here. We'll add some coarse sand and then some fine sand as well. We've got them on 50%, so we can kind of just blend them in a bit. Okay, the kangaroos need a bit less sand, so let's take away some of the sand we just put in, so we find a happy balance between them. 10% is the perfect amount. Okay, all four of them are happy with this layout of terrain. I am going to smooth out the soil edges here with some grass, just so it's not quite so drastic. Okay, they are all happy with that. So we've just edited the terrain and made it so that this is the actual... It wasn't far off what we had at the start, but this is a terrain that they're all happy with. A red-necked wallaby joey measures 2 centimeters to 2.5 centimeters at birth and weighs only 1 gram. How crazy is that? Wallabies have multiple stomach chambers, similar to ruminants like cattle, which allow them to regurgitate food to chew and swallow again, which is so gross. Albinism occurs occasionally in the species. One population of the subspecies living in Tasmania is entirely albinistic. The milk of the redneck wallaby changes composition to match the current developmental needs of the joey, which is so cool. And redneck wallabies can independently rotate their ears up to 180 degrees to pick up sounds of predators. Thankfully, the redneck wallaby isn't endangered and its numbers are currently increasing, although it has been persecuted as a pest and hunted heavily for its meat and furs in the past. There are several wild populations in Europe and New Zealand that have been deliberately released or were founded by escapees from local wildlife parks. For the hard shelter, I want to put in something that uses the same Australian pieces as we have here. I may change it for the roof because the Australian roof pieces we have are kind of like rusty and I don't really know if that's the theme we want to go for, you know, with like rusted corrugated iron roof isn't really... Is this the best material? I don't know if it's the best material we could come up with. So we may look at something else. Maybe even just the corrugated iron roof of that's blue and not rusted. But yeah, I'm going to build a couple of shelters, probably one here and then another one over here. So they've got a bit of choice with how they want to sleep. I think these shelters are quite good. I quite like them. I think, let's have a look at what the animals think of them. Okay, it's 100% of what they need. I'm looking at this hard shelter button, this hard shelter section up here. The kangaroos think the same. Where are the wallabies? Are you a wallaby? No, you're a kangaroo. This is the only problem with this habitat. You're small though. How I thought the wallabies were the smaller. Oh, the wallabies are all over here. Oh, look at them. Having a little bit of food. What a good view. I hope we're raking it in over here. 120. I mean, that's not... Oh, pause. Don't inbreed, please. You must be... Is this... Condale. Stop it. You're always doing it. It's weird. Anyway, they're happy with the hard shelter. And what about our little tots right here? They are also happy. Everyone's really happy. Nutrition's... Oh, the quality can go up. Yes. Well, we shall continue our vet research, which we've been stopping lately because we've just been researching that disease. So let's put everyone back onto animals. And hopefully when these are done, we'll start researching our new animals that we've got, our habitat animals. And we can get some more enrichment for everyone and some better food quality. Look at these guys in here. How cool. Must be so cool to see them like that close. Everyone's enjoying it, which is good. It's quite big queues for our food. I think we probably need some more food and drink. Let's have a look at our zoo overview. Oh, they love the dome entrances. There's a lot of litter. Okay, it's time. Let's hire another caretaker. Go clean up the litter, please, because one of you's not enough. And let's assign you to the central hub. Everyone should be on the central hub. Let's train everyone up. Basically, how the training works as well is that when they go to the staff room to have their break, which is this ugly building over here, they'll start doing some training and improve at their job. Now, it does mean that their salary goes up. Oh, there's no one in the staff room. Look at that clock. That's cute. It does mean that their salary goes up, but that's fine. I mean, their efficiency goes up, and that kind of earns us more money, especially if they're like a vendor or something. That earns us way more money because they can work for longer. So it's always worth just training up your staff, really, in my opinion. Yeah, we can definitely do with some more food and drink, I think. Let's see what else they've said. They're scorching out here, but we have put a lot more shade in, which is good. If we go on the heat maps and we go on temperature, you can see we have these tiny areas of dappled shade, which is a bit cooler. And our animals in there can use, you've got the sprinkler, the water jet. It's very cold by the water jet, and the water generally is cooler. Oh my goodness! I'll pause the game. An animal has escaped. Did I just forget to fill this in or something? How is that gone completely? I mean, that's definitely on me. I'm a bit confused. Let's add in the wall piece, because it should just be another one of these. Right there. Okay, that should be good. I'm just going to check. Well, firstly, have no fear, guys. It's fine. I'm going to emergency capture them. We could call the vet, but it's... basically, they're just going to blow dart them. But let's just emergency capture for 1,000, and then they're already caught. Yeah, everyone's running to the escape. Which I don't like, because we've made a nice little home for them in here. Enjoy it, please. Okay, well, the kangaroo can't escape. The emus are the ones I'm more worried about as well. Kangaroos and the emus. They can't escape. And then we've just got our little ones. Okay, our wallabies can't escape either. Our quokka can't escape either. Cool. And look at them. They're all using the shelter. Oh, it must be cooler under here as well if we go on temperature. Yeah, it's much cooler in the shelters, obviously. I mean, they're not in the sun. Perfect. Emus can reach a top speed of 48 kilometers an hour, so you will never catch them. And emu males incubate the eggs and care for the chicks, which means we probably need some more male emus in our zoo. The emu has 2 sets of eyelids. One set is visible and is used for blinking, and the other set is transparent and used for protection from dirt, which I wish I had. The amount of time I get sand in my eyes or something similar. Emus are the only bird species with calf muscles, and in the 1930s, the Australian government attempted to utilize their military to cull the emus that were migrating through farmlands in an operation known as the Great Emu War. The Australian government officially lost lost this war. Thankfully, the emus are not endangered and they're classified as a species of least concern. They're numerous throughout Australia despite being hunted for resources and by pest control measures in the past. However, certain regional populations have gone extinct or at the risk of extinction due to human-caused habitat loss. So we do have to keep an eye on them still. Now, the final thing we need to do in this habitat is add some nature in. And it doesn't look like these guys want too much. We need to basically look at who wants the least amount of nature and make sure we don't exceed that. Okay, and the quokka, oh, okay, the quokka need some, so they aren't happy with 0. But it looks like most of them are kind of happy with a 50%-ish coverage. Okay, our kangaroo are the ones who don't want as much. So we need to make sure we kind of on the right-hand side of their limits. And we're going to be using plants from Oceania, Grassland. Oh, look at them! The red kangaroo feeding. That's so cool. Is this the wallabies as well? I think it's the wallabies and the kangaroo. Yeah, oh, that's adorable. Look at them having a good time together. Okay, we've just added in all of the plants and trees, and you can see we've got quite a good spread. This is hitting 25% coverage, which is pretty much the maximum that the kangaroos want, but is kind of in the middle of what everyone else wants, or on the lower end of what everyone else wants. So it's a good compromise for all of them together. And I think it looks quite nice. We've just added in trees from the Grassland Oceania area because all the animals live in Oceania and they all live in the grassland. So, and it's also quite believable because the grassland trees would actually probably grow here because we're in the grasslands of Africa. So you'd hope that they would grow here anyway without too much additional care needed. But yeah, we can check our final, check that everyone is definitely happy with everything. These are the red kangaroos. So they're happy with 25. Our emus are also happy with 25. Our quokka are happy with 25. And our redneck wallabies are happy with 25. So everyone's good with this amount of coverage. Now we just need to make sure the only thing we can do now to improve their habitat for them is to research them more as animals and improve it with enrichment and better food. Red kangaroos often live in the desert areas of Australia and as such can withstand temperatures of up to 44 degrees C. Female kangaroos can store a fertilized egg and delay getting pregnant until their previous joey has left the pouch, which is called embryonic diapause. And female kangaroos can be pregnant, have a newborn joey in their pouch, and have an older joey still milk feeding from them all at the same time, which is so cool. Red kangaroos can go through 4 sets of molars in their lifetime, and they're the largest living species of marsupial. Thankfully, the red kangaroo is prolific in Australia, so it's not necessary to have efforts in place to preserve the species. Now, the kangaroos are occasionally culled to control the population, but it's strictly controlled, and anyone partaking in it has to have a license to make sure that they maintain a healthy population size. I'm quite happy with our multi-species habitat for the Oceania section. I think they're doing really well. Look at them all living together happily, just hopping around. We did forget to put bins in though around it. Oh, and we've got animal welfare issues with our... Oh, no, they're okay. I think our keepers are struggling to do all of the rounds. So we perhaps need some more keepers. But what I was going to say was we forgot to put bins in around the outside, and you can see that the general public have already started littering, which is not good. So I'm going to pause the game, go to facilities, and then go to bins, benches, and security, and put in some Australia bins just around the outside so they can stop the facing our paths. Okay, I think that's sorted it out. We've put a lot of bins in now, so hopefully that will stop the litter. Now, let's have a look at our staff. How many keepers we got? We've still got 3. They're all okay. One of them's struggling. Okay, and they're all maxed out. Let's get a 4th keeper, and we can assign them to the central hub too. And hopefully, with a 4th keeper in rotation, everyone should be good. I'm also just going to train up all of our staff to the next level for those who aren't. But most of our stuff are doing pretty well. And I think it's time that we spruce up the entrance to our zoo, because at the minute they just kind of spawn in out of nowhere, and we've got this bit of path that we were going to lay, and we have enough money now where I think we can spend a little bit on the entrance and make it look a little bit more realistic. Ooh, just had a boa constrictor baby. They're being managed automatically, so we don't have to go check up on that. Now, I started making this thinking I was gonna want some kind of road access to try and build a bit of a road that leads to the zoo entrance. But the more I built, the more I kind of realized that maybe it doesn't make much sense because we're just in the middle of nowhere and the road kind of just stops at the end of the map. So I decided I'd do more of an off-road vehicle approach. And you'll see I start to build the off-road vehicles that the guests are actually arriving in, which I think will be a really cool way to arrive to the zoo. And I've tried to do it in a way that's still probably reasonably accessible, in that they'll use ramps to get off of the Jeep trailers. But I know it's not an ideal solution to get to a zoo, but I kind of feel like there's not much we can do in this case because our zoo is in the middle of nowhere in like the African grasslands somewhere. So they need transport to get here, and they won't really work with any other, like every other vehicle in the game needs a road to go on, and there are no roads. And then once I finished working on the transport to the zoo, I wanted to give our zoo a nice, big, prominent entrance and also keep it in kind of a modern, still fairly environmentally friendly theme. So we've used a lot of the modern wood pieces and using the information centers kind of as like ticket booths as well as information centers. And one thing that really annoyed me was I wanted to have a separate entrance and exit, which you'll see I tried to do with the signs, but the game lets the guests in and out of both ticket entrances, so I just let it go that on one side it's an entrance, and then if they're leaving, it's an exit. But that's fine. That's how a zoo would reasonably work too. It's just you would normally have a bit more organization to it. Probably not in my zoos though, let's be honest. My zoos are never that organized. And there we go. I feel like this is quite a cute, simple little entrance and exit for our zoo. We'll obviously put some trees in around the outside. That's not done yet, but we're going to do that a bit later as we do more of the trees together. Because I like to box in our zoos a little bit with trees. And my thought for this was to put something on top of the spawners that's a bit more plausible about how guests got here rather than just kind of blinking into existence. And I feel like these could do the trick because look where we are. I mean, what kind of car or bus could actually get out here? It's gonna have to be some kind of off-road vehicle. And this way, all the people can happily get in the trailer and be pulled. Obviously, some people could get in the car. Then there's a ramp, which I know a trailer isn't particularly disability friendly. But at least with a ramp, we've got a bit more chance if we're extra careful and put some extra precautions in. We could get people there safely. But I don't really see how you could get here otherwise. Look at it. I mean, where's the civilization? How far did they have to come? Why are they coming so far to this zoo, which has like a few animals in it? But, you know, I'm not going to question it because they're spending money. Oh, I put this one too high. I had to move these around a fair bit to get them to actually work with the situation we have. But if I sink this down, I just need to delete this path. The paths are a bit finicky in the game. It's a bit annoying, but I feel like everything does work now. There we go. That's better. That's joined on now. So now that they're not floating as well. There's not some steps thrown in there for no reason. So they've got a bit of an entranceway. They just back up onto here. And there's a ramp that people can place here and they can walk out. I'm assuming this is just like a rubber ramp or something that the staff put here when they park and they can get off. But it means that the guests will kind of spawn and walk off them. So, and I just feel like that's a bit better than what we had before. Now, another thing we need to look at is vet research, and they are plowing through this, which is great, which should mean we've unlocked some stuff. Yeah, we've unlocked 2 enrichment items. Now, I'm going to leave it until they finish researching these animals, and then we can maybe go back to our bat habitat and improve it so that it looks a bit better than the current wooden situation we have now. I want to make this look like a cave that they'd have in the wild. But to do that, I also want to put in all the decorations first. Well, they're not decorations, the layout items that give these guys enrichment, basically. I want to put them all in so we know where they are, and then we can start decorating it a bit. Another thing I want to do is go back to our capybara, maned wolf, and giant anteater habitat. Oh, they're about to have offspring. Perfect timing. And I want to add in a viewing dome. So I think we'll do this before they give birth. And then we'll have time to, the guests might be able to get in and sneak a peek to get a close look at them. So I'm going to put a viewing dome in. Well, I should probably place the entrance first, shouldn't I? I think I might put this. I'm assuming it probably needs to be powered. Or does it? Maybe it doesn't need to be powered. I was going to put it on this side somewhere, though. And I think I might whack it here, where we have this little section. So I'm going to whack that there and tidy it up so it fits in with everything. And then we can add a little dome in the habitat so the guests can have a better look at the animals. There we go, just improved the viewing of it, and I believe Clementine is still over here, about to have her baby. Oh, I think it's time. She's starting to sit down, she's getting uncomfortable. Got the maned wolf right behind her. Is that Stilts or Ginger? Either way. Oh, she doesn't want you there. Please move. Oh, that's not helpful, is it? Interspecies enrichment, I'm not sure. Oh, here we go, they're here. Look at you. Oh, it's one. Got lots of names on the name list for you. Maybe we should rename you. And another one, Francisco. Oh, was that a third one, or have you already been named? No, that Diego's 1.1. Okay. Whew. We've got a bit of animal renaming to do, though. Look at the two little babies. Oh. We're gonna name this one Bob, and this one Sully. Thanks for the name suggestions, everyone, and please do continue to leave them in the comments. We've got lots of animals, including all our Oceania animals in here, which do need names. So I am listening. I will put them on the name list, and you may see your animal name get into the zoo. Look at them. They're so majestic. I mean, the emus are a strange mix between majestic and freaky. And I kind of dig it. And now we've moved our zoo entrance to a little bit further out. Our capybara education is just outside of the power. So we're just going to have to adjust this, move this over here where it's still within range, which is only a minor change. Okay, so we've just moved that across, so they've got a bit better coverage within the power, and now everything else is still powered, which is good. We've got something here. What's this? Oh, it's vandalized. Oh wow, that's expensive. People, who vandalizes a child's toy, like education toy? Well, I guess a child. Okay, let's check up on our animal research. Our vet research is plowing on. We need these guys to finish on the bats so that we can improve our bat enclosure, get them a nice habitat. But we also need to improve our guest facilities out here, and I think we may do that right now. And we're going to carry on the theming. So before we had, so obviously this area is the South American area, so this is themed this way. This is Oceania, so we're going to have a similarly themed food and drink stall area here, and then we'll just blend the seats between them. We've just discovered a diseased animal. Right, let's quarantine these. That's not good. Why are you diseased? Maybe it could just be generally that they've you know, random events type thing in a game. But I think it's more likely, yeah, their power needs fixing. So this has not been maintained properly. It probably needs to be on every 6 months. Maybe we should just turn it to 3 months to be sure. Oh, let's put it on. So basically, it's not been maintained. The water's gotten dirty, and now, probably because they're drinking from it right now, they're getting sick. So we need to urgently fix this. Stop! Everyone, stop drinking. You're gonna get sick. No. Let's see if they get sick as well, or if we're lucky. And we need the mechanic to fix this urgently. So the water filter. I mean, goodness, look at that. That's quite a problem. I don't know how no one noticed this. Yes, thank you. Please do run. Oh, here we go. Is it this one? Oh no, someone else is sick. Okay, well, it must be spreading through the air as well. Oh goodness. Okay, we're just going to quarantine as many as we need to until everyone is okay. And they'll be treated in the vet surgery as soon as they've, as soon as we have space in the surgery. Oh, look at them. They're just having a swim in the dirty water. I didn't know that EVs swam. Look at them. They're properly going for it as well. They're not just like walking on the bottom. They are actually swimming. That's so cool. We do need to rename our animals as well in here. So maybe we should do that first before we start building the food area. Let's go through the names you guys had suggested and rename all the animals in the Oceania section. So our male emu is going to be called Rocky. This angry looking female emu is going to be called Karen. This female emu is going to be called Blueberry. And our capybara are trying to inbreed again. So it's because they've become... Oh, no, it's because you are probably their siblings. So this male needs to be put on contraceptives. Yeah, because it is one of the children of this habitat. I don't know how many we've got. We need to check on their numbers as well. I'm all over the place today. We do need to check on how many they have in an adult group because I don't want it to be too many that they can't coexist happily. We've got a number of young capybara, so it should be okay. Where do we need to check? They're social, probably. It says that they're happy with their group size and everything. Their social group is fine. So it seems that there's not too many of them yet, but we are going to get to that point where we do need to start releasing them. The contraceptives will stop them inbreeding as well. Because, to be honest, though, they can't be inbreeding with anyone because their parents are also in here. So we need to put them both on contraceptives because the dad can't breed with her either. Oh, and our final little emu is being treated right now. And she is going to be called Estrella. Look at our little quokka seeking treatment. Yeah, you guys have told me how to pronounce it. I was close with this one, I feel. Closer than I normally am. Look at the sloth. I was closer than I normally am, but yeah, it's not quokka, it's quokka apparently. So thank you to everyone who helped me actually pronounce the name of the animal correctly. We've got a power source has failed. Oh no, let's put this maintenance to every 3 months. We may just need more mechanics. We have only got one, which it may not be enough, but we'll see how they go. They seem to be doing okay so far. We already had 2 major outbreaks of disease. Our female redneck wallaby is going to be called Matilda. And our male redneck wallabies are going to be called Goblin, Brock, and Spring Roll. And our red kangaroo, this one keeps jumping, so this one definitely has to be Jumper. This one can be Claire. This one is Beans. This one is Sheila. This one is Ginger Ale. And our last one is Sydney. We should also add a roof to this little section over here. I forgot to do that in the last episode. So I'm going to grab one of these pieces and do the same thing as I have over there on this little section of the habitat here, just to give it a bit of a roof. There we go. Now we have a roof structure that somewhat makes sense that it stands up. It's a little bit of a mess, this, but I kind of like it as well. It feels quite kind of, I don't know, rusticky. It's all made out of logs and stuff. So yeah, I'm going to keep it how it is. And we need to build a guest facilities section now. And it looks like we finished our Egyptian fruit bat research, which is perfect. So we can now fix their habitat, which is definitely something we need to do. Now we can move one of our vets onto a different animal, and I think maybe we should just finish off doing our exhibit species and then work through. We've got to catch up with these to make sure that we catch up with the new animals, because we've got lots of animals here to research because we had so many in the exhibits, but I'm sure our vets will catch up soon. So far we've got a slush, a soda, a water as far as drink, and a burgers and pizza as far as food. So let's get ourselves a hot dog squad. Every time I say that, I just think of their like hot dog squad every time you place it. If that was in Planet Zoo or Planet Coaster, I can't remember. I'm not sure if it's in both, but it was definitely in Planet Coaster. It made me laugh. And a Monsieur Frites. And then let's have another Pip Shot water over here, just to make sure we have enough. Because when we look at the demand, there's high demand for the water, and it's probably because it's really hot here. When we look at the temperature, like it's very warm, so we need to make sure we have enough water available for our guests. Okay, I feel like we've added in quite a lot of decoration now with these. There's maybe a little spot on that wall that could have a kangaroo or something on it, but I think we're pretty good now. There we go. Just added a couple of kangaroos in, and I'll probably do the same here as well. Just making it kangaroo mad, this area. But basically, I feel like this is good enough for our Oceania section. And I wish the lights would come up. It's because we're in that weird dawn period where it's like nice and red. Maybe we should add the awnings around all of them. I think I might do that actually. Just add the, whatever these are. I can never know what the term is for these. Fascias or something? Just adding these like surrounds to everything. And then I'm gonna add the awnings as well, because I just feel like it will help with the sun too. It seems a bit odd to not give them it when we have them available to us. And they fit together quite nicely. So we've got some more food and some more water. That's good. We do need to get some more varied seating in here. I'm going to move this seating round to this side. Obviously temporarily moving them. And then I'm going to put in some seating for Oceania around the other side as well. And I'll tell you what, we'll just formalize the seating a bit more, spread it out a bit more for both areas, and have something that works a little bit better for both sections. Okay, I feel like that's a bit better. Now they've got good access to everywhere, but there's also a reasonable amount of seating for everyone. And we could maybe scooch these over a little bit, actually, looking at where the queues are. Yeah, we'll move them across just a tad. But generally, I think these are pretty good and out of the way, which is exactly what we want. Now, the animal we're going to put in today is the Jaguar, which is very exciting. They're very, very cool animal, and I think they need quite a lot of room. So we need groups of 1 to 2. So let's say we've got 2, and let's say we've got a couple of babies as well at one time, maybe 3 babies. They need about 1,000 meters squared. They also have a climbing and water requirement, so we need to make sure we consider that. And they need grade 3 climb-proof walls. Now, the climb-proof is going to be the interesting bit. I think we can probably do that with construction pieces as long as they're not climbable. So we need to have a look at that and see what works. And to make the habitat area, we're going to continue our path along this grid here. I'm going to leave angle snap on, so we go in a straight line. And we're going to carry on our zoo down that way and then branch off for the habitat here. Now, I want to leave enough space for a staff building here, but I do want to have the habitat be on this side and maybe use some of this elevation if we can. So I'm going to continue the path out and then maybe turn in here. Okay, we finally managed to put in. I was trying to put an accessible way into this this path around the habitat, and I feel like these slopes are fairly steep, but still more accessible for those who have different needs with mobility. So we've got a nice standard staircase here that's actually slightly wonky. So maybe we can trip some people up. But then we've got a more accessible route as well. And this way around, it's a very gradual slope up, which I think is probably the route that most people would choose to go. But they can go either way in this setup. And now I'm going to corner off some space here for these buildings, and then probably we can have still a massive habitat here that's also across a few different levels. So I think that's going to be good for our animals. Now, as far as the barrier, I want to use the South America pack pieces, but they can't be climbable because the Jaguars would just leave. So we need to click on property and see which pieces are climbable. Okay, that's good. It looks like only these are climbable. So the wooden wall pieces that we've used for the Capybara, giant Anteater, and main wolf habitat aren't climbable. And neither are like the stone pieces and stuff like that, which you wouldn't expect to be climbable. I mean, the bamboo, I wouldn't know, to be honest, but I wouldn't expect stone to be. So it's good that we can use a similar setup than we use here and kind of keep the same theme. So I'm going to use these pieces because they're also more than 3 meters high, and kind of lay out the habitat and then put in null barriers on the outside of what we've just put down. Okay, we've built quite a large fort area, it looks like now. And if we put a null barrier on the inside and put in a habitat gate, we should be able to start marking out this as like an actual habitat. Okay, so this habitat is almost 12,000 meters squared, which I think is good. It's going for kind of that 10 times, 12 times what they actually need, but that's the whole theme of the ethical zoo, and that is going to have climbing area and water area in it as well. Which will take up some, and obviously nature, that will take up some of the land requirements. At the minute, the guests aren't going to have a very good view of the habitat because we've got it all built up with like the wall pieces, whereas we need these kind of like glass viewing areas into the habitat. So they will see in through things like this. We could put a little vista point here actually while we remember. That'd be quite cute. Let's put a little vista point here. To let our guests know that this is a good place for a selfie. It should be quite a nice area. And before we go and put in the glass areas, let's actually get our Jaguars. So we've got a few to choose from. They're quite expensive. Let's order them by appeal. So there's this one from Frontier, this female, and this male. We could get these. Or we could go for black Jaguars as well. Maybe we should go for... Hey, let's go for normal Jaguars, like the normal. I say normal, they're both normal. This is what I think of as a typical Jaguar, which is the yellow coat. So the yellow fur with black rosettes, that's it. Let's grab this one, and then let's grab the other male here. They're both 7. I should have probably looked at how old that actually is for a Jaguar. Let's have a look in species. They live to be 23, so 7 is actually really good. 7 is fine. They're still young. Now we've got both of them. Let's put them into our quarantine, and then they can be going through quarantine while we finish up our viewing areas. Let's make some viewing areas so our guests can actually see the animals too. We've got another Capybara has grown up. So Quandale's trying to breed with them, which he shouldn't be. I don't know how many times I keep telling him. He's not listening to me. So I put her on contraceptives. Okay, I feel like we've given them a fair few viewing areas. We're also going to put in a viewing area here where there's a little bit of like a dead zone for viewing. But that's just because of the gradient. It's quite hard to get the pieces to line up properly. So I'm going to put in some glass pieces to make this actually work. And we need the thin glass pieces. In fact, they're just over here. So I'm just going to copy one of these and add it to this group instead. And then I'm going to fill in all the glass panes in here. And it should be ready for our Jaguars. Okay, we've just added glass in, so that is ready to go. And our Jaguars are past quarantine. So let's add them both into... Oh, wow, they've got cool names. Let's add them both into this habitat here, which is going to be renamed from Habitat 10 to Jaguars. And we do need to fix this entrance somewhat, because this isn't actually going to work. So I'm going to do that right now while we have the chance. Before they go in. Okay, we've got a bit of a bamboo feature here, but we're gonna build on top of this anyway with the roof pieces. But this is basically, obviously this wouldn't be real bamboo in real life. It would be some kind of material that looked like bamboo, some kind of wood or metal that had been painted or manipulated to look like it. Look at them, they're here. Oh my goodness. Look at that face. Wow, they're adorable. First things first, I'm gonna pause because as they run, I'm getting more and more anxious. Let's see if they can escape. Oh, wow. Surprisingly, they can't. There's only one area that they can escape. Ah, it's because these are climbable, isn't it? Ah, that's a problem. Okay, so they can technically climb out of them. Let's find which pieces aren't. Climbable. Right, so these pieces. So the thick bamboo isn't climbable. Isn't that what we used here? Yeah, thick. Oh no, it is climbable. Right, the bamboo's climbable. Of course it is. Let's rethink this design and maybe use the other pieces. Okay, that should work. Obviously, you need to use decoration because it's very, like, unidimensional. But we can definitely do that and make it look a lot nicer. Hopefully that resolves the problem, though. Yes, it has resolved the problem. They now cannot escape, which is perfect. Okay, so it's actually the right size for them, which is great. Insufficient area or crowding is present. Oh, okay. I'm going to pause. It's because they haven't got enough swimming or climbing area. I was going to say they definitely have enough area, but they don't have climbing or swimming. So that is important, and we'll definitely be doing that now. And I don't know if you see what I see, but this looks like a perfect water area to me. So I'm going to start doing that right now while I'm excited about it. Okay, that gives these guys a little bit more water. And they're going straight in, which is a great sign. Okay, so they've definitely got enough water now. That's way more than they need. And we just need to resolve climbing, which we'll of course do. And we can do it as part of the shelter requirements as well. Now, all our staff are yelling at us because we've not put them in the work zone. So let's do that right now. You guys also, we need to add the facilities in as well. That's a thing we haven't done. And I'm not sure if we've got enough vendors now. Let's train everyone up and then have a look at how many vendors we have. We have got vendors. Okay, let's assign them to the central hub, our new vendors. Oh, we may need more, but let's see how we go with them. Let's see how they do. It seems like everyone's pretty much staffing everything at the minute. And I'm assuming that these buildings are doing well and earning us money. Okay, yeah, definitely earning us money. I've got already lifetime profits of almost 1,000 on the first one, but still, they're all earning money, which is perfect. They're contributing to our finances. And our profit's gone down. Why is that? Oh, is that for the new year? It looks like our income is now lower than our ongoing expenses. So we need to very, very, very slightly, but we need to keep a good eye on that and make sure we improve it. And obviously we're doing that through donations. We're doing it through the new staff buildings we've just put in, like the new guest facilities. But hopefully that will increase. We can add in obviously donations for these guys, and that will earn us more. You can see they're using the Vista Point as well. That's awesome. But we do need to keep an eye on that. That's a bit concerning. It is going down. Oh, okay. Okay, our income's already more. I think it was maybe a momentary blip. We're about break even, although our income is starting to pull ahead now. Needs to keep an eye on it, I think. Oh, and guests think tickets are underpriced, so that'll be the first thing we do. Let's put it to like 24 and 12. That should have quite a significant impact as well. The zoo is great. It's great scenery. Ticket price is great. It's very spacious. It's damaged things as well. That's a bit concerning. Let's look at crime. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's replace these. That's all fine. No vandals caught. There's been quite a lot of pickpocket victims in the zoo. Seeing as we do have a security guard, they're not doing an amazing job. I don't know where our action man went, but he needs to get back on it. Right, I'm going to pause because these guys aren't going to be happy either because they haven't got what they need as far as space enrichment, and I don't want us to get protesters because of that. I'm going to leave the game on pause. It looks like our finances are recovering. Yeah, that's already way more. Okay, so it's just a momentary blip because we started a new year probably. Wow, look at them swim. That's so cool. Okay, we need to put in the rest of this water area that I was adding and then start adding in the nature that these guys need. And that's going to be from Central and South America and North America, grassland. So we can definitely do this. Let's go. Okay, we've added a layer of rocks in, and this enables us to do one of my favorite things in Planet Zoo, which is to add waterfalls in from the aquatic pack because I just love them. So I'm going to add some waterfalls in over here on the water section. And the moment of truth. Oh yeah. I do like that effect. I have to say this one's slightly too long. I would like it if it was more like this. And perhaps I should change that with that in mind. But in fact, I am just going to change this one to be a slightly different effect. There we go. I quite like this waterfall effect we have now as well. So hopefully you guys do too. And hopefully our Jaguars do. Now the terrain we have for these guys is actually pretty good. It's kind of what they want. So I'm very tempted to just leave it because it is what emerged naturally in this area. I could maybe put it on like a 30% kind of smooth out some of these areas. Like give them a little bit more soil. And perhaps a tiny bit more rock as well. But other than that, I'm very tempted just to leave it because it seems like they're pretty happy. Now it's time for plants. Okay, so Planet Zoo just crashed, which hadn't happened for me for a very long time, which is very strange. So I've just had to redo a couple of the nature bits. But basically, the Jaguars have a good nature score still. Let me find out what it is. There's one of them here. They've got 66% nature, and we've cleared a little area here to make their bedding and climbing areas. And then I'm going to put some more climbing areas just scattered throughout. So I'm going to do this using the basic wooden shelters. Okay, I feel like we've added quite a lot now, so they should have a good amount of climbing and bedding now with these areas in there. So they've got a nice central bedding area. They've got like a bit of a watchtower type thing, which I thought was quite cool. And then they've got a few areas where we built like a walkway, another small like watchtower, and then I put in one of like the climbing frame type in climbing enrichment. So they've got one of these down here as well, which is in a bit of a viewing area for guests too. So hopefully the guests like that and get to have a good view of the Jaguars enjoying climbing these things. Oh, one of them's playing with a cardboard box as well. That's way more interesting. Oh no, they've stopped. But how do they feel now? Okay, they've got loads of climbing area now. So if we click on them, let's have a look at them and where they're able to access. It seems like they've got massive coverage, so they can get right on top of all the roofs, which is what we want, and they still can't jump out of the habitat, which is perfect. That's kind of what you need.
Jaguars are good swimmers, often chasing and catching prey in water. Interestingly, the animals known as black panthers are actually jaguars with a rare color morph. Jaguars have an extremely strong bite that enables them to crush turtle shells, and relative to their body size, they have the strongest bite of all felids, alongside the clouded leopard. Female jaguars with cubs will be especially aggressive towards male jaguars to protect their young. Jaguars will often drag their kill into trees to eat them undisturbed, and they also often sleep in the trees. So it's a good thing we gave them lots of climbing enrichment. Although jaguars aren't endangered, their numbers are decreasing and they're near threatened. This is due to habitat loss caused by deforestation, as well as conflicts they have with ranchers, which is caused by the jaguars killing their livestock. Some demand for their pelts and also their body parts for traditional medicine still remain, which is horrible. However, it has decreased significantly in recent decades. To help conserve the natural jaguar population, many areas in which they live have been declared protected, which is great.
Oh, they're playing with it. Amazing. Oh, that was so cute. Look at them. Seems like our jaguars are enjoying their new habitat, having a little swim around. I wonder what the other one is, actually. This one is definitely having a bit of a splash around. But our other one is probably exploring the climbing. Oh my goodness, look at them. They're in the tree. Oh, that's so cool. Some of you did ask, actually, about whether they can escape or not, like whether they could jump out. So we should probably check it now we've put all the trees in. So I'm just going to go on the heat maps, click habitat, and then select our jaguar, and we can see that they can't escape anywhere. So if they could, there'd be a either a climbable escape point, like red warning would come up, or a jumpable one if they could jump off a tree to escape. So I think we're good. They're both in there, just happy as anything. That's exactly what we want. However, our guests can't give us money for their joy because we haven't put any donation bins in, and we also aren't educating our guests on the jaguars. So I think we need to put some nice big education sections in, like here, going the facilities and media devices and education. and we will add in some boards, probably some education paw prints, and all other education stuff to make sure that our guests know how cool these animals are and that they need their help with donations. Okay, I think we've added quite a lot there. We've just got a little bit of our vista point up here. We have an important alert that's just gone, so I think it's just that they were queuing for the staff room, which is going to be the next thing I try and sort out, because yeah, we've got quite a lot of people in here. But for now, we've added some education that goes right the way around. This is deforestation. I may replace this. I wanted to check what this was. I swear there's one that has a jaguar on it. Is it ecotourism? No. There's one of them. Okay, this is quite close. I don't know if that's actually a jaguar or not, but it's the closest I think we're going to get. So we're going to go for species reintroduction. Now we've added those in, I think it's probably time that we sort out our keeper hut and staff room situation by creating our little staff building here in the space we've kind of cornered out for ourselves. And I'm going to go on the same theme and do kind of a green roof as we did with these buildings, and also use the modern wood pieces, the dark New World pieces. So let's start laying out the foundations, and unfortunately that does mean I need to delete the staff room, which is going to really annoy all of them. And create a lot of alerts. And same with the keeper hut. So I've just turned the blueprints off to show us just the shells of the building. And now this is how I always build my buildings in Planet Zoo, is I lay out the foundations with like the shells of what I want to put in there, like the keeper hut large. And then I will go through and kind of add the doors and windows to it to kind of get the shape of the building, and that it helps a lot in deciding what you're going to make from the shape. And I'm also going to put the workshop into this building because I want to get more construction pieces and also more food and drinks shops, which I think we're lacking at the minute. Okay, so I've just laid the shell out of the kind of the border of what I want. Oh, I've missed one there. One window. So you can see from this that I've kind of got an internal shape going now, and I changed the orientation of the workshop so that the window faces from the front, because I want this to all be the same, so we can either put some decorations or put some of these windows, like the kind of fake windows, I guess, on the side here. To make it look a bit more normal, because if we put this type of window next to that type of window, it just looks a bit strange. But we've got this whole back side as well we can do, and then we've got all the same windows on this front, and you can see how this creates a bit of like an internal layout for the building. The staff room is huge, the large staff room, and it looks awesome. I wish like the staff rooms were like this everywhere, because I feel like everyone deserves this kind of staff room. And the keeper hut is great too. It's huge. It's a massive kitchen area basically for them to prepare all the food. There's quite a lot of food left out. Don't know how I feel about that. It should probably be in the fridge, but they've got quite a lot of fridges, so people just need to do their jobs, I guess. And we've got a nice little menu on the side, which is cool. I guess that's working out how much it costs to get the food in for all the animals. But it looks really cute. I love it. And at the minute, they've not got a great view. It's just the bamboo walls. So I think we need to put some planting around the outside to make all this look a bit nicer. But one additional thing I put in is a fake staff toilet, because staff don't go to the toilet in this game, which is a little strange. We do make them work quite long hours. So I think the least we can do is give them a toilet break every once in a while. So we're going to turn this into a fake toilet just by putting a toilet sign on it, like we did with the other building in here. We've got a nice toilet over here. So it's going to be the same thing in this one. And we're also probably going to put a nice little garden in just generally around, have it be a lot more planting. And I think it's going to look really nice. So I'm going to do that now. So I've just removed the curbs on the path and made the floor. I've like overlaid it with these roof pieces. I am gonna very slightly adjust the height on these so that they don't flicker like that, if I can. I'm not gonna be able to. So I'm just gonna shift these back ones so that the flickering where they're overlapping occurs inside the building where you're not gonna see it as much. And then we can kind of hide it away like that. I know none of our keepers and anyone can reach anything. In fact, I can get rid of this if I just add it all to the work zone right now. So let's edit the central hub, add in these power sources as well. And then we'll add these 3 buildings and suddenly everyone will be happy. If I click play, everyone should suddenly be happy because you should have access to a staff room now. Can you still not? Ah, maybe they're not powered. Yes, they're not powered. So that's something I should have thought about before I built it. Just going to add back in that connection as well to the Jaguar habitat before I forget, which could be what some of them are complaining about too, is that they can't reach the Jaguar habitat, but they can now again, so that's good. And we need to think of a place to put a solar panel, because this orientation isn't going to work here because we've got a nice garden around the edge. So we need to put in another solar panel. In fact, I'm going to grab this one from over here, which already has some decoration, and put it in here next to this Jaguar walkway. And now this will run all of this section here too, which is perfect. That's what we want. And it's still in keeping with the Jaguar section. Now, it would be nice to have it on this side, but I think that's going to clash with the null barrier that we've got here. Because they hate the pieces, the facility pieces. It's so annoying, but they normally stop you from putting them there. So I'm just going to leave that as it is there. And now we can start to decorate this area. I think we'll do the internal decoration of the building because I always put the roof on too early and then struggle to internally furnish it. So I'm going to do the internals with some signage, and hopefully that will be good for this area. Okay, now we've added all the internals in, I think it's time to put the roof pieces on. And for this, we're going to use the roof flat piece and just continue this as we have elsewhere, but over the internals of the building. Now we are going to carry this around the whole of the outside here, but we need to turn this into a nice garden area. So I'm going to go into nature, find mulch, and then lay down a layer of mulch all over this garden and then fill it with some flowers. Okay, we've added quite a lot of flowers to the outside. Now it's going to be time to put the roof on and then do the same thing on the top. And there we go. We've now got a 2-tiered keeper / staff room area. Oh, with a workshop too. And they've all got this beautiful garden around the outside. So on the ground level, they can see a nice garden while they're working. And we've also got a nice green roof that replicates exactly the same thing, just one level up. So I'm really happy with this building actually and how it turned out. Now, one thing I didn't do was add anything to the sides here. And I think I might just put some standard windows in so that we've got a bit more going on this side, and the same with the back wall. Let's just take a little look at our animals in our Oceania section. Look at the little kangaroo jumping around. Which one is this? This is Beans. Just having a bit of a hop around. Got a disco ball there. Oh, we've got Capybara about to mature. That's good. We need to check on our Capybara too, because the main purpose of this episode is to add another animal into their habitat and see how they all get on. Because they've got more than enough space. Look, Rocky and Blueberry are just hanging out together. They're so cute in here. I just love how there's so many of them and they all just get on. Like, look at them. This is Wallabies and Quokka. I'm still getting it wrong. It's Quokka. It's not Quokka. I am learning. Oh, someone's about to have offspring. Pipoca's about to have offspring. Right, we need to check. Your current mate. Oh, you don't want Quandale to be your mate. I'm assuming that's your parent. Let's check the stud book. Oh, no, the unknown. Okay, Pipoca's one of the older ones. That's absolutely fine. I think the Capybara are getting quite large, though, as we enter the quite difficult to see dusk period of our zoo. Look at the little baby maned wolf in dusk. Oh, little baby Capybara following their mom into the hut for a little sleep, or no? We need more lights, actually, around our zoo. We've got some here, but we've got nothing for like the other sections. What lights have we got that are oh no, not South America, that are Australia themed? Let's have a look at that. We've got these lampposts. Maybe we should put some of these in, because we're kind of just keeping it in the themes, aren't we? I think that's probably much better. And then we should have some generally over here, but we could probably do with some around this habitat. We need to do something with this section, even if we just increase the size of the habitat. But we could probably put like a small little section of, I don't know, vending machines or some, maybe even more vendors and like proper facilities in for our guests here. I'm going to put the lights in gradually as we go. So we've done a number of Australia lights here. Oh, these little koala lights are cute, aren't they? Oh my goodness, look at that. Oh, we will have to find a place for that somewhere. But we need to have some more of these South America lights generally around the park too. I just want to keep the lights in the theme of whatever continent we're on. So I think that would be cool. I don't feel like I would have the, let's call it gumption, to walk through a Jaguar habitat. Just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to go refill all their feeders. Oh, do we need to like put them in a certain section? No. I'll just go in. I'll just restock everything while they're going around their business. Like they're going to be in one of these trees just hanging overhead of you. And you would no idea. You would have like literally no idea where they are. Well, and then you would. Pausing, right, okay, we've got fighting now between the Capybara because there's too many of them in here. So that is absolutely not acceptable. We knew we were going to get to this level. Look how many Capybara we have. There's so many of them. Oh my goodness. We definitely need to sort this out. We need to release some of our Capybara into the wild, and then we need to put a new animal into this habitat. So I think maybe we should do that now. It's definitely it's the sign that we needed, I think, that it needs to be done. Because there are a lot of them now. Let's filter our animals list to just be Capybara, and then we can sort them by maturity. So we can see how old the oldest ones are here. Now, if we look at our Zoopedia, Capybara, I don't know how long they live. I think it's a bit more. Oh, it's not actually much more. They only live for 10 years. So that's not a long time compared to some of these. Let's have a look. We've got the oldest are 9.5. Okay, so a lot of these actually are very much on their way out. If we look at these here, we've got 8 original, I think these are capybara that we introduced to the habitat. I'm going to leave all of these in and then look to the ones underneath them, which are the ones starting here. These are the ones I think are probably at the age where they could just be released now. They're fertile, they're 4 or 3 years old. They're definitely at the age that they need to be going into the wild and, repopulating. Although I think in the case of capybara, they don't need to do much repopulating. I think they're pretty good. So I'm gonna take these off contraceptives, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I might just take 8, 9 up to here and have the ones that are much younger stay. But this is 1, 2, this is 9, we can see here. I'm going to release these 9 capybara into the wild. So that is Adam, Carrie, Anna, Mango, Pancake, Cappuccino, Maple, Rosemaria, and Raoul. I'm gonna release all of you guys into the wild, and we'll have to get some more. We have to rename some more. I think there's a couple down here that we haven't renamed yet, the 2 youngest ones. We probably need to rename now, but firstly, I'm just gonna release these into the wild because it's about time they found their own feet in the world. And if you think about it, I like to think that we release all of these together. So, they can go out, they can find their own groups if they want to be in the same group. But if they want to, they're already in a group of 9, which is a cute little family. So I'm going to release them now. Just don't want to think about the breeding. I'm assuming another male comes in and then it's all fine. Right, release to wild. We only get 211 credits because they're not really of concern, but still, let's release them to the wild. And our 2 little capybara here. This little rascal down here is going to be called Cody. And the other tiny little bubba is going to be called Happy. Now, if we play, that has massively alleviated the stress that I think this is placing on the habitat. But look at them all. The main wolves are coming out as well. Oh, these are elderly as well, our main wolves. We need to keep an eye on them. Which one is Ginger's actually elderly now? I wonder how long they live as well. Let's have a look in the Zoopedia. I'm assuming maybe 14. Oh, they've got a bit of time though. And they can still breed until they die, so that's good. Now, if we go into our Zoopedia, our Bird's tapir actually also have interspecies enrichment with the capybara and the giant anteater. So I think it's definitely worth adding them into this habitat as well, because they have similar requirements as far as fencing. They don't really have much of a land requirement. They could all definitely live in here and everyone would still have loads of space. And they're endangered, so we definitely should be adding them. So I'm going to add 2 Bird's tapirs into this habitat, and we can see how they get on with everyone, because there's then going to be 4 different species of animals in this habitat. So I definitely think at that point the habitat will be at capacity, but we know that because they get interspecies enrichment, this basically means that they actually benefit from living with one another. They'll be enriched by sharing their habitat with them, and vice versa. Like the capybara share it with a number of species, including the tapirs. So it's definitely a good idea to put them in, because we're going to be improving their lives living in here. So let's have a look at the animal trading market and see what we can get. So if we look at the tapirs, we've got 2 females right now. So I might just grab, what group size do they need to live in again? Can they live on their own? They can live on their own, but it's either 1 female or 1 female and a male. So for now, let's just get a female. While that's all that's available to us, let's get the better female, which is this one, and adopt them. And we can send them straight to quarantine, which is in this building. And they can just be moved from the Animal Trade Center to quarantine to just check they haven't got any diseases or anything before we put them in the habitat, or any injuries that need treating. I'm realizing as well, we didn't put any signs up inside this building. So I might do that now. Let's have a look at our signs, because we need our vet sign. We need loads of them. So this is the vet surgery. This is our research center. This is our quarantine, and this is our animal trade center. So there we go. That's much clearer if you're a staff member, other than going off the color of the door, which is how I'd been doing it, which maybe isn't the best way to signpost things. Just color a door, but then don't have any actual key for people to see. Oh, this color means that. So now it's a bit more color coordinated. Can we see anyone using the facilities? No, no one's using the keeper hut yet. Are they using the staff room? Yes. What are they doing? They're just... Oh, that's... Are you okay? Do they need checking on? I feel like that's a bit unhinged. They're just staring out the window at the toilets. I didn't realize that was where that was either. This is maybe not the best seat. If you're going to do that as well, at least put the TV on so people are less suspicious. This is it slightly more normal? I don't know. I mean, you're sitting the wrong way around on a bench. Why don't they use the staff room normally? Look at this staff room. It's great. It's even got orange walls and a yellow ceiling. How many staff rooms have yellow ceilings? And yet they're more interested in staring at the walls. I mean, maybe it's because of the paint job. They just love it. Yeah, I mean, she couldn't take her eyes off the ceiling. Maybe that's it. They do just kind of sit with dead eyes. Oh no, she's talking to herself. I'm gonna go now. Maybe our staff needs some more rewards. Let's have a look at what we can give our staff, because they've got perks in here. Right, we definitely need to be giving our staff healthcare. I don't know if we can get multiple of these at the same time. Let's get no, we have to pick one. So we can either go healthcare, social club, learning resources, security office, staff PR course. I feel like that's probably not quite as helpful for them as everyone else, and the rec room. So I'm either thinking healthcare or rec room. I just feel like healthcare should be the #1 priority, so I'm going to put that in there. Did we just get an alert that someone couldn't use the staff room? Because I feel like there's loads of space. There's a whole facility here and some grass that's encroaching on their land. Just gonna shift this this grass a little bit outside so it's not in the building. Our tapirs past quarantine. Let's move them in. Let's move them into Capybara, maned wolf, giant anteater. And now we're gonna have to call this Bird's tapir. That's too long now, so we're gonna call it tapir and anteater to make it a bit shorter, so we know what everything is. And we'll keep our eyes peeled for any more tapirs as well. Oh, there's a male. Perfect timing. Let's grab this male too. Well, he's here. He's a bit older, but it's fine. I'm trying to remember how old she was actually. She might have been 8 too. But at least we've got a male and a female. And whacking him in quarantine. Now let's have a look at our female. Oh my goodness. Look, the capybara woke up because she came in. Bird's tapir is the largest land mammal in Central America, which is awesome. And the closest evolutionary relative to the tapir is the rhino. A group of tapirs is known as a candle, and tapirs are important seed dispersers in their environment due to their varied diet and wide-ranging foraging behavior. They're also excellent swimmers and spend large parts of their day in water, so it's a good thing we've got quite a lot of water in this habitat. When swimming, they can use their prehensile snout as a snorkel, which is probably the coolest thing about them. Unfortunately, Bird's tapirs are endangered, and the main threat to the species is deforestation, which is destroying their habitat. In order to try and reduce this, conservationists are heavily concentrated on protecting the woodlands and rainforests of Central America. Hunting is also a threat to them, and despite it being illegal to hunt tapirs in Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Panama, these laws are rarely enforced. And in the time we were learning about our tapirs, our male is also ready. So let's add him in as well. And they can be introduced. We need to check, is there any more enrichment that we can add in for the tapirs that aren't already in the habitat? So I'm gonna go on Bird's tapir and then just check. Oh, attire. I think we've already got most of these items, but I just wanna add anything in that we're missing. Like we haven't got a scratching post, although, I'm going to pause the game. The Egyptian fruit bats. I think they probably need feeding. That was like 16 alerts at once. It's just, yeah, they need... That's really bad. It requires a keeper. Okay, so let's request the keeper. Grab the keeper and move them straight into the bat area so they can start work immediately, because that is not good. Now, this habitat is actually something else I want to do this episode. I want to make sure that they have a much better habitat rather than just this wooden building they're in currently. We want to make sure they have much more of like a cave environment that we walk through. So we're going to do that in this episode. But for now, let's just make sure the tapirs are okay and settled in, and then we can move on to looking at our bats. We don't have any Scots pine or tamarind trees, so I think I'm just going to put a rubbing pillar just in the habitat somewhere, like a standard one, maybe over here. And then they've got a rubbing post they can use. Everything else, I think, is already in there, apart from this fruit spike tree. I'm not sure if this is in, but I do have a feeling it's over... No, it's not over here. Okay, let's add this over here. And then I think as far as food and water, they use a large food trough. So let's add another. We could just have 2 large food troughs over here. Let's move this watermelon enrichment to maybe here. And then we can add another large food trough in. And then we know that we've got enough for all our animals. And obviously water they will just get from the various water areas we have. Oh, this is our male. Look at him. They look very similar. I have to say the male and the female. Unless they're directly like next to each other, I don't think I could tell the difference. Oh, there's the female over there. I mean, they're pretty much next to each other, and I don't think I can tell the difference. But they're very cool looking, aren't they? They're very cute. Let me know what you want to call these guys in the comments, and I will put them on the name list and rename them in a future episode, because I also can't pronounce these names. It's cute that they get on though. Like, look at them even with the main wolves and everything. Even though they don't benefit from sharing the habitat with each other, they seem really happy with it still. Like, then there's no issues or fighting or anything. Oh, while they do a poop, you can see they've got a 40% bonus. I wonder what the Capybara have now. They've got a 60 now, because they must have had a 40 before because of the main wolves. The main wolves have 40, and where are our giant anteaters? They're probably snoozing in this building. Yep. They are on 60 as well. So actually, oh, look at that, was so cute. They've got like 160% welfare. That's really good. And the iguanas have pretty much completely opposite. I think we might need to... Oh, our Jaguars are about to mate. I think we may need to have some more keepers, because it seems like they're not quite managing the workload well. So let's look at our keepers here. They are all, they could, you know, we can train up everyone, generally. But I don't think they're them quite managing it. So maybe let's get another keeper and assign them to the central hub too. Now we can break this up further. We could have just 1 keeper or 2 keepers just doing this area. But it is all very close by to one another. Like, the habitat gates we're talking about are here, pretty much like here, here, and here. So it's not like they've got long distances to go, and the keeper hut's in this building here. So I know that they've got to go in to do the actual caring for the animals, but the walk between them is very small. I think they all just need keepers. Yeah, it's just that they've not been fed. They've not got like bad anything else. They're just not been fed enough. Right. I think the tickets are underpriced. They're glad the toilet's free. It's interesting that that's the best thing. That's actually more popular than just the zoo being good. But that's great. And they like all the different animals in the habitat, so that's good. We're actually doing really well. We could have some more drinks, but generally our guest needs are pretty well satisfied. We can boost our education as well. We do need to bring that up, but let's make it more expensive. Let's have it be 28 and 14 and see what the guests think of that. What's our inspection report say? Yeah, basically just improve the education if we can. And we are trying. We need to carry on with our vet research too. I bet we finished this now. Yeah, we finished pretty much finished the animals we were on. I'm going to leave them to carry on with that. Oh, no, 2 of them are finished, right. So we previously already researched the bird's tapir a little bit, which is why we've already got some research there. I do want to finish off all of our exhibit animals, and then we'll research our habitat animals. So we're a bit of a backlog. We need to catch up with our vets. But I think they're doing a good job. We've got 3 of them on it at all times, and they are plowing through it. So I think we'll get there eventually. I think we could also add some more education signs, like here, that have the bird's tapir on them, because we need to be advertising them as well. Educating, that's what I'm looking for. We need to be educating our guests on them as well. So I'm just going to set this to be the bird's tapir. And then I'm going to change some of the signs we have around here to be on them too. Capybara are kind of our main pull for this habitat, so that's fine. But maybe over here, this should be a bird's tapir section. And I do want to make sure they get a good bit of coverage because they are endangered. So I might delete some of this seating here and provide a bit more of a space there for them. That should be enough. They've got a speaker and they've got 2 education signs. That's quite a lot of coverage. We can always increase this actually as well to be maybe 12 and reduce the capybara one over here. I think that's maybe better. That captures more of them coming in too. Ah, look at our lights. Wow, okay, so this is definitely well lit around this side. We just need to carry on with this as we go around, and eventually the whole zoo will be lit up very nicely. And it's going to be cool as well, because this side is going to be like really white light, and this one is going to be like a nice red moody torchlight. So it's going to look quite interesting from above, I think, in going forward. Now, speaking of darkness and lights, I think the final thing we need to do in this episode is sort out our bat habitat so it resembles more of a cave than I don't know what this is. One of you said sports gym in the comments, and I thought that was quite funny. But yes, it definitely needs to be more like a cave environment. And one of the things we were waiting for was for them to get all of their layouts unlocked, which they have now. So I'm going to add in all of these layout things that we have, like look at the fruit skewers and everything. Wow, got loads. Okay, so this is quite a lot of stuff, and now we've got all this in, we know where we don't want to put scenery to block it. So I think this is pretty good. Yeah, let's get cracking. Okay, I think that looks a lot better. We basically just turned it into a cave. I've kind of roughed up the edges after putting some rock cladding on. And now the only lighting they have are these quite dim floor lights, which I think is kind of a health and safety requirement for the guests. But it should be quite dim. I also took the educational speaker out because you guys said maybe it's not fair to have like a loud speaker going on all the time. So I've replaced it with some Asian forest sounds, which I thought they'd probably hear in their natural environment anyway. So hopefully that kind of meets their needs much better. You can see it's kind of that dusk time, so it's going to be very light in here, but it would obviously get much darker at night. And they can have a normal like day and night cycle. But I'm quite happy with this. It's quite a simple thing, but it really has changed the space. And I've left all the enrichment, so nothing's touching any of the enrichment. I also just moved all of the education so that it's a bit more aligned to... oh, I'm going to move that one. A bit more aligned to like the floor lighting, which I think is better. It's a bit more evenly spaced as well. Oh, and we need to change it to be on the right animal, because I think that's on the wrong... Yeah, that's on the snakes. So let's change that so they're learning about the Egyptian fruit bats. And we've got some donation bins in here as well, so we can actually start getting some donations from them, which is perfect. So it looks like our tapirs are settling in quite nicely. Look at them, their little faces. They're just splashing around in the water. However, one thing we didn't do in the last episode was make sure that their habitat is 100% what they need, and the terrain isn't quite there because there's not enough short grass for them, or there's too much short grass for them. So I think we need to have a look at what the others need in the habitat and find the balance between everyone, because it looks like everyone else could do with less short grass. They're not that in need of it. So it may just be a simple case of swapping out short grass for long grass to make sure that everyone's happy. And it looks like the maned wolves want more long grass as well. So let's just do that now. Let's go into the terrain. I'm just going to add some more long grass where we've got short grass. Okay, that took quite a lot of playing around with, but we have the right balance now between all of the terrain types. We've got more of like a rocky, sandy area around this small watering hole, but it's what everyone's happy with. So this is the terrain type that meets everyone's needs in this habitat now. So we've got the tapirs, the giant anteaters, the capybara, and the maned wolves. Another thing you guys notice is that we don't have enough food enrichment in here now for the capybara, and that's probably because when we put them in, there weren't so many of them, and now they've been breeding like crazy and we've got loads of them. So let's add in another melon feeder over here. There we go. We've got a few more melon feeders around, so there's definitely enough for the capybara now. Let's check on our other animals though, because we want to make sure that everyone has got all of the enrichment that they need, because that's literally why, you know, this is an ethical zoo. That's one of the main things for us, is that everyone is as happy as they can be. It looks like everyone in this habitat is great. I'm just going to check up on our Oceania friends to check that they're all still happy with everything. Oh no! Julia's about to die! Our capybara. We did know that this was on its way. There are a lot of old capybara. They only live to 10, so 9.7 isn't likely to last much longer. Bless her. Oh, not next to your child. Oh, the poor thing. They're so cute. Her final moments in the zoo. You'll be missed, Julia. It's a bit morbid to just say she'll be missed before she's actually passed, actually. Oh, I think she's going now. Oh, there she goes. Our first death in our ethical zoo. Poor Julia. Let's call the vet. So now that poor Julia has passed away, I think it's time we start creating a memorial for her. So let's go into our zoo tab. And then there's a memorials section, which we can click on, we can see that Julia's here. We can see all the information about her. If we click on her, we can click create memorial and we can choose. And I want to have a memorial plaque screen. So I'm going to choose this one and create memorial. And now let's add it to this group here. And I think we should just attach it to the main building here. And we can add them on here as we choose. However, it's not actually going to say the information, which slightly annoys me. It still says this because you can replace the image. So preemptively, I've already taken screenshots of all of our animals whenever they came in the zoo. So let's add in a folder. You can put them here in your media files on your computer, and then they'll appear in the game. So I'm going to do that now, and then we can add Julia's picture in. So now if I refresh the user folder. There we go, Capybara female Julia. We've got her in here. So let's select her, and we can see we've got a little picture of her sleeping. Bless her. They're not all sleeping. That would be slightly morbid, but she's in there with some guests looking at her, just living her life. That's how she was. So R.I.P. Julia. You'll be missed. It looks as though our wallabies have all the enrichment they need though, which is good, as do our emus. Let's check up on our quokka and our red kangaroo. Our red kangaroos are happy, and where's a little quokka? They're normally over here on this side of the habitat. There they are, they're eating. Oh, look at them. Look at their little face. They're also happy, so that's good. All of these are filled. So these guys are all doing this needs changing. As well as they can be. Yeah, Julia's died. We know. We've been through that. Thank you for the very late alert game. It's more just triggering than anything else now. And we can see, oh wow, look at them up here. These guys are also 100% on their enrichment too, which is perfect. So now we've checked that our animals are all happy. I guess we have to check if our guests are too. So let's have a look at their thoughts and feelings about the zoo overall. They need more litter picking up, and they're thirsty. Okay, basically their needs could be improved because we've got quite a lot of animals in here. It's quite a lot of appeal. It's bringing in a lot of guests, and they're not all being met. Ooh, speaking of appeal, one thing we do need to add is habitat cameras to improve our marketing, which I think is probably not the best. Yeah, marketing half a star, but we can improve that. We will definitely do that. For now though, I think let's meet some more of their needs by adding in some more guest facilities. So on the heat map, we can see that our guests are generally actually okay. Some of them are lacking needs, but I mean, what is this? Oh, I didn't enjoy that view. They just need the toilet. Right, well, there's a toilet right there. So I feel like they're generally pretty well met. Like, the facilities are there. There's just maybe not enough of them, like thirst, yeah. Okay, well, they're definitely around. They just need to go to the central area to get them. So, and there's some in this building here too. So I'm not too worried about that. I think we just should expand this area and give them more facilities in one place. Oh, these people are stuck. I know they've sorted it out. So, seen as the theme of this area is this is the South America side. I'm going to continue this one to be the Oceania side, and then we'll probably go into Africa and Asia after. Maybe Europe, although I'm not sure there's many grasslands in Europe, so we'll have to check if there are any animals that fall into that category. For now though, let's improve this area by adding in some more guest facilities, and I'm going to pretty much copy the designs of these buildings here. I'm just going to mirror them to the other side. Okay, so you've just added that in there. Hopefully all our guests can get to that just fine. I've just flipped it around so it's kind of like in this section, the staff can walk out of their doors kind of on the same level, which I thought was cool. Because it's not like the back of it is ugly or anything. It's all decorated. So I think that's a reasonable place to put everything. And we could put more ATMs in here if we wanted, actually, just to keep the theme going. But yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Let's put more ATMs in this section here. Like that, and then there's more availability, and we should probably do the same over here as well with this side of this habitat. Now we are going to have to add all of these into the work zone, so let's go staff, work zones, central hub, and add the ATMs and the buildings into the same work zone. So now everyone should work in the same place, and we need to make sure, well, firstly that all our staff are trained up. I'm just going to do that now. That was very cheap. It's probably only one person. And then put all of our new vendors to work on the central hub. And just like that, we've added a new section. We do need to increase our seating though. So I'm going to do that now. Ooh, we're going to have a capybara baby. Quick pause for a capybara baby. Which I think is much more important. Look at them all in here with the tapirs and everything. What a view as well. I can't believe they're walking away at this moment. They don't know what they're going to miss. Hopefully someone else comes in to replace them, because this would be an awesome thing to witness, like that close as well. Can you imagine? Oh, she looks like she's about to give birth. Come on, Gort. She must be old now. This is probably her last babies. Here she goes. Oh, there they are. Is it just one? Just Lewis? Look at Gort, 9.8. No, and Elena as well. Well, they won't be called that for long. Please do suggest names for these two little scamps. Oh, is that a third one? Dolores, yes. Oh my goodness, 3 babies. That's amazing. Please do suggest names in the comments for these little guys, as well as all of the other animals in the zoo. You guys are awesome with the name suggestions, and we'll go through and add them in. I can't believe how many babies we've got in this capybara section. That's amazing. Oh, so cute. Right, now back to our tables. I'm just going to make some adjustments here. So we add in some more tables, and then I'm also going to replicate exactly what we just did there with this side as well, with the Oceania side. Okay, that took a little bit longer than expected, and we had to make some slight adaptations because the grid would not align to the pathing grid. Surprise, surprise for this one. But it still worked out quite well. I'm still happy with it. Looks like we've got a rogue table here as well. I'm just going to delete this. And we can add in some more ATMs over here as well. There we go. And let's add in the final seating because I missed that. Okay, there we go. Lots of seating for these guys. And that's a lot of drinks. Actually, that's probably too many drinks. I'm just thinking about it. I only added drinks in. So I'm gonna take away one of these here. I'm gonna take away this slushie. And I'm gonna take away probably this soda. And we'll add a little bit of food in. Just, I think just a tiny bit. So they've got a bit of extra food. Let's have a look at at the facilities we have. So we can see we've got 1 milkshake, 1 slush, 1 soda, 3 water, and 2 coffee. And now we've got 1 burger, 1 hot dog, 1 chips, and 1 pizza. So I think we've got some food that we've not had yet, like Mexcellente. Let's add these in. There we go. And have we had all of these? I don't think, we haven't got Bernie's Bakes, have we? That wasn't one of them. We have some baked goods. Yeah, we haven't got that. So let's get Bernie's Bakes in as well. Wherever that is here. Let's add that in. It's like the only building that I don't want to have to mess with. There we go. It's worked. Now we are going to have some extra vendors. Oh no, they deleted themselves. That's fine. We probably need to hire some more vendors anyway, just to make sure that there's enough in the in the pool. So I might do that now actually, and then we can just make sure that there's enough to rotate in and put them all on the central work zone too. And I've just seen Clementine is about to die of old age as well. We're about to lose another capybara, which is very sad. I don't want that to be the theme of this episode. Oh, there she goes. Oh, poor thing. Clementine, right, we'll call the vet. And then we'll get your memorial going now. Clementine, create memorial. Let's whack it right next to Julia's. Oh, let's turn off random rotation because we don't want that. And we need to turn on align to surface. And then if we go into memorials, Clementine, we can create a memorial. And there we go. It looks just fine. Let's add this in right next to Julia. There we go. And we can get another photo for her. I'm going to add this photo into the files and then we'll use that. Now, if we refresh the user folder, we've got Clementine here as well. So we're going to put her in. There she is, her little face. Oh, having a little swim, bless her. Well, she's in there now. And then back to our staff. Let's make sure they're all on the central hub. All of these new vendors. And we need to make sure that there's also enough of them. Oh dear. It sounds like torrential rain. That was quite scary. Okay, well, let's train up everyone as well. And then have a look at how many vendors we've got for how many actual facilities. So we've got 18 vendors, and facilities-wise, we've got 8 drinks, 6 food, 2 information centers. So that is 16 and 18. I don't really think that's enough. I'm just going to hire at least 2 more vendors and throw them into the mix, and we'll just see how that goes. 16 shops and 20 workers, basically. Just so they can reasonably kind of cover each other when they're tired. The other one can come in and cover them while they're in the staff room. Hopefully that will work. That's a lot of rain. I do not blame them for cowering under there, but at least it's probably cooler. Yeah, look at that. It's a nice cool yellow temperature now. I think everyone's a bit cold, if anything. But don't worry, because we do sell umbrellas in our information center. So just hop on over here and buy yourself an umbrella. Perhaps we should have information centers inside the zoo as well, like have some here. I just don't know if they'll make the same amount of profit. But we could have one and then like a shop or something, like a souvenir shop in that space. That's something for another episode. Right, we need to crack on with this episode, which is to add in the little penguins. Look at them. They're so cute. The blue penguins are also known as, which are found in Southern Australia and New Zealand. So it's going to fit in perfectly into our Oceania section. I'm going to continue that theme on. So they don't need a lot of space, even if, because they live in massive groups as well, up to 500 of each, which is insane. This only goes up to 99. So let's say we had 99 adults and 99 babies, which I don't think we're going to have. We still only need like less than 500 meters squared, which is crazy. So we don't have to worry too much about the size. My plan is to have 2 habitats here. So we'll build one this episode and one the next episode, and have a long path here that's kind of an underwater viewing platform for both of them. So I'm going to set that out now with what we want. And we're going to kind of split the size between them. I think these will need more room than the next animal, which you can guess, which is also from the Oceania section. If we put them in kind of in this space, I think that's good. And then the others can go further along here. And that'll round off this whole section quite nicely. And then we can look to maybe put in like an Africa, Asia section or something like that after. So let's start with that now. Okay, so we've added this quite steep decline here, which is going to go underwater. So there is a bit of a drop to this section. So I'm just going to put in some construction pieces that stop people from entering this section. Okay, we've just added a massive garden section here, which is really just for green roof because it's not really the height that people are going to be able to see, but it is going to add some biodiversity to our section here and keeps it like from the sky. It keeps it in the theme of the exhibits we have here. Ooh. Okay, these rocks seem to have breached the walls very slightly. I will have to move those back in the next episode following our bat cave, which looks very cool from the inside. I think we just need to sink some of them in a bit more. I did try and check that they were all inside, but I obviously didn't do a good enough job. That's hilarious. Okay, so we've built probably the most challenging part of this, which is to get the decline here. Now we just need to decide how far we want to go around the outside and put in our habitat. And look, we've got some lighting around here now. I love it. We do need to continue the lighting with these lampposts on this section, actually. And I'm going to want to turn random rotation off, otherwise that's going to be incredibly annoying. That seems a lot better. Now we've got some more lights in there. So I think that's good. Hopefully it'll go light soon. I do love these like red dawn dusk periods we get. They're very cool. And you can really, I love, like it's so cool to see the zoo under different lighting. It is really interesting. But look at the animals. Look at them go. You kind of speed through this habitat. What Jaguars think. Oh, they're going to poop. That's what they think of this. Okay, they'll just poop. Now, to plot out our section, I'm going to use the Australia wood pieces like we did over here and probably create quite a similar looking wall piece section. Not exact, well actually I might keep it exactly the same because it ties them in quite nicely together. So yes, what I'm going to do is copy one of these wall pieces, duplicate, and then I'm going to put it over here. Now I am going to split these from the main group so that this is its own habitat and it's not tied to the other one in any way. But then I can just select these two, duplicate, and there we go. We've got a little wall section. Now I don't just want these, I also want the glass panel version, which is all of these three. And didn't we put some shade between them too? So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab the 4 pieces like this together, and then that works much better, yes. I'm going to put them so they line up here. About to have more capybara babies, but we do need to get this in. For some reason I can't seem to merge them, but it's very easy to build these in. So let's get the Australia pieces and add them to this group like that. And then just get another log. Duplicate that in like that, and then in there. Now I think we've got all the pieces we need. I'm going to grab these two. We're going to need one on the left and one on the right of these. In fact, we could just have them both on the left and grab these pieces like this. And then it should line up quite nicely like that, yeah. So we're going to create a little viewing section above the ground here and probably do the same in this corner too. Have a little space, then have some viewing. And I think in the middle of these, we'll just have these standard wood pieces. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a glass barrier in here using the glass barrier section. Okay, so we've just added in a railing. I've just taken it off the actual one we had here, so now it looks much nicer. We've just got this nice clean walk down and a cool wooden railing that we've custom made and put in there. This is a little bit odd, so we do need to sort this out. I think it's just going to be the case that we need to continue this design the whole way down. There we go, and it's be a nice division between the habitats there. You can clearly see that's the dividing line. We'll probably have another one here just to sort out the null habitat and have a small gap between the habitats. But this should be a good habitat size. Right, now let's get in the door, which is in under barriers. We need to put in a wooden habitat gate. We can add this anywhere, but I think this is the logical choice over here because it's nice and close to our keeper hut. So let's have this right here. It's not going to impact where the actual wall is. It's just going to move the barrier. So I'm going to try and put this centrally in this panel. And then I tell you the easiest way to do this is to delete this and put in a wooden door frame and see if we can line this up to match with the habitat gate. Right, let's try. Will we? Probably not. I think that is pretty close though. So I think with a small amount of editing, we can get this over the line. There we go, it's a little wooden door and they can access it now. And if we move the bin, I think it'll look a little bit nicer too. Let's have a bin over that side instead. There we go, look at that, that's incredible. Oh, Tapirs expecting offspring, that's amazing. Okay, look, this is a nice big habitat now. Let's see how big it is. Oh my goodness, it's 7,000 square meters and they only needed like 500. So this is definitely bigger than they need. We do need to make it more watery. So that's the next thing we're going to do. And all I'm going to use for this is the terrain stamp tool. I'm going to make it as large as I can and then just literally stamp out the water areas from this, which is pretty easy and simple to do. Okay, that's quite a nice big hole there that we've made. One thing I was thinking was I think I was looking at the land area for these guys, which is very silly of me. I should have been looking at the water area and the land area combined. So yes, they need almost 500 square meters of land, and then they need, combine these together to be, about 300-ish square meters of water. So they actually need slightly more land than water, and I've just done the reverse. So I might take some of this land area back and have it be more of a split like this, where they've got quite a lot of land area and a good amount of water area here. Obviously, I'm going to smooth all these edges off. So now we've blocked out the area. Let's use the push tool, turn the percentage down to something like 20, and then we can just even use the smooth tool just to smooth these areas out. But we may need the push tool or the pull tool to get something a bit more natural looking in some of these places. And then let's see what that looks like with some water in it. So I'm going to put in, we've got a few options here. I'm going to put in some calm water and probably as high as we can get it. I should have done this deeper so that we could have it be, even further underwater, but that would be way too high above the land level. So I'm going to do it here. I mean, from the guest perspective, this is still very much underwater. And we're going to change the water so they can actually see too. But I think this could even be too much water. I think I might pull the land back quite a lot more to give them a bit more land space. I'm going to flatten to surface on this land area. and then have the slope come in on the other a bit further back. Okay, now if we click on the water, we can customize it so we can actually see it. So let's put the transparency up to 2 so you can see what's going on. I think I might just leave it on just that. I think we can add bubbles and mist and all kinds of things to it. We can make the water whatever we want as well. We can have it be green or purple or red. But we're not going to do that. I think we'll just reset it and then use natural watercolor, but just have the transparency turned all the way up, or at least to maybe like 1.8 or something, so that it looks, oh, have I still got mist on, or is that the edge, the end of the mist? That's the end of the mist, that will go. But now we've got quite a cool water area here. It's at different levels. This is definitely deep enough for them as well. It's giving them that deep water. Now we should actually get some of our penguins. This is definitely the point we should be getting them. So let's have a look. We've got a few here. They need to be in groups of at least 6. So I'm actually minded to just get all of these that we have here now, because that's 5. And then let's send all 5 of these into our quarantine building. And then we may need to see if they've got any more. Ah, there are a few more. Yes. Okay, let's get, maybe not the last one, but let's get these 2 as well. And then we know that we have enough, and we can just, if get more, probably more males, because it looks like we've got too many females. Let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia again. So they're quite easy then, it seems like. They're monogamous, so we kind of want to pair them up where we can. I think that's pretty good. I'm not going to have guests enter the habitat, because whilst I understand they can, what was their opinion of humans? They're neutral, so it's not like they're really comfortable around humans. If you have humans walking in, they might get nervous and want to run away and hide. It's not like animals that are literally don't even care you're in there. They will care. It's just that it's doable without harm to either one. But I think it's maybe better to just leave it as a viewing habitat rather than a walkthrough habitat. Let's grab this male as well. Send him to quarantine. I think that's 10 we'll have now, but let's check our quarantine. We've got a number in here. We've got 7. Okay, so maybe that's 8. We're going to have 8 of them. But yes, as I said, they only need 6. So let's put them in, and then we'll just add more when we get more of them too. This seems like a good start anyway. We are going to have to change the terrain to be whatever they want. I assume it's probably a lot more sand. And also, we're going to need to add in their feeding enrichment and things like that. So while we're on the topic of enrichment, here's me jumping around. Let's look at our vet research, because we need to plow through this. And I don't think, yeah, they've already done it. So let's get them researching other animals, and we can move through the ones we need to do. We said we'd do the exhibit animals first. So I think that's the end of them. I think maybe we should move on. Tapir is quite easy to finish. Let's just finish off the research on the tapir, and then we can put them full time on the others to get some more enrichment and things. I've had 4 of them passed already. Let's move the ones who've passed through into the habitat. And we need to check that they can't escape as well. So this is going to be called Little Penguins instead of Habitat 11. Oh, they're all passing quarantine. Okay. There's a lot of them passing. Let's let them all go through, and then we've got 4 of them going in, and then we'll do the next 4, I think. These are all just saying that they've passed quarantine. Nothing to worry about. This is our first one coming here. Look how quick that is, how close it is to the staff buildings. I want to see how small they are. They're called Little Penguins, so you'd think they'd be pretty small. Oh my goodness. No way. No way are they that small. Oh, bless them. That is adorable. I mean, they're just stacking now. Right, let's have a look at you. You're going to walk into the grass and disappear. Look at you. Oh, no. Oh, they're not going to get a good view at all. It's okay. I had planned for this anyway, which was that we're going to put some of the viewing domes in here because it seems like a prime candidate for it. So I think we need to do that now, like sooner rather than later. I'm trying to remember where they were. I assumed they'd be in facilities. Are they in guest facilities? Let's have a look. Viewing domes. I don't know where they are, but we have them here. So let's add a few of them in. I thought this would be a good sleeping area. I don't really want to put them in their sleeping area, so I'm gonna say we'll have 4 viewing domes in this area here. And then can we have them? We can't have them in water. That makes a lot of sense. That's fine. It would be great if we could. Oh, we can. Okay. I didn't realize that we had the smart building tools on these. So I'm gonna just make sure these all actually line up. There we go. We've got 4 viewing domes there, and we should be able to have the entrance as well, which I think is in barriers. Yeah, viewing dome entrance. Right, let's put this somewhere logical. Probably here would be a good place for it. I think this should be working, so I'm going to let's see how it goes, and then I'm gonna decorate this anyway, actually. So let's decorate this while we have it here. I'm just going to put a block on it for now to kind of hide that. Hopefully that is working. Right, we need to move our other penguins in as well, because we can't have them be just the 4 of them. They need to be in a group of at least 6. Let's move these. They've all passed quarantine. Move them in there as well, and that should be much better. Now, there are other things we can do. So the food, this is where we were before. Let's find little penguins and put in their food. They can use the animal burrows as well. Wow, okay, that might be even better than... I'm going to put some above ground... Oh, and the jetty bedding. Wow, okay, they can use everything. I love this. So we can add... Oh, they've got a pre-built shelter. We're going to add a shelter, I think, a bit like this one. Not this exact one, though. Although this is quite nice. We could just use this. Rather than building one from scratch, maybe we should use a couple of these and make something that's half decent, shall we say, and maybe even back it up to this so they can see it quite nicely. Okay, we've built kind of a rocky bedding area. I am also going to put in a couple of burrows for them because I just think that's really cute. I'm going to kind of sneak them in here. I don't know if you can edit the color of the burrows. No, you can't. So I want to kind of put them into these sections as well. So it's not, you know, it doesn't look too odd to have 2 types of bedding like the same next to each other. But yeah, we've got a couple of burrows in there as well, which they can go to. And we can put the burrow cameras on that too, and then guests can be able to see them. We do need quite a lot of little penguins in here because this is going to be so empty without loads. So let's get some more. And seeing as we are going to have so many of them, I think... Let me know what you think about whether we name them, because it's kind of a bit like the exhibit animals, isn't it? Where if there's loads of them, how long do they live? They live for 20 years. That is a decent age, actually. Most of them would be kept in. Yeah, you know what? Let's name our penguins. I might regret that. But please do put in the comments what you want the little penguins to be called, and we will rename them, and we'll have a cute little group of penguins. Right, what do these guys think of their habitat? It's too much of all the wrong stuff. So I'm going to completely change it with the terrain painting tool. They want it to be basically sand and a bit of soil and a bit of rock. There we go, that's lots of sand, they're happy with that. And look, they've got loads of requirement, they barely need anything. That is going to increase as we get more of them, but, you know, it's still good. Let's send these guys to quarantine. I can't remember if I did that or not, but let's schedule them to go to quarantine. And it looks like guests are in here perfectly fine, so I don't think they're going to see much going into that one. I wouldn't have chosen that one myself. Maybe this one. There we go. This guy is having a much better time. There you go. That's a good view. I'd be happy with that. The other thing we need to do is put in some feeding for these guys. So let's do just underwater feeders for them. I think if we have one here, and maybe one here, that should probably be enough, and we'll just feed them through those. We can obscure them. I don't really mind them because we're going to put loads of like nature and stuff in, so it kind of obscures them anyway, but let's put that in for now. And then we need to add in some enrichments. I'm going to have a couple of platform floats, a rubber duck, submarine boy, and then I think these are all above ground, so let's put them in too. How are they doing on enrichment now? They're 100%. That's perfect. The habitat is almost perfect. Oh, it's just it's the decline of cleanliness over time. We do need to add it into our work zone though, so that is important. Let's add that in along with all our new staff buildings that we've got. Our new guest facilities, sorry, not staff buildings. So now everyone can access this area too. They can help out with these guys. As far as how they feed them with the underwater feeders, the keepers just like dump fish at the side here, but it gets transferred into these and they kind of send them up and they can dive for the food and enjoy them that way. I think this is really cute though. They've got a variety of ways to sleep. We should set up the burrow cams just in case they do want to use them rather than habitat bedding, but I'd rather give them the choice because I don't know whether they prefer to use burrows or whether they'd rather sleep outside, maybe depending on the weather, I guess. Let me know though if you guys know whether they always do one or the other, but they've got the choice, at least here. There we go. So these are set to the animal burrows, and we'll just duplicate those around as well to make sure that we've got everything we want. Now, we're short on power, which is a slight problem, but not a significant one, because we can easily get a solar panel. I did want this area to be our education area, if possible, which is slightly annoying. I should have planned that a bit better, because we are running into an issue there. If we put a solar panel in here, it seems like it will reach the areas we want mostly anyway. And I think it still fits in the theme. It's just slightly obscuring. Oh, we need a back to it though. Let's add that in there. The power system in this game is slightly annoying. It does always get me a little bit, but it is what it is. We can have a nice education system here. These are supposed to display the burrows. If we play, there we go. Burrow 1 and burrow 2. I'm going to make sure that these are on the same ones. Burrow 1, burrow 2. Okay, but they need power. So we do need some form of power on this side, ideally. We can always do more education up here for the penguins, where there is already power. So maybe we should be doing that. I've just put some habitat boards in here, but we can't link the education speakers because we've got our Jaguar education right next to it. So I feel like that can be a side area for education. And then I've added some boards here, which I need to change to just be about the little penguin on their default. And they'll just educate guests normally on what the penguins are. But we still got that little shot of them in their burrows. No one's in the burrow right now, but it'll be very cute when they do go in. And then we've got a nice education speaker here which is within the range of power, and that'll give us a good amount of education coverage. And I've whacked another one down here because we've got the power from this solar panel here. And I've just started to change the color of these rocks to be more like the savanna ones. And I feel like this orange is okay. In the bright light, it looks a little odd, but I think it's just gonna blend in, to be honest, and you won't really notice it. So I'm gonna do that to the rest of this rock, and then I think it's time that we add some nature in for these other guys, so the habitat comes to life a bit. And I can imagine, seeing as they are based in, like, where are they? I think they're on the coast. Yeah, they're just on the coast. I can't imagine it's going to be much more than like palm trees and rocks, so makes it look interesting. But let me know if I'm completely wrong and they have all kinds of plants, but I'm just assuming that they don't. Okay, I feel like that looks a lot more in keeping with the Savannah theme. So let's add the rocks, let's add the plants, and let's nature this thing up. Okay, I think this is looking so much better now. Look at them in there with their little nature and their jetty and everything. I just can't get over how tiny they are. Like, this thing is massive for them. And don't get me wrong, we're gonna have lots of these little guys, but I just find it hilarious how tiny they are and and how big the habitat is. I think it's probably a good time that we learn something about the little penguins. The little penguin is the smallest species of penguin in the world, and each little penguin has a unique call, and monogamous pairs use the calls to identify each other, which is so cute. Little penguins secrete an oily substance from their tail, which they rub over their bodies to maintain their waterproof feathers. The penguins can dive to depths of 60 meters, and a little penguin may travel 1,000 kilometers before its first birthday. Thankfully, little penguins aren't endangered, and they're considered a species of least concern. Most populations of the penguin are stable, but many do face threats from human encroachment, such as introduced predators, oil spills, and other water pollution. They're also at risk of being hit by cars and can be affected by coastal development for tourism, fishing, and infrastructure. So it's great that they're doing well, but we do still need to keep an eye on them. One thing I've missed with this habitat is the donation bins, which we need to put in. So I'm just going to copy what we had on our Oceania section and just add them to this section too. We should probably change this benching to the Australia benching as well, but we'll do that in the next episode. For now, I think that's kind of fine. None of them are in their burrow yet, but that'll be cool when we see them in there too. There we go. That's looking much nicer. Okay, I much prefer this. So I'm glad we've added these, and we've got those donation bins in too. And you know, we've got some reeds on the side as well. These are just a little bit high. But you know, we've got some reeds in. I think it's looking much, much better. And guests think that tickets are underpriced, which is an amazing sign. Oh my goodness, we're about to have an emu baby. Right, well perhaps this will be the last thing we do this episode, is we look at some baby emus. I don't think we've seen one of these yet in the zoos. This is the first emu baby. We've had about 1 million capybara babies, I think. Not that I'm complaining, they are adorable, but it's going to be really cool to see an emu baby. Oh, I think she's found her spot to give birth. Yep, here she goes. Oh my goodness. Look at you. Wow, you're an interesting looking thing. Wow, and straight off running as well. Humans are definitely not like that. Look at them go. They're so cute. Oh my goodness, they're hilarious. Oh. And then we have a beautiful sunset or sunrise going over our zoo and a couple of broken solar panels. I'm going to request that the mechanic comes and fixes these. We need to check what maintenance they're on. Maybe they should be on every 3 months instead of every 6. We may just have to do that. We'll see. I think we've only got 1 mechanic right now, so we could always increase that as well at some point. Yeah, we've just got Catherine. She's holding it down though. And it says she's got an efficient workload, so she's just slacking, Catherine. Come on. And another thing we've noticed is that we have high amounts of litter here, which is bad because I just forgot to put in bins. So I'm going to pause the game before we get any more. And then I'm going to add in some bins right along here, which is under bins, bends, and security. And I'm going to use the Australia bin to kind of keep it in this theme. So let's not put it next to the donation bin because I don't want people to get confused and start donating their rubbish to us. So I'm going to put this at the back here. And then we can have a few bins along here. There we go. We've captured the bin requirements nicely then. So hopefully, once the caretakers go through and kind of sort that mess out, it'll be a little bit better. I can't see... Oh, there's one here. What are they doing? They're emptying a bin. Oh, okay. That's fine. We'll leave them to do their thing. We could move them over and just get them to do this area, but they're going to do it eventually. And we've got a couple of caretakers, and they're both happy with their workload. It's always worth just training everyone up for a small cash hit, because they do get much better at their jobs. It looks like a few of our vendors are still struggling with their workload. So what I'm actually going to do as well is I'm going to get probably 2 more vendors and just assign them to rotate in with everyone else so that people don't get overwhelmed. We don't want to get overwhelmed with their work zones. So let's have that, and they can manage their workload more efficiently because they'll spread it out between them. But it looks like everyone's happy. Look at them. Having a great time. There's a lot of demand for water. It's maybe because it's boiling here. Oh, it's not too hot. I mean, how hot is it? It's 26 degrees. That's pretty hot. They want to be right here. That's where they want to be. This kangaroo knows what's up. Standing right by the water jet. Speaking of, I don't think we've renamed our quokka in this habitat. We haven't. Maybe we should have a bit of an animal rename and go through. And then also look, because I think we're missing some animals in here. Like, we haven't got any male emus, I think. Or, yeah, so we've got one. Oh, we do have a male emu, actually. But we are missing some in here. So I want to go through and just make sure we have enough of everyone that they can all be breeding. Oh, that's it. We don't have any male kangaroos. And we don't have any female. Oh, we have 1 female wallaby. What's a female? Okay, let's have a look, and then we could rename them. We've got a few males here that we could choose from actually. Let's have a look in the Zoopedia at what they require. Okay, 1 male and 9 females. Okay, so we want to make sure we only get 1 male in that case. Oh, actually, how old are they to be to breed as well? Okay, 2 years. Well, that one's 1.9, so that's kind of as good as we can get. He's a pretty good one as well. Let's have a look at the others though. Let's sort them by appeal and see what comes up. Yeah, I might get this one because he's 1.9 and he is the most appealing, and I'm going to adopt him for 90 conservation credits. And then send him to quarantine over here. Now we also need a couple of female wallabies, I think. Again, I'm going to have a look at the species data. Yeah, no, it's as many as they want, up to 30. Wow, so we really don't have many wallabies. We should increase this group size quite a lot if we can. Let's grab maybe even another male. This one's okay. How long do they live? Let's see, because if they live to like 10, that's not great. They live to 17, that's fine, and 1.5 for sexual maturity as well. So that's good to know. So this one is actually fine. I know he's not ideal from appeal. Let's rank all of them. Yeah, no, this one. Let's get this one. And then maybe we should grab a few females. They've all got something in the red, but it's just size, really. I don't particularly care about size. Like 0% fertility, I do care about. But the size, I can probably get over. So let's get a few. Let's get the ones that are for cash. We can save our credits for another day. I don't think it's ever going to be a rainy day in this zoo. Or it is like once a year, actually, I think. We get a little bit of rain. But other than that, it's pretty much just sunny skies the whole time. Okay, so we've got some more in here. Oh, and what was our quokka situation? How many do we have of those? Yeah, our quokka, we've got 3 males and 1 female. So let's try and get another female, assuming they live in a reasonable group size as well. Up to 24, definitely. Okay. They like larger group sizes as well, so it's good for us to increase these a bit. And obviously they're going to breed. That's why I'm not filling them up, is they're going to breed on their own, which is kind of the point of the zoo. So I'm tempted to get these for cash. There's another male here. Let's sort them just by cash listings and see what we get. Oh, we've got a capybara about to die. Okay, there's another couple of males. I can't remember what we needed. Oh, we needed more females. In that case. No, Brownie's died. Let's go over here and find her. Where is she? Oh, please don't be right in front of everyone. Hopefully she's taken herself off a little bit. The vet's here, so let's see if we can get to them before they do. They may have already taken them out of the habitat. They got here very, very quickly. I imagine they'd be at the top as well. Yeah, I think they're probably already gone. I can't see them, so I think they've been taken out. Bless them. Well, we need to put a memorial in for them. So let's do that before we do anything else, and then we'll get on with renaming. And all these guys have passed. Ah, tickets are underpriced. Okay, well we can raise the ticket price. Let's put that to 36. Or 38 even. Let's do like, you know what? Let's just do 40 and 20 and see what everyone makes of it. Because if they think it's great, then surely it'll be fine. Oh my goodness, all of them are going to die, it seems. It's all our old ones, they're all dying at the same time, that's the problem. Please say she's not in here. Okay, no, they're just sleeping. Oh, Gort as well. Oh no. Oh no, Caroline's going. Oh, bless. Well, you know, we knew this was going to happen. It's the circle of life. All these guys have just passed quarantine, so that's something. Let's grab all these guys and move them into the Oceania habitat. And then let's look at getting some memorials on here. We've already got 2. Let's add in the others for these little guys. So we've got Brownie. Let's create another plaque screen. Create the memorial. Oh, okay, I need to go into the building tools and make sure we have align to surface on and random rotation off. Otherwise, I'm going to get very annoyed with this. Okay, Brownie, create memorial. Let's add it right next to here. Look, they're reading them. And then let's do the same thing for... was it Caroline, wasn't it? And just like we've done before, I'm gonna, for the picture, I'm gonna go into our files and add in a picture of both of them that I took when they were younger, and then we can, we'll refresh and it'll be in that folder list. Okay, I've just gone in and changed that. So now if we refresh the user folder, there we go, we've got the extras in there. So let's select, this one's Brownie. Let's select Capybara female Brownie. And there she is. And let's do the same for Caroline as well. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. But yeah, we've got a little memorial here. We should maybe add like a skull and crossbones. No, we should add some kind of memorial picture up there that shows that that's what it is. I don't know if we have anything that kind of nicely, other than saying memorial, which we could do. We don't really have anything that kind of indicates that, but hey, we can always add a picture of our. I'll tell you what we could do. We could split it up by species actually, and have kind of a capybara section over here, because we've got capybara signs. So maybe we should, or even a statue. My goodness, that could be cool. Put a little statue of them. Capybara does whatever a capybara does. We could maybe put them like here or something. I think that would be cute. And then they know that the statue symbolizes the memorial. And we can have the others around here. This sign isn't on. There's no power. Why is there no power? Is it another board that's malfunctioning? Ah, no. Okay, well, it's on every year, so that'll be why. They probably just need to be on every 3 months. When it kind of has wear on it like this, the range reduces, and then eventually it's broken and it doesn't do anything. It's just the tiniest little range that it can't power anything. So we need to keep an eye on that. But at least these don't require any power. Right. Well, let's rename our new. Oh, our new kangaroos just arrived. Are they in here? Hello? Or maybe they've jumped out before I got in. Where are they? Is it you? It is! Hello! Okay, let's do some renaming. Okay, so our male red kangaroo, who's looking very happy in his new habitat, is going to be called Dundee. Look at those alpha male biceps that he's got. You can see he's the alpha male here. And this very cute little wallaby, baby wallaby we've got, is going to be called Bingo. This male wallaby is going to be called Gilbert. And this wallaby is going to be called Wallaby. A very unique name. If you guys do have more names as well, please do suggest them in the comments. I do read them, and I'm sure your name will at some point make it into the zoo. Now this little sleeping quokka is going to be called Archie. This other sleeping quokka is going to be called Fern. It seems they're all asleep. This one's going to be Dream. Very fitting. And this one that's wide awake is going to be called Crumpet. Look at them, exploring, staring at the guests. And we've had little baby offspring. Little baby offspring? Yeah, the special kind of offspring. No, we're about to have offspring. A little penguin is about to have offspring. Oh my goodness. I wonder how small they're going to be, because these are like the tiniest little things I've ever seen. So the babies must be, you must need some kind of magnifying glass to see them. These rocks look so orange now I look at them. Oh, they're in the habitat camera as well. Oh wow, look at that. That's what our guests will see. That's amazing. Well, are you gonna have your offspring? Because, you know, I don't want to put the pressure on, but we're all waiting now. Just waddling around in circles. It must be uncomfortable, bless. Although maybe it's not. Maybe they're so tiny that... Are they eggs? Do penguins lay eggs? Naturally? I don't know, actually. I don't know what... I just asked myself a question I don't know the answer to. Let me know in the comments. These guys lay eggs, or do they have live births? I mean, they're going to have live births in Planet Zoo, because everything is live birth in Planet Zoo. And it also lies to you about how quickly the offspring are going to arrive. No way. Are they going to go in the... They're going to go in here to give birth. Oh my goodness, there they are. That's amazing. I love this. We're going to be very far away though. I can zoom in a bit. There we go. They're in the animal burrow. And if I pause the game as well, just to show you what's so cool about this. That's a different penguin, by the way. They don't just like stop at the entrance. What's so cool about this is you can see them on these cameras. You can see them there. That's them live. Look, it's amazing. Sorry, I love the little cameras. Right, let's go back into the camera and watch this baby be born. I don't know which one it is now. I've lost track. It's either it's one of the 3 over here, but I don't know which one. I think you're laying down though. This is intense. We're just going to pause this because we have fighting as our giant anteaters have grown up. We really need to sort out the numbers of animals in these habitats. So just taking a quick break to split up these guys. And I think Susie, yeah, now needs to be released to the wild. So let's send them to the trade center, and then that'll happen instantly, and we can work out what we want to do with them. I think we need to check on the maned wolves as well, because we haven't checked up on them in a while. And I'm concerned. Did we know there were baby jaguars? Oh, okay. That's an interesting way to climb. My goodness. Look at them. How adorable are they? I actually can't remember if we already knew that or not. There's so many babies in this series. Anyway, I'm gonna pause because I don't want to miss the little penguin birth. Right, let's find our. Yes, there's Fernando. He's still a juvenile. Okay, that's fine. I think everyone else is okay for numbers. It's just them that we were worried about. So let's go back into our habitat cam and see. Oh, they may have left now. Oh, I played a dangerous game. It could be them. No. Ah, was it this one? Adina? I should have really noted their name, but this one also is offspring imminent, so I'm hoping it will be very clear. None of the others are like 0 years old, so it must be her. I'm just checking them now. These are all adults. Come on, Adina. Yeah, you're stringing us along now. Let's have your baby and be done with it. They're really, really milking the attention for this. And look, you can see them from the habitat cam, I bet, as well. There you go. Look at that. There they go, over there. I love these additional camera views. We never used to have these. It's really cool. They've added so many different ways to view your habitats and for your guests to see them. It's a lot of variety, which is cool. To save you guys from the anticipation, I'm just going to wait until she's actually having the baby. So I will cut to then. Oh, is it happening now? They're drinking. Gort's about to die. Oh, what? Come on, Adina. Have the baby. Come on. This is surely it. Gort's died. No. Okay, well, we'll call the vet for poor Gort. Oh. Adina's gonna be, we're gonna have to change her name to put under some kind of witness protection, because she's gonna be very, very hated for missing Gort's death just because she couldn't get on with it. Just have your baby. It's taking longer than any other animal in the zoo. Right, okay, let's create a memorial for Gort and whack it right here next to the others. And then we will we'll add their photo in like we did with the others. So now if we refresh the user folder, there it is. Let's add them in. Little Gort sleeping in the bed. And the little one said, and back to Adina. She's going back in. Surely this is now time for the baby. It's literally like the end of the day. We've done a full day at the zoo waiting for this. Come on, you can do this. We all believe in you. Oh, this looks like it. Oh my goodness, look at them. They're brown as well. They've got brown fur. Is it just one? They just have one baby. Oh, look at them. I wonder if I assume they'll come out as well. They won't stay in here until they're older. But, oh, that's so adorable. Okay, it was worth the wait for their little face. And it's officially getting dark. But that's okay. That was good to see. That was good to see. I think we're going to need a second mechanic around here just to manage some of these facilities. So I'm just going to hire another mechanic. And they're going to make this much better. There we go. Who have we got? Oh, they're running. I like them already. Clint. Yes, Clint. Fix that solar panel. My guy. I feel like we could also do with some more lights around here. So I'm just going to add in some lights that fit the South America theme along these pathways. And then some more of the Australia lights around this side. Oh, and there's a habitat cleanliness risk. Oh, it's called the keeper. I mean, it's 65%. But, okay, sure. Okay, we've just added a number of lights in now, so hopefully that adds a bit of something to the zoo. And they should come on when it's dark and turn off when it's light, so hopefully that'll work. Now we should get on with the animal for this episode, which, as you've probably seen from the thumbnail, is the platypus. And this is going to carry on our Oceania theme that we have going. I'm going to sort them, but not by auction time, by appeal, and select our favorite ones. Now these are available for cash, so I'm very tempted to get them. And they're also from Frontier Zoo, so they're not going to be related. That's guaranteed. This one, they're exactly the same. This one's a little bit younger, so I'm going to get the younger one, I think. Let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia. We've only got 1 minute. It's groups of, 1 male and 2 females. Okay, that's good to know. And they breed from 2 years and they live to 15. Oh, the males only live to 13. Interesting. There's a 2-year difference there. Right, let's have a look at these then. So it's 2 females and 1 male. So let's get the younger male and the female. And then we can always refresh and see if we get any more from Frontier, maybe for cash. Yes. There's another female there. I'm going to get her as well. So we've got 2 females and 1 male. That's perfect. Right. Let's release our giant Anteater to the wild. There she goes. And then send these guys into quarantine so they're ready for our habitat when it's built. Now, if you've seen the last episode, I'm going to build the platypus habitat in a very similar way than I did this one. But essentially, we're going to add in the glass panel, a glass barrier along the front, and then we're going to use null barriers for the rest of the habitat, which you can see if I click on this here. And we're going to put in new wooden posts between them, so it should all link up. And I'm actually going to use the same building group as this one, just make it all one big section. But before I start on the barriers, I'm going to stamp out the terrain. I'm going to do that by taking the terrain stamp tool and then just blocking out where I want the water to be, which is essentially in this area here. Now, if we have a look at the platypus, we need about as much water as we have land. Let's say there's 3 of them in there. We need 240. Let's say 3 babies as well. Talking 300, 150 plus some deep water as well, which is definitely achievable. It's very easy for us to do that. So they're going to have a massive habitat for their needs too. But I'm going to make it slightly smaller than the little penguin one because we're planning on having loads of them in here, whereas this is just going to be a few of them. So I think we'll just keep it to this area here, which is more than what they need. I think that's good for stamping that out. Now we just need to push some of this terrain down here. And then what I'm going to do, I started making the barrier there and I've put the glass in here. But what I want to do is just carry on the actual, the barrier I'm going to use here made of the construction pieces. And then that'll give me a much better framework of where I want to be in relation to everything else. And then I'll put the null barriers in after. So we can see I just need to put the null barrier on the outside of this border. So I'm going to add the full border to the habitat and see what it looks like. Okay, we've just added a null barrier right around the outside and we put in a kind of fencing in here that goes into the ground. We are going to have to tidy this up a little bit, but that's fine. We can do that. But for now, let's raise the glass barriers which is going to be these 3 here. And let's have them come up to probably... Oh, I didn't mean to move them. Let's raise them up to be in line with these fencing. The fencing we've got in here. Which I think is about there. I think what I may do is just on this one, I might make this a solid wood panel. So it's slightly less obvious. And we can put some more wooden posts in to disguise it. And we need to put a habitat gate in. And this is going to be a little more tricky because ideally we want this to be as close to the keeper hut over here as possible. And this is going to be a little bit more of a walk because we're going to have to put it on this side of the habitat. There we go, I've just added it in here because the path did not like the barrier. This is a classic Planet Zoo problem, but that's okay. I still like this. We can add a little entranceway here for the keeper. This still looks pretty good. And in fact, because they're so small, we can actually put the little habitat gate in, which I think is really cute. So I'm going to do that, and I'm just going to change these barriers to be null barriers. So we can add in a little door. And for that, we can just put in, a door frame, but obviously everyone knows that it's just the gate is part way up the wall. That's absolutely fine. And can we move it over very slightly? That's the question. Yeah, I think that's good. That's pretty good, isn't it? Now I'm going to add in a little bit of a roof in here, I think, just so they can't escape super easily along this track. I'm trying to think what I did for the others. I think I just put a little flat roof in. I might just do that here, make a bit of a tunnel. Which provides a little bit of sheltered area if we need. And I'm going to add a gate that we put in here in this section. I'm going to copy this across so that they've got a bit of a sliding gate that could be used. So if there's any issues in the habitat, they can easily slide this gate across and you know, contain the animals in that section. Like that. And then obviously they can't see through here this panel super well, but that's fine. You know, they can still slide it across. In fact, we could just change it to be wood instead. That might be easier. So they don't see it from the other side, but we know that there's a sliding panel there. And they can still see through here, which is great. Now, the main question is, how big is this habitat? It is enormous. Okay, right. And let's put the water in and see how much water area we've got. So how far up can we put the water? To there. Which is pretty good for viewing as well, I have to say. I mean, you can't see a thing. Oh, that's a pretty good split. That's slightly more land than water, but I think that's pretty much exactly what they actually had, wasn't it? Let's say there's 3 adults and 3 babies. Yeah, slightly more land than water. So that's perfect. And it's, you know, about just under 10 times more than they need. which is exactly what we want in our ethical zoo. So I'm going to customize this water to be like 1.8 transparency, but keep the natural color. We'll just have it be lighter so they can... Oh no, maybe we can't do those at the same time. What do we do with this water? Ah, we took off the natural color. Okay, right. Let's take that off then and have it be 1.8 so you can actually see what's going on in the habitat. I'm not sure what we can do about this this gap here. On the other habitat, the glass barrier was much further forward. So I'm not really sure in this case. We should have moved this one back a little bit. And in fact, it's slightly wonky still. I'm still going to have to move this very slightly. There we go. We've got a bit of a break there in the habitat, which is what we need. That all goes into the ground. That looks much better. Now let's put in the water. Okay, I'll only go in lower now. Why is that? Okay, there we go. That's better. I had to fiddle around a bit with this section to get the water back in at the right level, just because the ground, like the terrain tools, hate the barrier tools, and you end up with these weird like voids underneath. And they also hate the path tools, which isn't great. So yeah, that was a bit annoying, but it's okay. I managed to fix it. I'm not 100% sure on what the problem was, but it's done now. So let's whack this transparency back up to 1.8, and you can see we have a beautiful underwater habitat. That actually looks okay as it is. I'm gonna edit the terrain still around it to make it look a bit more natural. But because we've got this gradual slope going in, it's actually pretty good. We can see we've got, again, very similar amounts of water. And we know that a lot of this is gonna be deep water as well, which is perfect for what they need. They only needed a bit of deep water, but we've got quite a lot in there. So if we play, we can let them go through quarantine and then put them into this habitat as soon as they're ready. And we've got this cute little gate here to let them in with. And then we need to edit the terrain to make sure it's the right terrain, because I'm sure that this hodgepodge of different terrain isn't correct for what they need. And while we wait, I think maybe we should go over and look at our exhibits, because I'm pretty sure our vet research was plowing through. There we go. They finished the vet research on all of those animals, which is perfect. Look how many we've done. So let's work through chronologically and start working on our Oceania animals in that habitat. Gonna look at these three. Sorry, wallabies. Alphabetically, you came last. So we're gonna look at the emu, the quokka, the red kangaroo, and the redneck wallaby. Get some more enrichment for them. And we're almost caught up because we've got the little penguins and the jaguars. Other than that, we seem to be pretty good. Now, if we go to our actual exhibits, we can add in some enrichment for them, which is perfect. Oh, it's got moderate welfare issues. Oh, it's the layout. Right, okay. So we can add... Let's just add all of it in because it's pretty cool. And now they've got 100%. That's perfect. So I'm just going to go through and do this for all of them. There we go. That's all of our exhibit animals are now on 100% layout. So if you look at our exhibits, does it have it here? Yes, scenery rating. Oh, that's scenery rating, 100%. But they are all on 100%, which is perfect for our animals. So that's great. Let me know in the comments what you think about... Obviously, we've changed the layout slightly. So, you know, this one's a good example. It looks a lot different before it all blended in, but now it looks a lot different how it did. Do you want me to go back and update these to blend in a bit more, or are you happy with them as they are? Because, you know, we've got especially with the ones with like lamps, you can kind of tell that it's different. But I mean, the idea was to show you how you can do it to make it look like the others. Obviously the same principle applies, just moving stuff across. And these rocks are hilarious. I'm just gonna move these forward so they don't encroach on the space, and slowly do that for all of the rocks that seem to have invaded. That's a lot better. It still looks okay, and it's not now encroaching on the rest of the zoo. And all of our platypi have passed the quarantine check, so now they're going to be moved into their habitat. And before we get a bunch of alerts, I'm going to add this into the central work zone, and I think this will probably be the last habitat that we have in this work zone here, because they're all kind of surrounding this building here. Well, I mean these buildings here. But I think this is going to be it for this section, which means we need to, in the next episode, we'll move on to a completely different section, maybe over here, and expand the zoo with a new hub of everything, which is really exciting. Let me know what you guys want from that as well. Do you want more African animals, more Asian animals? Like, what do you want the new section to be? Or do you want to carry on with the theme we already have? Also, just going to bring this up in line with the others to stop the little fall in that we have here. Probably duplicate this and have a little one somewhere along here that prevents them from prevents our guests from walking too far where we don't want them. Oh, it's annoying that it's the wrong size, but hey, it sticks out very slightly, but it's fine. We'll put a bin here, and then no one will mind. It's just a little cubby hole for the bin. Oh, and they're in. Look at them. Amazing. Oh my goodness, they look so weird. I genuinely have no idea how these animals, like, it's like they haven't decided what type of animal they're gonna be, so they just have a bit of everything. Look, they even got like webbed feet. Oh, they're so interesting. Let's watch them swim. Wow. Look at these guys. The platypus, also known as the duck-billed platypus, is a monotreme mammal native to streams, pools, and rivers of eastern Australia, including the island of Tasmania. As members of the order of monotremes, platypus are among the only mammal species to lay eggs instead of giving birth to live young. They produce milk to nurse their young, though they lack nipples. As such, the young platypus will lap the milk off their mother's skin and fur directly. Platypus fur biofluoresces blue-green under ultraviolet light, so it's hypothesized that this adaptation might reduce the visibility of the platypus to predators. When the platypus was first discovered and a specimen was sent for examination, it was thought to be a hoax made up of the parts of several animals sewn together, because they're so weird. Unfortunately, despite being protected by the Australian government, the platypus is a near-threatened species, and it's at risk from habitat fragmentation and has previously been hunted for its fur, though this practice was outlawed in the early 20th century. Population numbers of platypus are difficult to track and compare, though it's assumed overall numbers have declined compared to the period before European colonization of Australia. Now these little guys need some help with their habitat, because I'm sure the terrain and everything is not where they want it. So no, let's sort this out. So they need more rock actually, but other than that, they're pretty good, which is interesting. Let's add more rock though. And I'm gonna basically just change all of these levels until there's something that they're happy with. There we go, they're much happier with that. We've also discovered a diseased animal. This poor little penguin is sick, which is not good. So let's call the vet urgently. There they are, they're already here, and hopefully this won't spread. It's maybe because this needs changing, because we need our keeper. Let's call them. That's not good. Don't like that. We need to be on top of things, keepers. Let's train up all our staff as well when they next go to the staff room. So when you do this, basically, whenever you train them up, the next time they go and rest in the staff room, they'll upgrade one level in their skills, and they'll be, 2 stars out of 5 instead of 1. Which does then boost their salary very slightly. You can see the difference between these. But it's definitely worth it for the efficiency gains you get in how much better they are at their job. Okay, they're boxing up all the diseased penguins. That's good. That's good. So the terrain's looking good over here. They have no enrichment though, and I imagine they'll probably... They need hot shelter? No, they don't. Oh, or they only... Yes, they do, but they only have this. Okay, maybe we should give them some then. Let's have a look in habitat, because these may well be a burrow animal, at which point we'll just give them a nice burrow and show the people at home how they like to sleep. Yes, they are another very adorable burrow animal. So I'm gonna put this in for them, and maybe we'll give them a normal wooden shelter as well, or something like that. We'll blend in. For now though, we've got some enrichment, so let's add in some feeders and some general enrichment. I'm gonna put a feeder underwater here, and maybe I'll add another one over here. And then that will be how they get their food primarily. We can give them a submarine boy. And then maybe some water jets. Let's give them a water jet over here. Let's give them a couple of water jets over here. Do they have sprinklers? Oh, they don't like the sprinklers. Interesting. And then frozen blocks of fruit on this side over here. And a skittle feeder as well. Let's whack that in over there. I've paused because we've got some capybara. Oh my goodness, we have a baby tapir. Look at them. I forget which babies we have now. But they are adorable. Look at their eyes. Oh, they're so little. Ah, I've just realized it's not our capybara that are overcrowded. It's our maned wolves. Stilts, Fernando, sorry, has grown up, and now Stilts is fighting them. Stilts is injured. So I'm going to call the vet for Stilts, and Fernando needs to go straight to the Animal Trade Center. I'm gonna box him up now. No, leave Stilts alone. It's your dad. He's elderly. My goodness. Okay, well that's not good. So we've got Fernando here. We could keep him and get another female. I don't know how old the female is. Was it Ginger, isn't it? She's also elderly. How long do they live though? Because I'm kind of tempted. I don't really want to hold them because I don't feel like that would be very ethical to do generally. They live to 14. I tell you what we'll do. We'll release Fernando into the wild, which gives us 69 credits. Very nice. And then we will we'll just get new male or female when one of them dies, and that'll be how we go through with it. Because yeah, oh, look at all the lights on as well. You can see all the lights. Look amazing. I love it. I guess can actually see when they're going around now. So the next thing we need to do for these guys is add in some more nature, because they're happy with what they have, but they could definitely do with a bit more. And I think I'm going to wait till daytime to do this. And I mean like proper daytime, not dawn. Because otherwise you're just going to see a massive red screen for a little while. So I'm going to cycle through time a little bit and wait for the sun to come up properly. Look at our zoo though. Doesn't that look cool? Okay, it's definitely daytime now. Let's start putting in some plants. And for this, I'm going to take them all from Oceania, and I'm going to have them be grassland and aquatic, because we're in the grasslands and we're going to put some underwater as well. So these are trees that would like kind of naturally be able to grow here. I just find it a bit odd when like, if you have a zoo in the like tiger climate and then you're putting in tropical plants, it's like, how are they keeping those alive without some insanely powerful like greenhouse? Which is using loads of energy to keep the heat up, you know. So seeing as these are outdoorsy trees, I'll put them, just take the ones from the grasslands biome. So first up, rocks. Okay, we've added the rocks in, and I've just built a little shelter area that has the burrow inside it, so that hopefully they can be seen from here, and it'll be very cute. And oh look, they're eating the frozen fruit. How cute is that? If we select one of them, we'll get a good idea of how much we need to add in as well. So I'm gonna keep them selected while I add in the plants. In fact, I might just knock it a little bit underneath so they don't have too much, because if they don't want lots of shade or anything, then we can definitely get rid of that. I don't want to overdo it with the flowers and everything if it's too much for them. The whole point is to make it how they want it, you know? So let's knock it a little bit under 50%. And there we go. We've got 46%. They're happy with that. And I think it looks nice as well. Now, we need to add boards and everything, otherwise no one's going to be able to see, and we need some donation bins. And luckily, the donation bins we have right here, we can just copy them and continue that along here. Lots of room for you guys to donate. And then the education boards, we're going to have to be a little bit more clever with, but I think we can create a little education station over here. So let's add in a speaker up here. Talk about the platypus, and we'll put it on range 20. Now, there's not going to be any power on this side, is there? No. Okay, that's fine. We just need to add in another solar panel, but we can do that. That's not an issue. You can quite easily add a solar panel in here and just join it up. We can decorate it like we did with this one. There we go. I think that looks alright, doesn't it? And now we've got more power over here, which is perfect. Now we do need to add that into our work zone and set the maintenance to be every 3 months. Otherwise, we're gonna suffer more breakages. But that's okay. We can just add it to the rounds that they do anyway. We've got 2 mechanics now. I'm just gonna train up my staff periodically as well. So I'm gonna do that again. And yes, now we can add in some education much more freely. This has got proper power now, so it can do this. I don't know where we have power elsewhere. Maybe we can add one up here to talk about the platypus as well. Now let's adjust this range. Maybe this isn't the ideal location. Let's put it on the top of this pole here. Ah, we are going to struggle. Okay. Perhaps here is better, and we'll just reduce the range down. And in fact, we could turn this range down a little and then put this one up, and it might get more coverage of the general habitat area. That's better, isn't it? There we go. We got some education coverage with the speakers there. And then I think for habitat boards, we'll put some in. We should maybe actually put some habitat boards in here for both the little penguins and for the platypus, because we've got space here. And for these, I'm going to change it to be the video camera of Animal Burrow 3. I think that's the right one, which should be this one. Let's exit that group. Animal Burrow 3, yeah, and I'm going to do the same here so that we can show the burrow cam. There we go. That's the stuff. Look at it. And then when they go in there, they can see them. Now, we should also add some conservation boards in, because they will boost the education even further. And we can find one that seems like it'll kind of fit with this area. There we go. Putting a few boards for ecotourism, because there weren't any that had platypeople on them. So I decided I would just put it as ecotourism. And they're being fed, which is cool. Who's feeding them today? Kenneth. Big man Kenneth. Oh yeah, you need to change their food. That doesn't look good. And look, he's just going to pour it into the water, and it will fill up their underwater feeders. Oh, are you going to? Oh yeah, the water's here. That makes perfect sense. So you pour that in there, and then down here, these will now be ready to fill. There you go. To exude. I don't know what the word would be. And they're eating. Oh wow. Look at that. That's cool, isn't it? They're diving for their fish. I feel like I picked the one that was swimming away. This habitat is so cute. I love them. I hope our guests love them too. Easy going in. Oh, they're going in. They're going in for some fish. There we go. Diving in. Grab some fish. Very cute. They should be happy. We do need to improve our meal quality across the board. Our finances are doing very well, so it's probably a good time. Where we've done vet research, we can now improve the food quality. So I am going to bump this up to the maximum level for all of our animals, because I don't actually think it's that much of a price increase for a lot of these guys. Who is 90? The quokka are impossibly cheap to feed. Wow. Oh, they're going to the staff room where dreams go to die. Look at everyone chatting away, having a great time. The awkward silences in this room are deafening. Anyway, we're going to need some names for these little guys as well. So if you leave them in the comments, I will check through and we'll rename them in future episodes because we definitely need some names for them. I hope they're enjoying the habitat. It kind of looks like they are, doesn't it? Look how cute these little platypus are. They're such adorable little strange animals. I can't quite wrap my head around how they look, but they're kind of adorable in their own way. They seem quite happy in here. I think we've done a pretty good job with this habitat. It's kind of what they're wanting. I don't think there's anything I'm going to add to it. And hey, it's way more space than they need, so that's always good. We do have a bit of a barren landscape outside of their habitat. And it looks like we're about to lose another capybara, which is very sad. I'm going to cut to that, because that's always fun to watch. No! The last little lick of their paw. Poor Popoka. Oh, they're shaking it off. They're going to be fine. It's okay, guys. They're going to be fine. Oh, no. Every time they put their head down, I just think it's the last time. Slightly morbid. Oh no. There they go. Well, that was sad. Okay, what a great way to kick off this episode. Let's call the vet. Oh, look at them swimming around with the little bobbers. That's so cute. We'll call the vet and we'll make them a memorial sign for out here. Look, the vet's already here. You can be in this little capybara memorial we have going. The memorials are cute. They're just so morbid that I can only approach them with like nervous laughter. Okay, we're gonna put one in there. And then we're going to edit it so that it has a picture of them. So if you haven't seen me do this before, basically there's a folder you can go to on your computer. And if you put in a picture of them, like I've taken of them, then you can just refresh when you've added it in and it'll appear here. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, let's refresh the folder. And there they are. So now we can add this in. And there's a lovely little photo of them playing around in the daisies. Or are they daisies? Flowers? I don't know. I don't know what they are. Don't come to me for flower knowledge. I'm sure you won't. And we've released the giant anteater into the wild, so we get another 500 smackaroons. That's good. We always like that. Okay. Well, look at our little section. I think we've completed this central hub, as we've called it, apart from this barren wasteland over here. So I think the first thing we're going to do is just create a biodiverse wildlife area. And I've done this before, and essentially all that is, it sounds very fancy, but it's just an area of nature that you just leave to do whatever it does. I'll put a fence around it, and then we'll just let the plants grow and kind of let nature take its course. I'd like it to be slightly bigger than this, but I think this isn't too bad considering. And we can easily just extend this fence we already have here along. I think actually that's multiple fence pieces. So if we just grab a couple of these, we can just make a nice little border around this area. There we go. Got a nice little square now. I'm gonna move these in front of this, I think, because otherwise they would just be an absolute nightmare to maintain if you had to if you had to go inside the area every time. I'm just thinking of our mechanics, just trying to do a little favor to them. And this piece of flower is really annoying me because it sticks out, and that's bugging me in a way I can't quite describe in words. There we go. Look, all looks good. Now, what happened? There's a cleanliness risk. Oh, let's call the keeper. I think they always say that quite early on, in my opinion. It seems fine. It's probably just 'cause it's quite a big habitat. But that's the challenge with this zoo, where we've made everything as big as possible. Now, we need to add in some wildlife into this section. And essentially, yeah, you just leave it. So you'll get loads of insects. You might get like a local lizard population or something like that. We do have quite high fences for that kind of animal. But let's say, you know, the bugs will get in. We'll let the bugs in. Maybe our keepers go and add some local fauna as well when it's kind of developed a little bit. That's what we're going with. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking and add in some plants that are local to this area. And I'm going to select them based on the grasslands of Africa, because that is where we are. So let's see what we can have. There we go. I think I'm quite happy with that. Oh, maybe I'll add another one in here, actually. Sorry, those bushes. I quite like these bushes, the dog rose bushes. They're very cute. Look at them. They're quite good at like adding bulk to an area as well. And when you have random rotation on it, just looks awesome. I just love that feature. So we've got quite a mix here. It's basically a bunch of grassland plants and just flowers and things that... Oh, and one thing I wanted to do was paint it all with long grass, because most of it is long grass. But I just want to make sure we've got 100% long grass. It's just gone completely wild. We've let it do whatever it wants. That's what we want. And it's really interesting because this can add a lot of biodiversity to your area. So in the UK, actually, the government have just changed their biodiversity targets, or they're about to change them, depending on when you watch this, I guess. But they're basically making it so that any government project that you build, like any construction project, you have to have a certain amount of biodiversity net gain, and they're changing the amount you have to have to increase it. But effectively, it's that you need to provide more habitat area than you started with, which is kind of in that concept of leaving the world better than you found it type thing, which is quite cute and obviously is great for the environment. And yeah, it's just like little things like this where, you know, this little area doesn't necessarily look like much, but for the local insects or birds, this could be perfect, you know, or even bats that live here. You know, there's trees to roost in, there's hedges, there'll probably be fruit and thing that might grow on the hedges. And then they've got long grass that the bugs can all go through, and it could just be a really positive thing for the whole area. So even though we've kind of taken some of this fairly like low quality land away from them to build this zoo area, at least we're providing like a few areas of high quality area. And I'm not suggesting we've done a service to this area, but this is a lot more rich for them than, you know, a larger area of just grass would be. So hopefully we've done a little bit of offsetting to, I guess, some of the development we've done, like here with this large plaza area made of stone. Now, another thing I wanted to do was rename our Jaguars, because they haven't been named in a while. We've had them for a while now, and they're still called the names that when we bought them. So, let's pause. How are you causing... Oh, you haven't eaten. Well, go eat. Let's move them manually over to where the food is. Go eat something. My goodness, you can't complain at us for that. There's food in your habitat. I mean, there's food everywhere in this place. Let's do a little bit of animal renaming though. So for our female Jaguar, we're gonna call her Mango, which is really cute. And this little tot who's just walked up to us is going to be called Caden. Our other little one that you can't really see is going to be called Salem. This grass is so tall here compared to them. Look, you'd never see them, would you? And finally, our male is going to be called Hunter. Look at them go. A hunter at heart. Now, we also need to rename our penguins, so let's get going on that. And for this, we're going to have Pineapple right here. And they are with a little baby who's going to be the much requested happy feet. So they can go, look at them. Look at those little happy feet. So cute. They're so cute, the little babies. I think we're going to keep Adina as Adina just because she was such a star of the last episode. Taking up pretty much half the episode, just delaying her pregnancy as long as possible. Like the little star she is. Look, she's just an attention hog. She just wants to live on the stage with her little disco ball. Oh, it looks like we're about to have a baby red kangaroo when Ginger Ale wakes up, which is going to be absolutely adorable. So, oh, they're probably kicking quite a lot, I can imagine, if they're about to come out. Oh, are they going to give birth now? There's always a bit of a wait. There's an anticipation. You never know, because I think it's imminent now. So, oh, we're going to jump around a bit, and then we're going to settle. Let's follow. Oh, she's settled now. I think this may be the time for the little bobbers to arrive. Look at her in the sun. The lighting effects in this game are so good. Oh no, she's off again. Oh, please don't be another Adina. We can't put up with this on the series. Come on, Ginger Ale. Don't scratch your leg. We have faith in you. Give birth, please. Please. Are they in there? Are they in the pouch? I assume they'll appear next to her first and then they'll hop in the pouch. I don't know though. Because she has got a pouch. I don't know if that was there before. No, they all have one. Okay, unless they're all carrying. I think that means that it's going to be in there when she's ready. Right, let's have a look at her. No, it says she's had the baby. Well, where's the baby? Are they in here? We just can't see them yet. Do you think we'll get like a sneak peek if we hang around? Can you let me know in the comments what happened here? Because I don't know what happened to this little baby. And I remember that they did an update where the Joeys were like in the pouch. But I thought that they were born and then you saw them like hop in. Oh, there's a baby here. That's 0 years old. Did we just miss it? I probably just completely missed it. I was like looking at the wrong thing. But look at this little one. I love how the emus run as well. They're so comical. Look at this. Oh, little face. Adorable. It's definitely feeding time, so they're all hyped. Oh wait, I swear I just saw. Maybe it was their hand. I don't know. I think I'm seeing things now, so I'm gonna let this go. Go back to naming the penguins. This little penguin is gonna be called Waddles. This little penguin is gonna be Squeak. And next to Squeak, we have Ice Cap. Over here, we have a little penguin. Shout out to Benedict Cumberbatch for getting that one right. Then we're going to have another classic, Pingu, and their friend, Waffles. And then we've got a little one here that's going to be Mochi. Or Mochi? I don't know how you pronounce that one. It's the sweets. Are they ice cream? Or there's different types, I swear. They're like a Japanese dessert, I think. I had them before. I can't remember what they're called though, or like how to pronounce it. Again, please tell me in the comments because there's no way I've got that right. And I think there's a couple left, so let's go to them. Oh, they're in the den. That's why. Oh, we're gonna struggle. Okay. Well, we'll look at them after we name them. This is gonna be Pip, and we can have a look at little Pip now. There they are. Oh, there they are. They look so annoyed or sleeping, I'm not sure. But that's like, I've heard of resting other faces, but I think that's definitely for sleeping. That's a resting angry face, let's call it. Then we've got another one in the den, a different one, which is going to be Huckleberry. And let's have a look at them in their camera. Oh, they're one of these. I don't know which one. I think they were stood up, so I think it's either this one or this one. But they're one of the two. Points to anyone who can distinguish between them. And the last little baby is gonna be Danny. Look at them. So cute. And we've got the habitat cameras here as well that we need to add these for the other habitats. We haven't got them in all of them, but yeah, we should put them in actually. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. That we've now renamed the penguins. We'll rename the platypuddles in the next episode. But for now, let's get started with the animal of this episode, which is going to be the cheetah. I love how I say it as a reveal when you've seen it in the thumbnail. But the cheetah is going to be added, and they're a vulnerable animal, so I'm excited about putting them in, and we can actually do some conservation in this zoo, which I always like. Let's see what group sizes they live in. Ah, yeah, it's 2 males and 1 female. I thought that was the case for cheetahs. Yeah, okay, so that's good. If we can get 3 animals, there's three adults and let's say 3 babies. Oh, we only need 1,000 square meters. We're gonna knock that out of the park. And they don't need any climbing or water area other than obviously to drink. The temperature requirement is here because they live here. And we only need grade 2 fences of 2 meters. Wow, I would have thought that they could jump higher than 2 meters, but obviously not. You just kind of think of cats as being able to jump quite high generally, and it doesn't even say climb proof, so I guess these guys can't climb, which is interesting. So yeah, let's load up animal trading and see what cheetahs we have available. I'm gonna sort these first by cash listings and see if there are any. Oh, there's none available for cash. Okay, so it's just gonna be from other people's zoos using conservation credits. Oh no, there's one here from Frontier. I'm gonna try and buy from Frontier just because I know that they're not related. And there's actually 2 males right here. How old do they live? That's the other question. 14. Oh, okay, they're fine then. They were like 4 and 6. That's not an issue. Let's grab this one because they're a good one. And grab this one because they're okay. They're okay. And there's actually a pretty good female here. She's just a bit small, but her fertility is pretty good. So I'm going to get this one as well. And she's got a pale yellow coat. I didn't actually check. There's a few that have different... there's like a spotless cheetah here, which is really interesting. But she's got a pale yellow coat, and some of the others have dark yellow coats. So I'm going to go for this one to get a bit of variety. Get some genetic diversity in there, hey? And then we're going to grab all 3 of them and send them to our quarantine, which is right here. So now they've got their delivery scheduled, then we'll just wait for them to move them from the animal trade center, which they're already doing, down 1 door into the black void of quarantine. We're having, habitat 13 needs to be renamed, Platypus, and we're having some issues with the keepers. I think they're just not trained up enough. I don't actually think that there's not enough of them because we've got 5 keepers, quite a number of them. Oh, that's all the vets. Let's grab everyone, train everyone up. Oh, they are trained up to full, just noticed. Okay, if they're still having issues, maybe we need another one. I suppose it's an ethical zoo and we have the money, so let's go overboard on how many keepers we have, and we'll have another keeper and assign them to the central hub. And I'm sure that will help with the workload. It could just be that, it's a bit far from the keeper hut, but depending on where we expand this zoo, that will depend on how, if we add more in. If we go to the right, we could add more in quite easily here. And I am tempted to actually go to the right and use this kind of natural cliff that we've got here. It would be quite interesting. I'm tempted. There's not that much to the north. Like, this is kind of more of an interesting landscape, and we can quite easily use the curve of this in a habitat. So we might do that. I think I'm gonna expand the path. I'm gonna put it on 10 meters and just continue where we have our path here. There's a bit of like a raised area here with the terrain, which I'm gonna flatten out, I think. Smooth it out anyway. But I'm gonna avoid that section anyway because we're gonna add a path right along here, I think. Let's do it in the middle of these 2 lampposts. And I think that's gonna be enough area. That's more than enough area for them. So let's have this come this way. And then I would like it to go onto this area, or at least have this be part of a habitat. But I'm going to figure out, maybe you guys could help suggest how we could integrate this cool like rock formation into a habitat. For now, though, I think we're going to use this flat space here. And we can always expand out around this section to have a bit of an Africa section to our zoo. So they've already passed quarantine as well, which is perfect. That's what we like. Now we need to put the barriers in. That's the next main thing to do. And because we are we're going to make our own custom ones. I'm going to put, here's the thing, right? We're going to need a new keeper hut somewhere. I'm thinking maybe we put one, since that one's over there, maybe we put a keeper hut here, like a new staff area. It can have a staff room and a keeper hut, and then that can service these habitats, but it also is a bit closer for some of these, like the platypus and the back end of the exhibits. So that might be a good location, and it's going to be quite central for this section. Oh, I'm going to pause. We've got dangerous fighting, overcrowding. No, it's because some of them have grown up. Now we've got too many capybara. That's a lot of capybara, to be fair. Okay, we're going to go onto our zoo animals and look at our capybara here. Oh, it doesn't tell us who are outsiders from this. And if I remember correctly, I think just the males breed. I think they have like an alpha male system. Yeah, males have a dominance hierarchy. Is it? Oh, it's promiscuous. I don't know. I don't know then. Sometimes it's the only one. There's like one breeding male or one breeding pair, but I think actually there's a dominance hierarchy. Yeah, they're rare. It says here the dominant male will attempt to monopolize mating, but is rarely successful. So we do need to be careful that they're not all just going to breed with their siblings. So what I might do is release... Oh, look at the little babies here in a line. They're following the tapir like it's their mom. Oh. I'm going to release all of the males that are a little bit older, and then we'll keep the females, and we can get a new breeding male when it's time. Because at the minute, Quandale's in there, but I think he's going to pass away soon, very sadly. So let's grab all of the males that are of kind of breeding age, and then we're gonna grab all of these guys. They're all quite young as well, which is good. Like they're not too old to be out on their own, and like not too old that they're gonna die because they haven't had any experience outside. You know, they're much more young and able to adapt. And we'll release them in a big group. So if we release them to the wild, probably won't give us many credits now. It's not gonna give us a lot. But if we get rid of 269, that should solve our overcrowding problems, because there's not going to be many of them now. Let's go capybara. Yeah, there's not many now. And we can get some more males in. We'll get some, maybe a few males we'll get in that are like outsiders from the zoo and that can get integrated when Quandale passes away. And we don't know when that'll be, because he is a tough old boy. But that way, all the mothers can still care for the babies and everything. We haven't got rid of any of the babies. And yeah, I think everyone's happy. This is good. This is good. That was a good step. Right, back to the cheetahs. Let's build their habitat. We know what we're going to do with the staff area. Let's add in the gate and start building the habitat out. Now I'm going to use the same approach to making a barrier as I normally do, which is to, let's grab a theme. Let's grab the African theme. And then we're going to build a wall piece that we like, and then use that and duplicate it to create the rest of the section. There we go. And we've got a little bit more shade for everyone as well. This just creates something that's a little bit more different. Like it's nothing special. It's just basically a wooden barrier, but it's got a lot more decoration and personality to it. And we've got spaces there where we've got, you know, good amount of viewing area and spaces where we can put in education boards and things to keep our guests educated on them. Now, we've still got welfare issues. I'm going to call the keeper and the vet to just see what's going on. Just looks like they're hungry. They just maybe need to be fed more often. It could just be that there's not enough, like there's too big a habitat for how slow they are. And we need more food spread around the habitat. So I might do a bit of that. I might move, you know, we can have a block of frozen fish over here as well, maybe. Have a couple of those in. And then there's a bit more kind of a spread of food. But there's food in here. There's food here. And now we've just put some food here. There should be food everywhere. Like, it doesn't take that long to get to the area. And they you know, they look for food well before they're at that point of animal welfare protesting. So, I'm not sure what's going on there. And tickets, guess think the tickets are underpriced. So let's, it's because we've got cheetahs now, even though they can't even see them. So let's have 44 and 22. And we'll go with that. Let's add in our cheetahs. Yeah, I'm going to dismiss these alerts on welfare. Right, we've got our quarantine. Let's grab all of these guys. And can we move them in here? Oh, we can't. Why is that? Let's see if this is all connected properly. Oh, it's incomplete. Oh, why is that? Is there a break in the fence somewhere? Okay, well, there we go. And now it should be good. Are we happy with the barrier now? There we go. Right. God, that's good. Right, let's grab all of these cheetahs and move them in. Habitat 15, soon to be renamed to Cheetah. And hopefully the sun will come up a bit more before they actually arrive, because I'd like to see, yeah, I'd like to see them. I'm going to put them on the central hub. Oh, we need to put them on the central hub as well. I'm going to put them on the central hub just for now, and then when we add in another area, I'll put them on a different work zone, and we can have a bit of an Africa section over here or something like that. You guys were saying you wanted Africa and Asia animals predominantly, so we can definitely put those in. Oh, poor little guys. Like, there's food everywhere. I think they just need their keeper. Go in there. How are we getting on with our vet research as well? Let's have a look. Oh, they've completed it. That's perfect. Okay, well, let's start them on the next animals. And then we need to check up on our enrichment for everyone. Let's get them on the little penguins and the platypus. Oh, no, sorry, platypus. The redneck wallaby was next in the list. Wow, we're doing so good on our research. That's amazing. Oh, and here they are. Oh, 3 little boxes. The first cheetahs. Oh, this is exciting. Wow, look at them. Ooh. Okay, you need to move away from each other. Wow. So is this our female we're focused on? This one here, this is our female, the slightly paler one. Wow, she's so beautiful. Look at them. Look at them run as well. That's such a cool run. That's how they get the speed. Those like long strides. And the males here. Now they're probably not going to be psyched about this place because it's not really got much of anything. We could probably add a little bit more elevation as well to this area because it's a little bit flat. Just going to raise a couple of areas just to give it a bit more interest. And that at least gives them a bit of something. They've got like a bit of a hill in the middle of their habitat that gives them a bit more interest in just a flat plain, which I guess is a bit more like this area we have here where they would be found naturally. Now, a key question is to go on habitat, traversable area. They can't escape. That's perfect. We'd have a red breakout sign if they were able to escape, which means they are happy in here as far as that. Terrain-wise, they're definitely not happy. So let's pause the game and edit the terrain so that it actually matches what they want. They need less long grass and more short grass, pretty much. So we can definitely do that. Okay, well, that was nice and easy. They're in there, quite happy. And they do need some hard shelter, and they, of course, need nature. Now, these trees are actually suitable for them, so I'm tempted to just leave them in, because that's what we do in the real world, you know, if we found them like this, is we just leave them as they were. Although these trees are pretty much in the same orientation. I'm just gonna spin a tree a little bit. Now, we wouldn't do that in real life, but that's fine. Just because, you know, these trees were already here, we wouldn't necessarily move them just because we put an animal in. Now, I'm going to shift that one up because it is inside a mountain now. But other than that, I'm going to leave everything exactly as it is, and we can put in some more nature in a second. But first, we need to add in a bit of shelter for them. And I think I might do this. They don't need any climbing enrichment. I might just put in some standard habitat shelter for them. Because if we filter by species and we go to the cheetah, they're good with all of these. And these wooden shelters are going to fit in quite nicely with our walls as well. So I'm tempted just to keep them as they are. And we could maybe have a bit of like a cheetah fort up here. There we go. That seems like it fits. You've got quite a nice just standard wooden shelter up there. And look, that I think that works well for them. Let's add in some habitat bedding. That looks good. That should meet all of their hard shelter requirements. Yep, hard shelter 100%. They've still got basically like 8 times as much room as they need. And that's with babies in there that we don't have currently. Now, one thing that was concerning from the last episode is, yes, this is why they're getting sick, I think. Because we didn't put any water treatment in, which is a massive oversight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this water treatment here. I might actually grab the whole, well, I'm going to grab the water treatment and then copy it over. And hopefully we'll be able to find a location that can cover all 3 of these areas. There we go. We just added that in there. I think that's good. This doesn't reach. No. Okay. Now we can always move this back a little bit. And I think that's maybe what we're going to do. But now we definitely touch, and this is going to clean this area. So that's what we want. It just needs to touch at any point because obviously the water had come in from that point. So this works. We've managed to resolve a crisis. Okay, we can move on. I'm going to delete this path because we don't need this. And then I'm going to add in a water area for the new habitat we've just put in. Now, there's a slight concern about the negative impact on guests here. And that's the only issue, is that they will not like seeing this. We can improve this by building on the scenery rating. So I might do that. Now, I don't quite know how any of them would know what that is. So I think that if they have an issue with that, it's kind of ridiculous in the game. The boiler's like completely hidden behind this now. I don't know what the score is going to be though. I mean, it's only 31 out of 50% covered, but we could eat into this habitat very slightly. So what I'm going to do is edit this and just move this section back one, essentially. And then that will create the space we need to put the water pump in. There we go. That's not perfect, but it's a lot better, and it kind of works. Well, it definitely works. There's no negative area on guests. The water area still reaches, which is perfect. So that's as good as we're gonna get it. Now, I think we just need to put a little pool in. I don't know what kind of water area these guys would have normally, but I assume they'll have like a couple of pools of water to drink from, but nothing too crazy. I just want to see how far out our water area goes. Let's have another one over here as well. You can have like a couple of drinking pools, but nothing that, you know, if they don't swim, there's no point in having loads of water for them. But now they've got access to clean water. They're just missing a lot of enrichment. Let's add in some enrichment. Enrichment items, cheetah. Oh, we've already got loads. So this is good. Let's add in so blood scent marker, cardboard box, a a fire hose ball. That's cool. And then we can have some food enrichment. Let's have a blood pumpkin here. There. And then, seeing as it's getting to that time of year, let's put a gift box over here as well. And then we can have a nice couple of rubbing pads in here. And a scratching post. That's cool. Let's put that near the front. And a sprinkler, of course. Let's put a sprinkler in between the water areas, because that's the water zone over there. And then we've got we've got a pronghorn pinata. So let's put that here. And then we've got a zebra pinata as well. So I'm going to whack that on the other end. And now they've got quite a good little section. Now they've got some food in. We could also put in just some general food, like a food tray. And I think I might put a large food tray by the blood pumpkin. That's kind of their main feeding area. But the keeper will also refill if there's not enough. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Oh, okay. Basically, we've got a lot of fruit bats and the keeper just needs to clean it. That's fine. An insane amount of protesters coming out of this for no reason. Like, these are all gone because all it was, oh yeah. To be fair, that was all bad. We did need to clean the water more. But not the end of the world. Oh, I've just realized why the water looks so weird as well. It's because it's not on transparency 1.8, which is what we had before. This should be on 1.8. Yeah, there we go. That looks much better. Now you can actually see something. And yeah, we've added in the enrichment. These guys are almost done. We need to put in some education, and then we need to add in some nature. So as far as education, let's whack some boards in. I'm going to put a solar panel here because we need more power on this side. And when we add the keeper hut in, we're obviously going to have a lot more power. I just don't know where exactly we're going to want it. So we'll integrate it into the keeper hut. But for now, we'll just put it on its own. There we go. We've got a bit of education in there now as well. Let's add in a little bit more, actually. Let's add in the paw print. Let's put this over here and over here too. And why not add in this one as well, the soundboard. We've got a couple of things for kids now. Now it's the time. Oh no, we've had an animal die. Callie's died. Oh, bless her. Right, well, memorial time. Let's do a quick memorial for her. We're filling up this capybara section, which is a little worrying. I'm going to shift them all over slightly, and we should be good. Okay, let's refresh our user folder, and there she is. Let's add her in. Oh, the little thing. Bless. Goodness, look at them stacking up the little memorial pics. This is quite sad, but this is looking quite good. I don't really think that cheetahs want much, yeah, in terms of nature. In fact, I might put a few like reeds around the water just to make it look a little bit more realistic. But other than that, I'm very tempted to just leave the trees that we have and kind of call that good on it, because I don't really think there'd be much more than that. But I think other than that, I don't really want to put much more in. I might leave the nature as it is, because they basically live in the, you know, in the plains, don't they? Where there's not many plants out there. So other than a few reeds, which I'm going to shrink down because they just look way too tall. I'm going to shrink these down, lower them into the terrain a little bit. And then I think we'll probably need to do some learning about our new cheetah friends. The cheetah live in the savannas and dry woodlands of Central and Southern Africa. The cheetah can accelerate from 0 to 60 miles an hour in under 3 seconds. However, they can't climb trees, so you can't have it all. Unlike most cat species, the cheetah can't retract its claws, which is an adaptation to give it better traction on the ground when it's running at speed. Cheetahs have evolved light bones and large lungs to enable them to run faster, and the cheetah has a long muscular tail that it uses to steer and balance itself when running very fast. Unfortunately, the cheetah is vulnerable, and its population is in decline due to habitat loss. Their territories have been overtaken by farmland and urban buildings. It's likely that their conservation status is going to go from vulnerable to endangered in the near future. However, conservation efforts by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the Zoological Society of London, and range-wide conservation program for cheetah and African wild dogs are promoting ecotourism and creating reserves around land where cheetahs are prevalent in order to try and maintain their territory and prevent poaching. Oh, look how peaceful these guys are. I just love them. I think they're really beautiful animals, aren't they? You can see them breathing and everything while they sleep. They're so cute. Our cheetahs seem to be settling in nicely, don't they? Look at that big morning stretch. Oh my goodness. Who's this one? This is Cheetah. Cheetah? Cheetah. I don't know. We're going to rename them. Let's rename our cheetahs now, actually. This one is going to be Spots. And then we have 2 more. We've got another male. This is the female. You guys suggested loads of names for these, and I love them all. I think I'm going to go with Cheetah for the female, and I've put an H in where I didn't need to. Cheetah. Oh, guest link tickets are underpriced. That's great. Well, we can work with that. Where's our last cheetah? I think it's this little laze ball here who's just woken up, and this is gonna be Muffins. So I hope you're happy with the names I chose. You suggested some great ones, and thank you. I do love your name suggestions. Please keep them coming for any of the animals we have in the zoo. Ooh, this looks like it needs some maintenance. I'm going to put this for every 6 months instead of every year. I normally put the solar panels on 3 months, yeah. I might just move the water treatment to 3 months as well. It seems to be that they need a bit more repair. I don't know why the standard is every year when they tend to break so much if it's every year. It always confused me. Let's whack this on 3 months as well. And we just make sure our mechanics are doing what we need them to. Because when they're not as, I guess, highly maintained, the range on them doesn't work as well. So like the power range is reduced. You can see this one is smaller than this one because this solar panel is in better condition than this one is. But yeah, it's only if you have stuff at the edge that it gets a bit annoying. Anyway, it's not the end of the world. We also have a reward, I believe, for breeding 2 new habitat animals of different species. We've done 5 out of 2, so we smashed that. We need something else. Oh, we need a zoo inspection report with a rating of 5 stars overall. We can do that. And souvenir profits of 500. I don't think we have any souvenirs so far. That could be something we're massively missing out on. Do we have any souvenir shops? Let's go into our zoos, facilities, and then we can have a look at what we have. We've got drinks, food, information centers, and toilets. Yeah, we don't have any souvenirs. So maybe we should add those in soon. What my plan is to build a Meerkat and Aardvark habitat in this section, and then we can have our keeper huts, and probably expand the path down here. So actually what I'm going to do is first, I'm just going to take our path and expand it this way. Ooh, if I can, I wonder if we move this solar panel across very slightly. That will probably help. And just reconnect this. Ooh, it's really disliking the terrain around here, which is interesting. Well, we need to move the solar panel anyway, because it's going to have a small negative impact on guests, but I want to put it so it can still power all of our stuff. Let's do it there. We want it to power this stuff, and obviously we're putting a habitat here, so I want it to be able to get the full surround of power on this one. I don't like that this path area over here is all cut off now. I think it's to do with the barriers being too close, basically. If we pause the game, we can probably just delete the barriers and then put it back in. It's just a bit annoying to have to do that. There we go. These barriers in the game annoy me. Okay, connected. There we go. Everyone's happy again. The habitat works. If we click on the door, it should tell us everything is all good. Everyone inside is happy. Okay, on we go, on we go. Oh, we've got a new challenge. No? Oh, it's probably just the community one. Okay, well, we've got our path going down here. So let's carry that on down. And then we can probably go around this area. Now, you guys have suggested a lot of things to do with this massive area here. And my favorite suggestion from what you guys said was to turn this whole area into like a massive African safari. With like loads of animals that can all be housed together. And I really like that idea. Ooh, an animal in a box. Let's move you over here. Don't know why you're in a box. Maybe it like fell off something. I'm going to delete the alert. But yes, we could definitely do that, and I think we will. That will probably be a bit further on in this series, but maybe this side over here of our zoo could be the Africa section, and then I want to have an Asia section and a Europe section, because you guys were really interested in the European animals too. So I think what we might do is have Africa over here, Europe over here, and then Asia over here, and then we can put in kind of small areas for guest facilities and stuff for each of them. But I think that would be a cool way to kind of separate our zoo out, because we've got our South America and Oceania sections here, so I think they're quite cohesive. They work. We've got a little divide here. But yeah, I'd like to continue the Africa section today, and let's put our zoo ticket prices up before it screams at me anymore. Let's go 48 and 24. Maybe that's what they're looking for. It looks like we're making a lot of money as well. Wow, that's a lot of profit. And we should catch up with our vet research, because yes, they've done an amazing job. Wow, okay. We need to have a look at what we've unlocked from all of this, and we also need to set our free vet onto the most recently added animal, but not the most recent one, like in chronological order. That's not what it's called. Which I think is the platypus. And then we've got the cheetah left. Yeah, that's it. So they'll do the little penguin, the redneck wallaby, and the platypus. And we're almost there with these. But it looks like we've got loads of animals that have stuff that we've unlocked. So I think first we should try and look at the animals' food. So if you go into the animals tab and click on food, we can see what food quality everyone's unlocked. I think a lot of these are on the max, but yes. See the emus, we can whack everyone's food quality up to the maximum we've got for them, which is it's a bit of an increase in cost, I won't lie. But it is going to be much better for the animals. And if we're building an ethical zoo, then we need to make sure we're giving the animals the best food quality that we can. And I think we should make sure that our staff are fully trained up as well, because particularly our mechanics, we need to make sure they're both at their maximum to maintain all of these sections we've got, all of these solar panels, all these ATMs, everything. We need people to be enjoying the zoo and having it work properly. Do we have any crime or anything that's annoying, I guess? I wonder. They still think the tickets are underpriced. Interesting. Okay. Well, we can definitely continue with that. I think if we go to zoo overview and crime, yeah, we've got a few things that have been vandalized, but I'm not particularly worried about any of that. That's not too bad. That could be much, much worse. Our guests are actually pretty happy. They need the loot. They could do with a few more drinks, a few more toilets, and a little bit more shade, I think. And our caretakers to do a better job of picking up all the litter. But I think, to be honest, I think they're just catching up, and they will get there. Everyone seems to be managing their workload quite happily, so I don't think that's a major issue. Okay, I think it's about time to get the first animals of this episode, and that is the meerkats. And we've got quite a few of them that are available right now, which seem pretty decent. So let's go to the Zoopedia and have a look at how many we're allowed to have together. You can see that there are least concerned species. If you go into species data, we can see, whoa, we can have loads of them. So we can have up to 20 males and up to 20 females, or 30 in total. But that's pretty much a mix of, quite a lot. Maximum 20 of either male or female in a large group like that. We definitely can't get all of them right now. We'll have to breed up to that number. But it seems very relaxed. We just need to have at least 2 of them, essentially, in order for them to be happy. And there's an alpha female in a matriarchal society, which I think means that there's a queen bee who rules the roost, and she will probably decide who mates with who, or who's allowed to mate. I don't know. I don't want to be involved, but that's absolutely fine. That seems good. Another good thing to check is how long they're going to live. And these guys live for 15 years, which is actually way longer than I thought they would. I don't know why. I just had a feeling they wouldn't live as long. So these that are 6 years old and 5 are absolutely fine. I'm going to get all of these because they're all cash buy as well. So we definitely want these. We've got 1 female, so our hopes of breeding will rest with her. And then we'll go to our animal storage and send all of these to quarantine, which is over here. If we go into quarantine, we can check if they've got any injuries or sicknesses before they go into the zoo. And do a bit of like due diligence on that. But should we start building? I think it's probably time we start building the habitat for them, because otherwise they're gonna have nowhere to go when, when they come out. So let's build up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the same pieces we've done here, and just take, if I hit the R key, I can enter the group. I can take the pieces I have for 1 section, and then essentially duplicate that to make a whole fence, which I'm going to do now. Okay, I think we've done that there. I've left a little bit of space that I'm going to leave the solar panel here, and we can just, we'll decorate it properly. But you can see, basically, we're using 2 types of panel that we've just copied the whole way around to create a border. And I have to say, I quite like the design. We need to check that it's definitely big enough. That's one thing we didn't do, but I know that meerkats have such a small area that they need. Let's say that we have 20. We need 446. Even if we have a max group of, let's say, 30 and like 20 babies, it's 726 meters squared, which I know that this is going to be much bigger than that. Oh, they've all passed quarantine, so we can almost put them in. One thing we need to do is select barriers and then put null barriers along the whole of the outside of this habitat to kind of finish it off and make it a proper habitat in the game. And part of that is putting in the habitat gate, which I haven't done. And I think I'm going to do that over here because we need another keeper hut over here. So I'm going to take this wall section here and delete that and replace it with a door. And then I will put the barriers around the outside, and hopefully that will be everything this habitat needs. I can't believe this solar panel is broken in front of our eyes. We'll get that fixed too. Okay, we have our completed barriers now. And this habitat is, yes, slightly larger than 700 meters squared. So will definitely suit their needs perfectly. So now we can go to quarantine, select all of them because they've all passed, and move them into this habitat, which I'm going to rename from Habitat 16 to Meerkats. Oh, they're so cute. Now, I do want to slightly change this because I don't want this barrier to be this. I want this to be null the whole way around. And all we have to do is just expand our building here slightly by using, I think it's the wooden log pieces. There we go. And then just moving a few pieces of decoration over to kind of tie it in a bit better. And I think we are good. What did we do here? We also had some go up the sides. I like that too. I'm going to carry that on. I'm going to copy these down and rotate them up using angle snap turned on. So we get nice 90 degrees. They've gone way underground, so we're just going to bring them back up. And then, oh, I'm going to pause because our capybara are about to inbreed again. Classic. So we're going to move that over, have something like this. We go, look at that, all tied in. And the first one is here. Oh wait, I need to pause. I just got the inbreeding. Stop it. Who's doing this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, why is this Raphael? You little rascals. Why are you doing this? Okay, well, let's have a look at your heritage because we need to see your parents, Quandale, so he can't be breeding anyway. So really, it's Rose Maria. We need to put on contraceptives going forward. And I need to be quicker on spotting these and actually intervening. Oh, well, I mean, there's nothing we can do now. Just have our reputation as an ethical zoo pulled into question very slightly. Oh my goodness, look how small they are. Look at them. Which one is this? This is, oh, I'm never pronouncing that. Lodowicus. Definitely not how you say his name. And Matla, or Matla. Don't know. Something like that. Everyone's going to complain now. All the stuff are going to complain because they can't reach the setup I have here because they need to be added into the work zone. So that is true. We do need a central hub. For now, we need to build a new keeper hut. Seeing as I'm not sure if we're going to do that right now or not, what I'm going to do is just add this into the central hub, add all of these pieces that are missing actually into the central hub, and then we'll take things out of the central hub when we need to. I do think it's probably, well, let's train everyone up and then we can think about maybe getting another keeper. I think we'll get another keeper because we've got lots of money coming in, and yeah, let's whack them on the central hub. It would just add another pair of hands because some of these are quite far away. Like the actual, I think the keeper hut is in here, so they've got to go all the way down here. Like it's quite a long way in order to get to this habitat, which isn't ideal. But if we whack a new keeper hut here, it would be absolutely fine. And we could provisionally just do that actually. I am very tempted just to put a very plain keeper's hut in. Let's tell you what, let's take all the blueprints off, and we want a staff facilities, a small keeper hut. Let's just put one of these in very provisionally, and we'll add that into the work zone, and they can use whichever they want, but it will hopefully help our animals out. In the spirit of animal ethics, I think that's the way forward. Give them a little keeper hut over here. Much better. Now, we have lots of meerkats running around, and they're probably not super happy. No, they're not happy at all. Now, what we also want to do is see if there are any more meerkats. Oh, there's loads. Oh, okay, wait. We're going to get some more meerkats, especially the females, to try and even out the numbers. Let's grab these. Let's grab this one as well. And this one's from Frontier too. These are all absolutely fine. I'd rather get them than the ones that are for credits. If we refresh the list, no, that's it. Right. All of these meerkats are going into the quarantine as well. And meerkats aren't the only animal we want to have in this habitat. We also would like to have the only animal I know that starts with 2 A's, the aardvark. Always at the top of the yellow pages. So they are, if you go into species data, you can see they live in groups of 1 to 2. So it's only a couple we're going to have. We're going to have a male and a female so they can breed. And they're very shy. So the meerkats are very comfortable with humans, but they're... So you could have guests come into the habitats, but the aardvarks, absolutely, you can't. Well, you can have them enter, but they're very shy. And as far as the ethics of it, I just feel like if the animal doesn't want to be around the human, we shouldn't force that, you know? They live to 18 years, which is interesting. And they also have incredibly small requirements, even if they have 2 babies in there at once. Barely anything. So this habitat is going to be amazing for both of them. And they get a bonus from sharing the habitat with each other. How great is that? So that's why we're going to put them together today, because they are adorable and they're going to be best friends. So I'm going to reset all the filters and get, oh, right there. Don't even need to filter it because there's 2 A's. So let's tell you what, we'll filter to just aardvarks so we can sort by the appeal. And that way we can see what the the worst appeal and the best appeal, all very close. It looks like this aardvark and this one are the best. There's a very young one. They're all about 6 years old. If they live to 18, that's not a massive concern for us. So let's grab these two and then send them to quarantine as well. And then once they're done, we can kind of get the habitat to be good for both species, because I don't really want to edit the terrain until I know what they both want, which is a slight flaw. I should have waited probably, because these guys are going to be like, what's going on? But they're not too unhappy with it. They do just want more enrichment. Now, the great thing about these guys, normally you'd be putting in things like shelters or whatever, but both of these animals, I believe, can use animal burrows. So I'm going to filter by species. The aardvark can use an animal burrow. Let's find the meerkats. The meerkats can use an animal burrow. They just have the small burrow. So what we can do is we can probably put them into the terrain to make them look nice, but we can put a couple of small burrows and a couple of large burrows in, and then they've got as many burrows as they need. And I've said burrows about 50,000 times now, but they can do what they want. And look at them, they're so cute. I also love the burrows because you can get like the little cameras as well, so guests can see where they are, and well, you can see where they are as well. Look at these little guys. Very, very cute. Are there any quick fixes we can make to the terrain? Yeah, they just don't, they want soil instead of, I'll tell you what, we'll do a quick sweep of turning long grass into soil over here. And they'll probably be much happier. And a little bit of sand. There we go. But at least they'll be happy now with their terrain. Oh, they do want some hard shelter, but I think hard shelter, the burrows count into that as well, even though it's technically not, like, it's not shelter you've built. It's underground shelter. Oh, look, they've already built little burrow holes. Oh, I missed that. Look at them. Look at them popping up. Oh, I love it. They're so cute. We do need to get their food in, actually. So what I'm thinking is if we have the meerkats, because they're always, you know, wanting to be in the middle of everything. If we have their food over here, where there's like maximum guest coverage, and then we have the aardvarks maybe feeding over here, where there's fewer guests that are going along this path. I think that will probably suit both of their needs a little bit better. So let's get the food and water out. Let's filter for the aardvark. And they have large food bowls. So, well, they have food bowls, so we can either have a large or a small. We could get a small, but let's have a large. We'll give them whatever they want. Only the best. See, we'll fork out the extra 50 credits for them. And let's put their bowl there. Now, they're starting to pass quarantine as well, which is good. We do need a little bit of water for both of them as well. I'm trying to think where our nearest water pump is. Here. So we need some water, preferably around this area. It just needs to be touching. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sink a little bit, because neither of them really want that much water. I'm going to sink a little bit into the ground and then put in kind of a little pond here. That's very shallow. And then that could be good enough. It depends whether they want to swim. Can you guys let me know in the comments if they like swimming? Because I don't think that either of them do. And when they don't really want lots of water, I don't really want to give them more than this. This is already quite a lot of water for if you're just using it for drinking, you know? If you're not going to be swimming around. And it seems like everyone is ready to leave quarantine. So I'm going to grab all of them and move them right way across the zoo into this habitat. I've just realized I'm going to have to rename this now from meerkats to meerkats and aardvarks. Almost spelt it wrong because I forgot the double A. And if we look at the meerkats food, what do they need? Let's filter the meerkats through this tab. And then we can see they have a food tray. So again, I'm going to give them the large one. And I'm going to put the large food tray over here. Do we need one? We maybe need a couple, actually. Let's put one food tray here and one food tray here. And that way they've got plenty of food, haven't they? And little holes. So cute, so cute. They've got massive amount of space as well. This is like an absolute, like, this is a proper habitat for them. I don't think they'd have more territory than this, would they, in the wild? It was insane for them. We could build some more like hills and stuff into the habitat, the terrain, but I quite like that there's like a gentle slope over here. They're probably not that fussed for it. They do most of their stuff underground, don't they? Same with the aardvarks. They're not too worried about the above ground stuff, as long as we put in the right nature for them. I don't actually know how much they have, but we can have a look. Yeah, they don't have a lot of coverage for nature, so we will do that probably next when we have both of them in here. Because once we put the nature in, we can see where we want to put all of our Oh, there's another one here where we want to put all of our enrichment to go around it as well, and the burrows to be hidden in the nature. Kind of going to do it all at the same time for this habitat, I think. So for now, maybe while we wait for all of these guys to get added. Oh, there's some here. Oh, okay. I'll see if the aardvarks are in here or not. If they aren't in this shipment, I'm going to call it a shipment, then I think we should go around and rename some animals we have. Here they are. Moment of truth. Is it an aardvark? Is it an aardvark? No. Is this an aardvark? No. This? No. Okay, they're clearly doing it in the order that they were listed. So let's do a little bit of animal renaming while we wait for these guys to come into the zoo. We never named our platypuses. I don't know. We never renamed these guys. Let's do it now. And of course, the male has to be the one and only Platypus? Perry the Platypus! Which is probably one of the best things from my childhood. So very happy to have Perry in this zoo. The two females are swimming in tandem, which is absolutely adorable. And we're going to call them Teeny and Prim. So both of them are there. I love their little habitat. It's so cool having the underwater, like, swimming. I do love building underwater habitats. I have to say, it is one of the most fun things you can do in the game. I know it can be a bit frustrating sometimes with getting all the terrain tools to work, but when they do, it just looks so cool. So I'm really happy that they've got this little habitat in here, and they're living their best lives. Now, over here, I can see we've got more deliveries going on. I don't think there are any more animals that need to be renamed, but please let me know in the comments if I've missed any. I think we did all the penguins as we've gone, and I'm pretty sure we've done it in this order. So this should be everyone. I know the cheetahs have been renamed. We are going to have to name all of the cheetahs, all of the meerkats. Look at them, they're walking together. We're going to have to name all the meerkats and the aardvarks. So please leave name suggestions in the comments for them. And oh my goodness, look at that face. Let's have the camera follow them. Look at them. Oh, they're adorable. What do they think of this habitat? Oh, they want a bit of short grass. That's fine. We can meet the balance for this. We just need to be careful about how we do it. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit of short grass over this area where they are, and then we can kind of phase out the sand in some areas and have it be a bit like this until they hit their whatever they need, probably 20% grass. There we go. Right, they need 20% grass. Are the meerkats still happy? They are still happy. Okay, cool. That is probably the perfect balance for everyone. And our other aardvark has come in. Look at him. Hey yo. Welcome to the zoo. Hey yo. No, I'm sure it's not pronounced like that. It's probably a very normal name. It's the first thing that came to my mind. Look at them. They are adorable. Absolutely adorable. Right, let's get their enrichment sorted. And to do that, I want to make this habitat more what these guys need, which means changing all of the nature coverage to be Africa, grassland, and tropical. Let's just check that that's the same for the meerkats. See, they don't want tropical, so we're gonna have to meet the middle ground and just go for grassland plants on this. I'm gonna defill to tropical, and then this is what we're working with. Let's naturefy this habitat. I think I might call it there with the nature on that one, because I feel like I can keep going. I want to keep going and adding more, but I don't know if I'm actually doing what the animals want at this point, you know? Like, I'm going to add enough nature in that it looks like, oh, it's a really lush environment, but that's not really what they want. Like, the aardvarks don't want more than this. This is more than enough to meet their needs. And really, all they want at the minute is enrichment, which we can now put in. We've put the burrows in. I've kind of buried them into rocks so that it looks a little bit more natural, that these have kind of formed. But I love using the burrows because it is cool to see inside them and be like, oh, look, you know, there's a cute little burrow hole here. So I think that will work well. And I love that they're both burrow animals and they're living in the same environment. I just think it's really, like, it ties well together. So if we go into the enrichment tab and we filter by aardvark, let's put some enrichment in for these guys and then do the same for the meerkats after. Okay, I think that's good for them. Oh, we didn't put a herb scent marker in. Let's whack one in over there. So they've got a bit more in that direction too. And then let's do the same for the meerkats. Okay, I think that's good for them. Oh, and it's feeding time, so we can have a little look at what they're getting fed. Just piles of meat. It's that. I mean, that's what it looks like. I guess it is. Yeah, ground meat. There we go. We can improve the food quality as we do research on them, which we can see how we're getting on with research as well. We've probably done a little bit. There we go. We finished on the little penguin and the redneck wallabies, so that's good. We can. I think that means. Oh no, we've got the cheetahs first. Let's assign them to the cheetahs, and then, other than that, I think we're ready to start on these guys. So should we do, let's do the meerkats first, because they didn't have a lot of food enrichment. So I want to give them a few more options if we can, and they can carry on doing their research. We're doing great for research in this zoo, which I really like. We do have high amounts of litter though, which isn't great. I think maybe it would be worth hiring another caretaker just to help with this. How many have we got now? Oh, we've only got 2. Yeah, we need another caretaker for a zoo of this size. Let's add them in to the central hub. And we are going to sort out the work zones for this as well. We've got to get them to be lined up. Perhaps we should do that today. Perhaps actually, tell you what, that'll be the next thing we do. Now we've got these guys kind of set up. I think maybe we'll learn a little bit about them, and then we can set up a new staff work zone over here that is going to deal with some of our African animals. But first, let's find out a little bit about our aardvarks. Aardvarks only have 4 toes on their front legs, which is suspected to be adapted to form shovel-like feet for digging. Their nostrils are lined with coarse hair and can be closed completely to keep soil out when they're digging, so they are perfect burrow animals. Female aardvarks have a white tail tip, believed to make it easier for their cub to follow them in the darkness of their burrows and during foraging. The tongue of the aardvark is 30 centimeters long, it's sticky, and is used to track through tunnels of ant and termite hills to collect many insects at once. Abandoned aardvark burrows are important habitats for other animals, mostly warthogs and hyenas. Aardvarks have a symbiotic relationship with a species called the aardvark cucumber, a plant which grows underground and depends entirely on the aardvark for the dispersal of its seeds. The cucumber is the only non-insect food that the aardvark eats. Thankfully, the aardvark is a least concerned species, so it's not endangered. However, it is vulnerable in certain areas. They need a large foraging range in the wild to allow them to acquire enough food, so they get affected by land use change like the expansion of farmland in urban areas. And unfortunately, sometimes they are killed by farmers who want to prevent them from digging up their land. Similarly, they're also affected by the pesticides that kill the insects they feed on. However, they are protected in national parks and nature reserves. And now, in our zoo. Now, before I forget and move on to the keeper hut, actually, we need to make sure we have all of the right media devices and education. And to educate, I guess, I'm going to start with habitat education boards, which I'm going to put under these awnings here so they can be viewed by guests. Now, we need to make sure they are within the right ranges. And this side is going to be the aardvark side, isn't it? Because that's where we're going to feed our aardvarks from. So I think if we have a few boards that talk about them... let's have this come over here. Maybe we could have a few like that. Oh, that one's out of range. Right, this is the problem. We need to get it within the power range. Let's have a look at power here. Yes, so those two are fine. We can probably have some more on this side. We just need to have them stretch round. So if I duplicate that with Control D, I can then put one here and one here. And then the rest over here are going to focus on the meerkats. And finally, I'm going to put in some conservation education boards just to give our guests some general education on the state of the world and what they can do about it, which is pretty much what these are. And I've realized I can't put them on this side because there's no power over here. So I'm going to put some over here instead. There we go. We've got a few different topics that they can learn about now as well. And we can add a bit of decoration to this, but I'm going to do that as part of the new keeper hut over here. I think we'll just do that as one build. This is looking good though, generally. Although we are still missing, we could add in like a paw print for education. Maybe a soundboard as well for the kids. Let's put them on this side too. Let's have a soundboard over here. And maybe another paw print over here. I think this is going to engage them much more. Oh no. Stop them this time, I think. Yes. Do not inbreed, please. My goodness. So this one is fine. It's just that they've got siblings. So the parents are fine. So actually, we need to make sure that she is off of contraceptives and he is on contraceptives. Which is... Yes, we'll do it this way. We do need to release some of these capybara. I just love look at them. We've got a big group of them. Look how amazing that would be as well. Got a massive group of them. That's actually a point. We haven't put any viewing domes in this habitat, and I'm tempted not to just because the aardvarks are shy. I don't think it would make sense to have guests coming in. We've already given them all of this viewing right around the outside of the habitat. I think if that's not enough for them, then it is what it is. But you can definitely see them when they come up to eat the food or something. You would get an amazing view of them in there. So I have no regrets. I just love how small these guys are. And look, it's feeding time again. Oh, they're up for it. Is he going to take the food away? Oh my goodness, one of them's digging a hole. And they're gone. That's insane. Oh, that's so cool. I wonder if they'll use this. They've just restocked it. Ooh. Oh, that's so cool. Eating from the little termite mound. Wow, that'd be such a cool job. To just be like in here with them. Please clean up this food. Okay, they did. To be honest, any job where you have that massive like vacuum cleaner thing would be pretty cool. Like a leaf blower on reverse. Also, I think we've got one of these. Breed 2 habitat animals of different species. Yes, we can claim that. An extra 2,000. Could be worse. Oh, look at them. Just running around. They're just really fun to watch. Let's just like follow them on the camera. Look at them. Just having a little nibble on some of the food from the termite mound. It's cool that they both use termite mounds as well. Like, both types of food are from here. Like the meerkats and the aardvarks. It just shows you how well they go together. Oh, look at them together. Oh, it's run away. I was probably being too noisy. Oh. They're so sweet to look at, aren't they? Oh. It's a good thing they like all their enrichment as well. That's a good sign. Having a good time. Where did the other one go? Oh, they went for a drink. See, this is it. We don't need a lot of water. They have got a duck, so there's a little bit of a pond if they want to splash around. But I don't think that they really care that much about it, do they? Ooh, maybe he'll play with the duck. No, just gonna ponder life. I get you. Not been there. Just a little splash around. I don't think they have a water area. No, they don't. It's probably just, you know, having a bit of water space is fun for them to cool off or something. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna put Francisco. It's probably the boys that need to go on the contraceptives. Stop it. It's not okay. Oh. And who's this over here? I didn't think we've renamed our tapirs, actually. I think I may have missed that. Can you remind me in the comments? I don't think I have. So I will definitely do that in a future episode. Look at them just splashing around. This zoo is really shaping up. I do really like it. Oh, look at all the babies with the strange misshapen piece of land. All playing with the sprinkler. Oh, that's so cute. Gotta love a capybara. And speaking of capybara, yet another one. Fernando. My goodness. Will you guys cut it out? You're setting a bad example for the little ones. There's so many little ones. Wow, they're all following this one. Did you have like 5 babies? Oh, look at them. They're all like grouped together. So cute. There's another 3 over here. Oh, and another 3. We have so many babies right now. Wow, this is insane. We have so many babies. Now, we do need to get this keeper hut up and running, and we also need to put some decoration on this solar panel. So I think I'm going to do the solar panel first and just make it look a little bit nicer in here. So this kind of looks like a reasonable area rather than the quite strange area it looks like right now. So I got to do that now. Okay, I think that looks a bit better. It's just a little bit more different and interesting. It always annoys me that obviously this area is slightly blocked off from the solar panel, but realistically, I don't know why we have the solar panels angled at like a at this angle. There's like 45-degree angle. It's a bit strange. We just point it up. So I'm going to assume that this rotates and will follow the sun, at which point this is perfectly fine. It'll catch most of it when the sun's overhead and we don't have to worry about this too much. But this looks a little bit better. Ooh, I do want to actually improve the landscaping around here because I think we're not quite done here. So I'm going to do that now as well and maybe improve it in this section at least. And we need some lights for this area too, and I can't decide which one I like more out of these two. I am kind of leaning towards this one, I think, although it'd be better to see at night. So I might leave this until it gets dark, and then we can have a look at which one looks better, and then move that around the outside. I think that might be the way to go, because we need to put lights all along here as well. This whole area is dark compared to the, you know, the Oceania section we've got here, where there's loads of lights. So we do need that. We still have some shade in this section because of these these like awnings we put in. But yeah, we do need lights. I think this looks a bit better as well. It's just a little bit of something. And you know, we can always put the terrain to be long grass on the outside, which will kind of make it look a bit more natural along here too, along the outside. And we need to make sure we have some donation bins in here, as well as some normal bins, because they have currently nowhere to throw anything. And I don't think our cheetah habitat has any donation bins. Oh my goodness, wow, what a mess. I can't believe I've missed that out. That's insane. Okay, right, well, I'm going to move this bin to the other side. Ooh, that's not going to look pretty. Okay, I'm going to delete this bin and put in bins that match this theme. So bins, benches, and security. We need an African bin. Ooh, I quite like this one. Let's put these in. I'm going to put these along here and just replace the ones we have. And we also need donation bins, and we need to pick a new color. So I'm going to duplicate this one and put one right here for our guests. But we need to change the color. So what color do we want for Africa section? Kind of goes with this. I mean, it's all very wooden, isn't it? So I do kind of want a brown, but then I think that that's quite boring. It could just be brown and white, because that is kind of the color scheme we've got elsewhere. I think I might do that. Let's put that in and duplicate it. Oh, I'm going to pause because our lights will be on. I am kind of leaning towards this one, I have to say. I know that we've got the fire, which looks quite cute, but I do really like this light. I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to put donation bins and lights all along the sides. So this area is a bit better lit. I'm also going to have to turn off random rotation, or that is not going to be nice. Okay, they're all in. They just have to be very careful about their choice. Here, please do not throw your donations away. I'm just going to put a little bit of distance between these, just to try. There we go. See, some of it could have splashed in. You have to have really good aim. I don't know why everyone is so reluctant in this game to just put money in the bin, like in the donation bin. They feel the need to throw it. Also, it seems like all of our people are probably asleep. And by people, I mean our meerkats and our aardvarks. And I have missed out on one of the best features of this, which is to change the picture of the aardvarks and the meerkats to the video of the right animal burrow. So I'm going to try and guess which one this is from the pictures. Are they in any of them? If I play... I don't know what the names are. Right, let me quickly find which animal burrow we have. So this is animal burrow 7. I'm going to call this aardvark. I'm just remembering I don't know how to spell aardvark. Oh, it's written right in front of me. Burrow 1. And it has an aardvark in it, apparently. Or does it? Maybe they're walking in now. Oh no, it's suitability for aardvarks. Right, there we go. That makes more sense. And then aardvark burrow 2. And this one does have an aardvark in it. Although, now I think they're gone. I swear it had occupants right there. Unless they're coming out. Maybe they're literally walking out. But let's rename the other two. So this is going to be Meerkat Burrow 1. I don't know why the aardvarks would be in their burrows, because I'm pretty sure they're nocturnal. So you wouldn't think that they'd be in them right now. Oh, goodness, I hid these really well. I can't find them. This definitely has people in it. Meerkat Burrow 2. Oh, maybe it's because I renamed it. It like kicks them out or something. Because it definitely had a bunch of meerkats in it then. Anyway, I am going to set this to be on Aardvark Burrow 1. So I'm going to go to video. Oh, we can't assign more than 4 unique camera views at once. Oh, I've never seen that before. That's annoying. Okay. Is that because we've got so many from the penguins and everything? I'm going to pause and have a look at that. I'm going to rename them and see if that's the issue we have. Okay, so what I've done is I have taken off one of the little penguin burrow cams, and we're gonna have one camera for each animal. I had no idea it was a limit of 4, which is it's a bit annoying, but you know, it is what it is. So let's put that view to Aardvark burrow 1, and then we should be able to, on the meerkat side, put that burrow. We'll do another one here as well on Aardvark burrow 1. And then on the meerkat side, we'll put one of them to be the meerkat burrow 1. And then at least they've got a view of some of the burrows. But yeah, now we've got our 4. We've chosen. We've got 4 burrow animals though, so it is what it is. It is very cute to see them in their burrows though. I think I've disturbed them all by renaming them and everything, but I'm sure they'll go back in and we can have a little look at them at some point. At the minute, they're all out though. So, well, we'll leave that for another time. But that's a bit annoying. But hey, at least we've got them. We've got the cameras on there. Right. For now, let's build up this keeper area. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That does the job, doesn't it? We can look at the negative impact on guests. Ooh, it is a little bit impacting. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, though, is I'm just going to switch round where this is in the order. So a quick flash, and I'm just going to put this side of the building here and this side here. And that should resolve it. Okay, I think that's much better now we've added that in. I'm much happy with that. And now if we go on negative impact on guests, it's got a smaller area. I'm not going to worry about that. That's marginal. And it's cool. And it means that the window faces out as well for these guys when they're in here. So they can at least see the guests watching the cheetahs as they devour a pinata of meat, which is very cool as well, I have to say. Look at that. Look at them. They're so cute. I love them. The cheetahs are such a cool animal. Like, when you look at them, they're so much more like slender and almost delicate than I think they're going to be. And then I remember that if they wanted to, they could probably just take me out with like one swipe of the paw. So pretty. So pretty. Anyway, I think it's probably time we learn a little bit more about the animals we put into our zoo this episode and take a little look at our meerkats. The teeth and front claws of the meerkat are adapted for digging, and it can close its ears and nostrils to prevent dirt from entering them, very similarly to the aardvark we talked about earlier. Meerkats will mob and sometimes kill snakes that enter their territory, so they may be small, but don't mess with them. In some small areas of South Africa, meerkats are kept on farmland to act as pest control, due to their ability to effectively kill rodents and pest insects. Meerkat females have a hierarchy of social rank, with the oldest and largest female usually assuming the role of alpha. And meerkat packs have sentries that give different alarm calls to warn their packmates of different predators. Thankfully, the meerkat is also a least concerned species. It's a species of social mongoose found in complex underground burrows in the savannas and semi-deserts of southern Africa. It lives in family packs and is considered to be eusocial, meaning it's highly socially organized and pack members have strongly defined roles within their group. Thankfully, the meerkat is not endangered, and the ones in our zoo are going to live a very happy and long life. And it seems like everyone's settling in so nicely into this habitat. We've got the meerkats and the aardvarks in this habitat, but it is daytime, so I think the meerkats have free roam. We can, oh, look at them standing up. And that one's eating over here. Oh, they're so cute. I don't know if I'm assuming the aardvarks are probably tucked up in bed. Let's check this one. And, oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're snoozing. They're having a little snooze because it is daytime for them. So that's the middle of the night for them. And that's what I love about this habitat, is that we've got a nocturnal species and I don't know the opposite of nocturnal, a daytime species. So basically they have this massive habitat that they share, but in the day, the meerkats have free roam of the whole place. And then at night, the aardvarks have free roam. So it seems really cute. I like that we have it this way. Look at them all running around. There's so many of them. Oh, we've got an alert as well. No! Quandale. Oh my god, look how many capybara we have. Quandale has died. Oh, okay. Well, we'll call the vet. I think we seriously need to consider how many... Right, we've got way too many species in here. This one, I'm not surprised that they're injured. Right, overpopulation. We're just going to straight up release you into the wild. If you are injured, we're going to call the vet. This habitat has been very neglected. As far as an ethical zoo, I'm not sure we're doing very well on this front. We've got our maned wolves seen fine. Let's check how many of everyone we have. So the tapirs we've just resolved. The giant anteater, I think they're juveniles, that's fine. We've got one of each. And then a baby. And then the maned wolf, we've got the same thing. So that's fine. But the capybara, we have way too many, I think. So this is not good. Not good. I think everyone... Let's have a look at them on the other view. If we go into the animal tab, we can see them here. I think if we kind of look at them by age, we can kind of work out who needs to go or not. And who's on contraceptives is probably a really good shout too, because if Pablo, yeah, Pablo here, right. Okay, if they're on contraceptives, then they're not going to be breeding, so it feels silly to have them in the zoo. The whole point is that we'll keep them to breed with and help the species. Right, let's grab, I think everyone who's around 3, this whole batch of capybara that we have here can probably be released. Everyone who's around 3 years old. I think maybe even we go for some of these as well, because they're not going to have babies. The only reason I'm hesitant about the slightly older ones, I'm going to leave some of the older one there, the 5.7, is they might have babies, and I obviously don't want to release the baby if I don't want to release the mum or the dad if the baby's still in there. Right, so they're 3. I'm pretty confident that none of the 3-year-olds have babies in this, but I could be completely wrong. We'll have to see. Right, let's grab all of those. We've got so many babies. Look how many babies we have. This is insane. Let's also grab, they're going to be breeding now, these 2 males. And let's release all of these. Oh no, maybe because one of them... she's pregnant. Oh, okay, that's fine. Any of them that are pregnant can stay, but the others we're going to release. Look, 323 is not bad. And we release 14 into the wild, which makes this much less claustrophobic over here. Oh, poor Quandale, though. Don't stand on him. You're not even eating anything. Right, okay. We probably need a new male that's from the outside, because there's going to be... Oh, over here. There's going to be so much inbreeding if we're not careful. I think all the boys need to go, and when they get to breeding age, and we get a new capybara male. So let's do that. Capybara. Let's go for the best appeal. We've got this one here. They're all quite similar. Tempted. I do like buying them for cash. I might get this one. Oh no, this is the female. Yeah, okay, let's get this one for cash. We can get Raoul. We can rename him, obviously. Please suggest some names for Raoul in the comments, and we'll rename him along with the other animals in the zoo that we need to rename. But yeah, oh my goodness, look at them! That is the cutest thing ever. Oh my goodness. How cute is that? They are adorable. They're so cute. And in here, it looks like we've got a lot of babies in here too. Everyone's breeding so nicely. Oh, it's going great. Look how many emus we have. Seems like we have loads. I feel like some of these must have been... Yeah, they can't all be... that we bought them. Maybe we did, but it seems like we're breeding a lot, and I love it. Yeah, look at that. That little tot is definitely a new one. Oh, I love how they run. Anyway, let's go over to what we want to do in this episode, which is to build a giant habitat for 2 species of hyena. And when I say 2 species, I mean, firstly, the spotted and the striped hyena. So we've got the striped hyena here and the spotted hyena. And I'm not going to put them in the same habitat because I don't think that would be ethical. I don't believe that if we go into interspecies enrichment, yeah, they don't benefit from sharing with anyone else. So they wouldn't want to be together, and it would probably lead to a lot of fighting and injuries, which we wouldn't like. Now, we can see that the striped hyena are near threatened as well, so it's a good thing if we breed them. We had more capybara babies. Oh my goodness, that's way too many. Like a little capybara farm over here. We've got so many of them. However, they are not the focus of this episode. Let's move on properly to the hyenas. So what I plan to do is create one big habitat here that's going to be very similar throughout, because I believe that they like the same conditions. They are both found in Africa. However, I think the striped hyena is also found in Asia, but they'll still fit into the African section of our zoo over here. So we're going to make a large area and then divide it down the middle, and that will be where we split them up, essentially. Our capybara has just passed quarantine, so let's move Raoul in. And that's good. That's the same alert. Let's delete that alert. Oh, okay. Our Egyptian fruit bats. The problem is, whenever the Egyptian fruit bats don't quite get enough attention, it basically means they just need cleaning, probably. Yeah, it's just cleanliness. If it doesn't get cleaned, we get like 35 notifications because there's so many of them. It's really just that they're a bit slow on cleaning the habitat, but they'll get around to it. We just prioritized it, so they'll do that next. Right. I think we should probably expand this area out here to create the outline for where we want the hyenas to go. So let's do that now. And how I want to do this is to use the same barriers that we've made in the previous episodes and just copy them along, which is just making one construction wall piece, decorating it, and then duplicating it along so it creates a wall. So we've got 2 types here. We've got a glass panel wall and a normal wall that's got this like shade on it. So we're going to do that. We'll probably just take off the shade and the decorations from this side and use this wall on both sides of the habitat. But other than that, we're just going to keep copying the same design across until we have a large habitat, which will massively cut down the time it takes to make this habitat. Okay, that took a little bit of time, but we have made a huge wooden habitat here with the logs. I can also see that this isn't quite aligned, but that's okay, actually. I don't really mind that. And they are two giant habitats that are exactly the same size. So if we go into barriers, we can find the wooden habitat gate and put that on either side of this. I'm trying to think where we want it. We'll want it over here because this is the keeper hut, so we don't want it to be too far away. So ideally, yeah, we're going to want this one to come in here, and then we're going to need barriers that go all the way along the outside of the building too. So let's actually delete this wall section for both of them. And then we know where they're going. And that should be good. Okay, let's put the wooden habitat gate in here. We know we want it about here. And then I'm going to do the same over here. Ooh, it wants to join there. I did wonder if that would happen. Okay, what we're going to do is delete these barriers and have them go on the inside. Okay, so we've just built up all the barriers on the edge, and you can see if we click the Meerkat and Aardvarks habitat, this is still all good. Nothing's wrong with this habitat now, but we do have a new habitat in here. It's not going to become a habitat until we put a gate on it, and then it will be like, oh yeah, this is a habitat, this is fine. We may need to move the gates. We could have this one be down here, which might actually help. Let's have this one be here, and then we'll have another one. The thing is, it's too close to the to where the dividing wall is. So let's have another one here, and then we can just move our decorations along. And now they are in there like that. Okay, cool. So now we can just get some the doorway for the wooden pieces. No, it's in logs, isn't it? If we grab or log the S thread off, right, log door, and we can just put this in right here, and we're just going to extend it out so that it meets this door here. We'll put some design on or something. We could even take the grid to like minimal, but effectively we want this. Okay, I think that looks quite good. We've just added the doors on, and now these habitats should be separate. There we go, got habitat 18 and habitat 19. Now I'm going to rename this one to be spotted hyena, and then rename the other one to be striped hyena. And I've actually realized I don't want to put the doors in just a second, so I'm going to go into barriers and then right click the doors. It'd be very easy to put them back. But I want to actually build a path system first, because otherwise the doors are going to try and snap to our paths and it's not going to work. So what I want to do is delete one of these sections here, or maybe two. And then if I hit the U key, I can go on elevated path. And then I want to build 2 elevated paths and then hit the J key to level it out. And this will get us quite an elevation. Now, I do think that's quite steep for wheelchair users, but I'm not sure we're going to have a better alternative for this right now, unless we build it as stairs. So I hit the U key twice. If I build out another section, and then I hit the U key twice, and that will go into stairs. And maybe that's a better idea, is have that be stairs, and then we'll build a separate ramp. Sorry, on its own, that sounds hilarious. I'm like, oh, that's not very good. That's not good for wheelchair users, so I'm just gonna build stairs instead. But no, I'm gonna put a ramp in here. So if we curve this round, then we can put a longer ramp in. And what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it in manually. So to do that, I'm going to build this section along with a flat piece of path. And you can see that this is quite high now. Like this piece of path is very high. I'm going to carry this on to the end. And then I'm going to go a distance I think is a bit further in. Let's say about here. And build out. And then I'm going to build this way. And then if I hit the J key and put the length up, I should be able to just connect this along. And I want it to be longer than that. Because it's automatically doing this one. I do still think that's quite steep. I don't know if it's actually any different to the one we had before, but I don't think it's too bad. What we could always do to make it a bit better is to delete this here. Is to have, oh, if I put the length down, we have one ramp and then flat. And then another ramp. And then flat. And then we just add it in like that. And that way it's a bit more steps to get up. So there's a bit of like a resting area here as well. I think that makes that ramp much more achievable for wheelchair users. And then this elevated path you can very easily see into the habitat, which I think is really cool. So it gives a much better visibility to our guests. However, we need to put doors underneath here now. So I'm going to grab the doors and try and slot them in where we had them. Here and here. And then we should be able to just build a small path underneath. Now we could have this be at both levels as well. And I am actually slightly tempted to do that so that people can see from the ground and from the elevated. But no, I'm just going to have this be purely a staff underpass, essentially, and have them come along here like that. I think that's good, and we can just basically move these trees very slightly, and they kind of complement the walkway a bit. I think there are a couple of trees here as well, which I'm just going to adjust to be outside of this habitat. And then we have our walkway. I don't actually mind the stilts that these are on. I know some people really don't like them. I'm not that bothered. In the past, I've put up like a facade to hide it, but it doesn't really bother me that much. I think it just, you know, you only ever look at the path anyway. And it's quite a cool little underway that we've got now. And it gives us quite a cool little underpass under here for our staff. So I quite like that. And it can curve around and then they can go to the keeper hut over here. I don't think that's too far for our keepers to go. I'm going to add them into the work zone. So if I go into staff work zones, I think it's time we make our second hub. So I'm going to call this the Africa hub. But it's going to be these two habitats, this habitat, this keeper hut. Oh, we need another staff building, don't we? That's the problem. Okay. We'll put another staff building in plainly. And then we know that'll serve them. I think these are all on the central hub. So let's just have these buildings be out here. And we'll call this the central hub. But we need to put a staff building in. Right, let me add one in. It's in facilities, staff facilities. Let's turn off blueprints. And we can just add in a small staff room over here. This is going to have a negative impact radius. So I'm just going to put it there. And hopefully that is, yeah, negative impact on guests we can't see right now. We will make that building look much nicer than a container. I mean, it looks great on the inside, but not so good there. And now we can add this into the work zone, and that should be good enough for our keepers to use now. That's basically all the buildings they need. So I'm going to call this Africa Keepers, just to remind us. And then we should probably have one that is everything in our zoo. Or I tell you what, actually, we won't. I was going to say we can have one that's everything in our zoo that we can assign our security and our caretakers and stuff to. But I think I'm going to break up the zoo into sections properly. So we will also get let's just get one caretaker that's going to be assigned to the Africa section. And then we can maybe take... No, we'll leave 4 on that one. Let's put this caretaker on the Africa keepers. I'm going to change the name of it just to be the Africa work zone. We can delete this other one we started making. And then edit the central hub to exclude these 2 and this keeper hut. Because we want them to be using that one and coming down here. I don't know whether this is convenient for them to use. I'll tell you what, we'll give them use of the keeper hut and the staff building if they really need it. But I kind of want to leave it, if we can, clean over here for our other keepers to use that are assigned to the Africa section. And then we need to make sure that all our keepers are on the right work zones. So we're going to need probably 2 keepers on the Africa section. And let's train everyone up while we've got everyone here. Let's train all of them up. I'm going to hit play as well, because it's going to tell us all of the problems we have. Mechanic. We need a mechanic in there and a vet, obviously. Yes. Let's move one of our vets and one of our mechanics to the Africa section. In fact, let's get a new mechanic and move that mechanic to the Africa section, because I don't want us to be too thin on the ground. And then we should probably hire another security guard. We've got lots of money at the minute, so let's hire another security guard and we'll assign them to the Africa section too. And perhaps it's worth just training everyone up again, because we just bought some new people, so set them to train up too. Okay, our finances are looking great actually at the minute. We've got, if you look at our income versus ongoing expenses, that's the main 2 to look at. We're doing very well. So we've got a lot of purchases we just made, which is why this total profit looks low. But we're obviously not... Oh, I'm going to pause. We're obviously not going to make them all the time, you know? Okay, so who have we got here? Young adult and adult. Right, let's release the young adult into the wild. Or at least store you in the trade center. I'm going to hit play. Oh, I think they did release into the wild. It's got a bit finicky there. That was a bit odd. Kind of glitched out, but not an issue. I think we're okay. It's probably the only quokka that's at that point, because we didn't have many of them. However, we've got a nice section up here, so I think this gives good coverage. We need to change our path down here to be running alongside this habitat. But I think that does a pretty good job. And then we can expand all our bins to be in the right places. Okay, I feel like that's a pretty good job there. Now, there's nothing better to do, I think, than actually to get our animals. Oh no, they did go to the trade center, right? Let's release you to the wild. 88 is amazing. They must be more endangered than I remembered. Okay, let's get our animals. Let's go to animal trading, animal market. We don't want the capybara anymore. We want hyenas. Let's get spotted hyenas. Oh, actually, let's refresh ourselves on what group size these guys live in. It's 2 males and up to 2 females. Okay. The matriarchal, nepotistic. Okay. Mature males related to alpha become outsiders. They're confident with humans, but they can't enter the habitat. That's great. Let's put 2 and 2 then. We might as well have a group size of 4, or at least 3. So let's say, yeah, we'll see what's available, but maximum 4. And what group size they live in? Yeah, they need 1,438. Even let's say with 4 babies, they need 1,600. And what have they got here? Pretty much, like, more than double that. So that's perfect. I like that. Let's get some hyenas. And again, I'm going to sort them by appeal. So the spotted hyena. This is a good male. How long do they live, actually? That's the other thing. The crucial piece of information. If you go into species data, they live to 20, but they're sterile at 12. That's very young. Okay, it's good to know. That's still fine, though. 7 is still a good age. Let's grab this 7-year-old. And okay, females aren't as great. I don't like the immunity one. Okay, well, we'll get this female. And then maybe we'll get this other boy here. And then we'll go for our striped hyena. Oh, look at them. Okay, let's get this one here. It's only 6. I assume they live to a similar age. I should probably check that. They live to 16. Okay. And a 12 still for sterility. So that's interesting. That's another good boy. That's a good girl. And finally, she's also very good. Right, let's have one more quick look at Spotted and see if we can get another female that's good. But I don't think... Oh, this is a good female. Okay, we'll get her. And then we will send all of these to quarantine. Ooh, dangerous fighting in Jaguars. Oh, that's not good. There's overpopulation. It's because the young ones have grown up. Right, okay. Stop fighting. Why would you do this? Right, I'm going to release you to the wild, outsider. And then do the same with the other. I think it was a female. Release her to the wild. So many credits for these. That's amazing. And then we probably need to call the vet because Mango is injured. Bless him. I know. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I should have kept an eye on you. We're gonna need some more lights along here too. Let me put some lights in quickly. There we go. I think that's good. Giving them a bit more light. Now we're going to need some power. Let's check what power we have around here. Yeah, like literally nothing. Okay, let's put some power in. Another good use of this space. Got this underpass here, which is exactly where you would put a solar panel in real life. You just plonk it straight under an underpass. I think, again, I'm going to have the solar panel be like here. With the idea that it would be rotating and moving around because it's a bit ridiculous that they just face one way and they're so low down. Like, if we could put them on some buildings and stuff, it would make way more sense. Let me put one here and then one here. I don't believe their negative impact extends in the air. Oh no, solar panels don't have any. Perfect. And then I'm just going to link this up with staff paths. Because we want our staff to be able to reach them. Oh, that one's already linked. Perfect. And then all these lights will work, and we can have signs up here as well. All of our hyenas have passed quarantine too, which is perfect. So we can put them in. I'm so excited for this. Okay, let's grab our spotted hyenas first. Let's check. We've got 3, 4. And let's move them into habitat 27, as it's named. I'm going to rename this habitat to be Spotted Hyena. And then rename this to be Striped Hyena. And then we need to make sure we also add in those solar panels into the Africa work zone. And put in this solar panel to the Africa work zone too, and take that out of the central hub. Because we're giving them too much work that's actually not their responsibility. They will make their way over. We should probably beautify them a little bit, these solar panels, but I'm not tempted to do a lot. I think I might just give them a bit of like a log trim, like a log surround. Oh, and it looks like our first hyenas are here. Very exciting. Let's see what they look like. Wow, look at them. Let's follow them on the camera. It just reminds me of Lion King every time I see hyenas. But they look very cool. And we got 4 of them as well. What do they think of the place? They're happy with the space, which is perfect. Right. Let's quickly go on to habitat and check if they can break out anywhere. They can't, which is awesome. Okay. let's get our other hyenas and move them over. And then we can start actually decorating the habitat with nature and everything, so it's what they need and properly represents their habitat. Because at the minute, there's just a large open space. Oh, they're fighting for alpha status. This will probably be the females. Yeah. That's okay. They're only going to do it once. Oh, I don't know who's going to win this. Oh, I don't like that they're fighting, though. Maybe we should only put one female in. Is she injured now? No. Okay. This one has maintained alpha status. I don't think they'll fight again. But please correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, because you don't want them fighting. If it's too much of a problem to have 2 females in here, we'll release one of them to the wild. But I think that's them done, and this one is now alpha, so it should be fine. They're just going to try out their habitat, basically, which honestly is pretty much what they want, generally. It's not ideal for, like, the terrain is almost perfect for them anyway, though, but they do kind of live here, though. This is basically their environment. They've just got a dry patch with no trees or anything, so it's not too far off what they need. And we've got our new hyenas en route. She's running through our zoo. She will get them there. Look, there's a little trail of them. Can you imagine if you saw people running like this with boxes, with animals in them? Running through the zoo. Be a bit disturbing. I'd have questions. I'd have a lot of questions. And she's arrived. Here we go. Let's see the striped hyenas. Wow, look at them. Oh, I really like them. They look so cool. Look how much, like how furry they are. It's got like a little mohawk. Wow. Oh, they make a weird sound as well. They don't do the laughing then. It's just the spotted hyenas that do the laughing. Now, I know a fact you guys have said before, which is absolutely crazy to me. Oh, Ginger's died. Oh no. Wait, well, hold on the fact until we've dealt with Ginger's death. We also need to do the memorials for Ginger and Quandale. So let me do that. Bless. Look at them. We also need let me do that before I forget. And then I will get back to my fact about hyenas. Now, we're going to do another memorial from here. Let's go memorials, Quandale, create memorial. Going to add it to here. Oh, we need our construction pieces to be on a line to surface. And then it's going to be much easier to create them. Let's select Quandale, create memorial, and then I'm going to put him right here. He was a good egg. I'm sad that Quandale's gone. Right, what I'm going to do is to make this a personalized picture of Quandale. I've already taken a photo of Quandale, and I'm going to go into the files where it says here and add that photo of him into these files. And then when we refresh, we'll be able to see them here. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, so I've just added them in. So let's refresh this user folder. Now you can see him there. Let's add him in. Look at his little face. Bless him. In the shade. And oh, that's an interesting shot. Okay, and we need to add Ginger in as well. And we're not going to put Ginger on this side. We're going to put, I think we'll separate them out. So there's like on this side too. Let's create a memorial for Ginger. And put that here. I want to put it kind of in line. So let's say about there. And then we're going to do exactly the same thing with the photo of Ginger. I've just realized as well that I kept saying that Ginger as a male when Ginger is the female and Stilts is the male. So I'm sorry, Ginger. Right, she's in there now though. I've put it in, I've refreshed, and look at her now. She's happy. Bless. A little smiling in the camera. So Ginger's there too. We've got our memorials. Poor things. What I was gonna say about hyenas was, I mean, let's just look at these guys. You guys have told me before, hyenas are more closely related to cats than dogs. And when you look at them, they just don't look it, do they? They look like dogs. This is likely due to convergent evolution, where even though 2 species are completely unrelated genetically, they end up having similar traits because the habitats that they live in are very similar. So having these type of ears or this type of fur or whatever is adaptive for this climate. And so a number of species end up looking the same as a solution to a problem, even though they're not related to each other at all. And I know there's some really crazy ones. I think there's something to do with like octopus eyes and human eyes are very similar, or something like that. There's some kind of genetic thing where you get random species that have no relation to each other whatsoever, that have found the same solution to a problem, which is just really cool. But yeah, these are like big cats, not big dogs, even though they look very much like dogs to me. Now, they're all in here and they're all pacing around. So I think it's time that we change the terrain to be exactly what these guys want. And I'd like it if it kind of blended across. That would be really cool. So I'm going to try and do something like that. Go into the terrain tab and painting, and let's paint in some more long grass, some more soil and less long grass pretty much. Okay, they seem to be happy with that. Let's just check both species are happy. Yes, they're both very happy with that, so that's good. And now they both need hard shelter, so we'll probably make them both shelters. And seeing as we've already got the logs here, and we use the logs for the cheetahs, I'm probably just going to use the habitat shelters that we have, that if we click filter and we click species, we should be able to filter for these hyena. And then it'll tell us which shelters are appropriate for them. Let's select that now. So spotted hyena and striped hyena. And then we can see these are the shelters that we can use for these guys. Interestingly, they could use the jetty as well. So that's an unusual one. So I think we get some of these and make a bit of a shelter together around... I don't think they climb, so I don't want to make them too big. I might just use these large ones. I do like those. I tell you what, let's have one of these be over here by the by this side. And we can line that up with the gate a bit, because it seems like that's not quite lined up. Let's have it about there. And then have the same on the other side over here. And then we'll have a nice large shelter here and one over here. I think that looks good. That should give them plenty of hard shelter as well. Yeah, they're 100% on that. And then we can put some bedding in it too, which I'll do now. There we go. I'm going to pause because our kangaroos are about to inbreed, which means that some of them have grown up, which is awesome. So I think we'll just release this kangaroo into the wild. And we'll stop that from happening. You're just doing that yourself now, my friend. You're looking very silly. Got lots of litter, apparently. Oh, we do around here. We don't have enough bins. I swear we had loads of bins around here. Maybe not. We've only got a couple. Right, well, let's duplicate the bins. Have a bin here. Have another bin over here. And then have some of these South American bins on the other side too. Where are the South American bins? There's one there. Let's have one. Like that. I'll tell you what, let's bin this one. Okay. No pun intended. They're happy with their shelter. We've done the terrain and we've done the shelter. So essentially, all that's left is enrichment and plant coverage. And I don't know what they have. Are they very similar? Okay, so... Oh, obviously, these are found in multiple climates. Yes. But we need to focus on grasslands from Africa. And that is the same for these guys. And then we can have kind of continuity across the habitats, which would be nice. Especially if we can have some of the trees like overhang, you know, between them or something. I like that. I like the idea that, you know, that trees can lean over and it's not an issue. Other than to the structural integrity of our fence. But I'm going to do that now. Put in some nature. Oh, we do need to put in some water as well. Perhaps we should do that before we plan anything else out. Let's have some water. Let's put a water pump in... Where are they? Utilities. Let's put a water pump under here. I'm hoping that this isn't going to impact our guests. Ah, it is going to impact our guests. Right, is that the noise then? Like, it's a bit annoying. Let's go for negative impact. We can have it here. Oh, no. We can have it here. Where does that go for water? Oh, they still got quite a lot of coverage. Okay. They just need their water areas on this side. And then we need to put in some wooden logs around it like we did before. So let's do another log fort. Okay, that'll do. That'll do, donkey. Right, let's attach that in. Yeah, let's have a straight line like that. And then we need to add it into our staff area as well. I am planning on kind of cleaning up this underpass. When we know what we're doing over here, we can tidy this up, maybe add some more decorations to them or just hide them more with trees. But they're not going to look like that forever. We could always just put a tree in generally to kind of obscure it a bit. But the plan isn't to have them there this entire time. That's quite obscuring, and it's still accessible and everything. We'll have that. Okay, let's get started there. Now we've got the water pump in, we can add some water in. So let's again just turn on our water maps. We can see what we have to play with. I'm just going to make a very small area for both of them. Okay, I think that's a bit better. We've got them, they're still somewhat symmetrical, but it's fine. I don't mind it as much. Let's put in some nature now and make sure it is what they need. I think their coverage is fairly similar. Yeah, it is fairly similar. So I'm going to use this as a guiding tool. So let's get started. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good because we've got. Yeah, I wanted to leave it generally open because I don't want loads of nature in theirs, and we could maybe add a few more of these flowers around, but I don't want to put too many in. And then I think we're pretty good because you know, as I said, I don't want it to be too lush, I guess, because that's not really the environment they live in. I mean, a lot of it's soil here, so I've gone for like dried grass and then lush grass where it's the grassier areas, and then over here I've done the same thing, and I feel like it ties across. We've got a couple of trees that overhang a little bit, which is kind of taking advantage of the fact that we can, but all these guys are in here. Look at them all together. These are so cute. I saw when I was doing it, I think it's because they hadn't all integrated properly yet, but one of them was an outsider in this habitat here. I just also want to check that they can't break out of this habitat. So let me click on them. No, they're all good. They're all good. Okay. But I think these three are definitely all together, and I just want to see where the other one is. If we go animals, I'm going to check that this one on its own is okay. Yes, yeah. I think one of them was an outsider before, but now they're okay. So that's good. They've got a couple of small pools to paddle in as well if they want to, but they've got a lot of area, got a bit of variance, and I've you know, adjusted the terrain so it's on different levels. So I think this works quite well for them. And we also need to put in some education about these guys because at the minute, I guess, don't know anything about them. So let's go into facilities, grab some education boards, and we can whack these along here to teach them about our hyenas. Okay, I think we've added in quite a lot of education there. Oh, I've just realized I've missed the education speakers on this side. I'm going to put them on the lights over here. And that should give them a good range as well. Don't think they'll interfere with anything else. No, they can be on maximum range that way. That's perfect. So we should have good education on both types of hyena here. And I think they're pretty much in and rested. Now, I can see the sun setting. And the sun's rising again. And that's such a quick turnover from sunset to sunrise. I think as the sun rises, maybe we should learn a little bit about our spotted hyenas. The spotted hyena, also known as the laughing hyena, is native to sub-Saharan Africa. They're generalist predators that can live in most environments, although they aren't found in rainforests or deserts. And their strong forelimbs, well-muscled neck, and comparatively weaker hind limbs give them a very distinctive appearance. The spotted hyena's famous laugh is actually a distress call that a hyena gives when it's being chased or attacked. Despite popular perception, spotted hyenas are formidable predators, not scavengers. Hyenas are the only members of the order Carnivora that give birth to young with open eyes and fully developed teeth. Female hyenas are larger than males and dominate in spotted hyena society. They are hyper-masculinized. Their external reproductive parts even look male. Spotted hyenas are extremely intelligent. Their group cooperation and skill learning abilities are on par with chimpanzees, so they're going to give us a run for our money soon. Spotted hyenas have an extremely strong bite that allows them to routinely crush bone. Their bite is even stronger than a lion's, so they are extremely dangerous. Although the spotted hyena isn't an endangered species, they are affected by habitat loss through human encroachment and also persecution by farmers attempting to protect their livestock. Thankfully, they're not vulnerable to trophy hunting as they are largely regarded as an unattractive animal, but they are poached for their body parts, which are used in traditional medicine. They're protected when their range falls into the boundaries of a national park, and some African countries have legislation marking the spotted hyena as a protected species, but in other areas they're regarded as vermin. And one other thing I think our zoo is currently lacking is marketing, because have a look at this down here. It's clearly, our guest education is 4 out of 5. That could be better, and I think in the next episode we'll do a little bit to try and rectify that. But for now, guest education and guest happiness are 4 out of 5, but marketing is a 1 out of 5. And I know I said ages ago that I was going to put in these habitat web cameras so that people online can like see our animals in their habitat. And I'm going to make sure that we're actually doing this. Oh, I clicked the wrong button there. I'm going to make sure that we're actually doing this because these contribute to your marketing score. And look at that. That'd be so cool. So I'm going to put these in our habitat. Oh, that's a bit of a strange angle there, but we'll get it in the tree. And then make sure that all of our habitats have these in. And once they do have one camera each, we can maybe look at some marketing campaigns, because that is the other great way to build this up. Let's put this one in this tree here. And that will have a good view of the habitat. And then we've got to make sure they're in here. This tree might have the best angle for that. I like that view. That's a cool one. I think that's also a cool view for the cheetahs. This is an underwater one, which I thought was cooler because we already have the camera on their feeding, on their bedding, sorry. So that at least captures them feeding. And I might do the same for the little penguins. Have another underwater camera here to watch them feeding or playing. I think that's quite cool there. That's another good shot of the Jaguars this time. And I think the other ones have them. I think we put habitat cameras in here. But I can't remember actually. So let's put another one in just in case. And this is always a hive of activity, this area. Let's put in that one there. There you go. You can see loads of them. Where else have we missed? I think it's just our main one. I know we've done them in here. Where did we put them? Did we put them in habitat? There we go. We've got habitat cameras in here. So they are all fine. That means we've put habitat cameras in all of our habitats now, which is perfect. The striped hyenas are fighting still a little bit. I don't like that. Ah, here we go. One of them says they're outside the gender ratio again. I'm wondering whether we need this one in. Can you let me know in the comments whether this is something that happens with the striped hyenas or whether they do gel with each other? Because it seemed like they were all in one pack earlier, and now I don't know if they've kicked them out or what's going on. But I don't like that if that is the case. So we want to make sure we're looking after them properly. So can you let me know in the comments whether you think we should release them into the wild or whether they will actually get on if we give them a bit of time. And also, please give me some... I'm going to pause. Please give me some name suggestions for all of these as well, because we still need name suggestions. We've got new animals every episode. I'm going to release this kangaroo into the wild because we don't want them to inbreed, and they are of age now. And I think now we've done the habitat cameras, we can see our marketing is at 1.5, so we still need to do more on that. So let's go into the marketing tab. I think it's in finances. Yes, finances, marketing. Now we do need to see, they're still fight. Oh, the spotted hyenas are fighting as well. Let me know, please. Let me know what the situation is. In our finances, we need to keep an eye on what our income versus our ongoing expenses and taxes are. It seems like we're still very much in the green. So let's put a few thousand into some advertising. Let's get some cereal box adverts because that is cute. And basically you can go for... Oh, I'm going to pause. Why is everyone inbreeding? Everyone's growing up now. That's what it is. You should be released. Do not breed with your sister. With the marketing, there's 3 types. I believe one of them appeals to like teenagers, one of them appeals to families, and one of them appeals to just adults. At least that's how it was on Planet Coaster, I think, and I'm pretty sure that's how it is on this. We're allowed 3 active campaigns at a time. We're just going to put this one to renew. I believe this is for adverts. The middle one is for families. I think the one on the left is like for teenagers. And then the one on the right is for just adults. I believe that's it. Yeah, it looks like that. 2,500, 5,000. Wow, okay. Maybe we should do online campaign of Gulpy videos, which is 2,500 a year. And the cereal box adverts for 1,000. And let's now go on. We'll go for some TV commercials. We're going to appeal to families. Let's get a couple of marketing campaigns going. We've got the cereal box advert and family hour, and that should boost our marketing. It's already at a 2, almost a 3. I believe that. Oh, there we go. It's up to 5 now. I was going to say I think that will keep on rising as we carry on. But there we go. We're at 5 now, which has put our zoo to almost 5 stars, which is perfect. Our guests do need a bit more focus in the next episode. I think we need to put in some more education and maybe some more amenities for them too. But we also want to keep adding animals. I want the zoo to keep expanding and carrying on. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. We've put no enrichment in for these poor animals. Right, well, we definitely need to do that. I don't believe they have Right, I'm going to just make sure that we do them one by one. Perfect. I think that's as much as they can all have. So let's have a look. Yes, their enrichment's at 100% for the striped hyenas. And I believe the spotted hyenas are as well. Oh, that one's injured. Right. These are the ones that are fighting. This one's injured too. Let's call the vets to have a look. Oh, the vets coming. Let's call the vets to both habitats and see what they say. But I don't want them getting injured. That's definitely not good. The striped hyena is a generalist predator and scavenger native to North Africa, the Middle East, and Western Asia. It lives in a variety of environments, from open savannas like we have here, grass and woodlands, to arid mountainous areas. The striped hyena also has strong forelimbs and a muscular neck with shorter hind legs, giving the body a sloped build that's quite distinctive. The striped hyena is the national animal of Lebanon. North Indian folklore suggests that witches and wizards ride striped hyenas at night, which is a really cool thought. Striped hyenas can actually be beneficial in urban areas because they are excellent at waste disposal. In some African villages, residents will leave rubbish out for the hyenas to eat, although I do wonder how good it is for them. Striped hyenas are unfortunately known to dig up graves and scavenge corpses, which has led to persecution by humans. But striped hyenas can be tamed and trained, and were used by ancient Egyptians as hunting companions. Unfortunately, striped hyenas are considered a near-threatened species. The overall population numbers are decreasing, and they are extinct in some areas of their historical range. Their survival is challenged by habitat destruction and the resulting decrease in prey availability. Throughout history, striped hyenas were negatively depicted in folklore, leading to human persecution. Striped hyenas are pursued by poachers for their fur or as ingredients in traditional medicine. Looks like one of our striped hyena has just had a nice poop in the rain, and it was all caught on the habitat camera. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to capture these precious memories. Brilliant. They are very cool though. I wonder how they got on in the rain. I suppose they do live in a variety of environments, so it must rain in some of them. Oh, and I can see we've got some meat on the floor. That was one thing I think I actually missed from this habitat, was just putting in some feeding trays. I think it's trays they use, but I'm going to filter by the hyenas so we can actually see what they use. But I'm pretty sure we've got spotted hyena use the food trays, and striped hyena also use the food trays. So yeah, I think I'm just going to put a large food tray in in case they can't fill up the food enrichment, in case there's too much food, to fill up the food enrichment. They'll just put this as like extra, and then they can eat there, because then they're confident around humans anyway, so they won't mind walking up to the glass, and it means our guests get a really good view of them as well, which is obviously a win-win. But there you go, the rain's cleared up now. Oh, and another one's pooping. Why is it every single time I zoom in on an animal they decide to start pooping? I don't understand. I must have that effect on people. I don't know how to use my superpowers though. I'm not sure how I can use them for good or for evil. Either way. Yeah, look at the education. Actually, education is one thing I want to sort in this episode. So today, I want to try and put in the black rhinoceros, which, if we have a look at them, are critically endangered. So it's a really important species for this zoo. And I also want to improve our general education, because you can see we're not doing amazingly on satisfying our guest need, and education is actually one of the big ones. So I do want to push that up, and then once we've sorted the guest education, maybe then we can move on to the guest happiness, because I feel like that serves the animals best, and it also serves us best a little bit, because the more educated they are on our guests, the more that they'll donate, and currently donations are a huge part of our income. Although I do imagine everyone thinks it's probably, quite cheap. So I think we should probably put our ticket prices up. I'm just going to do 52 and then 26. So it's half price for children and 52 for adults. I think that's so expensive. I've only got to imagine that this is in like an alternate universe where these zoo credits, we don't understand the currency. Because once you get your zoo to like a decent size, you start charging like 80 zoo credits to enter. And I just feel like if it was £80, there is no way that would fly in the UK. I'm sure $80 would be similar. But I mean, how let me know in the comments, what's the most expensive zoo you've been to? I swear it can't be anything close to what these zoos can get up to. So we're just going to pretend that it's something else. Look at our cheetah walking around, so majestic. Before we move any further, just because I know that the black rhinos are quite hard to get hold of, I'm gonna have a look and see if we've got any now. We've got two. Okay, it was good I looked. They're both from Frontier Zoo as well, so they won't be related. I want to do a quick check on the Zoopedia for how long they live. They live to 40 years and they can breed until death, so that is actually perfect for us. These two are exactly what we want. So we're going to adopt both of these. And then we should probably I'm going to hold them in the trade center for a second. I do want to send them to quarantine, but I'm going to pause. Hopefully they haven't already bred. No. Why are they breeding though? These both seem a good age. This must be one of the children. How are you related? Let's have a look. It's in a stud book. Can see the parents. Ah, yeah, it's their child. Okay, so Bingo should probably be released to the wild. We only get 10 because they're not actually endangered, but I think that's good. Right, they've been traded out of the zoo. I love this little habitat. It's like an Oceania paradise. So I think we should start building the rhinoceros habitat, and I want to do it here if possible, to try and make use of this elevated walkway. So I'm going to have this continue around here, and then I do want to drop it down. So I'm going to have it drop down there and then be at ground level. And then we're going to have another path that runs alongside it that's a more gradual ramp down. Something like that would be good, I think. And then if we come here and then back out, maybe. I'm trying to map around the edge. I think this is probably a good size, but let's actually create the habitat with the barriers, and then we can see what we're doing. And I'm going to do the same thing I've done for all of these African animals and copy the fence we made here, where we just put one log construction piece and then we decorated it up, and then we're just duplicating that same piece. So it's exactly the same method, and we'll just be continuing it on. Okay, I think that is a pretty large habitat we have here. That should do the black rhinoceros quite nicely. And we've got little areas in here that I quite like. We can maybe have some bedding for them in there. I wanted to check whether they're confident. Oh, they are confident with humans. Oh, okay. So we perhaps don't even need that to be like a private bedding area if we covered it over the top. But I think this gives really good coverage because the guests are going to easily be able to see them from this elevation. And then also we can extend the path down here and have it run alongside this edge. And then the guests can actually can see them a bit more close up on the ground. So I think this will do that perfectly for us. I would like to improve the transportation links around the zoo if possible. There's not a great way for them to get here other than to go along this route. So we will want to cut that short at some point. But for now, I think it will just be an inefficient route. And we'll see how many people come around here. I'm not expecting everyone to straight away. But when we fill out more of the zoo, I think they will. And at the very least, I'm sure they'll come to here and, and look out over the rhinos. So I think this is actually a really good spot for us. Now I'm going to send our rhinoceros to quarantine from our animal trading center. I'm going to select them, send them to quarantine, which will check them for any injuries or diseases they might have before they put them in the zoo. And then they can get immediately treated by our vets rather than waiting, which obviously wouldn't be ideal or necessarily ethical for us. So I'm going to now put the barriers in to make this a proper habitat as far as the game is concerned. And again, I'm going to put the door as close to the keeper hut as possible. So I think I might actually try and put it here. Okay, that should be joined up now, and we should have a full habitat. The gate is facing the wrong direction. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, that's fine. I don't know if I could switch that. I think I should be able to just click move and then, yeah, adjust it to be on this side. That's fine. Let's put that in there. And now that should be good. We've got a massive habitat. That was one thing I should have actually checked, was the natural habitat, but I knew I was going to make it as big as possible. So let's say we've got 2 adults and then like 3 babies. They'll need 2,250 meters squared, and we've got 7,000. We've got loads. So this should be a huge territory for them, which is exactly what we want, isn't it? You know, like they're critically endangered. We're giving them a safe place that is all theirs. And this is along the staff path as well, so it's nice and easy. I'm going to just add this into the work zone. Now we've created a new habitat. I'm going to put it in our Africa work zone that we made in the previous video, which is just going to be all these African animals over here. I don't know where the... oh, no, I was thinking this was the platypus. I was like, that doesn't fall into Africa. This is the cheetah habitat, so we are absolutely fine. And then we also need to rename this habitat to be Black Rhino. And then we know who's going in here. I'm going to hit play to let everyone go through quarantine. Oh, is this the vet with one of our hyena? Yeah, let me know in the comments what you think. I said in the last video as well, I don't know what to do about the hyena. If they're still fighting, we'll separate them. We'll release one into the wild. But we've got 2 females and 2 males, and they should be able to live like that. Like, the game says that that's absolutely fine. It's just they keep seeming to fight for dominance. So I don't know whether it's that we need like a much older one and a much younger one so that they don't do that, or I don't know. And maybe they're too similar in age that they think, oh yeah, I'll try it on, see if I can be alpha. And then it leads to lots of fights. I'm not quite sure, but it seems like to me like maybe that's the problem. However, we can't dwell on it, and I think while we wait for the rhinos to be ready, let's have a look at our education, because currently I think it's pretty poor. If we look at our staff, we have no educators right now, which means that no one is educating our guests on the wonder of our animals. I'm gonna do the central hub's education first, so we can do like 1 unit of the zoo at a time. Oh, it's nighttime. There we go. And I think to do that, we need to kick that off with some media devices and education. And I'm going to put animal talk points in. So these are places where our educators will do actual talks on our animals. I think this is a great spot for one round here. So I'm going to put the educator right here. And then I'm going to add some seating, some animal talk seating. And we could maybe decorate these to look a little bit more interesting. But I'm going to put these in. And I don't think it likes the bin. So I'm just going to move that bin along, duplicate this, and then we can have it be next to each other. Now, we can also change the color of this seating. So I'm wondering what colors it should be. It should maybe be like a green and yellow theme for this section of the zoo. Maybe that should be grey still for somewhat realism. Or, yeah, no, it's concrete, isn't it? We can't pretend that that's wood. I think that's quite good, though, for the South America section. Let's put one of these here. And we can have 2 little things of seating. And guests can also stand here. Now, we need to link them to the animal talk point. So let's select that animal talk point and confirm link, and we'll link this one too. And now, when there's a talk on here, guests will come and sit here if there's space, and if there's not, they'll stand around as they normally would. The good news about putting it here as well is that we will be able to throw food in. So we need to select a species for that first. Let's have this side. This is the anteater side. Let's have them educate the anteaters, and then you can see they'll throw food. So when they're doing a talk on the anteaters, they'll throw food into the anteaters and people can watch it, which I just think is really cute. I do want to decorate this very slightly, though, to make it a bit more interesting. So I'm going to make some decoration, and then we'll probably copy this design round to somewhere else. I'm trying to think, we could maybe have a talk with some seating over here, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to just because of where we built the zoo, unless we have the seats in here. So maybe we'll do something like that. Let me see. We'll see what I can come up with here for this seating. Okay, we've just added in all of the education stands for this habitat and the seating. This is definitely a big step in the education. I just put 2 seating areas here because you can still watch the talk from here. It's still a decent like place to sit. So I think that'll be fine. And we do need to hire ourselves an educator. So I'm going to grab an educator from the end here and pop them down. Who is this? This is Sunny. Sunny is our educator. And then we can go into the work zones and add into the central hub these education stands that we've just put in. And then when we assign them to the central hub, Sunny will automatically go to these and start doing them. So let's assign Sunny to the central hub. Now he will know that this is where it is. We do need to put different times though. So all of these are currently set to have a talk in March, and he's only one man and can't necessarily be in 3 places at once. So we're going to have this one start in January, the giant anteater. Then we'll move on to the capybara in February. And then, I tell you what, I normally leave a month between them. Let's leave a month and have March. So it gives him time to walk. It's not very far, but it gives him time to walk to it for March. And then we'll leave a month and do May. And then we'll maybe leave a couple of months after that before we assign him to anything else. But that way, there's a pretty normal system going there for that. And I don't believe some of these have power. So we need to just check where the power areas are. Okay, there's one there, there's one there, and this one is almost there. I don't know if that's just because this solar panel is... No, that is fine. Okay, we need to add another solar panel in. That's a bit annoying. Or we move torque very slightly into the power. So torque could go there. It's not as ideal for this area of seating, but you can still see into the habitat. I don't think it's that bad. To save us having to build a whole other solar panel, I just think we put it there. And if we hit play, that'll actually start. Now, I'm going to move our black rhino into their habitat because they might as well make the move over. They're done with quarantine. And we've got some spotted hyenas that are pregnant now. That's brilliant. Oh, there's a fight. I can see there's been fighting due to overcrowding in the kangaroos. Wow, there's 11 red kangaroos. Okay. Oh wow, there's lots of everyone. I think these are okay for numbers. Let's grab the red kangaroo. And they have lots of... Okay, outside of... Right, let's send this one to quarantine because they're injured. So then they'll go to quarantine and then they'll get taken to the vet. And then this one, I think we release to the wild, which is one of the babies that's just grown up, basically. Let's see if we have any other young... I think they're all properly adults now. I think these 2 down the bottom are new as well, and they are going to end up trying to breed with their dad, so I'm going to release them too into the wild. And now all of those have been released, and we will release these ones, and this one as well we'll release. It's all the ones where you can see we haven't renamed them. This one is going to go to quarantine and they will get taken care of in there. While we're here, let's have a quick look at the other animals. We've got the redneck wallabies. I think everyone in here is okay. And then the quokka. Everyone here is also okay. All right, that's not too bad. It's just the red kangaroo that were breeding a lot. There is a lot of congestion here as well, and that's not going to be made better by putting a talk here. But I think when we have more animals over here, we'll pull people this way as well as just straight. When we've got more like guest facilities and habitats over here, if we put like another guest facilities thing here, I think that'll pull people this way as well when they funnel out of the entrance. So that's the plan anyway. I want to see one of these talks in action now. Where are we? It's December. It's going to be January very soon. So when it's January, we can come and watch the Anteater talk. We should probably put in one more though. While we've got this design as well, let's put in another talk up here for our Jaguars, and maybe they'll have a break and then they'll come up here and do the Jaguars. So if we're giving them a break, the last one was in May. Let's give them June, July, and then maybe in August, and maybe we start in September for this one. People are already sat down waiting. Look, that's so cool. And there's people gathered around still. Oh, I love this. If we get the multi-select tool, we can grab We should be able to grab all of this. We can't we need to place the seating individually. That's the only annoying thing about this. Okay, I don't want to miss the talk, so I'm going to pause and then duplicate this seating, and we'll have a couple of bits of seating over here, and I'll just put the decoration on, and then we can go back to watch the talk. There we go. I think that's better. And then we've got, yeah, then it should be symmetrical for the seating. I think that's pretty good. And we've got some donation bins here as well, so they can donate. And this is the Jaguars. And again, they can throw food in for this one. If I click here, can throw food. There's no educator assigned because we need to assign it to the work zone. But then they will start doing this one as well. And that's pretty cool. This is basically all of the South American animals that one educator could maybe do. And then another one could do the Oceania ones, because we've got 3 habitats here for that. Though this is 4 species. So maybe this one should also do the penguins or something. It might be a little bit too much for one person to do on their own. Ooh, the black rhinos arrived in the zoo. Oh, I'm torn. We're almost in, it's the 30th of December. Right, we're gonna see how this talk starts. And then we are going to have a look at our new rhinos. 1st of January. Where's the person? Where are you? Where is Sunny? Everyone's left. What an anticlimax. Okay, is Sunny not coming then? What happened to Sunny? Let's check on him. Let's go into the work site. Let's go into our staff menu. Grab Sunny. Click here. What are you doing? Oh, he's waiting for the next one. Okay. We missed this one. It was too close for comfort, so he just didn't do the January talk. So he's going to do the March. Right, okay. Well, we'll let him do the March talk. This is why you need to leave a month between as well, because clearly if they don't get there in time, it just doesn't happen. This is an excess of guests, though. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm going to pause. What's attracting protesters? Oh, it needs to be cleaned. It needs a keeper. Okay, well, that's not good. How many keepers have we got on here? I think maybe they just need training up. Keepers. Yeah, everyone's not at maximum level. Let's just select our keepers, train everyone up. Because this one says that they're worked quite hard. And we'll get someone in to clean their habitat. Look, they're right there. They'll clean that and the animal protesters go away. It's just slightly not enough like well-trained staff to do it. Oh my goodness, look at them. Wow. The black rhino. Oh, we really should. I should really pause it and click on habitat and just, yeah, and then click on the animal. They can't escape. That's good news. We like that. And we've got the bats are in the same boat as the lizards. They just need the cleanliness. They need to be clean. So we'll just call the keeper for this one when they're done with the lizards and they can clean them. But it's not as big as an alert as it actually looks. Right. Look at these rhinos though. I just want to have a look at them. They are absolutely stunning, aren't they? Wow. They're beautiful animals. Such a shame that they're critically endangered. Like, who would hunt them? Look at that. Well, they are incredibly cool, and these ones are safe with us. And we will hopefully save the species in this zoo, but not if we have terrain like this. So I'm going to do some terrain editing now to make this what they like, which is going into terrain, painting, and then just changing the values we have here until they're what they like. Okay, I think that's a pretty good blend for them. It's quite hard to actually get these all lined up, but because they have kind of a lot of everything and they want like a good amount of everything. About to have a capybara mature. So this is pretty good for them. I think this habitat terrain is what they like. I don't know about the trees. They are happy with these trees, actually. And that coverage is pretty good for them. So I'm very tempted to just leave the trees that were naturally in there as they are. And then maybe put a few rocks and a few like low-level plants in or something. But I don't want to adjust the nature too much if we don't need to, because this is what was there naturally. And, you know, if we came in the real world and built this habitat, there's no way you'd be like, right, I'm going to rip up that tree just to put a different one in over here. Like, you just leave them as they are. You've got not only a free tree, but also the environment. You've got to think about that. And this is how they are. So I don't want to destroy that and anything that naturally lives there or anything. It's just much better to leave it as it is. Oh, they've done a nice poop for us because I zoomed in on them. Classic poop. This talk should be underway now for the capybara. Oh, wow, it is crowded, but he is doing a talk. And he can, he can't throw food in. The path is blocked. I'm not surprised. He couldn't do anything in here. He's being absolutely swarmed, but hopefully that is helping our education. Oh, it's massively helping our happiness, I think. It's the only thing we've changed. Why are guests so much happier now? I have no idea why. We need to call our keepers. I think the keepers on the central hub are struggling slightly. So I'm going to look at our finances. Our expenses and income. I think we can support another keeper. Let's have one more keeper. It's all about animal welfare here anyway. And let's put them on the central hub and set everyone to train up, which is just basically that keeper. And then hopefully that extra pair of hands will be just what they need. And they'll be on their way to looking after everyone 100%. Oh, our Jaguar's about to have babies. Oh, they're probably uncomfortable because they're running around. Oh, they're so pretty, aren't they, as well, our Jaguar? Oh, big jump, big jump. Well, let's see if they settle down and have their babies. Hopefully not in the long grass where we can't really see them. Oh, no, they're going to have a bit of an eat before they give birth. They just want a little snack first. Disgusting snack as well, I have to say. Absolutely hideous snack. Oh, there's another one here. But I'm sure it's exactly what they want. It's perfect for them. Don't know what kind of dinosaur we've killed to get this food for them, but if it works. Oh, I think this could be it. They're laying down. There's the little cub. Oh my goodness. Is it just one cub? I think it's just one. Yep, just one cub. Look at you. Oh, you can barely see them because they're long grass, but what a cute little face. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're tiny. Oh, new life in the zoo. That's what we love. Okay, I think we need to get some enrichment in for our black rhinoceros because they are just going to be bored sitting around. Let's get the species tab up and select the... Oh, no, they'll be on B, the black rhinoceros. There we go. We can get some feeders in as well. So let's put the feeders over here because they're confident around humans too. Let's put a hanging barrel feeder here. Another graze feeder over here. And some melon. And probably a feeding thing would be good as well, like a feeding trough. Just in case the food enrichment isn't enough. Right, and then we'll go back for food. We need... Oh, I need a large barrel feeder as well. Let's whack that in here too. Let's put it around here. Then we're going to have... We need a water area to put these ones into. But let's put a skittle in, a rubbing pillar, and a plant screen over here. And then the herb scent marker too. And that should be pretty much everything that they need. Other than we'll put a sprinkler and the waterfall and metal frame in. But I'm sure, yeah, they're 100% on enrichment now. So they just need some hard shelter and they need some water. Now, I don't think our water pump... Oh, our water pump will reach. Of course it will. It's right there. Okay, so we can have probably a decent water area. If they've got a little water enrichment, they must like splashing around a little bit. But I don't think they actually need water properly. No, they don't want to swim. They just want to splash around a bit. So we'll have a little water area over here that's a little bit bigger than some of our others because they obviously enjoy it, but not too crazy. I think that's good. That gives them quite a good amount of water. And yeah, I think I quite like that. Let's have that be, that can be their water area there. And then we can put our facilities in there. Oh, we can put our enrichment in there as well. We can have the sprinkler maybe here on the water edge. And then we can have a nice big frame in the middle that has the sprinkler. So if they want, they can splash around. Oh, that's woken them up. That's made them interested. And they can splash around in that. That seems cool. Now, they do need a shelter as well. And again, keeping in the Africa theme, I think we'll just use one of these shelters here that are suitable for them. Let's put a small shelter over here that they can sit in with some bedding in it. And then we can maybe have a larger shelter over here that's a bit more like their general sleeping area. Yeah, I think that's good. Or maybe we should adjust the angle of it actually. So they can see out a bit more. It's a bit more light, isn't it, this way? And we can put some bedding in here too. That's the stuff. That looks good. That should be everything they need for hard shelter. I can't imagine they need more than that. No, they're good now. They're good. Oh no, our main wolf has died. Stilts. Oh, bless. Oh, that means both of our main wolf parents are gone now. I think we've just got one baby. Oh, bless. Okay, well, we'll do a memorial for them, as we always do. So I'm going to go into zoo, memorials. I'm going to turn off random rotation, actually, because I know I've got that switched on. And make sure I've got aligned surface on. And then I can go into zoo, memorials, and click stilts and create a memorial. And we can put them next to Ginger, their partner. And now, if we go in here into the file tab, we can see we can add our own file in. So I'm going to go to this location and put the photo that I've already taken of Stilts in here. And if I refresh the folder, it will be available for us to use. So I'm going to do that now. Okay, I've added that in. So Stilts should be here now. Bless him. Right, there he is. He was 14.9. So he outlived Ginger a little bit. They were a very similar age, weren't they? Bless. Look at that little face. Aww. Okay, well, they're in there. I think that means that we need a new main wolf, though, because we've only got Anna. I'm going to wait till Anna's a little bit older. I don't actually know what group size they live in. Perhaps we need someone now. Let's have a look at them in the Zoopedia. No, it's up to one male and up to one female together. So let's just have them live as they are. Oh, please take Stilts out. We'll have them live until they grow up, and then we'll bring a new male in. But for now, it's just going to be them. But they've got lots of friends in this habitat with the other animals we have. And they all get the bonus from being together. So they obviously like living with one another. Poor thing, though. Okay, I think our rhinoceros are very happy. Please can you suggest some names for these guys as well in the comments, because we will rename them. Our happy little rhinos. And yes, we'll probably rename them in the next episode. Look how cute they are. Like, that's so cool. I love these. These might be my favorite animals we've had yet. And maybe, I wonder whether we need to up our ticket price. Because, yeah, we did just add in a very cool new species. Let's make it 54 and 27, and we'll go with that. Still half price for kids. Now, one other very easy win I think we can get for our zoo for education is to go into facilities, media devices and education, and get some conservation education boards and put them around this area. Because at the minute, this is a bit of a dead area for education. If you look on our heat maps, you can see got lots of education everywhere, but not in this big area where there's lots of guests. So let's try and grab some of them if we can with some education. Okay, I think that's added quite a lot to our education. If we look at the guest education coverage now, we can see we've got lots of blue here. Oh no, there's dangerous fighting due to overcrowding. Okay, our capybara have been breeding yet again, or all the babies have grown up now, which is probably more likely. So let's go into our animal tab. I think our problem is we've got lots of young adults now that have just matured at the same time. So I'm going to grab all of them and release them all at once because I think that's probably the best way. Also, I can imagine it's really cute if we grab all of them and, you know, we're like, they're all brothers and sisters. They're all being released at the same time. I just think it's really cute. Okay, we've got our new male as well that we still need to rename, Raoul. So we will do that too. But let's release these guys into the wild. Wow, 357 credits as well. It's a lot of capybara that are gone. We need them to start breeding again. And, well, we've got a lot of babies, actually, when I look around. There are lots of capybara babies, always. So I think we're okay. We could maybe put some music speakers in, though. That may not be a bad shout. Because I wouldn't mind listening to some music when I was chilling with my food. So we maybe put some music speakers in to play. What are we going to play? We should do, it should be themed to the areas. We'll get this side to play the South America playlist. And we'll put another speaker over here. Oh, I can't see. There we go. Let's put the other speaker there. And that'll play the same. And then we will put an Oceania one here that will play different music from that region. Let's do the Australia playlist. And we got one there too. So I think that's probably good. Let's just move that into the same cracks that we've had the others on. There we go. Got a bit of music in there now at least. I think that's pretty cool. What does it sound like? I don't know if this is the playlist or not. It has power though, so it should be fine. I'm going to trust that it's working. I think we're improving our guest education rating as well, probably by adding in the conservation boards and by putting in these talks. So that is good. It's definitely going up, which is exactly what we want. I think perhaps it's time that we add in the environment, like the rest of the nature we said about for the black rhino. So I'm going to put filter by Africa, grassland and desert. In fact, we should probably just have grassland because that's actually the climate we're in. So it makes more sense that the trees would grow here. And then we will put in the rocks and plants that we just to spice up the habitat a little bit, to make it a little bit more interesting. And we can maybe change the terrain height very slightly and then just check that it's the right terrain painting again, because we've made the water area and we're going to adjust it with this as well. So we'll probably do that again at the end. I think I might leave it at that actually with them. I don't want to put too much in because I don't really want that much coverage. So this is kind of maximum for them. I think I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, I think this is good. And it gives them just a little bit more interest to the habitat. You can see like the plants are growing predominantly where the water source is, where they've got that bit more like lush element. But I think this is good for them, and it gives them nice open spaces still to run around and a slight hill. And all of the terrain is still good for them. So this habitat is now exactly what they need. The only thing they're slightly lacking is nutrition. And that's because our vets haven't finished researching them. So we need to set our vets to start work on researching. Oh, we haven't done the aardvark and the meerkat. Okay, we're going to do the aardvark and the meerkat. Oh, we've done the meerkat. Okay, cool. The aardvark and the hyenas. And then we will start on the black rhino. We've almost finished with the cheetah, so we're almost there with that. And then once we go through the research, we can unlock education boosts, which will help our education, but also we can unlock new food for our animals. So if we go into food, we should just check that everyone is on the highest rating they can be on. It is more expensive, but it's much better for the animals, and the whole point of this zoo is to be as ethical as possible. So we wanna give our animals the highest quality food, and we should be able to take the hit cash-wise. Our ongoing expenses are currently half our income, so that's good. And I think in the next episode we can add more guest amenities that will bring in more income too. Maybe have like another little section here that gives a bit of amenities for guests. I think that would probably be good. And I'd like to create more like these wild areas as well, like we have here. Maybe add in some of these around and kind of spice up some of the quite dull areas we have currently around the zoo. Even small pockets like this could easily just be like a bit of wild in there. I think it just add a little something and make it a little bit nicer. For now though, I think it's probably about time that we learn a little bit about our beautiful black rhinos. The black rhinoceros is also known as the hook-lipped rhinoceros and is native to the grasslands and scrublands of southern and eastern Africa. They have 2 horns on their face, with the anterior horn being much longer than the posterior horn. Black rhinoceros stands 1.4 meters to 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder. It's 3 to 3.75 meters long and weighs between 800 kilos and 1,400 kilos. Black rhinoceros growl and scream when they're scared or in conflict situations. And black rhinos have mutualistic relationships with birds such as oxpeckers and egrets that remove parasites from their skin. Black rhinos mainly feed on browse, which is leaves from shrubs, bushes and trees, and they have tough prehensile lips that are adapted to this kind of foraging. Black rhinos can be extremely aggressive towards each other. 50% of male and 30% of female black rhinos that die naturally are thought to have died from conflict-related injuries. But unfortunately, that's not the only thing that killed black rhinoceros, and they are considered to be critically endangered, with several of the subspecies already being extinct. The species faces multiple issues, poaching for their horns being the most significant. With large areas of their habitat being in war zones, their population is negatively affected by human action, as well as a lack of legislation and law enforcement for their protection. Additionally, their specific browse-based diet means that they are vulnerable to food competition from other species, and can be difficult to raise in captivity due to their susceptibility to mineral deficiencies and diseases. So unfortunately, it's not looking amazing for the black rhinoceros, but in this zoo, we're gonna try and make a difference. We've done quite a lot to improve our education. We do need to add the same for all the Oceania habitat, although I think we're gonna struggle to put in actual seating for these. So I'm gonna put an education talk in here for the little penguins. And I'm gonna, there's no seating to link, sorry. I'm gonna put them on the little penguins. And this doesn't have power. Right, where's the power? Ooh, okay. I'm gonna move the talk round to this side then, where there's power. And then we're gonna set this. The last one's in September. Let's put this in November. And then they've got December and then January. So it should link up absolutely fine for them. And we can put it into the work zone. And our educator will get cracking on it. Now, I'm going to put them in there. We are going to add more in too. So perhaps we should also put another animal education point on over here. Is there power here? There is. Let's put one over here for a talk on the platypus. And again, we'll add that into the same work zone. This one should probably start a different time of year. I'm just thinking about when we want to do these. We're going to have the platypus and then all of these. So let's... Oh, I'm going to pause. The emu are fighting because of overcrowding. This one needs to start in January as well. And I'm going to hire another educator to get cracking on that. We can add them into the work zone. So they know they're on the central hub too. We'll have 2 educators on the central hub. Let's just pay to upgrade all our staff again whenever we can. Oh yes, but we have dangerous fighting due to overcrowding. So the emus are overcrowded now. Oh, we're going to call the vet. Oh my goodness. I would not want to be involved in this fight. Okay, this is an outsider now. Let's release them into the wild. I'll stop the fight in its tracks. And then we need to probably have a look at who is in here. There's a young adult here. So I think this young adult needs to be released into the wild along with the baby that's grown up, the female that's grown up of Rocky, because we don't want her breeding with Rocky either. So release both of them into the wild. That should resolve that issue. Phew. And then we want to put our education around here. Now, we're going to struggle on this side for space. So I'm going to add in one education talk over here to talk about the quokka. Let's link that up. And we're going to add that into our work zone too. And this one is going to be set to talk in March. There we go. It's already on there. We've got our redneck wallabies around here. Now I'm going to put talk here. And we are going to have some seating for this one. And I'm going to link this. This one is going to be on the redneck wallabies in May. And then we're going to have the same thing over here with the emu. We're going to have education talk here. And this is going to be on the emu, and that is going to be another 2 months later. So that's going to be... We're going to give them a couple... Should we give them a couple of months? Yeah, let's give them a couple of months again and bring them back. Give them a few months and bring them back in September for this one. And the final one over here is the red kangaroo. And this isn't going to have anyone... any seating or anything. So we'll put the red kangaroo in November around here. Now, we can add all of these to the work zones, and then we need to put in some seating for the emu and the redneck wallaby education talks. Okay, I feel like that's good. We've got like there's a painting, so I'm assuming this, for the purposes of this, we're saying this is like some kind of hard material, I don't know, that's still durable enough to, oh, I can just see here, actually, it's not quite aligned in, which is really annoying me. Let's move that one there. I don't think it's ever going to be fully aligned, honestly, actually, I'm going to let it go. I am going to slide it slightly forward, though. Because I want it to be more this way. I have a bit more of an overhang that way. There we go. I think that's good. I'm happy with that. But this is just, I'm just going to say this is some kind of material that we've acquired that's it's a bit interesting, and you know, and then we painted it. I like this though. I think it's cool. We've got some, you know, some kind of wood chip material or something that we've then painted the top of, and it looks really nice. I think that's quite funky. So I like that. We're going to be using this one, and I'm going to do the same over here for this habitat, this education stand, and then I will link it all up so it actually functions. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. That's all in. That looks good. Okay, now we can link them up. Let's grab this link seating. And we've got a nice shaded seat area for our guests to enjoy the educational talk. There we go. I like that. They should be working, and we've got 2 educators on the case, so they should be able to divide the work between them, and essentially, yeah, it's divided up so one of them does all of this and one of them does all of this. We could split that out so that we have it very prescriptively told to them that's exactly what they do, but I'm sure the AI will be fine in managing that itself and seeing who's available and like who's closest as well, and work it out. If it is a problem though, we can always change it in the future anyway, so it's not a big issue. Look at our beautiful little striped hyena. Oh, that's so cute. Now, you guys actually mentioned that I hadn't checked the Zoopedia properly when I was putting in the hyena. And the striped hyena has a different group size than the spotted hyena. So you can see here, yeah, it's 1 to 7. So up to 6 males and 1 female. So it's not a 2-female group. Whereas the spotted hyena is a group of up to 2 males and up to 2 females. So the striped hyena should have more males and only 1 female. So this is why there was one that kept being an outsider. I don't know why sometimes it was saying that it was in the group though, and sometimes it was an outsider. That was a bit odd. But yes, that's the problem we have here. Now if I pause the game, we've got a couple of little babies, which I didn't realize. Look at them. Aren't they so cute? Oh, they're adorable. Okay, but we do still have an outsider. So let's grab the female who's outside the gender ratio. So this is the one that's not the alpha female. And we'll send her to the trade center where we decide what we're going to do with her. And then, to be honest, we've got a couple of males in here. We could get another male, but this group seems quite happy. They've already got a couple of babies. So there's going to be 4 males. I think we're okay. We could leave them as they are, or I tell you what, let's have a look at what we've got in the market and see what there is. If there's one male here. Oh, he's actually quite good. Okay, let's grab this male and then we'll send him to the zoo as well. Let's send him to the quarantine over here to check for any diseases or injuries before he goes into the zoo. And then we'll put him in as well. And then there's at least 3 males in there and 1 female and 2 cub males now. Are they cubs? I don't know what they'd be called, the babies. Let me know in the comments. What's a baby hyena called? However, we have this hyena here, which we can only quick trade because she's not from... we bought her for cash. So we're going to have to basically trade her to another zoo. So we'll do that though. I'd rather release animals to the wild, but this is just a mechanism in the game which you can't do. So you can't like farm credits by buying them for money and releasing them for credits. So there we are. That is what it is. However, I think that should have resolved our problems here. Now, one other thing I've missed is we haven't renamed our aardvarks or our meerkats. So I think we'll go through now and do a little bit of naming for these guys, just so they. Oh look. This is a baby. There's babies everywhere. Look at them. Oh, little faces. I feel like they need to grow into their nose. All right, let's do some renaming, starting with this little one. Seeing as this is one of the suggestions and they're playing with them, let's call this little one Bubbles, because that's really cute. Then we're going to have Liani. And the male aardvark is sleeping underground, so we're going to call him Arthur. And you can see him if we go into our habitat camera here. There he is, just having a little snooze, because it is the daytime, so it's not really time for him to be up. And we've got baby meerkats as well. Oh, look at them, they're so little. Oh, their running animation's very weird. They're so cute. Oh, very cute. Okay, let's rename all of these meerkats. So it looks like we've got 4 meerkats in here. So let's call, obviously we need a male called Timon. That's just a given. Then we've got some others in here. So let's call them Pip, Chipper, and Pookie. And we can have a look at all of them in the habitat camera. Look at them. They're all just sleeping away. It's like the change of shift, because it's just changed from night to day. So some of them are awake, some of them aren't, and same with the aardvarks. This one's going to be called Flower, and then we're going to have Potato, Spots, Draco, Lumos, which is our alpha female, and then we might as well have Nox, and we can have Nelly, Dolly, and finally Watcher, who's running away. He's probably seen something. Oh, he's seen the keeper with the food. There we go. And our striped hyena is ready to release. So let's put them into the striped hyena habitat and they will integrate into the group. So that's good. Also, we haven't done any education for our black rhinos. Oh, I think I just saw something. Yeah, that's a little bit broken, isn't it? Let's put the maintenance on this to be every 6 months. I don't know why it was on every year. That never works. Same with these, they should be on every 6 months. I wish I could set that to the default, because I feel like it just, if you leave all of them on a year, it must be to do with how many things you connect to it as to how quickly they run down. But a year is just never long enough. I always end up needing to shorten it. But anyway, let's, we've had more capybara babies. That's so many capybara. Right, let's put some education in for our black rhino and some donation bins. And hopefully these guys can start bringing us in some money, because look how cute they are. Play with the sprinkler. Okay, we just put in some lights, some bins, some donation bins, and some education. So that should be good. Other than the education talks, we haven't put any of those in, but we'll probably cover that off in an area when we do all of them, which we could do next. However, I do just want to go through and take out some of these Australia lights, because now we put these lights in, I feel like there's just too many of these in here. So I'm probably just going to delete every other Australia light we have and see how that looks when we go around. Because there's just too many lights on this habitat, I think. There we go. I think that's a bit better, isn't it? We've still got lights along here, so I think that's pretty good. Everywhere's pretty well lit. Now, we do need to do our education, and I'd like to put in some talks like we have here for the Oceania animals and over here for the South America animals. And I want to do these for the African animals, except we don't have a lot of space. So we're going to have to see what we're able to do with the space that we have. It may not be enough space for seats everywhere, but we can definitely still put some talks in. So I'm going to start doing that now. And our Africa section kind of starts over here with the Meerkats and Aardvarks. So I'm going to put the first one in over here. Now, where the habitat lines up, I just feel like it's better to put them all as talk stands rather than make seating, because the closest seating we get is over here, and that's a long way for our educators to walk just for this habitat when they can also do the talk just here. So I just think it doesn't really make much sense. Let's keep them all in a smaller area where they'll be more efficient and more likely to actually make it to these talks on time. So let's start the first one off in January, then we'll put the next one for March, then we can do the cheetahs in May, then we'll give them a bit of a break, and then they can come over and do, if we give them a break for June, July, August, maybe they kick this one off in September. Ooh, we need to be careful with how many we've got on here. Maybe we'll do this in August, and then we'll have this one be October, and then the black rhino in December, which is over here. Let's have this one. Oh, we can't have December because we kick it off in January. We need this one to be November. So we may not be able to give them a break in the middle, actually. We may just have to kick off straight into each one. I mean, they've got time between to move between talks. They've got a month between each of them. So this one's going to be July. This one's going to be September. And then the black rhino in November. And then there's a month between all of them, but an educator should be able to get to all of them still. I just like to give them a bit of like downtime between. I'm not really sure if they actually need it. It's just something that I do. But we could always in the future move this so that this is one section And then when we have more Africa animals, there can be a new section here, and we could even have the educator stuff down here. But for now, I think this is a good solution. Well, for the number of animals we have, I think this works. So I'm just going to add all of these into the work zone for the Africa work zone. And now that added in, an educator will go to them if we have one. So let's hire an educator. And we can assign them to the Africa work zone. And now they will... they'll start doing talks on there, which has hopefully just improved our education. We also have a very ugly staff building here, which I think I'm going to spruce up now to make it a little bit nicer. Okay, I quite like that. I think we're pretty good there. And, I mean, it's a bit of an unusual building, but it does the job, and it's a bit more interesting than what we had before. Or we could maybe move some of the decorations we have over here across as well. Just have similar ones. Just put it on a line to surface here and take off random rotations so we don't get these weird angles. But I'm not looking to do too much to this, because I think it's kind of okay as it is. Let's maybe just have like a couple of these here, and then one of these in the middle. Something like that is probably good. And maybe then an awning as well, like we've got here. Would just keep it more in theme. And also be a bit practical for the actual people using it, I suppose. But yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think that gives us a bit of something. And makes it a bit more interesting over here. So let's leave that as it is. We've got our education sorted over here. We've got our education sorted for all of our animals now, I believe. I think they all have talks, except for our little guys in here. Ooh, those toilets look stinky. Let's call the caretaker urgently for that, because that does not look good. Well, they're right there. We've got animal welfare. Oh, it's these. I think the keeper's training up, aren't they? Because we just got a new one. So let's go into our staff, grab all of our staff and train everyone up. I believe there's a couple of keepers. Yeah, there's a couple of keepers here who aren't fully trained up. So we'll just get them to max, and then that'll be much better for everyone. However, I think it's a good time to add in our education inside this building. So I'm going to put education talks around for the different exhibits we have. So we've got our 5 in here, and then I'm going to go in and assign them. So this is for the green iguana. It's too large for the educators to handle because they handle them, which I completely forgotten until you guys reminded me in the comments. So thank you for that. However, yes, they're too large to handle, so they won't pick up the green iguana, but they can still do a talk on them and educate our guests about them. So let's have the boa constrictor in March, too large to handle. I think some of them are a little too dangerous to handle as well. However, they will handle some of them. Yeah, okay, the Western Diamondback Rattlesnake is too dangerous to handle. There we go. Put them on May. What about the snails? Did they get the snails out? There we go. They'll handle the snails. We need to see at least one of them because these are so cool. Right, and then we'll have the puff adder. I imagine too dangerous. Yes. So they will have them in I tell you what, why don't we have... Oh, we'll have September, and then we'll have the last one. They can do the bats as well. Or we could split this up, actually. I think what we'll do is we'll have a bit of a break. We'll have these guys in November, and we'll have the land snails... Well, I'm going to pause because we've attracted protesters. I'm going to have the land snails in September. So we've got November and September. And then they've got a bit of a break from May. They've got June, July, August. They've got 3 months in the middle to have a bit of a break, go to the staff room or whatever they need to do. Oh no, we've got an insane amount of... We've got fighting due to overcrowding because we have an insane amount of capybara again. Let's just go through and have a look at all these animals in here. Now, the tapirs are fine. They've got one of each and a baby. Then we've got the giant anteaters. They're also fine, one of each and a baby. But the main dwarf is just the baby right now. We do need to get a male for these. And we're going to wait until they grow up before we add a male into the habitat. And then the capybara, just an obscene amount of them. Okay, so straight away we can just release any that are outsiders. I think these are listed in order of age anyway. When you come up here, I think this is at the top. We've got our adults, yeah. So I'm going to leave in a few, none of them, I'm going to release all the males because apart from our new male, because none of them should be related to, we don't want any of them to be related to the females that they'll breed with. Now Raoul is our new male. We do need to rename him. I'm going to release all the males and then probably a good amount of the females just so we don't have an insane number here. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 females and 1 male is probably enough. In fact, let's release another female. And then we've got a number of babies as well. If we release all of these to the wild, we get 52 credits. Oh, that's just for 2. Why is that? Let's send them all to the trade center. And then we should have, there we go, quite a lot in here. If we, can we select all? I don't think we can release all of them. Let's release these to the wild. And then we've got a few here. We can't release this one here. Ah, it's because he's a young adult I grabbed by mistake. Right, let's release these to the wild. And then we can put this poor little young adult back in here. That was just an accident. Okay. The cleanliness is a disease risk too. We need to call the keeper. I think they're probably here already. I thought I just saw them. Oh, that's the vet. The keeper will be here soon. It's just we've got a lot of... We could, to be honest, we could get another keeper for this work zone. Let's see what our finances are like. We're still making a lot of money. I think we hire another keeper. Seeing as this series is about an ethical zoo, we want it to all be as ethical as possible. Yeah. Let's get another keeper in here. And where are they? No work zone, central hub. And we can put them to... Oh, they can't train up yet anyway. Oh no, they've got a diseased capybara. Well, at least our vet's here. Let's call the vet again. I assume they're already here. There we go, vet's here. Well, that's not good. We don't want them to have diseases. It's probably because of a cleanliness risk, because the keeper's not cleaned up any poop. So please do that. They're reporting the incident about the disease. But what we really need is for them to clean up all the poop for everyone. Because there's quite a lot of poop in this one. Oh my goodness, we've got a little baby spotted hyena. How cute are they? That laugh thing is so weird, isn't it? Right, well, we should rename our hyena. I think we've got another few babies in here. Because this is too many. Yeah, I think is this one a little baby as well? Yeah, there's another little baby. Oh, it's adorable. Right, well, we need to rename them. So renaming our hyena, we've got our alpha female here. She is going to be called Shenzi. Then we're going to have Banzai and Eddie. Hopefully you guys know what this is from, but I think it's a really cool suggestion. And then the last adult we'll call Giggles because of the sound they make, which I think is really cute. Then for this little bubba, we'll call her Dot. And this one, Humorous, which I think is funny. Now for our striped hyena, we're going to have Yoshi, or Yoshi, I don't really know how you pronounce it, but from Mario. We could also have Stripe, who's the gremlin, the mean gremlin in Gremlins. Then we're going to have Wilfred. We're going to have Harold. We're going to have Jasmine. And the last one is going to be Harley. And for our black rhinos, we're going to have Ringo and Riley, which is cute because they're like rhino names. Begin with R. And also Riley's pregnant, which is awesome. We're going to have a baby in February of next year. That's a long time, but we can wait. We can definitely wait. Now back to the education that I almost forgot about. We're going to link these all into the work zone. So I'm going to add the central hub. Oh, I can click through the building. That's helpful. I'm going to go for all 5 of these. And they should be added in. And now we just need to get another educator and put them into the central hub so they can choose what they're doing. We could break it up a little bit further. We could have our own work zones just for education as well if we wanted to. But hopefully this is good enough. And when is this one? I want to make sure we're here for this one. September. Okay, that's not long. We're in July, so it's only a couple of months. Right, I'm going to add in the education for the others now. I'm going to put an animal talk point in here for the bats. These are going to be... Why was the emu first? It's like through the wall. Okay, this is going to be January. Going to have another one here. And this is going to be for the the common death adder. And this is going to be in March. Then we've got 2 more, so I'm just going to probably break it up a bit more. Give them a bit of break in the middle. We're going to have the eastern blue-tongued lizard in, let's say, August. Give them a bit of a break. And then this isn't going to be the common death adder. The eastern brown snake in October. And that should be good. That's all of them covered. Now we need to add all of these into the work zone as well and hire yet another educator. But I think... Oh, I keep accidentally clicking. There we go. If you select it again, it deselects something. So I just deselected the entire habitat when I dragged instead of just clicking. Okay, I'm going to pause because we're almost in September. I've just selected all of these, and then we're going to have another educator that is going to come in and do the central hub. This is quite a lot of educators we've got, but I do think it's important. That's kind of, you know, the point of the zoo is to educate people on animals and keep them safe and breed them. So that's what we're going to be doing. Now, please say, yes, there is an educator over here. He is swarmed by people. But hopefully, we can see him take out a land snail. There he is. He's got one. Oh my goodness. Look at him. That's so cool. Oh my goodness. Look, he's got one. You can see him holding it. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, I love this. This is so cool. So that's a great little feature they've added. I really appreciate that. I didn't check as well, but the eastern brown snake's too dangerous to handle. But they can handle the eastern blue-tongued lizard. And I'm assuming they can't handle the death adder, no. And I don't know how they would handle a bat. Yeah, it's too large. They didn't know what to say. Yeah, you can't handle a bat, but they're flying around. So the other one we should try and stick around for is this one. When is this? August. Oh, we've missed this. Unless we switch these around and have this one be October, which I think maybe we should. We'll have this one start in October and this one start in August. And then we can actually see this one, hopefully this year. Depends if an educator comes in. There's also a few people in here, which is definitely not allowed. So I'm just going to add another barrier in, because I don't know how they've got through. And just sink it down below the ground, which will still work above ground. And then, oh, how did they get out? Oh, I don't think they can now. That's the problem. They're going to be stuck. Right. That's okay. I can try and move you out. Oh, it's just got very dark. There you go. They've despawned. Oh, there's more people in here. Oh, stop it. Right, we're going to add another barrier in here as well because people can't seem to get the picture that you're not allowed to just walk into the habitats. And hopefully this stops them from coming in. Yeah, they're all trapped now. So they will hopefully despawn in a second. I don't think I'll be able to... Oh, I can select them. Right, I'll move you guys there. But everyone else has just despawned. And we're in October. I don't think we're going to get a talk. What I think I might do is just move all the talks around so that we can at least see the Eastern Blue-tongued Lizard in this episode as well. Going to start off with the Eastern Blue-tongued Lizard in January. Then we're going to have the Eastern Brown Snake in March. Then we're going to have a break and do the Common Death Adder in July. And then finally finish on the Fruit Bats in September. I think that would be good, and they've got an opportunity to go to all of them now, and lots of time between, so I think that should be pretty cool, and hopefully we'll be able to see the Eastern Blue-tongued Lizard get handled by the keeper, by the educator. I think that would be really cool. Now, one other thing that we royally suck at the minute is meeting our guests' needs, and I have long said in this series that I am only here for the animals. I don't care. I don't care about this. It's only an ethical zoo for the animals. However, we should probably meet some of our guests' needs. If we go into the zoo, we can see this as well. If you go into the zoo overview guests, we can see that they're thirsty. There's no gift shops, sorts of... the damaged things is a problem. Let's go to crime and just replace everything. Anything that's vandalized. I don't think it's very much. However, we should probably cater to our guest needs a little bit more. And if we go on the heat maps, we can see where everyone's hungry, where they're thirsty, where their toilet needs are, which is pretty good, to be honest, and education and happiness, overall happiness. Now, I think in order to cater to their needs, the ones we're lacking on is, well, happiness you get generally. I think we're doing a pretty good job on education, to be honest. That will improve with time. It will also improve with research, which we'll look at in a second. But I think we need to get our thirst and hunger up a little bit more. Our toilets are apparently okay, even though we've not got very many. So I think we might add another toilet in too over here somewhere. But let's just put a few more facilities in, because all we've got at the minute is this central hub. And I'd like to have a few down here maybe to pull people this way. And then also we could maybe move some over here too. Have a little bit of an area up here. So let's design a bit of an area down here that's going to give us a bit more interest for our guests and cater to their needs a little bit more. Okay, I've just added in three drinks along here. We've got slushies, soda, and water, because we've got a lot of water in the zoo, but I do think water is probably the most important thing to be selling in the grasslands of Africa. And then we've got pizza and hot dogs again over here. We should unlock some more actually through research. If we go to our mechanic research, I don't think we're doing much, so I might actually set one of our mechanics to do the drink shops. We've already maxed out the food shops though, but we could get a few more. We've got all the souvenirs as well. We might as well get the last drink shops. There's not very many left. And then they'll just go into the workshop building, which we've got. I think our workshop's all the way over here in this building. Isn't it? Where is it? Yeah, they'll come in here into their workshop, and they can do that, unlock a few more drink shops. But for now, I think this is fine. I've tried to pick what we haven't got as many of, and if you go into zoo under facilities, you can see what you have. So we've got like we've got 4 waters now, but we already had 2 coffees. So I was like, right, well, let's just get one more soda, one more slushie. Well, the next one we can get is milkshakes. And just try and do that way. And the same for the food. We had one of everything, so I'm just adding in a bit more of the same. But I want to make this into a bit of like an area where they can eat outside over here too. And then we can kind of maybe have another nature area just next to it, like we have over here. I'd like to create like a bigger nature area over here. So I think I might, that's the angle I'm going to go with for this. And again, I want to keep it in the Africa theme that it's right here. It is between the two, but I think this is going to be the start over here of the Africa section. Now I'm looking at it, I might keep this more in the Oceania theme than the Africa theme, just because of where the line is of the habitat over here. I think it'd be quite nice to like section off this is Oceania. So I think I might do that, and then the Africa section starts with this log wall over here. Okay, I feel like this is shaping up now. We've got an unusual building, and it's got 3 drink, 2 food in it, and the solar panel. And now we've got a nice area we can add some outside seating in as well. We've already got some trees here, which is nice. Oh, I just want to make sure they're actually on the... they're not on the pavement. That wouldn't be good. If only we could do this in real life, just slightly adjust where a tree is. Like, no, just shift it over like 2 feet this way. But I feel like this is quite cute, and then we can add some decorations, like some nature in these little areas here. It's a bit more decorative, and then put a bit of an outside seating area here. And I think this will be really nice for our guests. Okay, I'm generally quite happy with this. You can see we've got our benches out there and everything's looking really cute. I think this is going to be a really nice little area. But I'm just thinking, I don't know if I really like kind of like the wild look, because obviously this is all short grass out here, so it's supposed to be kept. I don't know. It just doesn't feel somewhat realistic to me in the scope of what we've been doing so far. So I think I might just change it so that we put some planters in instead of having like the plants growing wild, because I just don't know if this look is working for me. Okay, I'm generally pretty happy with this. I think I don't want to have too many of any of them, but I think this is just a bit more realistic in that it's in, you know, there's more areas for like kids to run around and play as well without hurting themselves. And we got some daisies growing, which is cute. So I think this is good. If we hit play, all our shops will open and we'll suddenly have way more guest provision, which is great. So hopefully that will draw people down this way. We do need to add it into our work zone though. So I'm going to edit our Africa. Ooh, this is really on the central hub still. I am torn. I'm thinking this is kind of closer to the Africa section as far as using their staff room and stuff over here. So I'm going to put this in the Africa work zone. And then they're all in there. I can take out, it looks like, oh no, the solar panel wasn't in there. That's good. Okay. And then we need to assign all our new staff need to go on the Africa. All the ones that are just assigned to their individual ones can go on the Africa work zone and they can just like move between. We'll probably get a couple of other vendors just to help out with the flow of everything. Let's get a vendor. Let's get 2 more vendors. And then we've got 5 shops and 7 vendors. Now we don't actually, so I say shops, we don't actually have any shops. So we should probably put some of those in too. But I do like this little area here. I think this has helped us on our quest to improve our guest needs and everything. And hopefully they will move up because we've given them a lot more provision down here. So we just need to give it time. Look, people are already starting to move in over here. And hopefully we can draw people down this way instead of being stuck over here. Now, it would be nice to put a nice big nature area in here too. I am tempted to add in a couple of shops in this area down here. Maybe even put the shops in here next to this education, and then just have the rest of this be nature. So I think I might do that now. I am tempted. Oh, it's January. When was that lizard talk? I really wanted to see the lizard talk, and I think it was January. So I don't want to miss that by any means. When is this? It is January. Oh, January 36th, the next talk date. Oh, I think we might miss that one with this. Well, can we move this to March 35? Right, this one's going to be March. The amount that these have been moved around. Right, January 36th. Okay, in March, our educators will come and tell us about these, because they weren't here for this one, so they better be on time. Okay, let's put the shops in a similar theme. There's not gonna have anything quite as grand, and then we can build a nice big nature area. Okay, we've just put these guys in as well. I'm just going to add them into the work zone too, and they can all work on the same ones. We'll see if we need more than 2 extra vendors, but I'm hoping they'll all be okay just working how they are. Let's put them on Africa. And then I also realized I forgot the door into this building, so no one could get in. So I just put doors in as well. And I think we'll just do the nature area now. And it looks like it's March. Let's have a look at where we're at. Have we got a talk taking place? Every time this one disappoints me. March 36. Where is the educator for these guys? Right, no, we're going to keep moving this further along. We're going to happen in July. This one can move. When is this one? This one's July. This one is now March. Where is the educator assigned? Right, let's have a look at our educators. They're all massively overworked. Okay, that's probably why, because they're not very well trained up either. So we might need an additional educator, but they should be fine. I'm gonna see how we go. See if we can get the March one, and if we can't, oh, you're stuck. Right, well, stop going in there. If we can't get that, let's put another barrier in and see if we can stop this from happening every single time. See if that stops them. Hopefully this will work, and they'll actually, you know, it's definitely in the work zone, isn't it? Let's just edit the central hub. Yeah, no, it's added in. It's just that they're not actually going to it, which is just a bit annoying, because they're a bit overworked, so they're like resting and stuff. But where are you going? Animal talk. Can I move you closer? Which one? They're going to this, right? Let's move you to it and see if that helps. I've just dropped them in the building. Oh, we've got Capybara about to inbreed. Where's this one? This one's January. No way you're going to this one. That seems ridiculous. This is July. Right, I'm going to move this one to like February 36. April 35? And then that one in August. Let's see if this works, because we're about to go into April. So let's see. Okay, 1st of April, right, they're doing that talk, and then they should, straight after, come here for August. So I want to just check that they do. Let's make sure none of these are on the right time. I'll put these back after. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's see how they do. Because I am not confident anymore with them. In the meantime, let's put a nice big nature area in over here, and I'm going to reuse, I'm basically just going to use what's already found here, to be honest, because I think that's quite nice. We did add some extra ones in here, but I'm tempted, well, yeah, maybe we'll do the same. We'll add a bit of extra spice to make this a bit more rich, this area. Okay, I feel like this is quite a large and dense nature area now. And this is literally, we're just going to leave it as kind of like a wilding project where we just let nature take its course, and we've put in a pond. Like, think about all the different wildlife that could actually live in here. This area is going to do so much good for the environment, and I'm really for it. Plus, it looks awesome to have it right near our area where our guests can sit and eat. Like, it's a much more attractive view for them than just a general savanna. So we've enriched the savanna space that was there, basically to compensate for taking up some of its land with our zoo. We're putting in higher quality land where the land was before. So hopefully that does a bit to offset our impact too. Let's have a look. We're in April. When was our talk again? I think it was May. If we go into here, she's still doing this talk. When is this one? This is August. Okay, I'm going to fast forward and see if we can get to... let's do this one for July instead and see if we can get her back. Or get someone here for July. Because I would really like to see them get the lizards out. I'm going to be honest. Got May. Where are our educators? Oh, everyone's gathering round. Hopefully that's a good sign. Oh, we've got a talker. Okay, cool. We've got an educator. He's just waiting for July. I'm going to grab these guests as well because they shouldn't be in here. I don't know how these guests are getting in, but I'm going to put some more barriers in and see if we can deter them. Here we go, it's time! Oh my goodness, look, he's got the lizard! Oh, that's so cool! See if we can get a better view. Oh, and he's thrown it away already. Okay, well, we got to see the lizard, that's pretty cool. I don't know what he's doing now, but hey, he's doing something. They're enjoying it, I think. Oh, it's so cool. Look at our adorable baby cheetah. I've just seen notification that they're about to mature and turn into an adult, so we'll have to release them into the wild because we can only have 3 adult cheetahs in the habitat. But look how beautiful they are. The cheetah's just so majestic, aren't they? Look at that. So beautiful. But yeah, we need to keep an eye on this little scamp that's running away because when they become an adult, we need to release them. And we have a giant anteater that's grown up as well that we haven't released. So we need to release this one because that's not good. Let's release her into the wild. And now we should have good population sizes in here for all of our animals. Please say that they're just sleeping. Yes, they are. You're kind of sleeping in a death pose, I won't lie, but you know, that's fine. As long as they're comfortable, that's good. That's all that matters, isn't it? And I've just seen our cheetahs now matured. Where are they? It was not this one. We're not going to be able to see it. They're going to look like the others now. Let's click on the habitat and get the information from there, because that's the easiest way. Right, animals. There they are. Oh, look at them, the mid-run in the night. Let's release them into the wild. 650 credits. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. It's because they're really good genetically. They must be really good. Yeah, wow, we've got some really good genes on this one. And they're middle of the conservation status, so that's perfect. That gets us loads of credits. And it's nighttime, so that means it'll be sunrise. Yep, very soon. And I think we should expand our zoo. I did think I wanted this to be a European section previously, but I think we'll have this side of the zoo be an Asia section that stretches around here. We've got our Africa section down here that will expand to include this area. And then I want to have more of a European section in this middle bit here. We'll make something else like this square area for the guests further in as well. So we want to expand out some paths. I'm just going to lay some paths now to kind of block out where I want this area to be. And then we can think about our habitats. Okay, we've just built a large square area, and then we've got a winding path and another path here. And I think I'm going to actually link these up together as well. So there's a bit of there's an easy access route for both sections, but I just don't want this to be too steep. I actually don't think this slope is too bad. It gets a bit steep here, so that's maybe where we'd have a ramp. Okay, I like that a bit more. We've got like we've got a slight ramp, then a bit of like a flat resting area here, and then another ramp, and then another resting area there. So that's not too steep for guests to get up. And we've got a bit of an area here that we can turn into another like wildlife area, perhaps at some point. And then we've got access to this higher level, and then access to the main square here. And my plan is to put a large habitat to welcome guests into this area right here, and they can have a top view over here. We're going to need to put some railings on this actually, which I'll do. But they can get 2 views of the habitat, which I think would be really cool. I'm going to turn on railing on ground path, which is this option. And then we're able to add the railing along here because this does turn into a slope at this point. So tell you what, I'm going to have it on all of this area and then just continue the path along here with the railing. There we go. Now it's a bit safer, so guests don't just hurl themselves off a cliff by accident. We've got some more solar panels failing. Some of them are just on too long a maintenance time, which is why I'm going to drop them all down to 3 months where I see them. And in fact, it might be best to do this in the facilities tab. Infrastructure, we should be able to see it on here. Oh, we can't see how often to maintain them. But we can see which ones are breaking, which should be a good indication. This is the one we've just adjusted. 6 months. Let's just move them all to 3 months. In fact, I'm just going to go through the list and make sure all of them are on 3 months. There we go. We've got all of these on there. They're mostly in really good condition, but I think it wouldn't hurt us to just hire another mechanic to throw into the mix. And I'm going to throw them into the Africa work zone. So we've got 2 mechanics on each one. I don't think that's too bad. There's not actually as many things to do around here. So I think perhaps we should maybe have them be... I'll tell you what, I'll move them onto the central hub instead. And then if we have more issues in the Africa section, we know that we need more mechanics over there. I'm also just going to keep training everyone up all the time because I think that's good. And I think while I'm on the topic, I missed the staff perk on here, so I'm gonna put probably staff healthcare in. I would like to have all of these, but you can only pick one, so let's have staff healthcare on this staff room. And then I believe we did put something in the other staff room in this building here. Yeah, we put staff healthcare. Okay, cool. Look at them chilling out, just staring into the window. That's a good way to relax, isn't it? Someone else is joining. What are they gonna do? You're going to come stare with them? Come on, it's the staring room. Yep, just stare into oblivion. The educators are probably a bit overworked, to be fair. Maybe we should give them something that makes their lives a bit easier. I think you guys had said that we didn't necessarily have enough educators. That could be the problem with the talks. So, yeah, they're all very high workload. They are all very poorly trained, though. But I'm thinking maybe we hire another educator, another 2 educators even, and then we put 1 on the Africa work zone and 1 on the central hub, and we just let them kind of give a bit of resilience to the team. So now we've got this area kind of laid out, I would like to get the animals. So we've got the first animal is the European fallow deer that I want to have in this big habitat. And these guys need up to... Oh, wow. Okay, so it's 1 and 50. It's group size up to 16. So let's say we've got a group size of 10. I'm just trying to work out the barrier requirements. 10 adults and let's say 5 babies. Or, okay, if we move that up to 10, that would be basically 1,000 meters squared. Grades 2, taller than 1.25 meters. That's really short. That's the low fences. Okay. Well, we know that going forward. Let's see what the others are, and then see what the maximum security and everything and area we need will be for this habitat. So other than them, we're going to want the red deer, and with the same settings, these are very similar actually, very similar requirements. So we just need to basically double. So to have both of them, we'd need 2,000 square meters. if we have the... Oh, they don't have the same group size. Okay, so that's only 1. So that's 9. So let's reduce that down. Let's say we've got 8 adults and 8 babies. Basically, we can add another 1,000 square meters. Our third animal for this habitat is going to be the Wisent. I don't actually know how to pronounce that one. Wisent, maybe? And they are in a similar group size. Let's say the 10 and 10 again. 9, 10, 9, 10. These have 2,000, right? So we're up to 4,000 meters squared we need. And these are grade 3, but still only 1.25. I believe our red deer were only 1.5 these guys are at. So they're jumpers. Okay, that's fine. And then the last animals for this habitat are going to be the wild boar. And these live in a massive group. Wow, I did not realize it was that big. Okay. Interesting. Right, well, let's say we've got a group of 20 of them, I guess. You know, it's probably going to be higher, isn't it? But let's say we've got 20 adults and 20 babies. Oh, they don't need much space. So even if we did have 30, they live in a small group size. So we've got basically, again, it's grade 3, but 1.25. So basically, as far as the barriers, we need grade 3, 1.5 meters was the highest overall. And then overall for space, we need about 1,000 meters for the boar, 1,000 meters for the red deer, and then 1,000 meters for the fallow deer, and 2,000 meters for the wisent. So overall, that's 5,000 square meters we need to accommodate for. None of them need a water area particularly, like they don't want water enrichment or climbing enrichment. So I wouldn't expect them to need climbing enrichment. I think we have enough space here. So I'm going to put in some null barriers to start. And then I'm going to make sure that these are in multiples of 4 because I want to put in some construction pieces, some 4-meter wide construction pieces to build in the fences. So I'm going to use 20 meters or other multiples of 4 just to make sure that it aligns how we want it for this habitat. Okay, we've just laid in the barriers. This is all underground here, so we can use this cliff edge as a wall for the habitat. But now we should be able to put a door in as well. I'm going to add one over here because I think this is where we're going to have the keeper hut on this side. Let's have a glass habitat gate because we've got lots of space over here. So I think we'll probably have the keeper hut over here somewhere and then it's going to be nice and close. And I also think it would be a good idea for us to get some more staff buildings, like maybe another quarantine and like we have over here. We could have another quarantine and trade center and another vet for our zoo. I don't know if we need another research building. That's probably fine where it is. And for now, I'm just going to put the bones of that in. So I'm going to turn blueprints off and just go staff facilities. And here we are. We've got the basic buildings. I'm just going to put in these probably over here somewhere. I could even have a little path leading off to them. And I'm going to make this path 8 meters wide so it aligns with our grid for the construction pieces. And we'll just put this in a different color so we know what it is. Let's just have this be gravel for now. And then our buildings can come off this. I'm also going to turn off the railing on ground path because we don't need that anymore. Now, some of these buildings have a negative impact on guests. So you can see if we get our quarantine building, that has a radius. I don't think our keeper hut does. Oh, it does. All of these do then. Okay. Including the animal trade center and the vet. I don't know why, because if I saw a vet, I wouldn't put me off. I'd be like, oh, cool, we're actually looking after their animals. But hey ho, it is what it is. So we need to make sure that these are all the proper distance away from the actual main path. And that's probably easier done by putting the smaller buildings closer to the door because they have a smaller radius on them. Although this radius does also go down when you decorate them. So if we put them here now, I'm sure they'll be fine when we decorate them. Okay, there we go. You can see we've got them all in here now and they'll be functional at least. Now, if we go to the work zones, I'm going to create a new work zone and just add these in along with this habitat and call this, for now, we'll just call this the European work zone or Europe. And we do need to get some staff for this. So let's get another vet Let's get another caretaker. And let's get another keeper. And we should probably have a bit more security in our park generally. We've got one on each section. So let's get another security guard. And we'll just assign all these new people to the work zones. If you go into work zones, you can see all the unassigned staff here. Let's just whack all of these on Europe. And then they're all assigned properly. I'll also just make sure everyone's trained up by selecting everyone and just doing the train up button. But this is our new work zone. We've got everyone over here. Now, if we buy animals, they'll come here as well, or the other one, and then we can move them into the relevant quarantine building and then into the habitats from there, because this is getting to be quite a distance for our guests to travel. I've also just noticed that this area is kind of skewed, which I don't really like. So I'm going to adjust this and just make sure that this square area is aligned. I don't mind what the paths do. It's because it comes off at this strange angle. But I want them to be roughly in line with these square areas to be in line. So I'm going to make some adjustments now so that that kind of lines up better. Okay, I think that's a lot better, and now everything's nicely in line. That was a very silly mistake, but it's resolved now at least. We just need to redo our barrier now as well. There we go. Everything's all in and looks much, much better. Now it's definitely time to get our animals. We've got, oh yeah, we need to assign the work zone to this habitat now as well, and that'll get rid of loads of the alerts. And then we need to get our first animals. So let's have a look for the European fallow deer. Now for these, it was 10, I believe, wasn't it? Oh no, it was up to 16, yeah. So we said if we had about 10, that'd be good. We should also check how old they can be. So they live until 15 for males and 18 for females. Wow, that's quite a difference. That's interesting. And the males weigh double what the females do. I mean, I guess part of that's the horns, but they're probably a lot more muscular. That's really interesting though. There's quite a disparity between them. So they live to 15 to 18. And they can breed from 4, so that's definitely good information to know. Let's go and get some then, with that in mind. This one's 5 years old. It's got poor longevity, which isn't ideal, but we do need a herd. This one's pretty average. Let's do them by appeal and get the most appealing ones. I'm not tempted to go for leucistic ones. I'm just going to keep to the normal markings. Let's get, this one's only 6. Let's adopt this female. Let's adopt this female. I'm also mindful to get them from Frontier Zoo if possible, or at least to have in mind that the ones from Frontier Zoo won't be related, whereas the other ones could be sold from the same zoo. So you don't want to get loads of those if you're planning on breeding with them. So this one I am still going to get because she's still pretty decent. It's just the longevity that's not that good. Her overall genetic prowess isn't too bad. And let's refresh and see if we have any more. Yeah, let's get this female and this one. These are all very good. Happy with these. The immunity is pretty poor. Everything else is fine. We'll go for them. And then how many is that? We've got 8. So we've got 8 at the minute. If we can refresh the list, I really would like a male, but at the minute we don't have any. Let's see if any crop up as we're looking for our other animals. In the meantime, let's send these 8 females to quarantine. Because that will probably fill up our quarantine here. And hit play, and they should move them from this building, the Animal Trade Center, into the quarantine building that's right next door. And they're very conveniently located near the habitat we want. Now, at the minute, we can't put them in here, or they'll just run off. So let's actually build some barriers with the construction pieces and see what we have. I'm probably going to put a fence in just because it's 1.5 meters. It doesn't actually have to be that tall. So, ooh, why are you running over there? There's a quarantine building right here. Oh, there's no power. Right, okay, that is a problem. Let's put in a solar panel that will deal with this area. Let's just put it here for now. We'll have it like that, and then we can put a small staff path in. This is all definitely going to be changed. But this will work just for now. And now this quarantine building should work. That's perfect. I don't think we can stop this one from going over there, but that's fine. They'll just be moved in later. That's a long way. Oh, well, it's done now. Now the rest of them will be moved properly from there to there. But there's only one caretaker, so it's going to take them a while to move everyone across. Now, let's start building the fence. Everyone's coming this way now. Perfect. Okay, the others are going here. It was just one that went that way. That's fine. Okay, I think that's most of the habitat laid out. This is a pretty huge area. Yeah, okay, wow. So it's about 3 times the size that they need, but that's kind of what we want, you know, and then keeping with the ethical zoo, we're giving them 3 times the space that these guys actually need. I'm going to hit play. We've got some of our deer have already passed quarantine. And some of them are in here. A lot of them are in this one. They've kind of been split between them because I messed up the having it powered at the start. But the other animals will be absolutely fine to move across. When these have all passed quarantine, we'll move them all into the habitat. And then we can see if there's any gaps or anything that we need to fix by checking if any of them can escape. This back corner is one that gives me a little bit of concern. But I'm sure it will be okay when we actually get to it. I just don't want them to be able to walk out at any point. And I like that, you know, we've kept with the European theme. It just kind of looks like a farm fence, which is quite cute. I quite like it. Okay, we'll just wait for them to pass quarantine now, and then we can move them in. Okay, all 8 have passed quarantine. We've got 4 of them in here, so let's move them into habitat 33. We need to rename this habitat as well. And let's get our quarantine and grab all of these and move them into here as well. And as the sun rises on our zoo, we should have our first deer enter the habitat. Oh, I'm very excited. Wow, look at them. Oh, they're so pretty, aren't they? Got 2 of them now, and they're running. Let's see what this is like for them. Now, I'm going to pause quickly, go into the heat maps, click habitat, and then if we've got our animal selected, it'll tell us if they can break out anywhere. And I'm very pleased to see that they can't break out. So that's actually perfect for us. We can let the rest of them enter the habitat. We need to buy our next animals. And I think that the real test for this is going to be the red deer. So let's get them next. The red deer, what were their group sizes? Let's remind ourselves. They're 3 to 9, so we need 1 male and up to 8 females. So let's have a look at how many there are. And again, we've sorted them by appeal, so the most appealing at the top. And these guys live much longer than the others, 27 years each, and they weigh a lot more as well. Wow, okay, so 27 years, we can probably, I didn't think any of them here were that old, so let's have a look at that. Yeah, 9 years old isn't very old for them, so let's adopt this female. Oh, there's a male here that looks quite decent. We'll maybe circle back to him. We've got this female, looks great. And this female. Let's have a refresh. See what else we've got. I think that might be it. I'm going to grab this male because he seems pretty decent for our needs. And then there's no more. Okay, how many is that? That's 4 females and 1 male. I believe that meets the requirements. Yeah, they needed a group of 3 minimum, and we've got a group of 5. So this is absolutely fine. We can breed up to the other numbers. Let's also have another look for the male of the fallow deer, because we would like to get a male in. Oh, there's a good male from Frontier Zoo here. Let's grab this one. And we can send all of these to quarantine. And they're actually going to go to this quarantine building this time, hopefully. Because it's empty and they should. Look at them in here. Oh, it's adorable. It doesn't actually seem that bad for them. Like, the terrain isn't too far off what they need. So they're actually not too unhappy considering. Oh, who can't? The habitat, the mechanic can't reach the habitat. Oh, we don't have a mechanic for this section. Of course. Right, let's just do a double check of our finances. I think we're pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, we're very good, to be honest. Let's grab another mechanic for this area too. We also need to set this solar panel. Although it is going to be moved, it's just temporary. We're going to set it to maintain every 3 months. I'm going to quickly set our mechanic to be for the Europe work zone. He can spin around. Let's just train up everyone again. Just want to make sure we have the most trained up staff we can. And then they can maintain. Oh, this is out of alignment. I don't like that. That's much better. I much prefer that. Okay. Oh no, I'm going to pause. We've got Quokka about to inbreed. Oh, no. No, no, no. Oh dear, that means they've done it. No. Okay. Why are you inbreeding? Are you like the... No, you're an unknown father. Is this the daughter then? Oh, that's annoying. Okay. We want to release her into the wild, but she's pregnant, so we can't do that now. Look at them all in here. Look how many babies we have. Oh, all the wallabies and oh, look at them. Got even more babies. Oh, I love this little habitat. They're so cute. Oh, and our emus are doing well. Got some young adults now as well. We need to go through a renaming session probably and go through the zoo and just make sure everyone's actually been named. So please, if you have any names for any of our animals so far, please do leave them in the comments, or just general names you'd like to see on any animal. And also, we've got all the animals for this episode. Please do leave names in the comments for what you want for these, because we're going to have a lot of animals in here that need naming. Okay, it looks like everyone's past quarantine. So let's grab them from the quarantine building and move everyone in. And in fact, I'm going to move Ivan, the fallow deer male, in first. So we've got him in there. We should probably add some food in for these guys as well. So I'm going to filter by the European fallow deer, and we can see they use these large food troughs. Let's add one of these in over here by the entrance there. I do want to check out how shy they are actually as well. The European fallow deer. They're neutral. Okay, so they won't mind coming up to the fence and eating there. That's absolutely fine for them. Let's get one of those in. I think maybe we should add a few food troughs. I'm imagining most of them are gonna eat from these. Let's put a couple by the fences like that, and then maybe I'll move them away very slightly so they can stand around them on all sides. But we want to have them in good view for our guests, don't we? And we should probably also just, in the meantime, add in a small water pipe so that there is water in this habitat for them. Because this is quite a big build and they might be in there for a little while. There we go, yeah. So they're already interested in having a little drink. Bless them. We are going to probably build like a lake or something for these guys. So they'll drink from that normally. But this is just while we're adding everyone in and slowly improving the habitat. I think it's probably a good idea that they have something to drink. And here comes our caretaker with our male. I'm very excited to see him. He should be massive. When they're like 160 kilos or something. That'll be very cool to see them. Wow, look at them. Yeah, they look great. Oh, yeah. Look at those horns. Yeah, see? Everyone's happy. Those horns, and you don't want to mess with those antlers, do you, at all? My goodness. Right, now we've got all of the European fallow deer in. I think it's maybe time we learn a little bit about these guys. European fallow deer have excellent eyesight and hearing, and they can detect very slight movements in their surroundings, which helps them to avoid predation. The fawns can start walking about 30 minutes after they're born, which I definitely couldn't do. The antlers of European fallow deer can be up to 60 centimeters long and are shed every year. And while the antlers of the European fallow deer are growing, they're covered in velvet. When growth is complete, the velvet shed and the antlers may temporarily have a tattered appearance. While a species of fallow deer was native to Europe before the last ice age, the European fallow deer is thought to be native to Turkey, Italy, and Greece. It's suspected that the Romans spread this species throughout the continent during their rule. Nowadays, European fallow deer have been introduced to countries around the world, so they're not just European animals. Thankfully, the European fallow deer is not endangered. However, the last truly native populations of European fallow deer in Turkey are suffering a significant decline due to habitat loss and poaching. They're just so beautiful. I do love them in here. And I can see we've got some alerts. So, souvenir profits. Wow, we've got 2 of these. Okay, cool. We've earned a yearly souvenir profit of 500. So we can claim that. That's a good amount. This is how much we get for them, I think. Wow. Oh, no, that's how much we have. This is how much we get. So we get 500. But, you know, that could be worse. And get a zoo inspection report with an overall rating of 5 stars. That's amazing. That's such an achievement. We should... Oh, I don't think we can have a look. Because we've got an inspector arriving very soon. That's fine. Oh, no. They're fighting for... Oh, they're fighting for alpha status. Okay. That's a shame. There's not much we can do about that. If they do that multiple times... then we can always release one into the wild, but I'd rather not have to, because they should be fine to be together. It's just, where's the door? I think it's over here. There it is. Basically, there'll be 2 females that are probably similar age, so they're battling for top dog. That's what the fighting is, but it should be fine. Hopefully that will settle the dispute and they won't fight again. But we can see all of our red deer are ready to pass quarantine. I'm going to play because I don't want it to be nighttime when we release these guys. Let's get all of our red deer There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Let's move them into our habitat. Now, what are we going to call this? I think we should just name it Deer, Wisent, and Boar. There's going to be so many species of animal in here. I think that name just makes sense. Oh, and you can see the first one is coming in. The first red deer. Oh, look at them. They've got longer faces, I think. Oh, wow. Doing a bit of a run. It's harder to see in the dawn, but the sun is coming up. Look at them. Isn't that beautiful sunrise? And I'm hoping if we click on the habitat and we select this animal. Yes, these are the ones I was worried about. The resistance grade of construction pieces is like maximum, so they'll be fine to break. They won't be able to break through it. And also we can see that they can't jump the fences, or it would have a jumpable escape point icon somewhere. So all of them are happily housed within this habitat. And we've got our male in here as well. Wow. Look at those. There's some proper antlers there. Oh, they're very cool. Oh, they're just feeding everyone. Oh, that's adorable. And we've got both species here. Now, the reason I've put them in is because they should benefit. If we go to the Zoopedia, if we go to interspecies enrichment, you can see that they benefit from sharing environments with each other. So they're happy to be together. I think they all have the same benefits. If I click through, yeah, they all like being with the 4. And actually, we really could consider having the mute swan in the habitat too. It seems like the 5 of them get on really well. So I think maybe there'll be a 5th edition, a late addition to the group, because we haven't got them in yet. And look, they're all eating. I love it. They're eating near the guests can see them. Like, this is perfect. And we've got an education one as well. The green iguana education rating to 5%. We've got 6%. Now, there's definitely room for improvement there, but that is something. We should probably check in on our vet research, because this is where most of it comes from. And we can see we're getting through it. The cheetah is done. We've got spotted hyena and aardvark. Now, the aardvark is almost done. Let's move through. I think the black rhinoceros is the next animal to be researching. And oh, no, we've got the striped hyena. Okay, so let's get this vet on the striped hyena. I think this will be fine. Let's add them in for the black rhinoceros too. I tell you what we'll do as well is we'll edit the work zone. We need a staff room over here too that we're missing currently. Let's add in all of this for Europe, and then also add in the staff room here and the research building over here. And then that should be good enough, just in case they need to go over there. But we do need to put a staff room over here too. And we could just put all of this into one building if we just add it on here. So I'm going to turn the blueprints off and put a small staff room in. If we go to staff facilities, I'll tell you what, let's have a large staff room again, because it's not that much. Like, it's still not that much money. We've got plenty of money. If we add it to this group, where is a good location? Maybe over here. And now we've got a staff building in there as well. And we can add this into the work zone too. And then they should have plenty of space over here. Cool. We've got them in. We're going to have a lot more staff around here is what I'm thinking. So a big staff room is probably a good idea. Look at our deer all together though. And the point is they all benefit from being with each other. You can see they get a 20% bonus from just being with each other. However, we do need to keep adding our animals into here, because I'd like to... Oh, look, they just put food. They're all running. I think what we'll do is we'll edit the terrain up to be what these guys need, and then we can just make small adjustments when the other animals come in too, because I can't imagine they require that different terrain. And it seems like this is basically okay anyway. They just need a bit more short grass instead of long grass. So if you click on the terrain distribution, it automatically brings up the editor, and I'm just going to go short grass and blend in some short grass and taking it away from the long grass. Okay, I've just kind of blended it in there a bit. So we've got more long grass near the back and more short grass near the front of the habitat. And that seems to be meeting the needs of, what is this? The European fallow deer. So let's have a look at the red deer. Are they happy? They are happy. Okay, cool. It's in a good level for them as well. So that's pretty good. I'm quite happy with that generally. And see, we've already met their need for terrain. So all we need is their enrichment and the hard shelter ideally, and then we can add in some plants, and they're happy with as they have it now, or 100%. They're really not fussy, which is actually kind of perfect to have them start off this habitat. Let's see what the red deer think as well. They're also exactly the same. They're really relaxed animals, so that's really cool. Oh my goodness, our baby black rhinos have been born. Wow, look at them. Oh, they're so cute. Look at their little face. Oh, you can see where their horns are gonna come in. Oh, they're adorable. Oh, we definitely need more names for this zoo, because we need to rename this little bubba too. Oh, such a cute little one in the flowers. Wow, this game is so beautiful, I have to say. It's moments like this where I really appreciate the graphics in the game, because that looks incredible. Well, we'll go back to the habitat we're building, though. We won't get distracted. Oh, I need to reset this. Just as I say, I'm not going to get distracted. I can't have this be short grass around here, where I made a bit of an error earlier. There you go. It's like that never happened earlier. Now, the next improvement I want to make to the habitat is to put in some hard shelter. So let's do that now. And I think I'm going to build these with the construction pieces rather than use the shelters in the habitat tab. I'm going to build them kind of custom. And I wonder whether we should use the same stone pieces that we have for the walls, or whether it's a bit too much stone. I think it might be a bit much. The alternative is we could have the New World wood, because our building over here is going to be New World, and that would probably tie in reasonably well. We could even have a building that's part stone, part wood with the New World. That might be better. In fact, I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to build probably a couple of little houses and some even smaller shelter areas, just with the stone pieces and these New World wood pieces, just to make some simple structures that can give them a little bit of shelter if it starts to rain. Okay, we put in quite a lot of shelter for these guys now in kind of like a farmyard style, which I still quite like to go with this theme. But that should more than meet their hard shelter requirements. And some of it's at different levels because we're going to have different animals in here. I wanted to give some different types. So this is a bit more like cozy, like this is far more open. We've got that kind of semi-open here, and then we've got the big barn structure. And I think it's tall enough for all of them, for all of the shelters. But some of them are a bit lower, like these are quite low. So it may be that just some of the animals come in here, and that's absolutely fine because as long as there's space for all of them, everything's fine. Oh, I did miss putting some bedding in. That's a key thing. I'm just going to add some bedding into all of these, and then I think this shelter is done. Okay, they're added in, and I can see that we've got a quokka about to die of old age. Fern. Bless them. Oh no, this is the pregnant one. Oh, it's one of the pregnant ones. They're pregnant. Oh, that's not good. Oh, this is really tragic. Oh no. Bless. We've called the vet. Wow, they really do breed up until death as well. Well, that's a massive loss to the zoo. They will definitely be missed. We're going to have to start a memorial for our Oceania animals, and I'm wondering where the best place to do it is. Potentially on this side of the exhibit building here. I think this may be where we do that. So I'm going to go into memorials. We've got Fern. We can create a memorial. And then, oh, I want to make sure I've turned random rotation off because that's going to be difficult. And then we can go into Zoo, Memorials, Fern, and create a memorial for Fern. And we're going to attach it to this section over here. Maybe we'll start on this side. And we can have them kind of on the slats of this. Now we just need to change the photo to be of Fern. So I'm going to go to this location on my drive and move the photo over so that it's in the right place, and then we should be able to refresh and find it there. So now if we refresh, there we go, it's right there, and we click OK. We can see little Fern. Bless her. We'll do that for all of our animals and kind of build up a memorial over here. We can probably make these areas more stand out. Like this could even be a good spot for them actually. And here I'll have a think about where we put them because we've also got animals over here that we might want to do memorials for. Or we could have a centralized location. I just like having the memorials next to where they lived because it means you can go, you can see the animals, and then you can see some of the favorite, you know, previous animals that were at the zoo that maybe you knew as well, that have passed away, and you can go and kind of visit them again rather than just having one dedicated memorial section. But let me know in the comments what you guys think too. If you think you'd rather have one big memorial rather than them smattered around everywhere. And we've got welfare protesters. Why is that? Oh, they're not being fed. I think they're just hungry and they're running to food right now. There's... Why? Yeah, that's the only thing I can see. They're just nourishment is at 2%. You need to eat. Yeah, okay. Oh, keeper's been called. You need to put food in here. Oh my goodness, look at all this. There's so many of them. Okay, our keeper's on the way. They will feed everyone. That shouldn't keep happening, but we do have some staff that need training up. So let's train them up again. We did put some more keepers in last time. Yeah, okay, we really need keepers in here. Okay, I've just put the keeper here. They've got the food in hand. So it should be absolutely fine. They're just going to go around and feed everyone. Oh, and you can see loads of them are bedded down in here. That's so cute. Oh, I love these. I love our little deer habitat as it is now. I think now these guys are settling in with their hard shelter, it's time to learn a little bit about our red deer. The heaviest red deer ever recorded weighed 497 kilos. Definitely a big boy. The male red deer make a loud roar known as a bugle to aid in the cohesion of their harem and to signal to rival males. The red deer's hooves are soft at birth, so fawns rarely walk the first 16 days of their lives until they harden. The fawns are also born with spots for camouflage, but they lose their spots by the time they're 5 months old. And that's something I'm really excited to see in this zoo when we start breeding. The red deer are a widespread species living throughout the temperate grasslands, woodlands and scrublands of Europe, Asia and parts of northern Africa. The red deer shed and regrow their antlers every year, and while they're growing, they're covered in velvet, which provides blood and nutrients to the growing bones. Thankfully, the red deer are not endangered and are a species of least concern. And look, we've managed to catch feeding time during the new day. Oh, they're so cute, our deer. I love them. Look, they're all running over. Also, these antlers get me every time. They're just so huge. What we need to do today is continue to expand this habitat. Oh, look at them with the sunrise over there. Such a beautiful game. Look at that. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. The graphics in this game are amazing. So we need to expand this habitat to have the rest of its members. And one of the main things I want to do is get rid of this water fountain and put in a nice lake in the middle that all of the animals can drink from safely. We've also won a challenge thing here. We've got satisfy the little penguin water area requirement and increase the boa constrictor education to 6%. We've got 7%, and we've definitely done the water area requirement. Our penguin habitat is massive, so we've definitely done that. And then we've got the power source fail, but they are working through those, so hopefully that will be resolved very soon. What we should look at then is getting the rest of these animals in here. And as a small reminder, we're going to have the wisent in here. We're also going to have the wild boar, and we're going to have the mute swan. So these are the ones we need to look at. It seems like they have... let's have a look at the mute swan, because that's the only one we didn't look at before. And wow, that's a huge group. Okay, we may not have 50 in here. That's crazy. Let's say we have 15 adults and 15 babies or something. Oh, okay. So basically, if we have like another 1,000 square meters, that would have been fine. I think our habitat was already way bigger than it needed to be. I think it was about 3 times larger than when we worked it out before. Yeah, I think we need 5,000 meters squared without the mute swans, and we have 15. So we can definitely accommodate them very nicely in there. We should probably start getting our animals. I'm going to get the mute swan first because I want to put the water area in and make sure that it's good for them. So let's have a look on the animal market and see what swans we can get. I'm going to sort them by appeal as well. So we've got the most appealing at the top. And this is a good male. I actually didn't check how many of each we can have. Oh, it's a mix of males and females. That's good. Okay. And good news is they're confident around humans and they can enter the habitat, but we're not going to be doing that because not all the species are okay with that. And the other thing we need to check is their age. They live to 30. Wow. Okay. So they both live to 30 years old and they can breed from 3 years until death. So that's good to know. Let's have a look at our males. We've got this male here is very good. I'm going to get this one. In fact, these top 3 males are very good. The sizes doesn't really matter. I'm happy with that. And this female, and if I refresh the list, we can have a look. A lot of these are for credits, which I'd rather use cash if we can. I'd also rather them be from Frontier Zoo because I don't want to get them from the same zoos and then be related. Like a lot of them are often siblings. So how many have we got at the minute? We've got 4. We've got 3 males and a female. I don't know what the minimum group size is. Oh, the minimum group size is only 2. So that'll be fine. So let's get these 4 and move them into quarantine. And then we can add more later when more swans come on the market. And while we wait for that, I'm going to go into the terrain editor and I'm going to kind of mark out an area that I think would be good for our lake. And hopefully that'll be the right size for them. Okay, I'm quite happy with that size. I think that's quite a good sized lake. It's not too deep either. There's a lot of grass under here, which I find really funny. I'm going to change that to be soil under the lake, so it looks a bit more natural. Because I don't think we'd have long grass growing underneath the water. And we can change like the transparency and everything of the water, but I'm quite happy using like the natural color because I think it looks quite realistic like this. And I don't want it to be too deep. I don't think the swans will want it to be too deep either. I've made it slightly deeper in some areas and it's quite uneven. So hopefully that's somewhat natural, but I think that's going to be a good depth, and it means that all of them can drink from it. But I'm going to pause the game because if they can drink from it, we need to make sure it's clean. So I'm going to go into utilities and grab a water treatment facility, and I will probably put this back here so that we can have another habitat over here in the future, and it will service both of them. So let's put this in probably up the back here somewhere, and I just need to make sure that it's connected up with a path. I'll probably just use a staff path for this. There we go. And then we need to make sure that is powered as well. So we're going to need to put a solar panel next to it and link that up with a path also. And then we can probably just put these in some kind of structure using the construction pieces. I'm going to use similar pieces that we have here actually as well, because I think that will tie it in quite nicely. Okay, I think that's a little bit nicer than just having it how it is. It kind of blends it in a little bit more. And we need to add these in to the work zone as well for Europe. So let's add these in. I'm going to drag to select both of them. And now our mechanic will go and maintain them. And crucially, we need to also change the maintenance to be every 3 months, because that's what we're doing on all of our equipment in this zoo. I'm going to hit play and that should work. And now if we go on the water tower, we can see that the radius of the water pump is touching this lake. So this lake will be cleaned, which is exactly what we want. We can also see that all of our swans are in quarantine and they're just starting to pass quarantine. So that's great. I'm going to have a look and see if we have any more on the market. It looks like there are. Okay, that's good. Let's get this female. We need another female as well. Then that's 3 of each. And then let's get another male and see if we can get another female. I'm sure we'll be able to as it goes on. If not, okay, well, we've got another male here. Then we know we need 2 more females and we should be good. Let's move them into quarantine. So we've currently got 8 swans. If we can get another 2, then we'll have 10 adults, which I think is probably a good starting number anyway. So we'll try and get 2 more females. Oh no, Karen's about to die of old age. Oh, poor emu. Bless her. Oh, she's taking a final walk towards the crowds. Oh, is this going to be it? Nope, she's just defying it currently. Well, I can call the vet preemptively. Oh, here she goes. Oh, there she is. Rest in peace, Karen. We will do a memorial for you, but not right now. You guys were also saying that you might like to have a centralized memorial. So what I could do is leave them for now when they die, and then at some point soon we can put a huge memorial in, maybe even like here in between these 2 sections, put it in this space and have a large memorial that has all of our animals on, which I do like the idea of. I think that would be cute because all the animals now are saved in the zoo memorial section. So we can do other memorials for all of them anyway. Like it has a list of everyone and you know, their names and everything, which is really cool. So we could do that. And I actually think that might be how we do it. Let me know in the comments if you don't agree, but I think that might be a nice way to do it rather than have a small memorial on each one. You've convinced me. It looks like these 4 swans have passed quarantine though. So let's move them into the habitat. And we can have our first swans in here and they can try out the lake. Oh, you can see, oh look, one of the deer is swimming. Our male fallow deer is having a little swim. I'm going to delete this water pipe now because we don't need the running cost from it either. That's done now. We've got our own water source running with the water pump. And here's our first swan. This is very exciting. Look at them. They're a very interesting looking animal, aren't they, the swan? Also, as far as I know, they're quite aggressive in real life if you go near them. So it's best to keep your distance, to be honest. Probably a good idea that we don't have guests coming in here. Oh, they want a little bit less long grass. That's fine. We can definitely do that. All the deer have quite an easygoing requirement for the grass. So it shouldn't be too hard. Let's have a look at the fallow deer as well. Yeah, they're happy with less long grass. So we can just probably put in more long grass and be okay. I'm going to go to the terrain, do short grass, maybe do it on like 70% and just start blending out the long grass we have. There we go. The swans are happy and our red deer are still happy and our European fallow deer are still happy. So everyone's happy with the terrain. And look at them. They're in. They should have more than enough water. If we go to the water tab, yeah, they've got 1,000 meters, and at the minute they only need 168 square meters of water. It does look like it's a little bit warm for them at the minute, so we can have a look at heat. It could be that it's, oh yeah, it's very hot at the minute. It is the middle of summer. The water here should be much cooler for them, or they've got all the shelters, so they should be okay. They just need to find the shelter for now. We could put coolers in, but I just find them a little bit unrealistic, to be honest, that you'd be running like, I'll show you where they are. If you go to habitat, heaters and coolers, you can put in like these coolers, which are basically, I guess, aircon, and then the heaters. But I just find it a bit unrealistic to have them outside because you wouldn't really just put aircon outside. Like, it wouldn't do much, like, you know. And obviously it would work inside, and I imagine that's probably the desired function of them in the game. But the inside is already cool enough for them. It's just that when they're under the sun, it's a bit too warm. And also you have to consider that once we put trees in here as well, we'll have a lot more shade. So I'm hoping that this will be absolutely fine for them. And they do need more plants and trees. So that should be absolutely fine. We've had an ATM breakdown, so we'll request the mechanic on this one. And then let's have a look and see if we can get our last swans. I think I just saw a female there. That's 1 female and 2 females. Perfect. Now we should have 5 males and 5 females, which is a good number, I think. That's a good start for our zoo. Look at them all here. Is it a flock of swans? I don't know what it would be. It's a flock of sheep, actually, isn't it? What is the group name for a herd of swans? A gaggle? No, that's geese. Oh, I don't know. Let me know in the comments. I'm sure one of you will know what the group term is for a group of swans. And while these swans slowly discover the lake over here, I think it's probably time we learn a little bit about them. The mute swans are monogamous, but they don't always mate for life and may have several partners in their lifetime. They're also the heaviest flighted birds. A particularly large male weighing 23 kilos was the largest flying bird ever recorded. How cool is that? Mute swans are highly intelligent and have been known to bear grudges, so definitely don't annoy them. They've also been introduced to North America as ornamental birds for ponds. The temperate climate, similar to that in Eurasia, meant escaped birds could comfortably survive in the wild. In English, the typical coloration of the mute swan is referred to as a royal swan, while the leucistic morph is known as a Polish swan. The mute swan is a large waterfowl that lives throughout Europe and Asia, with invasive populations in North America and Japan. The mute swans have a distinctive black basal knob on the roof of the beak between the eyes. This is generally larger in males, but varies widely based on the individual, the environment, and the time of year, growing larger in breeding males and females during the mating season. Thankfully, the mute swan is a species of least concern and is not endangered. They are protected across most of their range, and despite poaching, their population numbers are still increasing overall. And our final 2 swans are ready to move in as well, so let's move those 2 in. You can see some of them have found the water over here, along with the deer, which are enjoying it, which is very cute. And I think it's the right kind of depth. Like, I don't think it's too deep for anyone here. And also not too shallow. So I think we've Goldilocks the water a little bit, hopefully. And look, they're coming in already, the final two, which is perfect. Now, we do need to look in the habitat tab at food and water and just check what food the mutes ones need, like what the keepers need to feed them with. So they have a food bowl rather than the food troughs we've got for the deer. So I'm going to put a food bowl in over here. And then another one in over here. Kind of nearer to the water, because I think that's where the swans are going to want to be. I might even put another one over here. And then they've got plenty of space. In fact, again, I'm going to set them back very slightly from the edge so that they don't feel... Oh, that one's okay. I don't want them to feel too nervous about being near the guests when they're eating, and I want them to use all sides of the food bowl. I think that should be good, though. That's plenty of availability for food. So that they should have everything they need apart from enrichment and nature. And enrichment, I think we will sort out when we get the next animal in, which is the wisent or the wisent. I'm still not 100% sure, but I think it's wisent. And it's a near threatened species, so definitely a good one to get into our zoo. Now, the herd is 2 to 13, so 1 male and then up to 12 females. And we need to know that they live to 21 years. They can breed from 3 years up until 20. So the last year of their life, they can't breathe. And oh my goodness, look how heavy they are. That's crazy. These males in particular are going to be huge. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got on the animal market. Oh, it looks like we've got some good ones. I'm going to sort them by appeal. Wow, okay, we've definitely got some good ones. I'm going to get this female, this female, and this one, and this one. I'm also going to refresh the list. Got another good female. Again, I'm trying to get them from Frontier Zoo where possible, just because I know they're not going to be related, and I don't really want any relations, honestly, for genetic diversity, if nothing else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even between the females, I mean, I just feel like it would be good to have a wider gene pool. Even the genes of this one are still fine, like nothing's bad. I would like to get a male from Frontier Zoo, so I'm going to wait. We've got a good number of females now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 females is definitely enough. Let's put them into quarantine. And then we'll get the male and move them in too after. I'm loving this habitat though with all the animals. Look at them. They're all together. It's so cute. And while we wait for them to go through quarantine, we should definitely start improving the donations and education side of this habitat. So I'm going to get... Oh, and I've realized I've left these these benches at the wrong place. Let's just move these along a bit, or we may just need to delete them. Let's have one there, one here. Can put the bin next to it, and I think we'll just delete these two in the middle. And now guests can actually access this way. It doesn't look like we've blocked it off for some reason. I'm going to actually bins and benches, another one. I'm going to put bins and benches along all of these paths and start to add in the donation bins and guest education. And for that, we're going to have the guest education boards, the speakers, and probably some conservation boards to try and boost our education generally. And for this, we also need to think about the theme. If we're going, this is the Europe section, we probably should do theme Europe and see what bins we have. Oh, the European bin is like blue. Okay, that's cool. I can go with that. And then a patio heater. That's good for the restaurant. I don't think we'll need that here. It's currently 33 degrees. I think the classic is also very European. Yeah, European classic. So we've got a couple of options. We've got the European bin, we've got the classic bin, and the other classic bin. And to be honest, out of these, I really like the European bin. I think that's cute. So we'll probably put them in. And then we just need to decide, do we have these European classic benches or the green ones? And I think... it's not really the same color, so I think I'm going to go with these. I think they're a little bit more tasteful. These brown, like normal wood benches. So I'm going to put them in as well as the blue bins, and we'll go around the outside. Okay, I think that's good with the benches. I can also see that our Wisent have all passed quarantine. So let's move them in to their habitat and have a look to see if we can get our male as well. Let's refresh this. No, it's just another female. We can get them from another zoo if need be. I mean, there's a really good one here that we could just get. In fact, I think we will because we do have the credits. Let's grab this male here and send them to the zoo because they're the only one from that zoo as well. So it'll be absolutely fine. I'm going to delete all these alerts as well. And it looks like the first one's coming in now. Wow, they're huge. This is a female. Wow, okay. The male's even bigger. That's amazing. Look at them. They're beautiful. And we should probably check what food they need too. If we go food and water and we remove the mute swarm filter, and instead we put the Wisent on it. They need the large food troughs. I'm going to add in another large food trough over here because I do think we should have a few more. Maybe a couple more over here. Just so there's a good amount of feeding spots. There's going to be a number of animals using these. So I want to make sure that they're not overused. Look at these females. Wow, they're incredible. I love the Wisent. And they've gone straight to the water. Oh, they're running around. They love it. Look at all the animals mixing. This is so cool. So the enrichment, they're getting a 60% interspecies bonus at the minute because there's 3, each of them has 3 other species that they get along with. Like, look at that Dr. Dolittle shot. That's ridiculous. I love it. And there's plenty of shelter. There's plenty of food. There's water in the middle. Like, it should be great for them. I'm sure they'll all migrate over to different areas and be absolutely settled in. But we still haven't finished placing our education. So while our male goes through quarantine, we'll put some education in for our guest, which is in the facilities tab. Okay, we put in a lot of habitat education boards. I've just seen the striped hyenas are fighting because they have the incorrect sex ratio, which I think means that one of the babies has grown up and now they're at, yeah, there's too many females. So I'm going to release, I think there's too many of all of them now. Yeah, wow, we've got 4 babies now that can all be released because they're all adults. No, Stripe was one of them here. I think it's Yoshi, Harley, Wilfred, and Stripe. And then these 3 are the new ones, the young adults. So I'm going to release the 3 of these into the wild. Don't know why a Meer can be released into the wild. Okay, he has been now. That was very odd. But they are all released now, so that's good. There shouldn't be any fighting now, because its balance has been restored. Now, the only problem is we don't have power to a lot of this stuff. So we're going to need to put in some power facilities. Okay, I think that has resolved all of the power issues. We do need to find a design for the power that actually works. And I think I might wait until we've worked out what this area is going to look like before I fully decorate all these up. Because I played around with like the marquee decorations here. And I think it might be cool to have like a big marquee in this section. So maybe we use more of those decorations for the solar panels. But for now, I think they look fine. And we should probably move Olaf into this habitat. Now, speaking of that, we are going to need to rename all of these animals, and I'm not going to do it in this video, but perhaps in the next couple of videos, we could rename all of these animals. So please do let me know in the comments what you want them to be called, and we'll rename every single one. It looks like our male has just come in, and he is a big boy. Look at him. Wow. That's a big lad. Now he's in here, we should probably learn a bit about the bison. In Poland, the bison is known as the zuba and is the national animal of the country. During summer, an adult male bison may eat up to 32 kilos of food in one day. So we have to make sure we have enough food for them in our zoo. The bison used to be heavily hunted for its hide, meat, and horns, which were used to make drinking horns. There also used to be 3 subspecies of the bison, 2 of which are fully extinct now. The Carpathian bison, native to Moldova, Romania, Hungary, and Ukraine, and the Caucasian bison, native to the Caucasus Mountains in Georgia, Russia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. The 3rd subspecies is the bison we know today, and the only subspecies to recover from extinction. The bison is the heaviest terrestrial mammal in Europe, with bulls occasionally weighing over 1,000 kilos. The record weight attained by a bison is 1,900 kilos, although generally the species is lighter than their American relative. The bison is also commonly referred to as the European bison. It's a large ungulate living in the forests and meadows of Poland, Russia, Belarus, Lithuania, Ukraine, and Slovakia in Eastern Europe. Today, unfortunately, the bison is considered a near-threatened species, and by the early 20th century, bisons were driven to extinction in the wild due to overhunting and habitat loss. Only 60 individuals remained in captive or managed groups. Consequently, the species was offered widespread protection, and through captive breeding and reintroduction programs, the bison was saved from disappearing completely. However, the species is still threatened today through deforestation and habitat loss from agricultural development, as well as inbreeding depression and hybridization with domestic cattle. Thankfully, carefully managed populations of bisons have been successfully reintroduced in many areas of Europe, with further reintroductions planned. And based on how much these guys are already pooping, I think it's probably a good idea to hire another keeper for this section. I genuinely think that will help us out. So I'm going to put another keeper on Europe, and then we should probably train up all our staff again, not hire staff. And if we go into zoo, actually, we should look at our research we've been doing. So I think we're probably done on a number of this. Yeah, we've finished on the aardvark, and we're carrying on with the others. Let's move the vet that was researching the aardvark to now start researching the latest animal which I think is from this habitat now. Perfect. Okay, so the European fallow deer was our first member in here, so we'll start researching them a bit more. And I'm also going to finish off the education and donation bins because I'd only just started that. Okay, so I've just put the education boards in. I've left some of them blank for the wild boar, and then with the education speakers, I've put them in, but there's obviously not an even number because we need 10 and we can't get that. So there's basically a couple of extra speakers. So I've just assigned them to the animal that I think is most in need, which in this case is the bison because it's near threatened. All of the other animals are least concerned, which is amazing. I've just donated a bit more of the kind of airtime to the education on them as they are a near threatened species. I think they kind of need it more than the others. We do also need to put our donation bins in, and for that we need to decide what color scheme we're going for. So for the European section, I'm very tempted to actually go with like a white and possibly like a gray, which I know is a little bit bland. I want this to be white and then this color to maybe be like a gray. But I think it does go with the rocks and everything that we have. So I think we're going to go with this color scheme here, like a silvery gray and white. Hopefully this will start pulling in more money for us as well. We can also put some conservation boards around the side, but I'm not going to do that right now because I want to make sure we get our next animals which are the wild boar. So if we have a look at them, they live in groups of up to 30, which is crazy. We're not necessarily going to have that many, but it's good to know that they live to 20 for when we're buying them. And they can breed from 1 year, and they can't breed after 12. So that's a long time where they can't breed before they die. So that's good to know. And they weigh way more than I thought they did. Wow, okay. They're only tiny, and they weigh 100 kilos. That's crazy. Okay. We should definitely get some of these now. Let's have a look. We've got some good ones from Frontier, actually. Let's grab these. 2 females, a male, another female. Let's sort them by appeal. There's currently... Okay, so if there's only 4 on the market currently with Frontier, let's put these into quarantine, and we'll wait for a few more. I'd like to try and get 10 again if they live in groups of 30, kind of like the swan. I'd like them to have at least a small group to start with. Look at all these guys eating together. That's so cute. The next thing I wanted to do while we wait for that is to put in some enrichment for the animals, which is something I've been dying to do. So I'm glad we can get around to it. And I wanted to wait until a few more of them were in there, because I imagine they will share a lot of enrichment. So if we go for, basically we'll filter through the species and go one by one, the European fallow deer first, and then we can just see what's left over. And it, if the red deer have basically the same enrichment, we just don't need to put it in, like we've already got enough. We could maybe add a few more items of the same, but that's about it. Look at them. That is cool. They're all swimming. They're all swimming in our lake. Oh my goodness, they love it. I love it. Okay, cool. Let's put in, this is a lot of poop as well. They really need to, the keeper really needs to do this. I'm actually going to, oh, they've already been assigned urgently. Come on, you need to do your job here. That's a lot of poop. Oh, they're in there. You just need to get the pooper scooper out. There we go. Come on, this area's definitely in need. All right, let's start putting the enrichment in for them. Okay, there are enrichments in. This should mean that the European fallow deer is at 100%. Yeah, their enrichment's at 100, which is perfect. The quality of their meals will go up as we give them more, do more research on them. We can improve the food quality, which we should actually do for the aardvarks. Now we know we've got that. And for the spotted hyena, because we just finished that. Right, okay. Well, let's put the other researcher to research the red deer. And then if we go on animals, food, we can put the aardvarks food quality up to 3 and do the same. Actually, let's put all of these up where they're below, if we can. We want them ideally to all be on food quality 3, because that's obviously the most ethical thing we can do, is give them high quality food. But we have to research it first. So some of them we're just not quite there yet. It will put our feeding costs up, so we do need to keep an eye on the finances. I think we're still fine, because our income should go up a lot more now. We've just put the donation bins in too, and it looks like our ongoing expenses is lower than our income. It's just we've made some purchases. Oh, we've got some overcrowding in the capybara. Right. This is not good. There's always too many capybara in here. It looks like we've got the Baird's tapir has grown up as well, so we'll release them to the wild. And then we do need to have a look at our other animals in here. So the giant anteater, still a baby. The maned wolf is now an adult, so we should probably get a new male maned wolf. That's cool. Maned wolf. Got a nice young couple of guys here. Let's get the one that's slightly better and send them to quarantine. And then they can be in here too, and they can start breeding. That's really good. And then the capybara, we've just got way too many because they breed like crazy. Again, I'm just going to go through and probably release a large number. It's because most of them are babies, so we just need to release a good number of them here. And we can't release any pregnant ones either. I think I've just released all the good ones. I don't think Raoul is related to anyone. Yeah, he just has children, so that should be fine. Cool. I think he was the male we brought in. He's the alpha. So that should have just solved that problem, because there's just too many adults because all the babies are growing up. But that is going to happen when you're breeding. That's kind of the whole point. So it's definitely a good thing that we've got a lot of adults. And then we should have a look and see if we've got any more wild boar as well. Got a few more females. Have we got any males? No, not very many males. Let's get some more females. How many is that? Let's send these to quarantine here. And I believe that's probably all the males we'll want. That's 5 females and 1 male. Let's check again what the group size was. But oh, it's 1 male anyway. Oh, phew. That was very lucky then that I didn't manage to get more males. So if we've got that, that's probably a good group size, honestly. There's going to be 5 females and 1 male. We could maybe get some more females if they were there. Yeah, let's get some more. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9 females, and we've got our group of 10. That's perfect, isn't it? Send them all to the quarantine here. And it looks like a lot of them are past quarantine too. So I'm going to release those that have passed quarantine into our habitat. And whilst we do that, let's do the enrichment for the red deer. It's largely exactly the same. I think it's exactly the same stuff. So I'm just going to add a few more of the items in. So we've got a good amount of them. But we don't need a crazy amount of everything. In fact, I might actually, because it's, you know, we're giving them everything they want, we'll double up on most things. We don't necessarily need like 2 rubber ducks or like 2 rubbing posts. But we can double up on a lot of it. So they've got a good amount of everything to play with. Oh, and it looks like our wild boar are here. Look at them. They're an interesting animal, aren't they? Wow, they look so odd. They're very cool though. I think the males have like tusks and everything. They're a bit scary, the males. Let's move all of these in. Make sure they just keep moving through. Got a security guard as well, just like puffing his chest out, walking around. Yeah, we've got our boar in. That's so good. What do they think of the terrain, I wonder? Oh, they need more soil and less short grass. That's fine, because I think they're all happy with more soil. So let's do a final terrain edit and get a bit more soil in and a bit less of the grass. Okay, that's at 30% soil. I was going to put like a soily area over here, because I thought the wild boar would probably go in here. But it seems like there's everyone's using the different shelters, which is perfect, and there seems to be enough for everyone. Like, they're not very occupied. Like, these don't have anyone in them. Oh no, we've had an animal die. I'm going to pause. I think that's working out. I think that's a good terrain mix still. And it's going to look a lot nicer when we've got all our nature in there. Because I did like having it all be grass. But obviously the boars like their soil, don't they? They like their dirt. And that's absolutely fine. Let's also, while I remember, switch the boards and the speakers to actually focus on the boar too. So they can get their education. And we should also check that the wild boar have the right type of food for them as well. So let's go to wild boar. They also have the troughs, so we've got loads of them. Okay, perfect. That's absolutely fine. We can do the enrichment for the wild boar, the swans, and the wisent now. And hope there's a little bit of new stuff, but there's also a lot of overlap I can see, which is perfect. Okay, I think everyone's enrichment should be at 100% now. So the European fallow deer is 100, the wisent's 100, the red deer is 100, the mute swan is 100, and where are our little pigs? Our pigs are 100, perfect. Okay, everyone is in there and everyone is happy. Well, not everyone's in there actually, but the rest of them will be moving along right now because I think everyone has passed their quarantine. So let's move all of these girls across. We also had an animal die, didn't we? Poor Teresa. Oh, there we go. The vet has been called. Did we have any other animals there? I think that was it, because it will tell me if not anyway. I think one of our red kangaroo died as well. All our baby kangaroo have grown up as well, so they need to be released. Because we've got way too many males now. So I'm going to release them into the wild, which will stop some problems in the kangaroo habitat. Got a lot of alerts. I think some of them are getting old, so they're infertile, but that's fine. And they're all a bit hungry, so let's call the keeper, because that's not good. I do think maybe we do need another keeper around here. I'm going to get another keeper and assign them to the central hub, because I don't want our animals to be, you know, having to wait for their food. I'd rather everything be organized well. And I do think that we've got the finances still to support it. So hopefully this will be a good addition. Look at everyone eating. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, wow. I think everyone is in the right ratios in this habitat. Let me just go through though and have a checkup, because it's been a while since we were in here properly. It's obviously meal time, so everyone's a little bit hungry. But other than that, there are no alerts. So that suggests everything is okay. Everyone is either pregnant, old, or hungry. So that's good. Other than the hungry, but they're being fed right now. So that'll go away very quickly. Cool. And we've got quite a lot of litter. Oh, we do have quite a lot of litter. Do we need more caretakers or more bins, I wonder? Around this area, these bins are overflowing. Right, that's quite a lot of people, I suppose, that come through here. There's a bin there. Yeah, I think it's just our caretakers aren't doing it enough, and we need to replace some of these things. Right, let's have a look at our actual staff. We've not got many caretakers, I don't think. Yeah, we've only got 5, so there's only 3 on the central hub. I'm going to get another caretaker as well, because they're very cheap compared to the other staff, and have them be on the central hub. And hopefully that will sort out some of these issues. And I'm also just going to train everyone up, as always, as soon as possible, because they're already cleaning this up, which is the problem area. And we should probably go into our facilities. Is it? Where is crime? I think it might be in general, actually. Yeah, crime. And then just replace anything that's been vandalized, which is very little, honestly. I think we're still doing very well. We should definitely put our ticket prices up. I imagine our guests are saying that. It's got great scenery. That's good. Ticket price is good. Yeah, basically, we need more. Need to clean more. Not have as many things vandalized, and maybe have a few more drinks. But other than that, everyone's having a great time, which is perfect. I'm going to put the ticket price up to 58, and then have this be 29. Or maybe we should... we just put more animals in. Let's just have 60 and 30, and then the ticket prices will go up. We should earn more money from that as a result, because our ongoing expenses are going up. Our income's going up too, so this figure is slightly misleading in that, you know, we spent a lot on constructing, like, the enrichment and things like that, so, and the shelters, so that's what that is. They're just one-off costs though, then it's not going to take us under, and we have a lot of money to play with. Look at them using the pond, that's so cute. Is this already a baby? They've barely been in here and we've had a baby swan. That's adorable. We've got a little cygnet. Wow. That's amazing. Better's not attended to the habitat in a long time. Oh, we need to change the name of this habitat. Yeah, that's because all of them are on... this is what I was worried about, was that all of them are going to be on researching. I'm going to have, I think... Oh, our mechanic research is done as well. That's good. They're finished on drink shops, so we've unlocked all of them. I think maybe the vet that's on this section we should take off, because they've got a long way to walk to get to the research building. Now, who is on this work zone? It's Lorna, right. Let's just have Lorna stop her research, and we'll move the red deer to the black rhinoceros, and then we'll finish up the black rhino, and then we can carry on. But at least then our vet's around and available. And let's just do it, like, let's call them for a visit as well. We might as well. Oh, they've already been requested. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we do need our vets. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 2 vets off, actually. I'm going to take the one on the fallow deer as well off, and we'll just have 2 vets actually doing the general vet job, and then 2 vets researching. And if we need, we can also we can change that in the future. But I think it will be good to have a bit of time where our vets are just looking after the animals before they do any more research on them. Look at all our swans in here. I find that amazing. It feels very full. I mean, they've all still got way more space than they need, apparently. But I guess it is a bit of like a vibrant ecosystem. And it looks more full of animals because we don't have as many plants in to kind of obscure them, if that makes sense. So I think it's probably time if we finish off this habitat by adding in the correct amount of plants. So we can see the wisent, the European fallow deer, and I believe the red deer all have really, really easy coverage. Like, they don't mind at all. They don't need anything. The mute swans need some coverage, and I don't know what the pigs need. The boars need some coverage as well. So we want to make sure they're all going from the same area. So we're going to be doing the temperate Europe plants, I think, because everyone has those in common. They should be on everyone's list. I'm just going to go through them and just check. This is the fallow deer, and then finally the red deer, which are here. Yeah, everyone has European temperate plants, so they're the ones we're going to be using for this habitat, and we're going to make sure that it's got a good amount of coverage of plants that I think all the animals will be happy with. Okay, I think that's probably good. We've got a lot of plants in here now, and everyone should be very happy with this. Yeah, you can see we've got 52% coverage. The swans are definitely happy. And the little babies. The Wyson are happy with anything. So are the European fallow deer. Our red deer are also happy with this because they're very relaxed too. And the boar are also happy with this. They're good with 52. So everyone is kind of settled in this. And I'm super excited with where we've got to. I think this is such a beautiful habitat now with all these animals in here. And it's just so cool now. I think it's about time we learn a little bit more about the wild boar. Wild boars can smell edible roots and tubers buried in 25 centimeters of soil, so they have very good noses. And if a wild boar mother dies before her piglets are mature, her offspring will be adopted by other sows in the group. How cute is that? Wild boar hair used to be used for toothbrush bristles, and the wild boar's main predator is the grey wolf. The wild boar has poor eyesight, but compensates with its excellent sense of smell and hearing. The wild boar is also known as the Eurasian wild pig and is native throughout the temperate regions of Eurasia, as well as Mediterranean North Africa, Asian deserts and shrublands, and tropical rainforests and grasslands of Southeast Asia. It has been introduced to North and South America and Oceania. Wild boars are extremely widespread and popular, and therefore listed as a species of least concern. Due to overhunting, they had become extinct in Great Britain in the High Middle Ages, but small breeding populations were reintroduced to southern England in the 1980s. They've also been introduced to North America for hunting purposes, and escapees of these groups have established invasive populations of feral wild boar and domestic pig hybrids. In South America, the wild boars were imported for breeding purposes, with intentional releases and escapees resulting in invasive populations being established in Brazil. In its native range, the wild boar is hunted for meat and represents a keystone of its habitat's ecosystem. However, in the Americas, measures are in place to manage the invasive populations to protect the native wildlife. I think I'm going to call it here. Now everyone's settled in nicely. If you guys have enjoyed this video, please give it a like. It really helps the channel out, and I'll see you in the next one.